Chapter 1. Surprises and various unexpected events. Whoosh, 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 what is happening? Where am I? Our little Gohan gazes around in bewilderment, finding nothing but stones, rendering the surroundings desolate. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories floods Gohan's mind. He is no longer the Gohan he once was. The soul currently inhabiting this body belongs to a useless university student from the 21st century. After a brief interlude, Son Gohan awakens slowly. I see. I have traversed into the body of Son Gohan. He muses internally. Strangely, however, his expression reveals neither panic nor excitement. Most of his memories from his previous life linger, yet he cannot recall the people around him, nor his own past or appearance. He only remembers that the reason for his transmigration was a handmade power strip he had brought along. Typically, power strips are equipped with grounding wires, but the one he had lacked this feature, meaning it was designed for double-prong sockets. His roommate had affectionately dubbed it the research board. Reflecting on this, Gohan couldn't help but scoff. Well, this is just splendid. I've truly landed myself in a predicament. At that moment, a melodious yet slightly foolish voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, echoed in Gohan's mind. Oh no, everything feels wrong. What the heck? Gohan exclaimed, startled. The voice continued. Actually, I am your system. Well, to be precise, I am not your original system. You were supposed to be in the world of Naruto, equipped with a Naruto system, completing tasks to earn rewards. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, you have arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and are bound to me, a lifestyle system. I can only provide you with some everyday items and advanced skills, which, frankly, hold little value for you. Upon hearing this, Gohan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Let's set aside other matters for now. Why on earth am I not living in a city, but instead in the Dragon Ball universe? Gohan felt somewhat speechless. It is worth noting that this version of Gohan was a devoted fan of Dragon Ball in his previous life, well-versed in its intricacies. After all, this world was one where planets could be casually obliterated in the latter stages. One could hardly claim that a system of little combat utility would be of any help. Even the original Naruto system would be of no use could the Sharingan be more accurate than sensing ki. Would Susanoo be capable of withstanding an enemy's random attack? Did they expect illusion techniques to control deities? Clearly, this was ill-suited. The Dragon Ball universe is predominantly occupied by beings at the pinnacle of combat prowess, rendering most items from other worlds practically useless to Gohan. Well, the thing is, I intended to add the Senzu beans from Dragon Ball to my system store, but due to a miscalculation, I accidentally brought you here. The system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. However, the more it spoke, the quieter it became. Oh well, since I now possess Saiyan blood, I suppose that serves as a rather significant advantage in the Dragon Ball universe. What functions do you possess? Gohan inquired. Believe it or not, I am quite beneficial to you, considering your mother is exceedingly keen on seeing you become a scholar, the system replied. My system store offers knowledge for sale. Not only that, but I also possess various artistic skills, daily necessities, food, and a particularly remarkable feature, a lottery system that can yield items from martial arts in extraordinary realms. For instance, physical enhancement potions and martial arts techniques, the system boasted proudly, igniting Gohan's interest. What effects does this physical enhancement potion have? Gohan asked. This remarkable item can elevate an ordinary person's combat power from 5 to 7. Impressive, isn't it? The system said in a tone that seemed to beg for praise, leaving Gohan quite bemused. In my estimation, even if it doesn't enable one to take on 100 opponents, it should allow one to contend with 5 or 6 simultaneously. How on earth is a mere 2-point increase supposed to suffice? Hey, don't underestimate those 2 points. After all, your father, Sun Wukong, had a combat power of merely 10 when he first appeared, and he was still able to withstand a close-range assault from a machine gun. This 7-point combat power is sufficient for an ordinary person to face 10 foes, the system insisted. Gohan pondered this and concluded that it made sense. After all, 2 fighters with a combat power of 5 together wouldn't stand a chance against his father when he first arrived. Is this useful to me? Gohan asked eagerly. Don't be foolish even if you try to take a bath with it. It would be of no help. Are you not aware of your own circumstances? The system replied exasperatedly. What about other martial arts manuals? Gohan pressed. Would it count if it simply makes your fighting stance look cooler? The system responded timidly. So you're utterly useless then? Gohan scoffed. I've already stated that you offer little assistance regarding combat. After all, I have Senzu beans at my disposal. Do you really think Karen Senzu beans are plentiful? The system retorted angrily. Fine, you seem to have a point. Nevertheless, there should be some form of compensation, as I am in this predicament due to your error, Gohan complained. Rest assured, I have already prepared something, the system replied. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 200 points. Before Gohan could inquire further, a voice that was markedly more mechanical than before chimed in. Originally, it was 100 points, but I pilfered the compensation from that Naruto system. Ahaha. Gohan was left astonished. Could such a thing even be done? In another world, Zhang-san arrived in a modern setting and obtained a Naruto system. What a windfall. A Naruto system. Could this mark the beginning of my legendary journey? All thanks to that incompetent system's blunder. Zhang-san rejoiced exuberantly. All right. Let's complete your first task so that the system can officially commence, the system advised. Let me see. Cultivate the first strand of chakra. That seems simple enough, but wait. I don't possess any chakra refining techniques. What should I do? Zhang-san inquired. Don't worry. I've anticipated this. I will compensate you with 100 points, just enough to purchase the most basic chakra refining manual, the system assured. Then hurry and give me those 100 points. Zhang-san urged impatiently. What? Wait, you didn't receive those 100 points? I didn't. Did you give them to me? Zhang-san's system replied, puzzled. Oh no, where did my compensation go? The system panicked. Why are you in such a rush? Just give me 100 points. Zhang-san shrugged nonchalantly. You don't understand. I lack the authority to grant you rewards out of thin air. The system exclaimed. Zhang-san was now a loss. What should I do? I have another solution. The fruit of the divine tree. If you consume one, it will suffice, the system declared smugly. How does one obtain this divine tree fruit? Zhang-san asked, confused. Good question. In the system store, it costs 100 million points, the system replied. Zhang-san was left speechless. And how does one earn points? After a moment, Zhang-san finally asked. By completing tasks, of course. The system responded matter-of-factly. What use are you to me now? Zhang-san lamented in despair. I can chat with you? 3. The system offered. Zhang-san. Chapter 2. The beginning of training. Let me see what items the system store has, Gohan urged eagerly. After all, his current attire was quite shabby, tattered and worn, with a large sword by his side, and lacking a tail. Clearly, some time had passed since the full moon. Piccolo would need to train for half a year before he could begin Gohan's training. While changing into a new outfit was improbable after all, it would be difficult to explain to Piccolo acquiring some food was certainly feasible. In the next instant, Gohan beheld a luminous screen, divided into categories such as food, daily necessities, lifestyle skills, knowledge, luxury items, and the lottery, along with a balance displayed in a corner. What is this lottery about? Is it conducted using points, or does it require some special lottery chances? Gohan inquired. This requires 1,000 points per draw. Although it may not significantly aid your combat prowess, there are still some particularly useful items available, the system clarified. Upon hearing this, Gohan disregarded everything else and directly opened the food section, revealing a plethora of food items along with their prices. At the very top of the food list were the Senza beans, their price a staggering 5,000 points, leaving Gohan momentarily dazed. He glanced at other items. A double-serving large hamburger for 5 points, meat buns at 1 point for 3, vegetable buns at 1 point for 5, rice at 1 point per bowl, and various chicken leg preparations for 3 points per serving. In summary, ordinary food was quite affordable, and given that Gohan was 4 years old, he could easily consume food equivalent to that of 20 adults in a single meal. During the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha once remarked that Goku had consumed 50 servings of food. At that time, Goku was merely 13 years old and had just finished battling, leading me to deduce that Gohan is now capable of devouring around 20 servings. After some contemplation, Gohan purchased 3 hamburgers, 2 portions of rice, a serving of spicy shredded pork, a portion of sweet and sour pork, a bowl of winter melon meatball soup, and a pot of boiled meat slices, totaling 30 points. Thus, Gohan indulged in a delightful meal. As the food was provided by the system, which could reclaim it afterwards, Gohan disregarded the system's complaints and disposed of the leftovers back into the system. Though it could be described as a soul transmigration, it felt more akin to a melding of souls. The months spent braving the elements had been genuine, and the experience of enjoying a warm, delectable meal nearly brought tears to Gohan's eyes. This point's system is truly not easy to navigate at this rate. I won't be able to afford even a meal, let alone the magical beans, Gohan lamented. System, how do you acquire those points? He inquired. Now you see the value of my existence, don't you? Due to my misplacement in this world and having pilfered certain privileges from the neighboring Naruto system, I have adjusted the method for earning points. I will periodically issue tasks or reward you for defeating enemies designated by the system, with the number of points awarded varying based on circumstances, the system explained. Do you have any tasks available now? Gohan asked eagerly. As a matter of fact, I do, the system replied. Beep. System task issued. Survive for 6 months. Task reward. 1,000 points. Do you accept? The mechanical voice chimed in at an opportune moment. Wait, are you saying I can only earn 1,000 points over the next 6 months? That doesn't seem fair. Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him. There's no other option. This is truly a 6-month hiatus. Even in the original story, it was merely glossed over. It's not realistic for you to venture out now, considering your current strength. The plot will only begin to unfold once Vegeta and the others arrive. Until then, you'll need to endure, the system responded, equally resigned. As Gohan pondered the hardships of life, Yajirobe had already arrived at Kame House, declaring his intention to take Krillin, Yamcha, Tan, and Kairatsu to the Kais Temple for training. He also conveyed that there was no need to resurrect Goku, as he would be training in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Goku was racing along Snake Way, eager to reach King Kai's domain for his training. Time passed slowly, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. By this point, Gohan had become quite adept at harnessing his inner ki. Launching energy blasts had become child's play. Compared to the Gohan of the original narrative, he had grown considerably stronger due to starting his training earlier. If there were any evidence of this, the enormous dinosaur skeleton nearby would suffice. In the original story, this creature served as a long-term food source, however. The current Gohan could effortlessly procure food with his strength, and, given that the dinosaur was not particularly formidable, he simply consumed it. Now, Gohan was intently roasting a massive, flying dinosaur. Having long since exhausted his 200 points, he suddenly paused in his cooking. Looking up, he noticed Piccolo, who was hovering above, momentarily taken aback as Gohan was staring directly at him. Haha, impressive. You truly are Goku's son, managing to spot me so swiftly, Piccolo exclaimed as he descended. Gohan hurried over. From this moment on, I shall commence your training, as it would be a waste to overlook such a significant combat potential, Piccolo stated, gesturing for Gohan to follow. Gohan remained silent, choosing to follow without uttering a word, for the 6-month period had come to an end. The system's reward were dispensed promptly. Beep. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, 1,000 points. The mechanical voice sounded delightful to Gohan's ears. Before he could make his next move, another announcement echoed. Beep. New system task issued. Satisfy Piccolo during the training process. Task reward, 3,000 points. This sent Gohan into a frenzy. He couldn't help but think, why is it always 3,000 points? Even if I complete this, I still can't afford the magical beans. What difference will this make in the narrative? After all, Vegeta boasted a combat power of 18,000, while Nappa had a power level of 4,000. By the time I start training, who knows if my regular combat power will even reach 2,500 by the time they arrive on Earth. Even in the original story, when Gohan's power surged to 2,800 out of rage, it only caused Nappa's arm to go numb. Gohan lamented. Don't worry. This is merely a test you won't actually be fighting. A few less points is understandable. The system consoled him. You could try drawing a prize. Who knows what useful items you might obtain? That's a good idea. He'll use my 1,000 points for a draw, Gohan decided after some thought. Thus, a container reminiscent of the one from Plants vs. Zombies 2 appeared on the system's interface before shattering, revealing its contents. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a bag of salt specifically designed for sarcasm from 100,000 cold jokes. This unexpected reward left Gohan in shock, and he felt an impulse to hurl the salt to the ground while exclaiming, what a waste of my 1,000 points. System, can this salt help me accumulate sarcasm energy? Gohan asked uncertainly. You're overthinking it. It's just a regular bag of salt. If anything, its packaging is quite sturdy and resistant to breaking. The system responded, somewhat flustered, acknowledging that a mere bag of salt was indeed an inadequate reward for 1,000 points. In that moment, Gohan silently resolved that he would henceforth regard any future lottery draws as a gamble. Chapter 3. Training and Communication. After a while, Gohan accompanied Piccolo to a mountain peak. The Saiyans are on their way. Judging by your potential, you need to become stronger than me to compete with them. Remember, you have only 6 months. Other than eating and sleeping, you'll spend all your time fighting with me, Piccolo said with a serious expression. While I was already aware it feels incredibly strict, Gohan murmured softly. Though his voice was barely audible, Piccolo's ears, being exceptional, caught every word. In response, he launched an energy blast towards Gohan, who quickly dodged out of the way. Ah, quite impressive, remarked Piccolo, though he noted the approach remained rather rudimentary. At least you have begun to harness your energy. Now, strive to survive under my training. Before Gohan could respond, Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch, sending Gohan skidding several meters. Before Gohan could react, a beam of energy shot forth from Piccolo's eyes, catching Gohan off guard and knocking him to the ground. The moment I unleashed that energy blast was your signal to commence training, Piccolo stated, not allowing Gohan a moment's respite. Get up and continue. Gohan sprang into action, launching a series of kicks at Piccolo, who remained steadfast. His hand opened and poised for defense. Gohan's powerful strikes, capable of shattering walls, were effortlessly intercepted by Piccolo. With a sudden retreat, Gohan planted one foot on the ground and swiftly swung a punch at Piccolo, only to find Piccolo had vanished. Momentarily stunned, Gohan sensed an energy presence behind him. With little time to ponder, he quickly pivoted, crossing his arms to block Piccolo's incoming kick. Although Piccolo had tempered his strength, the impact resonated through Gohan's arms, leaving them slightly numb. Not bad. You are beginning to judge not just by sight, Piccolo praised. It seems your progress over the past 6 months has been substantial. Indeed. I have not squandered my time, Gohan retorted. Enough with the banter, Piccolo said, launching another punch. Gohan smirked inwardly, thinking, you've become even more like my father than my father himself. In the original narrative, Piccolo had little to say to Gohan. During the battle with Nappa, Piccolo had risked his life to save Gohan, and even upon his resurrection, he wished for Gohan not to fear, promising he would arrive soon. During the Cell Games, Piccolo regarded Gohan through the eyes of a 9-year-old, rather than as a warrior. Gohan, in turn, held tremendous respect for Piccolo, treating him as he would his own father. As their training continued, Piccolo admonished, what are you doing? Is this your idea of defense? Your mind must be sharply focused. I seek to push you to your limits. Under his stern guidance, Gohan rapidly matured. Meanwhile, Goku arrived at King Kai's planet to commence his own training journey. That night, Gohan, battered and bruised, leaned against a protruding rock, feeling the various wounds on his face. In truth, the injuries were mostly superficial, and combined with the Saiyans' extraordinary resilience, they would heal swiftly. Sitting beside Gohan, Piccolo chuckled, your only significant progress over these 6 months is that you no longer cry easily. Not true. My advancements are substantial, Gohan protested, unwilling to concede. Do not grow complacent. You still have much to learn, Piccolo replied, yet Gohan pressed on, ignoring Piccolo's critique. Will you battle my father again? He inquired, aware that Piccolo still harbored ambitions of defeating Goku. Of course, Piccolo replied. We have an unfinished match. Once the Saiyans are dealt with, it will be his turn, and then I shall eliminate him. No one will stand in my way of world domination. But my father said you no longer possess the same malevolence, Gohan countered. I believe you are rather kind to me, even if my mother and grandfather fear you. With gritted teeth, Piccolo declared, no more chatter. Tomorrow's training will not be as lenient as today. He turned away, lapsing into silence. Indeed, Gohan murmured, unable to resist, and upon seeing Piccolo's disinterest, he lay down to sleep. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, 3,000 points. As Gohan settled down, the system's voice rang out, dispelling his fatigue. He eagerly opened the system's marketplace, navigating to the section on life skills, where he found a skill he had coveted for quite some time. The prices of the skills above vary. The one he is interested in is a quick memory comprehension valued at 2,000 points. This item could assist Gohan in better absorbing combat experience and techniques during his upcoming training. Should he use the remaining 1,000 points for a lottery draw? Gohan pondered. Having completely forgotten his earlier words, and without hesitation, he activated the lottery feature. A familiar jar appeared once more, and as it shattered, a pill the size of a yellow bean emerged on the screen. What is this? Gohan could not help but inquire. You are quite fortunate. This is a healing pill. Let me preemptively caution you, do not expect it to possess effects as potent as a senza bean, but it is still beneficial. In critical moments, it can indeed save your life, the system explained. Not bad. At least it wasn't just a packet of salt like last time. This is quite useful, Gohan thought. He certainly did not wish to follow the original storyline, where nearly all the Z fighters had to train on King Kai's planet after death. Firstly, he resolved that he could not allow his uncle Piccolo to perish. After all, the deity could permit the living to journey to the underworld. When the time came, he would have the deity escort the living Piccolo to train on King Kai's planet. Gohan silently devised his plans. Thus, Gohan and Piccolo spent over 40 days in relentless training and familiarization. Through Gohan's Saiyan resilience, innate talent, and the assistance of the skills acquired from the system, his strength continuously improved. Piccolo observed in secret awe, astonished by Gohan's exceptional combat talent. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, and the others had completed their training with the deity and were preparing to cultivate individually to face future crises. Son Goku also overcame the gravity of King Kai's planet, successfully capturing Babidi, diligently training under the King's guidance. The stage for the impending showdown was set, and everyone was fervently honing their skills. Chapter 4. The arrival of the Saiyans. Just as Gohan and Piccolo were diligently training, the sky suddenly darkened. Initially taken aback, Piccolo quickly realized that the dragon had appeared, signaling Son Goku's resurrection. However, in the next moment, Piccolo's expression shifted drastically, for he understood that the Saiyans had arrived earlier than anticipated. He instructed Gohan to cease training and rest to conserve energy for the impending danger. The other warriors followed suit. Gohan felt an unsettling tension, according to the system. His maximum controllable combat power was approximately 3,000, while Piccolo's was 3,600. Following them were Tien at 1830, Krillin at 1770, and Yamcha, slightly weaker at 1480, with the lowest being Kaiatsu at only 810. Although he was considerably stronger than in the original storyline, facing off against Babidi should not pose a significant issue. Yet, Vegeta's combat power was formidable. Should he engage seriously, all would fall in an instant, perhaps even succumb to death. Gohan felt a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain whether his enhanced power might provoke Vegeta into action, what he desperately needed was time. His innate talent was undeniable. And should the Grand Elder grant him a surge of potential on Namek, he was confident he could defeat the transformed Babidi, especially now that Gohan trained more diligently, thereby increasing his potential. Indeed, on the following day at 11:43 in the morning, the two Saiyans finally reached Earth. Their spherical spacecraft crashed into the city, instantly creating two massive craters in the ground, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Just as they began to point at the spacecraft, one of them suddenly opened. Out stepped a figure clad in battle armor, his features sharp, eyes gleaming with malice, hair standing tall like flames, and a sinister smile gracing his lips, an imposing presence that startled the surrounding crowd. Our noble Saiyan prince, Vegeta, had officially made his entrance. The moment Vegeta emerged, the overwhelming aura he exuded left all the Earth warriors in shock. Following closely behind was Nappa, a tall, bald man. To the casual observer, the towering figure may seem more intimidating, yet since his arrival, Nappa had remained closely at Vegeta's side, wary to overstep. This is Earth, not bad, Vegeta remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Nappa then glanced at the gathering crowd and coolly suggested, "Let us greet these unsophisticated folks." With that, he raised his arm, gathering energy in his hand, and with a swift motion of two fingers upward, the buildings and people around them were obliterated. The once bustling district was transformed into a desolate wasteland, leaving nothing behind but a massive crater. The impact of this strike was so profound that it could be perceived from nearly 14 Earths away. Huh, is my greeting not warm enough? Nappa chuckled. That suffices. But if this planet suffers too much damage, it won't fetch a good price, Vegeta replied slowly. Suddenly, Nappa recalled something and exclaimed, right. Let us seek out that wish-granting orb. You mean the Dragon Balls? First, we must locate the one who killed Raditz. He possesses knowledge about them. With this thought, Vegeta couldn't help but admonish Nappa. If the Dragon Balls are nearby, our hopes for immortality would be dashed. This is your doing. Upon hearing this, Nappa panicked and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Vegeta, however, was not overly concerned. First, we need to identify the strongest warrior. He may very well be the one who killed Raditz, or perhaps he is Kakaroto's son. As they spoke, they activated their power level detectors, only to be astonished by the multitude of warriors exceeding 1,000 in power. It was starkly different from the situation when Raditz had first arrived on Earth. Nappa couldn't help but exclaim, Vegeta, this doesn't feel right. What are you worried about? Could they pose a threat to us? Let us find the strongest one first. Vegeta replied indifferently. After surveying the area for a while, they decided to focus on Gohan and Piccolo's direction. As they departed, Nappa couldn't help but remark on the planet's lightness. Gohan and Piccolo, sensing the approach of an enemy, felt a wave of tension wash over them, especially after experiencing the terrifying aura the adversary had just emitted. Ding. System task activated. Survive in the hands of Nappa and Vegeta. Task reward. Points. The system's voice echoed at that moment. Hey system, could we perhaps negotiate an advance on the reward? Just half would suffice. I want to stock up on a Senzu bean, Gohan suggested, hoping to profit should they succeed. Huh, are you dreaming? The system replied with a tone of disbelief. Gohan, however, paid it no mind. He was merely seeking to ease his anxiety through conversation with the system. Meanwhile, Goku was racing along Snake Way, eager to reach King Yama. By 12:20 p.m., the situation involving Piccolo and Gohan's real father had become apparent as Piccolo comforted Gohan. There's nothing to fear. Our year of training has made us significantly stronger. As they spoke, both sensed an incoming presence and instinctively looked up, spotting a figure descending. They assumed their battle stances. And as the individual approached, he spoke first. Piccolo, it's been a while. It was Krillin, who had come early upon sensing Vegeta and Nappa's approach. You? What are you doing here? You're not here to cause trouble, are you? Piccolo responded with a hint of sarcasm. Don't say that. My skills have improved quite a bit, Krillin casually retorted, dismissing Piccolo's remarks. At that moment, Krillin turned his attention to Gohan. You're Goku's son, aren't you? You resemble your father quite a bit. It's almost absurd. You're even stronger than I am. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This kid's talent is astonishing. Even I am taken aback. This father-son duo is no ordinary pair. Piccolo couldn't help but take pride in the prowess of his disciple. Uncle Krillin, my dad often speaks of you. He says that although you're not very tall, you're quite formidable, Gohan added playfully. This is not merely a fabrication by Gohan. Goku indeed spoke to Gohan in such a manner. Why must you mention my height? How utterly vexing, Krillin muttered softly. He then turned to Gohan and inquired. Training with Piccolo must have been quite arduous, has it not? Uncle Piccolo has been very kind to me, Gohan replied. Enough chatter, our foes have arrived. Piccolo abruptly interrupted their conversation. As anticipated, they looked up to find two figures looming above them. The enemies had officially made their presence known. Chapter 5. The battle is about to commence at this moment. Gohan focused his attention on Vegeta and Nappa, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying aura accompanied by an intense sense of impending doom. After all, both of these individuals were elite warriors, having annihilated countless civilizations, let alone mere humans. At this moment, Gohan comprehended why, in the original timeline, he had been paralyzed by fear and refrained from launching an attack. After all, such an overwhelming aura was not something an ordinary 5-year-old child could confront. At that moment, the two individuals approached slowly, locking eyes with Piccolo and his companions. At this moment, Piccolo spoke up, to be cautious. May I ask why you have come here? Of course, it was to seek the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, would it be for avenging Raditz? Gohan contemplated. Is that voice yours? Did you kill Raditz? Vegeta retorted upon hearing Piccolo's voice. Piccolo was slightly taken aback by this remark, feeling somewhat confused. At that moment, Vegeta pointed at the power level detector and said, Did Raditz not mention this? This device can also function as a communicator. Nappa scrutinized Piccolo and then turned to Vegeta, saying, This guy must be a Namekian. If not, how could Raditz have been defeated by him? Vegeta nodded in agreement. A Namekian? Piccolo realized, and Krillin chimed in. So, Piccolo, you are also an extraterrestrial. The Namekians not only possess extraordinary combat abilities but also seem to have some incredible powers, such as magic. You must have created the Dragon Balls, correct? Although this was phrased as a question, Vegeta spoke with a tone of certainty. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Krillin could not help but ask upon hearing their mention. Uncle Krillin, didn't they just say that this thing can be used as a communicator? It must be that they overheard Uncle Piccolo mentioning the Dragon Balls, Gohan responded, feeling somewhat exasperated by Krillin's inquiry. You must be the son of that useless Kakarot, right? You are correct. We are here for the Dragon Balls. Be wise and hand them over. Despite having a Namekian among you, he alone is hardly our match. Nappa boasted arrogantly. Humph, I must thank you for revealing my ancestor's identity, but I can only apologize. I am solely interested in combat. And creating the Dragon Balls has nothing to do with me, Piccolo replied. As for whether we are a match, we shall only know after a fight, he declared, assuming a battle stance. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly palace, the Guardian reflected on his heritage with a sense of melancholy. I knew you would not simply reveal everything. It seems I must resort to force to resolve this, Vegeta asserted with his usual charisma. Let me see. 981, 1220, 1174. Humph, such power. And you dare oppose us? Nappa observed the power level detector with a hint of pride. That is not how it works. They can adjust their power levels during battle. So these numbers are unreliable, Vegeta remarked, discarding the power level detector aside. Indeed, it was the overconfidence of the useless Raditz in this device that cost him his life. Nappa agreed, also removing the detector. Piccolo was taken aback by Nappa's words. Useless Raditz? Wasn't he the Saiyan you barely defeated with Kakarot? Krillin interjected. Uncle Krillin, I believe they have the right to say that. I was present a year ago, even though I couldn't sense the strength of that previous Saiyan. I can assure you his aura was far inferior to these two, Gohan added. At this moment, Vegeta and Nappa were entirely indifferent to Piccolo and the others. Engrossed in their own conversation, I am eager to witness their strength. I refuse to believe they will remain silent until the end. Nappa, we should have 6 seedlings, right? Let us plant them, Vegeta instructed Nappa. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are quite enthusiastic, Nappa laughed as he rummaged through his belongings. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged curious glances. However, Gohan understood that these seedlings were artificially created beings akin to biological warriors. With green heads, red eyes, and a height of 1.2 meters. They were generally used for training warriors, and they were one-time consumables. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would ultimately perish. Their power level was approximately 1200, which was not inferior to that of Raditz. Nappa produced a small vial from behind him. There are indeed 6. Nappa counted, confirming the number matched Vegeta's claim. He then crouched down to examine the soil. This soil is perfect for the seedlings, he remarked, poking small holes with his fingers before planting the seeds one by one, pouring in a liquid that resembled a nutrient solution. Before long, to the astonishment of Gohan and the others, 6 humanoid figures slowly emerged from the ground. Gohan, although familiar with the seedlings' information, was still startled by the sight of them sprouting directly from the earth. The seedlings, covered in soil and bearing a nauseating green hue, indeed evoked discomfort. Those 3, teach them a lesson, Vegeta commanded the seedlings. They seem formidable, Krillin observed as he looked at the seedlings. Uncle Krillin, these seedlings could likely defeat the Saiyan who came to Earth before. Be careful, Gohan cautioned, as he did not wish for his butterfly effect to cause more Z fighters to perish, hoping instead to save more lives. At that moment, everyone present turned their gaze in one direction, as several figures approached rapidly. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha landed beside Piccolo and the others. A few more helpers have arrived. Vegeta remarked, while Nappa echoed, they are all useless. Aren't there only 2 Saiyans? Tien was slightly startled by the sight of so many enemies, realizing the situation had escalated. 1 against 6, how coincidental, just the right number to match the seedlings. This should be entertaining, Vegeta said, his interest piqued. Entertaining? How dull. There is no need for such lengthy explanations. I can handle this alone, Piccolo retorted angrily upon hearing Vegeta's words. Feeling as though Vegeta viewed him merely as a spectator. Don't get angry. Isn't this better? It buys us time until Goku returns, Krillin attempted to soothe him. Just as Tien was about to step forward, Gohan's voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Piccolo, let me take the lead. It's time to showcase the results of my training over the past year. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was taken aback and replied, Kid, let me see what progress you've made this year. If you perish, it's your own fault. Don't expect me to save you. Though he said this, Piccolo assumed a battle stance, knowing Gohan understood that Piccolo's words were merely for appearances. Given the circumstances, Gohan was confident that if he were ever in danger, Uncle Piccolo would undoubtedly rush to his aid without hesitation. This marks Gohan's inaugural confrontation with an adversary, and to claim he is not nervous would be disingenuous, however. The warrior spirit inherited from his Saiyan lineage fills him with immense exhilaration. That little brat must be the offspring of that useless cockroach, right? A waste of space. Just like his father, the elder remarked nonchalantly while observing Gohan. At that moment, Vegeta casually pointed to a training warrior, instructing, you shall take the lead. And give it your all. The warrior approached Gohan, who readied himself, anticipating the enemy's next move. Suddenly, the training warrior charged at Gohan. Unperturbed, Gohan retaliated with a swift punch, catching the warrior off guard. In an instant, he was sent flying but quickly regained his composure midair, landing steadily on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan dashed towards the warrior as he touched down. The warrior, realizing Gohan was right before him and unable to mount an effective defense, chose not to evade. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the warrior's head suddenly burst open, releasing an unknown liquid. Gohan had anticipated this attack and swiftly dodged it, causing the strange liquid to head towards Piccolo and the others, who narrowly avoided it, nearly hitting Krillin. The attack left a deep corrosive mark on the ground. In the moment of the warrior's unguarded attack, Gohan unleashed a magic flash, striking the warrior directly and rendering him incapacitated. Ding! A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Host has defeated a training warrior, reward points, 500. Gohan, adjusting his energy, was taken aback by the system's acknowledgement of such a foe. Although the points were modest, it was understandable. After all, even the weakest among them, Chazu, could handle these beings with some effort, since it's this easy to earn points. I should find ways to fight more, Gohan mused, considering that the training warriors posed little threat aside from self-detonation. Why is it so? The warrior's combat power is 1200. Comparable to Raditz, Nappa remarked, surprised by the warrior's defeat. It's simple. It indicates that the little brat's combat power exceeds that value. Vegeta replied to Nappa's confusion. Is that possible? Nappa questioned, incredulous. Based on the recent battle, the little brat's power is undoubtedly above 2000. Vegeta's statement astonished Nappa, who knew Raditz's power was merely 1500. Hey, kid over there, how old are you? Vegeta called to Gohan. Are you asking me? I'm 5 years old, Gohan replied, puzzled by Vegeta's inquiry. At 5 years old. Possessing such strength and courage is quite remarkable. I never imagined Kakarot would have a son with such talent, Vegeta remarked. What? Vegeta, are you developing a fondness for him, and considering adding him to our ranks? Nappa inquired, intrigued. Given the scarcity of Saiyans across the universe, this young boy's potential could lead him to become a formidable fighter with proper training. While Nappa contemplated this, Vegeta suddenly pointed at the defeated training warrior. An ominous energy erupted, and the warrior was reduced to mere fragments. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa hastily asked. There's no need to waste time. He has already lost. We still need to assess whether that boy has the capability to join us, Vegeta replied, pride etched on his face. Piccolo and the others were astonished by Vegeta's ruthlessness in eliminating his own kind and were equally impressed by his strength, realizing that what they had witnessed was just the tip of the iceberg regarding his power. So who is next? Vegeta addressed the group. I'll go after all. I haven't participated yet, Gohan stated confidently. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Very well, I shall indulge you. I am eager to see your true strength, Vegeta responded before Piccolo could intervene. Let's allow these training warriors to test whether this boy is worthy of joining us, Nappa added, agreeing with Vegeta. In that case, the two of you shall face off against him. Vegeta casually designated 2 training warriors to engage with Gohan. Gohan, seeing 2 warriors approach, silently adopted a combat stance, ready for the ensuing battle. The 2 training warriors charged at Gohan from opposite sides. Gohan, undeterred, swiftly maneuvered behind one of them, delivering a powerful kick while simultaneously launching an energy blast at the other. The 2 warriors were sent flying, though Gohan's strike was merely a casual one. Not enough to incapacitate them. You might as well send all the remaining training warriors at me, Gohan called out to Vegeta, who was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha, very well. I will grant your request, Vegeta declared, summoning all the training warriors to rush at Gohan. Unfazed by the overwhelming numbers, Gohan began to gather energy, his combat power rising to around 2,500. With both hands charged, he unleashed a powerful energy blast that split into 5 separate attacks, targeting 5 training warriors. Gohan had no intention of striking Vegeta or Nappa, as he understood that such scattered attacks would have no effect on them and would only waste his stamina. The ensuing explosions echoed as the 5 training warriors were obliterated. Ding! Host has defeated 5 training warriors, reward points, 2,500. Gohan had not given the training warriors a chance to even self-destruct, swiftly concluding the battle, which prompted a nod of approval from Piccolo, who observed from the sidelines. Is this truly Goku's son? It's hard to believe that he possesses such strength at this young age, Tien remarked, astonished at Gohan's prowess. I never expected even Goku's son to be so formidable, Yamcha concurred. This is merely a prelude to the thrilling battle ahead, Piccolo stated. Haha. Are you hoping for an exciting fight? Vegeta inquired, his interest piqued. Then let the games begin, he proclaimed, ready to unleash his might. Humph. This time we shall take action, Nappa declared. At that moment, Nappa slowly emerged, proclaiming, Behold, I can effortlessly eliminate all 6 of them in one fell swoop. Wait a moment, you little brat. You should refrain from participating in the upcoming game. Vegeta pointed at Gohan and remarked. What? Am I not allowed to join the ensuing battle? Gohan responded, astonished and somewhat apprehensive. After all, in the original narrative, Gohan had played a significant role in confronting Nappa. Even though Yamcha was still alive and Krillin had not suffered considerable depletion. Nevertheless, this still did not compensate for Gohan's contributions in this battle. Vegeta, are you intending to keep him here? Nappa inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. It matters not. We shall see if we can incorporate him into our ranks later. If not, we can always eliminate him, Vegeta replied. Hey, why should we listen to you? Yamcha shouted in anger. If we do not adhere to the rules of the game, then there is no point in continuing this endeavor. I will personally ensure your demise, Vegeta explained. A rare moment of clarification, perhaps influenced by his relatively good mood. How infuriating. That guy treats this fight as a mere game? There should be limits to such disdain. Yamcha exclaimed, clearly agitated. Surprisingly, Piccolo remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the emotional turmoil that gripped the others. All right, I accept your terms, Gohan finally spoke. Recognizing the necessity of compliance. Given Vegeta's current disposition, should he choose to act, no one present would stand a chance against him until Goku arrived. Then stand beside me. Vegeta commanded. Gohan understood that Vegeta's intention was to ensure he would have no influence on the forthcoming battle. As for any thoughts of ambushing Vegeta, that was laughable. The vast disparity in their strengths rendered such an attempt futile. Even if successful, it would hardly inflict any significant harm upon Vegeta. The notion of fearing a sneak attack from Vegeta was absurd. After all, he could effortlessly annihilate everyone present with a single strike. Thus, Gohan could only obediently remain on the sidelines, silently observing the impending conflict. Humph. There should be no issues from here on out. Let us commence our practice, Nappa declared. Assuming a battle stance, his energy surging forth unrestrained. In an instant, the very ground around them began to tremble. Seeing Nappa advance, Kaiatsu quickly utilized his psychic powers in an attempt to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. However, to his dismay, his abilities seemed to have no effect on Nappa whatsoever. Tien, my powers are ineffective, Kaiatsu exclaimed anxiously. How could this be? Krillin, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Nappa, felt a surge of dread. He had not anticipated the enemy's strength to be so overwhelming. What kind of monster is this? Yamcha echoed his sentiments. As the strongest among them. Piccolo recognized Nappa's might and could not help but break into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gohan, too, felt the weight of Nappa's energy, his expression growing increasingly grave. If Nappa possessed such formidable power, how incredibly strong must Vegeta be, who could vanquish Nappa in an instant? Gohan could not help but ponder this unsettling thought. Before the battle had even commenced, they had already been intimidated by Nappa's overwhelming presence. Humph, who shall I strike first? Nappa surveyed the group before suddenly launching an attack, his speed unfathomable. He's coming, Piccolo warned the others. Yet, Nappa's velocity was too great. Before they could react, he stood before Tien, delivering a devastating punch. Dodge, Piccolo urged, sensing the tremendous force behind the blow. But it was too late. Fortunately, Nappa did not aim to kill Tien outright. He merely targeted Tien's arm. With one swift punch, Tien's arm was shattered at the elbow, sending him flying as he clutched his severed limb in agony. It took a moment for the others to process what had just transpired. Tien, Kaiatsu cried out in alarm. Humph, useless, Vegeta remarked coldly, observing from the sidelines. The first to die will be you. Nappa lunged forward with another punch. However, Tien's third eye remained vigilant. And he swiftly leaped into the air, narrowly evading the attack. Nappa showed no signs of surprise at Tien's evasive maneuver, with a scoff. He took to the air and delivered a swift kick, sending Tien crashing to the ground without any means of defense. After a moment, Tien slowly regained his footing. What a resilient fellow, he hasn't perished, Nappa noted, acknowledging Tien's tenacity. Such terrifying power, Piccolo muttered to himself, while Krillin and Yamcha, witnessing Tien's dire state, felt compelled to rush to his aid. Get back. It's too late for him. Piccolo shouted urgently. Be quiet. Krillin retorted. Piccolo grabbed Krillin, but could not prevent Yamcha from charging towards Tien. Humph, foolish, Nappa remarked, slightly taken aback by Yamcha's recklessness, and raised his arm to strike in Yamcha's direction. A thunderous boom echoed as Yamcha was sent flying by the shockwave of the attack. As the dust settled, they beheld a gaping chasm where the ground had been. A pit so deep it seemed unfathomable. The power behind that strike is unimaginable, Piccolo commented in awe. Yamcha, gazing at the massive pit, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that a direct hit from such an attack would mean certain death. Chapter 8. The consecutive deaths of warriors. While the group marveled at the devastating power of Nappa's attack, Kaiatsu had quietly slipped away. Where's Kaiatsu? Krillin, who had been standing beside him, began to search frantically. Kaiatsu, where are you? Damn it. Did he fall victim to that last attack? Krillin fretted, unable to locate his friend. What did you say? Tien, despite his injuries, looked around anxiously. As they searched for Kaiatsu, Gohan and Vegeta turned their gaze towards Nappa and noticed Kaiatsu positioned not far behind him. Nappa, watch your back. Vegeta called out. Did you not say I could not interfere with this battle? Gohan questioned Vegeta, perplexed by his warning to Nappa. Oh, Vegeta responded, taken aback by Gohan's remark. With so many of you confronting a single opponent, I feel a timely warning is quite justified. Besides, I am the one who establishes the rules. And what I choose to do is none of your concern, Vegeta retorted. This time, it was Gohan who was taken aback. He had merely spoken casually and never anticipated that Vegeta would respond to him. However, he was certain that Vegeta would never allow him to speak such reminders. Just as Gohan was conversing with Vegeta, Chaozu suddenly leapt onto Nappa's back. Fortunately, Nappa's large and muscular frame prevented him from reaching Chaozu. Get down, you little rascal. Nappa exclaimed, eager to catch Chaozu. Chaozu, what are you doing? No, run away. Tien, hurry. Chaozu shouted urgently at Tien. Farewell, Tien. You must not die. Chaozu used his psychic abilities to communicate with Tien. You can't possibly. Tien, realizing something, found himself at a loss for words. Chaozu glanced back at Tien. No. Chaozu. Tien cried out in despair. With a resounding boom, a terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, leaving everyone astonished as they gazed upward. At that moment, Tien's heart plummeted. Chaozu, he murmured softly. The determination to perish alongside the enemy through self-detonation was evident. You little brat, you really have guts, Piccolo praised Chaozu's resolve. Yet, once the explosion subsided and everyone sensed the aftermath, they were utterly shocked to see that Nappa, aside from being slightly dirty, had suffered no significant damage. I've dealt with him, now it's your turn. Haha, die. Nappa taunted the others. Is this completely ineffective? Even with equal combat power, Saiyans are undeniably in the upper echelon, Gohan mused as he examined Nappa's condition. This can't be true, Yamcha exclaimed, astonished at Nappa's unscathed state. It's impossible. He is completely fine. Damn it, Chaozu sacrificed everything, Krillin said with a look of horror. Last time, I used the Dragon Balls to revive Chaozu. He cannot come back again, Tien declared angrily. I'll ensure you reunite with that little brat in another world. Thank me later. Nappa continued to taunt from the air. I will not let you get away with this, Tien shouted defiantly from the ground. The scene shifted to Piccolo and the others. Listen to me. The moment he begins his attack, we still have a chance. Piccolo urged Krillin and Yamcha. Well done, keep it up. Vegeta encouraged from the side. Go for it. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan joined in, cheering for them. Upon hearing this, Piccolo couldn't help but glance over. Don't look around. Seize the opportunity. Vegeta reminded, arms crossed. You're quite proud. But once Goku arrives, you may not be laughing anymore. Piccolo retorted with determination. Is that so, Goku? Is he your trump card? Vegeta replied. Just as they spoke, Nappa charged toward Tien. Piccolo quickly took notice. The moment has come. He shouted. All right. Krillin and Yamcha responded in unison, rushing toward Nappa. Tien, tense and resolved, prepared for a desperate counterattack. Your time is up. Nappa closed in, now within 5 meters of Tien, who was readying his final blow. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared behind Nappa. What? Both Nappa and Tien were startled. Piccolo gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to Nappa's face, sending him flying. The trajectory was toward Krillin, who, taking advantage of the momentum, unleashed a powerful blow that directed Nappa toward Yamcha. This series of attacks momentarily disoriented Nappa. Quick, now's your chance, Piccolo urged. Yamcha, who had been preparing below, launched a spirit ball at Nappa, while Krillin and Piccolo followed up with a Kamehameha and a special beam cannon. With a thunderous roar, a figure plummeted from the sky. We did it. We won. Krillin could not contain his excitement. However, before Krillin could bask in his triumph, Nappa stood up once more, his clothes tattered, blood spilling from his mouth, looking utterly ghastly, but ultimately not gravely injured. Well done, but this will only hasten your demise. Nappa growled through clenched teeth. I've changed my order of execution. Prepare to die. He charged toward the nearest target, Yamcha, gathering a powerful energy sphere, the strongest attack in Nappa's arsenal. Nappa was genuinely furious now. Yamcha sensed the imminent danger. He knew that if he were struck, it would surely lead to his demise. However, due to his previous exertion, he found himself in a state of exhaustion, unable to evade. Just as Nappa prepared to unleash his energy, Tien gathered his own energy in secret. Chaozu, I will avenge you, and then I shall join you, Tien murmured to himself. In that instant, as Nappa released his energy blast, Tien shouted, Kamehameha, launching his attack at Nappa. Startled, Nappa's attack veered off course, sparing Yamcha from immediate death but resulting in the loss of one of his legs and an arm. Fortunately, due to the nature of Tien's attack, Yamcha's wounds were cauterized, preventing excessive blood loss, or he would have succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, Nappa had sustained further injuries from the earlier assault and, in a moment, approached the gravely injured Yamcha, delivering a blow to his chest that rendered him unable to rise again. Nappa then turned his gaze toward Tien. That was quite impressive, he acknowledged. How infuriating. Tien replied weakly before slowly collapsing. Tien, Yamcha has fallen. Chapter 9. Waiting for Goku's arrival impossible. Could he be immortal? Piccolo remarked, witnessing the relentless attacks failing to defeat Nappa. This is surreal. Tien and Yamcha have fallen one after another, Krillin stammered. I never expected Yamcha to perish. Was it simply bad luck or an inevitable outcome? What a pity that the renowned Yamcha has not appeared, Gohan reflected. Gohan felt little impact from Yamcha's death. He had never been particularly close to him, and in his previous life, he had not favored Yamcha's character. He had never committed to rigorous training. And while the Saiyans were the primary fighting force, even Krillin had surpassed him. Throughout the Cell Saga and the Majin Buu Saga, Krillin and Tien had contributed significantly, while Yamcha had remained nearly idle. Gohan's current focus was on ensuring Piccolo's survival. With the removal of his previous burden, Gohan believed Piccolo could evade Nappa's wrath. As for the others, they were not within his considerations. Goku, hurry back. We are counting on you. Krillin could not help but shout towards the heavens. The name of Goku was often on their lips, and upon hearing it again, Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. Another one down. That fellow over there actually exhausted himself to death. What a senseless demise. Now, it's just the two of you, Nappa remarked, addressing Piccolo and Krillin in the sky. As for you, being from Namek, I shall keep you around a little longer. I have inquiries regarding the Dragon Balls. Krillin, seeking to alleviate his inner turmoil, jested in response to Nappa's words. Well, it doesn't really matter. In the end, we all meet our demise. I never expected to team up with you. But it feels rather pleasant, surprisingly. Krillin replied. Do you think we might actually win? He glanced at the visibly weakened Nappa. Impossible, Piccolo asserted without a moment's hesitation. What a monster. I never imagined their strength would be so formidable, far surpassing the Saiyans we faced last time, Piccolo added. I might die. Krillin forced a smile. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Temple, the Kai was in a state of distress. What's happening? Why has Goku arrived yet? Can you not sense his energy? Bubbles inquired, noticing the Kai's urgency. Indeed, time is running short. Death is drawing near. The deity, being the guardian of Earth, could feel it. This is not good. Bubbles began, but was interrupted by the Kai. Piccolo cannot escape his fate. Let us descend to the ground. That fellow is more suited for aerial combat, Piccolo suggested to Krillin, and they flew downward. It matters not. Just a desperate struggle, Nappa exclaimed as he charged forward, moving with astonishing speed, preparing to strike before Krillin could react. This is bad, Krillin shouted in alarm. Stop, Nappa. At that critical moment, Vegeta suddenly yelled at Nappa. Stopping in his tracks, Nappa looked at Vegeta, puzzled. What is it, Vegeta? Why not let me? Before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted. No need for haste. I have a few questions for them first. Questions about what? Nappa asked, bewildered. Hey, kid, is the Goku you keep mentioning your father, Kakarot? Vegeta queried Gohan. Yes, indeed. He is my father, Gohan replied. So he was resurrected with the Dragon Balls? It seems the rumors I heard were true. How amusing. So your savior is him. Vegeta mused. What use is a guy who couldn't even defeat Raditz? He scoffed. He is no longer the same. He is far stronger now. Krillin retorted, defending Goku. Yes, my father is indeed very powerful now. Gohan echoed Krillin's sentiment. Do not underestimate Goku, Piccolo added earnestly. Then why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he afraid? Nappa laughed mockingly at the group. If you doubt him, why not wait and see? If my father cannot handle you, the outcome remains unchanged. But if he can confront you, you might enjoy the thrill of battle, no? Gohan, understanding the prideful nature of Saiyans, knew Vegeta would likely entertain this request. Do you truly believe he will come to your rescue? Vegeta sneered. Very well. I shall wait and see what surprises he brings, Vegeta said with a smile, as if dismissing everyone as concerns. Do not be foolish, Vegeta. He will not come. Do not make a rash decision. End this swiftly. Nappa, frustrated by the interruptions to his vengeance, shouted angrily. We will wait no longer than 3 hours. After that, we will proceed, Vegeta declared, ignoring Nappa's outburst. 3 hours. What are we supposed to do for that time? We rested sufficiently before coming to Earth. I was eager to engage in battle. Nappa demanded of Vegeta. How infuriating. I refuse to wait, Nappa declared, readying himself for an attack. Nappa, do you dare defy my orders? Vegeta bellowed, noticing Nappa's intentions. At Vegeta's words, Nappa froze, trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking as he stammered. I am sorry. I should not have reacted so impulsively. It is settled then. Be grateful. You may live a little longer, Vegeta said to the group. Hey, you there, Kakarot's son? You should come over as well, Vegeta called out to Gohan. I have a name. I am Son Gohan, Gohan replied. Names are irrelevant, Vegeta dismissed. What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Gohan asked. Not leaving immediately. Eternal life, of course. Only then can one truly relish the joy of battle, Vegeta replied, his boredom apparent as he engaged in conversation with Gohan. But what if you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat? Would that not be even more torturous? Gohan questioned, recalling how even Frieza, in the end, wished merely to grow 5 centimeters taller rather than seek immortality, realizing that Vegeta might need that wish more than Frieza, given his current stature. Chapter 10, Goku, hurry up. This is not your concern, just hurry along, Vegeta, seemingly lost in thought, impatiently dismissed Gohan. That large fellow was terrified earlier. Could it be that the shorter one is even more formidable? How frightening, Piccolo reflected on Nappa's earlier display of fear. Vegeta, why must we wait for Kakarot? And why release that kid? Nappa questioned, puzzled. Because Kakarot is a traitor among Saiyans. Initially, I considered recruiting that child. Now that Kakarot is alive, we must personally eliminate him. As for releasing him, Vegeta paused momentarily. A traitor must face punishment. I intend to let him witness the slaughter of his son and comrades. Then, I shall torment him slowly, allowing him to suffer. In 3 or 4 hours, we shall have a spectacular performance to witness, Vegeta proclaimed, activating the timer on his power level reader. I see. Brilliant, Vegeta, Nappa exclaimed, thrilled. But he knew he must arrive within 3 hours. Kakarot is yours to deal with. I shall handle the other 3, Nappa implored Vegeta. Very well. But let the Namekian divulge the matter of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta reminded, unable to suppress his annoyance at Nappa's fervor, as he did not wish for his aspirations to be thwarted due to Nappa's impetuousness. I truly hope to see you, Kakarot, Nappa exclaimed with impatience. Damn it. Why hasn't Goku arrived yet? Has he been resurrected or not? Krillin voiced his growing anxiety at Goku's prolonged absence. Perhaps we should flee. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, Krillin suggested to Piccolo, unable to contain his thoughts. Fool. Do you think they would allow humanity to escape unscathed? Piccolo reprimanded Krillin. Do not worry, Uncle Krillin. My father will undoubtedly come, then we shall defeat them, Gohan reassured. Damn it. Please, Goku, hurry up. Let them witness your might. Krillin thought to himself, unable to hold back his feelings. Meanwhile, Goku was racing along Snake Way. And after 3 hours, he had only just glimpsed the end of the path. At that moment, Vegeta's scouter emitted a sound, announcing the passage of 3 hours. 3 hours have elapsed. It seems we have waited in vain. This coward Kakarot will not come, Vegeta declared as they all rose. Can we wait a little longer? Perhaps another half hour? Gohan pleaded for one last attempt. Honestly, why is he still not here? Krillin complained. We have already waited long enough. Our patience has worn thin. Vegeta dismissed Gohan's words. Let me unleash my full fury upon them. It is a pity that Kakarot has missed such a spectacle. Nappa slowly approached. I might not see the sun rise tomorrow. What a mess, Krillin chuckled bitterly. We still have a glimmer of hope, if we can manage a successful strike. Piccolo remarked. Uncle Piccolo, you aren't suggesting we target their tails, are you? Gohan suddenly recalled, realizing he had yet to inform them that they had trained their tails, rendering that weakness nearly negligible. Indeed, Saiyans become powerless when their tails are seized. That shall be our opportunity, Piccolo added. But, Uncle Piccolo, would they allow such a glaring weakness to persist without training it? Gohan cautioned. Piccolo pondered for a moment. You are correct. I had not considered that. We can only strive to delay them, hoping to buy time for Goku to arrive, he stated. At that moment in the temple, the deity sensed Goku's energy. He has arrived. Goku is here. Without hesitation, he vanished and appeared before King Yima, spotting Goku immediately. Quick, grab hold of me, the deity urged, disregarding everything else. As he swiftly transported Goku back to the temple, King Yima was somewhat astonished to see Goku's return. I have made significant progress, Goku panted, hastily greeting them before departing once more. It's all up to you. Go, Goku, the deity in bubbles encouraged. Hang in there, friends. Gohan. Goku hurriedly flew towards Korin Tower. He has arrived. Goku must be utterly exhausted. Korin had already prepared the senzu beans, eagerly awaiting Goku's arrival. Moments later, Goku reached Korin Tower, where only 2 senzu beans remained. Thank you, Goku exclaimed as he caught them. Eat one. Excellent. Rejuvenated. Goku, having expended considerable energy traversing Snake Way, felt revitalized after consuming a bean. Flying Nimbus. Goku called to the skies. Ah, it has been a while since I last saw you, and he mounted the cloud, racing towards the battlefield. Back with Gohan. Then we have no choice but to launch a frontal assault, Krillin declared. There is no alternative. Piccolo and Gohan assumed battle stances. Very well. I shall make my move, Krillin shouted as he charged directly at Nappa. Charging head-on? What a fool. Nappa chuckled at the audacity. But just as Krillin was about to collide with him, he suddenly launched a ki blast at the ground. Utilizing the recoil, Krillin leapt high into the air. At that instant, with Nappa's attention diverted, Piccolo seized the opportunity and unleashed a ki blast. Recognizing Nappa's formidable strength, Piccolo did not hold back. And given Nappa's previous injuries had yet to fully heal, he staggered slightly from the impact. Gohan began gathering energy as soon as Krillin moved. And sensing the moment had come, he unleashed a special beam cannon. As Nappa regained his composure, Gohan's attack was already closing in. Even the formidable Nappa felt that there was no escape, and could only hastily raise his hand to defend himself. The outcome was inevitable. Nappa's entire left arm was pierced from palm to shoulder. "Ah, how dare you! I will kill you all," Nappa shouted in fury, clutching his injured arm. Chapter 11. The Wrath of Gohan. Ignoring Nappa's enraged cries, after Gohan's attack, Krillin gathered his energy behind Nappa. A circular attack manifested in Krillin's hand, continuously spinning with formidable power, which he then hurled at Nappa. Nappa quickly dodged, Vegeta warned, sensing the extraordinary nature of the attack. However, caught off guard by Gohan's earlier strike and underestimating Krillin's assault, Nappa only began to evade when Vegeta alerted him. Ultimately, he could not avoid it entirely. Krillin's energy disc severed half of Nappa's left arm. Although it did not completely detach his arm, Nappa would find it impossible to use his left arm in the ensuing battle. "What a fool you are, unable to recognize such an obvious technique. If you can't deal with these few, then you have no reason to live," Vegeta coldly remarked to Nappa. "How infuriating. You all truly make me angry." Nappa was seething, feeling humiliated by the trio's antics. In a fit of rage, he raised his right hand and struck at Krillin. Sensing the threat, Piccolo retaliated with an energy blast, slightly diminishing the force of Nappa's attack. Krillin swiftly dodged, though not entirely unscathed. The subsequent explosion left him grievously wounded. Determined to end Krillin's life, Nappa was met with a simultaneous assault from Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo unleashed a special beam cannon towards Nappa, who raised his arm to block. Gohan seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, sending Nappa flying several meters. Gohan then rushed to Krillin's side, alarmed by his severe injuries. How could he be so badly hurt? If this continues, he won't survive, Gohan exclaimed, taken aback. He hurriedly produced a healing pill from the system and forced it into Krillin's mouth. He knew Krillin could not afford to die. After all, how could Goku transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek without Krillin? Would Gohan take Krillin's place in sacrifice? Not to mention, if Gohan, the Soul Z fighter in the original story to survive without incident, perished in this narrative centered on him, the author would surely face backlash. Fortunately, the healing pill provided by the system was remarkably effective. While it did not heal Krillin instantly, it caused his wounds to begin scabbing over. And even his internal injuries showed signs of recovery. At least he was no longer in danger of losing his life, which relieved Gohan. "You are truly despicable. I spared your life because of the Dragon Balls. Do not overstep your boundaries," Nappa said as he stood up, addressing Piccolo. Just as Piccolo was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze in a particular direction. "What? Such an overwhelming energy from afar," Piccolo exclaimed. "Yes, it feels so familiar. It is my father's energy," Gohan replied, his tension easing. "He has arrived, son Goku." Even Piccolo couldn't help but smile at the prospect. At this moment, Nappa felt a surge of anxiety. Kakarot? Where is he? They could sense the energy of others, particularly Kakarot's. Vegeta, while reactivating his power level scanner, turned his gaze towards the direction Piccolo was looking and was taken aback by the readings displayed on the device. "Vegeta, is it true? Has Kakarot really arrived?" Nappa inquired. "I can't say for certain yet, but he will arrive in 4 minutes," Vegeta replied. "His power level is a staggering 5,000, he continued, sending Nappa into a frenzy. 5,000? This is impossible. There must be some mistake," Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. If it were the old Kakarot, he wouldn't have reached such a level. It seems these warriors' power levels can fluctuate. Therefore, 5,000 might be his minimum, Vegeta mused internally. "Nappa, quickly eliminate those two. If they join forces, it will be troublesome. Consider it a warning to Kakarot," Vegeta commanded. "What about the Dragon Balls?" Nappa questioned. "Fear not, I have a plan. We can go to Namek. There are surely superior Dragon Balls there. I once thought it was merely a legend, but if Kakarot has truly been revived, that would confirm the tale," Vegeta stated. "Very well, your demise is imminent," Nappa declared, charging towards Piccolo and Gohan. In an instant, the three engaged in battle. Although Nappa was heavily injured, it resulted from his underestimation and the element of surprise. Now, as they faced off directly, even in his weakened state, Nappa was holding his ground against the two. Suddenly, Nappa gathered energy for a powerful attack, unleashing it at Piccolo and Gohan without reservation. Fortunately, they dodged just in time, though the residual force sent them flying, leaving them relatively unscathed. Just as the three were about to clash again, Vegeta launched an attack. Gohan, startled by the suddenness, quickly evaded. In that moment, Nappa seized the opportunity to unleash an attack aimed at Gohan, but Piccolo instinctively stepped in front of Gohan. Piccolo fell before Gohan, who was bewildered. "Why? We're so close to the end. Why would Uncle Piccolo do this?" Tears streamed down Gohan's face. "Uncle Piccolo, just hold on a little longer. My father will be here soon," Please, just endure a bit more, Gohan pleaded desperately. This is truly humiliating. The mighty Piccolo would protect a mere child. Huh, but Gohan, you're the only one I can talk to. These past few months have been pleasant. Don't die, Piccolo uttered before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the deity in the temple vanished. Gohan stared blankly at Piccolo's lifeless body, consumed by rage, both at his enemies and himself. Despite knowing the storyline, he had failed to change anything, the death of his respected Uncle Piccolo and the loss of other warriors. Unable to contain himself, Gohan shouted, his aura surging dramatically. At that moment, the readings on Vegeta's power level scanner fluctuated rapidly, leaving him agape. What is happening? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 12. Son Goku finally arrives over 10,000 in power level. Before Nappa could finish speaking, Gohan launched a powerful kick towards him. In the face of Gohan's unrestrained fury, Nappa was helpless. With a single blow, he spat blood mixed with internal fragments, flying away like a rag doll. When he landed, Nappa was several hundred meters away, gasping for breath and clearly on the brink of death. What a waste of time, Vegeta thought. Realizing he would soon have to fight Kakarot, he attempted to interfere, but who could have anticipated that Nappa's power would soar to 12,000? Mafuba. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Gohan unleashed another attack directed at him. Vegeta hurriedly crossed his arms to shield himself, but ultimately, he was struck. Despite this, the damage was minimal, as Gohan's power level was still over 10,000. Vegeta was sent flying but was not severely harmed. The garments on his arms and gloves were torn, leaving him somewhat disheveled. For a Saiyan, it was akin to an ordinary person being lightly struck by a bicycle. It was painful, yet not debilitating, just requiring a moment to recuperate. This little brat is quite formidable. Vegeta couldn't help but regard Gohan with newfound respect. After executing his attack, Gohan's energy plummeted, barely able to stand. What? His power level is only around 700 now. Did that last strike exhaust all his energy? Vegeta realized, enlightened. If I allow him to strike again during my battle with Kakarot, it could spell disaster. With that thought, Vegeta concentrated, forming an energy blast aimed at Gohan. At this moment, Gohan's condition had deteriorated significantly. He was both mentally and physically exhausted, unable to evade the impending blow. Yet, Gohan remained composed, for he could sense the presence of his father. As the energy blast hurtled towards him, he suddenly felt a gentle softness beneath him. Looking down, he realized it was the flying Nimbus. Gohan was whisked away by the Nimbus, but a sense of confusion lingered. Hey, system, how can someone like me ride the Nimbus? He questioned the system, which had been rather inconspicuous and had not made an appearance for several chapters. One mustn't speak so dismissively. After all, I am a system. Safeguarding the host's inner thoughts from prying eyes is a fundamental ability, is it not? The system replied. The Nimbus, unable to sense the host's emotions, felt as though it were carrying a mere stone. Of course, you can ride it, the system reassured him. Stand down. I won't need you for a while, Gohan said, with a hint of ruthlessness. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on Son Goku, who was descending slowly. You finally arrived, Kakarot. Did you come here specifically to defeat me? What a laugh, Vegeta declared. Despite his bravado, Vegeta was on high alert, having learned from Gohan's recent attack. He was uncertain of Goku's maximum battle power, but conservatively estimated it to be around 15,000. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, he died trying to save me. Gohan cried upon seeing Goku, overwhelmed with emotion. After all, Goku was his father, and in his past life, he had no memories of anyone, save for fragments of various experiences. He had inquired about his predicament with the system, which informed him that returning to his previous life was impossible. Retaining such memories would only hinder his existence in this world. The system assured him that it could assist in restoring those memories if Gohan desired, but he declined. After all, possessing such memories would only serve to complicate his life further. It was far more practical to live anew. Tien, Yamchu, Krillin, even Piccolo, Goku murmured, surveying his surroundings before exclaiming, wait, Krillin is still alive. He rushed towards Krillin, helping him up and forcing a senza bean into his mouth, compelling him to swallow. Instantly, Krillin was back on his feet. Krillin, your energy tells me you've made significant progress, Goku exclaimed. But it's useless, they're far too powerful. We stand no chance against them, merely watching as everyone falls, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, and now even Krillin, lamented. So Yamcha has met his end. I didn't sense his energy, Goku said, surprised. Piccolo is dead, and the Dragon Balls cannot bring them back. There is no hope, Krillin replied. There is still a way, Gohan interjected. What do you mean, Gohan? Is there another way? Goku asked, intrigued. They mentioned that Uncle Piccolo is a Namekian. Namek should have Dragon Balls as well, Gohan explained. Yes, Gohan, you're brilliant, Krillin exclaimed with delight. Goku, you've been training with that formidable King Kai, haven't you? Krillin inquired. Yes, I'll handle the battle on my own from here, Goku stated, radiating a terrifying aura that made both Krillin and Gohan fall silent. I want to let you off the hook, Goku declared angrily to Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta felt a twinge of injustice. He hadn't even engaged yet. And yet the blame was being placed upon him. Uncle Krillin, I distinctly remember that big guy was the one battling us. He merely distracted me and allowed us 3 hours to wait for my dad, Gohan remarked. Gohan, don't say that. They came together, Krillin thought for a moment. Unable to counter Gohan's point, and thus he responded dismissively. Gohan unleashed his full energy, causing the surrounding stones to levitate. A battle power of 7,000? 8,000? Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by the reading on the scouter. Previously, others had only displayed such high power during attacks, but Gohan had reached this level effortlessly, indicating that he could achieve even greater power in combat. Over 8,000, Vegeta declared, shattering the scouter in frustration. Uncle Krillin, let us leave. That guy is far too formidable. Staying here will only distract Dad, Gohan urged. All right, but what about everyone's bodies? If they're damaged, reviving them will be problematic. Krillin replied. Don't worry, Dad will know what to do, Gohan reassured him. Very well, follow me closely, Gohan. We must depart, Krillin instructed, leading Gohan away. Chapter 13, the battle between Vegeta and Son Goku. As anticipated, Goku turned to Vegeta and suggested, how about we change locations? I don't mind. Anywhere is fine. Vegeta replied, and the two soared into the distance. Goku cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, thinking, impressive. He can effortlessly keep pace with my speed. Moments later, they arrived in a desolate area devoid of life. All right, it seems there is no one around, Gohan observed, and they landed. Are you choosing this as your burial ground? Vegeta taunted Goku. Humph. It's an honor for a lowly warrior like you to face off against a genius like me, Vegeta retorted, gazing at Goku. As a Saiyan, one is tested for combat aptitude from birth. Individuals with low scores, like yourself, are sent to planets devoid of strong opponents. In essence, you've been eliminated, Vegeta mocked. Well, I consider myself fortunate to have come to Earth. Moreover, with relentless effort, even those deemed eliminated can surpass geniuses. Goku replied nonchalantly. Haha, absurd. Allow me to enlighten you on what it means to be a genius, Vegeta stated. With that, the two ceased their verbal sparring and assumed their stances, locking eyes. Suddenly, Goku charged at Vegeta, delivering a punch, which Vegeta deftly avoided. In retaliation, Vegeta struck back, aiming a punch at Goku's face. Goku caught Vegeta's arm and, seeing the opportunity, kicked at him. Vegeta rolled away from Goku's attack, and Goku pursued him. Vegeta sped towards Goku, his velocity exceeding Goku's expectations. With a powerful elbow strike, he knocked Goku towards the ground. Goku quickly twisted his body, his feet finding purchase as he soared into the air. However, once airborne, he found Vegeta nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared behind Goku. Sensing the impending attack, Goku instinctively lowered his head, causing Vegeta's strike to miss. In response, Goku aimed a kick at Vegeta, who was determined not to be caught by such a feeble attack. With little effort, he deftly evaded the attack, only to retaliate with a powerful kick. Thus ensued an exchange of blows, each one launching them higher into the air. What's the matter, Kakarot? Is this all you've got? Vegeta remarked with an air of nonchalance, immediately following up with a kick to Goku's abdomen. Where has your earlier momentum gone? As Vegeta spoke, he aimed yet another kick, which Goku barely managed to evade. Strike me. Let me experience your prowess. Vegeta delivered a hammering blow to Goku's head, sending him crashing down. Seizing the opportunity, Goku distanced himself from Vegeta, landing with a wary gaze fixed upon his opponent. Indeed, he was formidable. Even without exerting his full strength, Vegeta's power surpassed my own, Goku mused to himself. From above, Vegeta observed Goku with quiet contemplation. Very well, just wait and see, Goku declared to Vegeta. In the next instant, Goku found himself enveloped in a crimson aura. Kaioken, he shouted. The Kaioken technique instantaneously amplifies one's energy. If executed successfully, it multiplies strength, speed, destructive capability, and defense exponentially. However, such a powerful technique comes with significant drawbacks. If not properly controlled, it could lead to self-destruction. At this moment, should Goku attempt to unleash the Kaioken beyond double its limit, his body would be unable to bear the strain. Goku surged towards Vegeta, his speed dramatically increasing. Catching Vegeta off guard as Goku landed a punch squarely on his face. Seizing the advantage, Goku unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, culminating in a kick that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Goku pursued him, and it was then that Vegeta regained his composure. In an instant, Vegeta pivoted sharply, and to Goku's astonishment, landed a kick squarely on his chin. Humph, is this the famed Kaioken? You have thoroughly disappointed me. Vegeta scoffed. This guy is truly impressive. Yet, the dire circumstances only invigorate me, Goku thought, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite facing a formidable adversary, Goku felt an exhilarating thrill. Perhaps due to the warrior blood coursing through his Saiyan veins. Why the laughter? Have you given up? Or do you believe you can handle this newfound power with ease? Vegeta taunted Goku. It seems you're nearing your limits. I shall annihilate you. Allow you to witness the true power of a Saiyan, Vegeta declared. Let us see what you've got, Goku retorted. Humph. Soon, I shall wipe that smile off your face, Vegeta proclaimed. At this moment, Vegeta gathered his energy, the surrounding environment shifting dramatically under the weight of his unleashed power. Goku glanced skyward, noticing the weather had shifted ominously, dark clouds gathering overhead. Such overwhelming energy. Even the earth trembles. Goku exclaimed, taken aback. His energy is as fierce as a tempest. Goku remarked. At this moment, Vegeta finally halted. The flow of the atmosphere ceased, and the clouds dispersed. Goku gazed at the sky in disbelief and declared, "Your doom is at hand, Kakarot." With that, Vegeta lunged towards Goku, who was caught off guard and struck by a powerful headbutt. While Goku was still regaining his composure, Vegeta delivered a swift elbow strike to his abdomen. Goku quickly descended to the ground, eyeing the skies warily. "You fool, I'm right behind you." Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Goku and kicked him away. Goku was sent flying a considerable distance, only to whirl around and see Vegeta above him, gathering energy. A blast of energy surged towards Goku, who, without hesitation, activated the Kaioken X2 to evade the attack. Observing Goku's disheveled state, Vegeta smirked and unleashed an energy wave towards him. Goku, barely managing to dodge, still sustained a scratch from the oncoming attack, revealing that he was clearly outmatched by Vegeta. Even with his Kaioken X2, Goku's power was insufficient, while Vegeta's strength was overwhelming. Impressive. You dodged quite well, Vegeta remarked, showing no sign of regret. Damn it, his speed and power outstrip even my Kaioken X2. Goku thought, feeling increasingly distressed. Very well, I must unleash the Kaioken X3, even if it shatters my body, Goku proclaimed, tearing off his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. Don't be so smug. I allowed you to dodge that last attack on purpose. If I had killed you in one blow, where would the fun in battle be? Vegeta said, crossing his arms with an air of superiority, confident in his strength. Meanwhile, an inexplicable scene unfolded as Yachirobe stealthily hid behind a large rock near the battlefield of Vegeta and Goku. I simply couldn't resist peeking. That guy's skills are truly formidable. It's a nightmare. Yachirobe, resembling a bulky version of Yasuo, trembled in fear. The question arose, why had Yachirobe remained hidden during the earlier confrontations, only to appear now, just as the decisive battle was about to commence? Moreover, how had he managed to evade Vegeta and Goku's detection to approach so closely? Even now, it perplexed him. Returning to the matter at hand, Goku, realizing the gap between himself and Vegeta, felt an exhilarating rush. Can my body withstand the power of Kaioken X3? He pondered. What are you doing, Kakarot? Why aren't you making a move? Are you powerless? Vegeta taunted, noting Goku's hesitation. At this rate, victory is impossible. I must go all out. Goku resolved within himself. It seems I chose the wrong opponent. I am the strongest among the Saiyans. No matter how hard you train, you will fall at my hands, Vegeta declared. This is bad. It seems the Saiyans hold absolute advantage. I must escape, Yachirobe thought anxiously. At that moment, Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, and his energy began to surge dramatically. Kaioken X3, prepare yourself, Goku shouted. On King Kai's planet, King Kai exclaimed, No, Goku, you can't handle it. However, given the current circumstances, defeat seemed inevitable. I never anticipated such formidable enemies. This duel may lead to our loss, he muttered. On Kame House, Bulma and the others anxiously awaited the outcome, and at that moment, Bulma's battle power scanner began to act erratically. What is happening? Kame Sennin inquired urgently. It must be Goku. His battle power is skyrocketing, Bulma replied, but the scanner suddenly exploded. Returning our focus to the battlefield, Goku's aura erupted with a force greater than even Vegeta's previous display. Even if Vegeta had yet to master sensing energy, he could distinctly feel Goku's overwhelming power. Goku's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized upon the opening Vegeta's astonishment had created, launching himself forward. By the time Vegeta regained his composure, it was too late. Goku landed a powerful punch squarely on Vegeta's face before swiftly maneuvering behind him and delivering a kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the air. Goku quickly pursued, while Vegeta adjusted his stance, preparing to unleash an energy wave as Goku approached. However, Goku suddenly changed direction, flanking Vegeta. In a split second, Vegeta fired an energy blast at Goku, who effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a kick to Vegeta's face, causing him to crash into a pile of rocks. Vegeta erupted in fury, shattering the debris around him. You bastard! He yelled as Goku charged at him once more. Vegeta swung a fist, but Goku executed a flawless backflip to evade. Upon landing, Goku stomped the ground, creating a deep crater, then struck Vegeta with a knee to send him flying again. In retaliation, Vegeta rushed at Goku, but after dodging yet another punch, Goku landed a blow to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to double over and spit blood. Ultimately, Goku's current power was merely a temporary boost, lacking true substance. Otherwise, after sustaining so many hits, Vegeta would surely be gravely wounded. Vegeta, with bloodshot eyes, appeared disheveled. Yet Goku was not faring much better. Despite avoiding significant damage, the strain of Kaioken X3 weighed heavily on him. How is it possible? My power is surpassed, Vegeta exclaimed, infuriated. This guy is truly challenging. I must end this fight quickly, or it will become perilous. Blood trickled from Goku's lips. This move is incredible. Goku might actually win. Yachirobe watched from the sidelines in awe. This is utterly impossible. I am a super genius warrior. How could I lose? Vegeta seethed, anger boiling over after enduring Goku's relentless attacks. I am the universe's strongest warrior. He ground out through clenched teeth. My body aches all over. I cannot endure Kaioken X3. If I continue using this technique, I will surely collapse. Goku realized, forcing himself to wield a power beyond his current capabilities. Goku, hang in there. Defeat him. Yachirobe silently cheered on. At this moment, Vegeta sensed something amiss. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and looked down in astonishment. How could that worthless creature have drawn my noble blood? At this moment, Vegeta gazed at his own blood, unable to accept that as a genius. He had been injured by this inferior warrior who had been eliminated. I will not spare you. I would rather forsake this planet. I shall annihilate you along with Earth. In his fury, Vegeta was consumed by rage, his aura erupting without restraint. What did you say? Goku exclaimed in shock at Vegeta's words. Suddenly, Vegeta soared into the sky. Let us see if you can evade this. Even if you manage to dodge, Earth will still be obliterated. Vegeta's hands came together, and a terrifying energy coalesced in his grasp. It was evident that he was not merely boasting. This strike truly had the power to destroy Earth. Chapter 15. Vegeta's resentment. How could you do this? How infuriating. Goku, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. Oh my. Yachirobe's face was filled with terror as he looked up at Vegeta in the sky. I have no choice but to fight you. Gritting his teeth, Goku prepared for battle. Utilizing the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal strength, he suppressed his discomfort to launch an attack. You will not withstand my final flash. Vegeta declared, soon. Earth will be reduced to cosmic dust. At this moment, Vegeta dismissed any concern for his own survival in the universe post-destruction. His singular thought was to defeat Goku and wash away the humiliation Goku had inflicted upon him. If I had known I would die, I would have eaten more dumplings. Yachirobe cried out in fright, showcasing his unique perspective even in the face of death. The two attacks collided, thrusting both into a struggle of might. The shockwaves from their fierce exchange transformed the environment around them, turning nearby rocks into mere tofu, which flew into the air. What? The power of his attack is as formidable as my final flash. Vegeta was astonished. Both sides poured their energy into their respective assaults. But Goku found himself faltering. After all, he had forcibly enhanced his strength with the Kaioken, and such a prolonged battle was untenable. To prevent Earth's destruction, he had to resolve the conflict swiftly. With a fierce determination, Goku gritted his teeth and called forth the Kaioken. For times, he unleashed a 4-fold Kaioken. In an instant, Goku's Kamehameha wave suppressed Vegeta's final flash. It's been repelled. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as he was gradually consumed by Goku's attack, being pushed upward until he faded from view. At this moment, Goku stood still, gasping for breath. He wasn't immobilized by choice. His body simply could not move. The 3-fold Kaioken had already been beyond his physical limits, and now, having forcibly activated the 4-fold Kaioken, his condition was dire. Wow, you did it. Yachirobe exclaimed with a smile. Goku, you're amazing. He rushed towards Goku, who finally noticed Yachirobe. Yachirobe, what are you doing here? Goku asked in surprise. Each word a struggle against the pain he felt. Didn't you notice my arrival? You're fighting so desperately. Do you intend to die? Yachirobe said with a hint of pride. But finally, we've dealt with that troublesome foe. Well done. As he spoke, Yachirobe patted Goku on the shoulder. Goku couldn't help but cry out, revealing just how dire his situation had become. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yachirobe asked, concerned. The power of that last attack was beyond my capacity to endure. Goku responded, indicating the gravity of his condition. Really? Yachirobe exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. All right, I'll leave now. You must persevere. He hurriedly took his leave. The scene shifted back to Vegeta, who had narrowly escaped Goku's onslaught. Watching Goku retreat, he fell silent. Damn it. Vegeta bellowed, veins bulging in anger. How is it possible? Kakarote's battle power cannot surpass mine. His fury ignited. His hair stood on end, even the fur on his tail bristling like a cat's. Impossible. I am a Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta roared to the heavens. After a few deep breaths, he calmed himself. I will not be defeated by you. Despite my disdain for that ugly form, I shall transform into a great ape. Prepare to witness the overwhelming destructive power of my transformation. Vegeta reassured himself. I specifically chose to arrive on Earth during the full moon to eradicate the Earthlings, yet just one Kakarote has forced me to transform. Vegeta seethed, scanning the surroundings for the moon. What is going on? The moon should have appeared by now. Vegeta was filled with confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king watched Vegeta searching for the moon and chuckled. Heh, Saiyan, you will not find the moon on Earth. Thankfully, Piccolo foresaw this and destroyed it beforehand. However, Goku is utterly exhausted. Even without the transformation, his situation is perilous. But if he uses the spirit bomb, he might stand a chance. Goku continued to observe Vegeta in the sky, perplexed. How strange. What is he searching for? Why isn't he attacking? Goku pondered, bewildered by Vegeta's actions. Wait, there is no moon. How could this be? Vegeta was astonished upon realizing the absence of the moon. Damn it. It must be Kakarote who destroyed it. Goku, caught off guard, found himself bearing the blame. Well, it can't be helped. Although it will consume some energy, it must be done. Humph. The look of panic on that kid's face must be amusing. Vegeta laughed heartily as he descended towards Goku. He's coming down. Goku prepared himself. It seems the spirit bomb is the only way to defeat him. I should be able to concentrate my energy, he thought. You destroyed the moon, didn't you? But you will still lose. Vegeta declared to Goku. The moon? What are you talking about? Goku was completely oblivious to Vegeta's words. Chapter 16, Transformation into the Great Ape. Humph. Stop pretending to be confused. Let me reveal the secret of how Saiyans transform upon seeing the full moon. Vegeta, no longer anxious, began to explain to Goku slowly. Son Wukong was left even more perplexed. When sunlight strikes the moon, it is reflected, giving rise to moonlight. It is solely this reflected sunlight that contains the energy of the bull's light waves, which, during a full moon, can reach up to 17 million units, Vegeta slowly articulated. If a Saiyan absorbs such powerful bull's light waves, and they react with their tail, transformation occurs. Throughout the cosmos, many planets are encircled by moons of varying sizes. Yet only during a full moon can the bull's light waves exceed 17 million. At this juncture, Vegeta paused. Saiyans possess the ability to harness oxygen and energy spheres to artificially create a full moon that generates over 17 million bull's light waves. As he spoke, Vegeta began to condense a sphere of light in his hand. Apologies for the wait, Kakarot, your demise is imminent. Ah, a lowly warrior like you could never surpass me. I am a super genius warrior, Vegeta exclaimed, panting heavily from the effort of gathering the light sphere. As the sphere materialized, he felt a significant drain on his energy, leaving Wukong bewildered by his intentions. While Wukong was still in a daze, Vegeta suddenly hurled the light sphere into the air. What are you doing? Wukong gasped in astonishment. Combine with the oxygen, Vegeta shouted, and in an instant, the sphere burst forth with brilliance. What is happening? What is that? Wukong readied himself for action. Could he have created a moon? King Kai was equally astonished. You should regret losing your tail, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed heartily. Wukong quickly turned his gaze to Vegeta, who was now expanding in size, his mouth jutting outward, and fangs beginning to emerge. Meanwhile, we shift to Gohan's side, truthfully. It was rather late for the protagonists to finally appear. After their departure, they hadn't strayed far. Gohan had pulled Krillin aside to rest, utilizing a bounty of food he had exchanged for with his 100 points. The two began to feast. Gohan, you're quite fortunate to have found a universal capsule containing food discarded by other travelers, Krillin remarked, stuffing his mouth. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Gohan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The plausibility of this explanation was quite high, as while universal capsules made carrying items easier, they also increased the likelihood of loss. After resting sufficiently, Gohan, having sustained no injuries but merely fatigue, felt rejuvenated after their meal, while Krillin had consumed a senza bean. During their idle chatter, a sudden brilliance illuminated their surroundings. What is that direction so bright? Is it a star? Krillin queried, gazing into the distance. This must be the artificial moon created by Vegeta. He is about to transform into a great ape, Gohan mused. What is happening? I sense an overwhelming energy, and it's intensifying, Krillin exclaimed, suddenly aware of the aura emanating from Vegeta. That must be the energy of the Saiyan named Vegeta. We must go assist. Gohan urged Krillin. Are you going back to help Wukong? Krillin was taken aback by Gohan's words. Yes, if this continues, my father will be in grave danger, Gohan replied, fully aware of the immense strain King Kai's technique placed on his father. That guy is too powerful. Our presence would be futile, Krillin argued. No. If this goes on, my father will surely be outmatched. With that, Gohan flew towards the battle, disregarding Krillin's protests. Hey, Gohan, wait for me. I'm coming too. Krillin hastily followed suit. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters tall, yet remarkably, his battle suit remained intact. What has happened? How could you change like this? Goku inquired, astonished by Vegeta's drastic transformation. A giant, a monstrous ape. Goku muttered to himself as a realization dawned upon him. Humph. Let me enlighten you. When a Saiyan transforms into a giant ape, their fighting power escalates tenfold. Vegeta explained, having successfully undergone the transformation. However, Goku was too preoccupied to absorb Vegeta's words, as memories began to flood his mind. On nights of a full moon, giants roam. You must not venture outside. Stay home and sleep. His late grandfather, Gohan, had warned him. Let your tail never grow back, or calamity will ensue, a celestial being had foretold. Oh, now I comprehend. The creature that trampled my grandfather and ravaged the Wudong arena was none other than me. Goku finally grasped the truth. I am sorry, Grandpa. The Saiyans are overwhelmingly formidable. I have exerted all my strength, yet I cannot defeat him. If I perish, I shall seek forgiveness in the afterlife. Goku silently lamented. What is that abomination? Such an immense aura of malice. Clad in Saiyan attire, could he truly be a Saiyan? Yachiro pondered as he gazed at the gargantuan Vegeta in the distance, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from him. Humph. Allow me to test this unparalleled spirit bomb. Goku thought to himself. Yet, Vegeta showed no signs of granting him respite, launching a powerful punch towards Goku, who narrowly evaded the blow. The boulder struck by Vegeta's fist shattered instantly, scattering fragments in every direction. Seizing the opportunity while Goku was airborne and unable to regain his footing, Vegeta delivered a swift kick, sending Goku hurtling far away. Vegeta then charged forward in pursuit, prompting Goku to exclaim in alarm, Kaioken. Reluctantly, Goku resorted to the Kaioken technique to evade Vegeta's grasp. Although he narrowly escaped the assault, he was struck by Vegeta's tail, sending him flying. Ah. Do you despair? Have you lost even the strength to flee? Vegeta cackled as he surged towards Goku once more. Chapter 17. Spirit Bomb. The final resort. Such a massive form, yet so agile. There is no time to gather energy to unleash the Spirit Bomb, Goku remarked. He glanced at Vegeta, contemplating that even with a fivefold Kaioken, subduing him would be a daunting task. 10 seconds will suffice. I need time to gather energy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Goku's mind. At that moment, Vegeta charged forward toward Goku, exclaiming, Tien, allow me to borrow your technique. Solar Flare. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from Goku. Ah, my eyes. Vegeta cried, shielding his eyes in agony. Observing the success of his technique, Goku swiftly ascended into the sky, seizing the opportunity to gather energy while Vegeta was blinded. Before long, Goku arrived at an open space. This distance is just right, he remarked, glancing in Vegeta's direction. Earth, oceans, all living beings on this planet, please lend me some of your life energy, Goku said, raising his arms high. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to rub his eyes. Just a little more. The Spirit Bomb is nearly complete, Goku thought to himself. At that moment, the irascible Vegeta opened his eyes. He has regained his sight. Fortunately, there's still a distance between us. I can unleash the Spirit Bomb before he attacks, Goku calculated silently. Damn it. Where are you? Trying to escape? You cannot hide from me. I can sense your energy, Vegeta exclaimed, searching for Goku's figure, proving himself to be a genius warrior as he quickly learned to sense energy. Life energy is a manifestation of concentration, Goku contemplated. Vegeta, likewise attuned to the energy, spotted Goku. He sees me. I must hurry. Goku's anxiety began to mount. In the next instant, the Spirit Bomb took shape. Wonderful. All the life energy of the Earth has been gathered, Goku rejoiced, just as he prepared to launch the Spirit Bomb. However, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave from his mouth, causing Goku's heart to sink. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. What to do? The Spirit Bomb I painstakingly completed has vanished, Goku lamented. Quite resilient, aren't you? Surely, you are exhausted now? Vegeta remarked, gazing at Goku. It's over. Defeating him is utterly impossible. I nearly exhausted all my strength, Goku chuckled bitterly, as the distance between them and the battlefield diminished. Gohan and Krillin arrived in haste. How could he transform into a great ape? Krillin pondered. They rushed toward Vegeta's direction, when suddenly, Yajirobe appeared before them, startling both Gohan and Krillin. Yajirobe? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Do you know? That monster is a Saiyan. Yajirobe hurriedly informed Krillin. I know. If we can sever his tail, he can revert to his original form. Krillin replied. Gohan, you and Yajirobe distract him. I'll find a way to cut off his tail from behind, Krillin instructed before dashing away. Mr. Yajirobe, I may need your help shortly, Gohan said, not rushing over immediately, but addressing Yajirobe before he too departed. Don't be ridiculous. Distracting him? That would be tantamount to suicide. Even if he reverts, we can't defeat him. Yajirobe muttered to himself. The scene shifted back to Vegeta. Haha, feeling good, aren't we? Vegeta taunted, aiming a kick at Goku, who hurriedly dodged but was swiftly slapped away by Vegeta. Another kick struck the immobilized Goku, causing him to let out a pain scream. Just as Vegeta contemplated his next move, he sensed an approaching presence. It seems someone is coming. Where? Vegeta, now adept at sensing energy, quickly discerned the proximity of another. I'm here. Let my father go, Gohan shouted, launching an energy blast at Vegeta, who casually deflected it. Just as Vegeta was about to retort, Goku unleashed an energy wave that struck Vegeta in the eyes, being one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. This caused Vegeta to clutch his eyes in pain. Gohan has arrived. Animals struggle before death, but I currently lack the strength to even resist, Goku murmured before collapsing. At this moment, Krillin, who had circled behind Vegeta, recognized the perfect opportunity and would not let it slip by. He unleashed a key sphere/aim directly at Vegeta's tail. At that moment, Vegeta was still covering his eyes, but just as the attack was about to land, he leaped up, narrowly evading the blow. Impossible, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. I already saw you behind me. You Earthlings are so easily swayed by emotion. It's inconceivable that only a child would come to save his father. Even though you are aware of the tale's significance, it is futile. How amusing that Kakarot's son and his companions have arrived, presumably to bid farewell to Kakarot. How convenient for them to come and collect his remains. Vegeta laughed heartily. This bastard has transformed into a great ape, yet his mind remains so clear. I'm sorry, Goku. I cannot stand by and watch you be killed. But his power is overwhelming. I cannot approach, Krillin thought to himself. Haha. You think you can defeat me? How absurd. Vegeta continued to laugh until suddenly his body froze. It was then that Yajirobe took advantage of Vegeta's focus on Gohan and appeared from behind, severing Vegeta's tail. What? There is another tail? Vegeta exclaimed, his form gradually shrinking until he returned to his original stature. At that moment, Yajirobe hit himself again, thinking, I can only do so much. The rest is up to you. The tail has been severed. Well done, Yajirobe. He has returned to his original form, Krillin said joyfully. No, this isn't my doing. You all handle the rest, Yajirobe thought, feeling exasperated. You despicable creatures, you have enraged me. You will die swiftly for this. Humph. I will annihilate all of you. Vegeta shouted as he rocketed toward Gohan. Gohan, run, Krillin yelled. Vegeta threw a punch at Gohan, who dodged urgently. At this moment, after enduring various attacks and exhausting his energy, Vegeta's combat power had dwindled to approximately below 5,000. Meanwhile, after my previous battle with Nappa, my peak combat power had reached 4,000, so I could still manage to hold my ground against Vegeta for a while. Chapter 18, The Final Battle. Being a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling is rather formidable, Vegeta remarked in surprise while facing off against Gohan. At this moment, Krillin charged forward, while Vegeta swiftly disengaged from Gohan's battle, delivering a kick aimed at Krillin. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan launched an energy blast toward Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta effortlessly kicked Krillin away and dodged Gohan's attack, resuming their fierce confrontation. Despite Gohan benefiting from the rapid learning skills acquired from the system, enabling him to swiftly gain experience, he still paled in comparison to Vegeta in terms of both strength and combat experience. After all, Vegeta had been battling since childhood. His combat intuition and experience were astonishingly high. Consequently, Gohan was inevitably sent flying towards Goku. However, perishing alongside his father was not such a bad fate. How benevolent of me, Vegeta remarked, observing Gohan and Goku lying on the ground. Your father is gravely injured and cannot move. You need to gather your resolve and fight in his stead. Goku urged Gohan, who had just faced Vegeta in battle. I trust you have sensed it. He too has sustained injuries, and his combat power has significantly diminished. Indeed, Kakarot is no ordinary foe. He remains quite lucid, Vegeta praised upon hearing Goku's words. Now, let us establish the order of combat. Kakarot shall be first, followed by his son, and finally that bald little brat, the one who severed my tail. Vegeta's last statement was nearly a roar. He hasn't forgotten that. Yajirobe shuddered in fear upon hearing Vegeta's words. At this moment, Gohan was severely injured. His confrontation with Vegeta had been more of a one-sided beating, where every attack from Vegeta inflicted significant damage while Gohan's strikes were mostly evaded. As Gohan struggled to rise, Vegeta charged at him again. Get lost. It is not your time to shine yet. With that, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast, sending Gohan flying. Approaching Goku, Vegeta looked down upon him and scoffed. A weakling like you has caused me this much trouble? He then began to trample Goku repeatedly, seemingly venting all his pent-up humiliation. Stop. Let him go, Gohan shouted, witnessing his father being treated so cruelly. His aura surged, and Vegeta turned to face him. I will defeat you, Gohan declared, assuming a fighting stance. Defeat me? With those feeble skills? Vegeta mocked. Gohan ceased his words, gathering energy with both hands and launching a wave of ki. Vegeta, despite his injuries, was cautious and leaped to evade the attack. However, what he did not anticipate was that Gohan's strike was merely a feint. The moment Vegeta jumped, Gohan swiftly approached and kicked him into the air. Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He retaliated with a kick, but Gohan quickly dodged. Utilizing Vegeta's own fighting style, Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward him. Vegeta managed to evade most, but was still struck several times, accumulating fresh wounds. Gohan, sensing his advantage, pressed the attack, and Vegeta found himself continuously hit by Gohan's strikes. Krillin, come here, Goku urged through gritted teeth. I cannot handle him. He is too strong. You should have let Gohan escape. Krillin approached Goku while voicing his concerns. Now, Krillin, I entrust him to you. This is a spirit bomb formed from the life force of the entire Earth. Goku instructed. What are you giving me? Krillin inquired. The spirit bomb is composed of the life energy of the Earth. Although much is dissipated, it should still be enough to defeat him. Goku explained. Quickly, take my hand. He insisted. What? Shake hands? I don't understand, but I will follow your instructions. Krillin complied, but as he grasped Goku's hand, he winced in pain. It's fine. Hold on tight. Don't let go, Goku urged. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power manifested in Krillin's hands. What is this? Such potent energy, Krillin gasped, staring at his palm. Keep your palm facing up. It will gradually gather and form a sphere. Focus, Goku instructed. In a short while, the life energy in Krillin's hands coalesced into a spherical form. The spirit bomb was created. It has formed, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment as Gohan's energy began to wane, hinting at a potential resurgence of pressure. Krillin, use the spirit bomb to defeat him. I no longer possess the strength to create another. This time, it must hit. Goku urged. I understand. Leave it to me, Krillin vowed. Truly, Vegeta is formidable. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, he remains a challenge. Gohan contemplated as he continued to battle Vegeta. No, this won't do. His movements are too swift. I cannot land a hit. Krillin lamented, observing the agile Vegeta. When using the Spirit Bomb, do not rely solely on sight. You must feel his malevolent energy and strike. Just as Krillin wrestled with the concept, a voice echoed, Huh? Who is there? Krillin was startled, as there was no one nearby. I am the King Kai, the one who taught the Spirit Bomb to Goku. This strike will determine the fate of the Earth. The voice resonated. Feel the malevolence and strike with all your might. I understand. Krillin grasped the King Kai's advice. At that moment, Vegeta began unleashing his own attacks, energy blasts raining down upon Gohan, who retaliated fiercely in an equal exchange. I feel it. Krillin suddenly found his focus. Ready to launch his attack. Hey, bald head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and strike. Yajirobe shouted impatiently. This incident has thoroughly infuriated Klin. Despite his lack of a nose. What a fool. Klin exclaimed through gritted teeth, hastily hurling a spirit bomb towards Vegeta, which only served to alert him. Seizing the opportunity presented while exchanging blows with Gohan, Vegeta deftly maneuvered away from his original position, sending the spirit bomb hurtling directly towards Gohan. It's over. It missed. At that moment, a voice of despair echoed, exclaiming that everything was lost. The King Kai had been closely monitoring the situation on Earth and remarked upon witnessing this turn of events. However, Gohan remained unfazed, for he understood that due to the limitations of the system, the spirit bomb was unable to detect him. He realized he could take this opportunity to reflect the spirit bomb back. Gohan, send it back. The spirit bomb belongs to us. With not a trace of malevolence in your heart, you can surely redirect it. Goku's voice resonated within Gohan's mind. Prepared for this moment, Gohan swiftly pushed the spirit bomb back, redirecting it once more towards Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was utterly unprepared, for who could have anticipated that such an attack could be reflected back? In an instant, he was struck, the tremendous force exploding upon him, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from his lips as he soared through the air. Krillin, witnessing this formidable assault, stood agape in astonishment, soon erupting in exuberant cheers. Yes, this is incredible. Goku, we have triumphed, he exclaimed, leaping with uncontainable joy. At this juncture, Gohan also began to relax. Aware that Vegeta was not dead but merely gravely injured, his power level had dwindled to a mere 700. Gohan recognized that with the unscathed Yajirobe by their side, they could indeed join forces to vanquish Vegeta. At this moment, Gohan and Krillin arrived beside Goku, finally overcoming him. Haha, I truly believed we were doomed, Krillin remarked. However, you two are injured, Goku replied. But not as severely as you, Krillin countered. As they conversed, Vegeta descended as well. Krillin attempted to rush over, but Gohan swiftly intercepted him. Uncle Krillin, he isn't dead yet, Gohan explained with a questioning gaze. What? After sustaining such a powerful attack, he still hasn't perished? Krillin was astonished. It's all right. He is now but a shadow of his former self, Gohan reassured. You are quite right. This technique is formidable. I thought I was done for. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet. How can this be? The spirit bomb did indeed strike him, King Kai pondered, perplexed. In truth, the spirit bomb was quite potent, yet the duration from its gathering to its release was too prolonged, resulting in a significant loss of energy. Although I am gravely injured, I still possess enough strength to eliminate you worthless beings. I will slay you first, and once my strength is restored, I will obliterate this planet, Vegeta declared. Just as he continued to share his intentions, Gohan unleashed a flash attack. Vegeta, startled, swiftly evaded, realizing that this boy was utterly ruthless. He could not withstand another blow in his current condition. Your current state is far from the bravado you express, Gohan remarked to Vegeta. Damn it, your end is nigh. Vegeta shouted as he unleashed the remnants of his strength, creating an explosion around him. Gohan, though prepared, was still thrown back, spitting blood. Yet, Gohan appeared unfazed, gazing in astonishment at his own tail, which had grown back. He had previously believed that due to the butterfly effect, his tail would not reappear as it did in the original story. After all, he could not entrust his fate to such an uncertain variable. What? Is my destructive power so minimal? Not a single soul has perished, Vegeta mused, still in self-doubt. Hey, Vegeta, look at this, Gohan exclaimed, revealing his tail. What? A tail? Vegeta was genuinely alarmed. If Gohan transformed, it would spell his doom. Hey, system, stop being unhelpful. Tell me, if I become a great ape, how much of my reasoning will remain? Gohan inquired of the system. If his rationality was severely diminished, he would truly hesitate to transform. Otherwise, no one could stop him. Do not worry, as a soul reincarnated, having absorbed the essence of the original Gohan, your reasoning will remain intact, the system assured him. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt a wave of relief and, without hesitation, turned his gaze towards the artificial moon created by Vegeta, beginning his transformation. Damn it, I cannot allow this to succeed. Vegeta thought to intervene, but suddenly, Yajirobe charged in, slashing Vegeta's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, I did it. You little brat. You got what you deserved. How does it feel to witness the power of Yachirobe? He exclaimed, dancing with excitement. At that moment, Vegeta stood once more. My apologies, that hurt a bit, right? I was just joking, I didn't mean to hurt you, Yachirobe said, smiling sheepishly. I greatly admire you, I would like to be your partner, he added eagerly. Vegeta retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, sending Yachirobe flying. At that moment, Vegeta looked up again towards Gohan and noticed that he had successfully transformed into a great ape, curiously surveying his surroundings. Previously, when Goku transformed into a great ape, he completely lost his rationality. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's transformation, felt a sense of dread. In the worst-case scenario, they might not perish at the hands of their enemies but rather at the hands of their own. Is this the transformation of a Saiyan into a great ape? The power has indeed surged immensely, Gohan exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him. What? Impossible. How can Kakarot's lowly offspring retain his sanity after transforming into a great ape? Vegeta was utterly astonished. Perhaps Gohan's half-earthling heritage allows him to retain his reasoning. Krillin thought, breathing a sigh of relief. Damn it. If I weren't so severely injured, I wouldn't fear a couple of monsters. The moon I created will last at least a month. I must find a way to sever his tail, Vegeta pondered, searching for a strategy. Chapter 20. Vegeta's narrow escape. Gohan, suppressing his curiosity, advanced towards Vegeta step by step. No, given my current condition, I cannot possibly contend with him. I need to sever his tail first, Vegeta mused. At that moment, Gohan was unconcerned with Vegeta's thoughts and fired a mouth blast at him. Vegeta, startled, broke into a cold sweat and hastily fled to the side, yet still was caught in the explosion. Injured and coughing up blood, it was evident he had lost the will to fight. Gohan approached Vegeta, who was thinking, this is bad. I can't resist anymore. Everyone assumed Gohan would decisively finish off Vegeta. Excellent. Gohan has succeeded. Krillin thought, oh, I was so worried. Achieving this outcome was no easy feat. Although I cannot show favoritism, the Saiyans could plunge the entire universe into terror. It must be done. Yet, the root of evil remained unaddressed. And King Kai pondered his own thoughts, gazing into the distance. Wait. Gohan suddenly heard Goku's voice in his mind and realized that his father was about to plead for Vegeta. Gohan, could you let your father have his way just this once and spare him? Goku asked. Dad, is it because you wish to fight him freely in the future that you want to let him go? Gohan inquired. Haha, it is indeed so. Trust me. I will surpass Vegeta, cultivate unparalleled strength, and then defeat him, Goku declared. Father, you and I think alike, Gohan replied. Haha. Perhaps it is because we are both Saiyans that we share this trait, Goku chuckled. At this moment, Vegeta swiftly retrieved a remote control from his possession, summoning the spacecraft. Meanwhile, in the devastated East City, a group of individuals gazed with intrigue at the approaching vessel. Suddenly, one of them took flight, startling everyone present. Gohan glanced at the tail behind him, steeling his resolve as he cautiously executed the key blade technique he had discreetly learned from Krillin, severing his tail. After all, Gohan did not wish to acquire an unnecessary vulnerability. The issue of the tail could be addressed later. His thoughts were still occupied with whether to write about GT or Super. Gradually, Gohan's form reverted to its original state, and he hastily purchased a set of clothing from the system, expending 20 points to don it. Hey, Vegeta, my father has instructed me to spare you this time. Should there be a next time, he will defeat you decisively. You may leave, Gohan declared to Vegeta as the latter's spacecraft approached. How infuriating. Are you pitying me? Haha. Just wait, you worthless fools. Remember this well. Next time, no miracles will occur, Vegeta retorted as he boarded the vessel. The scene shifted to an aircraft, where Master Korin was directing everyone towards the battlefield. There, a sphere of light. Goku and the others are right beneath it. Is that true? Really? Is Gohan still alive? He must be alive, Chi-Chi shouted, gripping Master Korin's neck in a fervent plea. This has truly been a trial for Chi-Chi. Ever since her marriage to Son Wukong, the entire household has relied heavily on her management. The Saiyans consume a considerable amount, and Wukong lacks any substantial means of income. Recently, the situation has worsened. The loss of her husband is one burden, and now her son has been abducted by villains. Were she an ordinary person, she would have surely succumbed to despair by now. I genuinely empathize with Chi-Chi. When compared to Bulma, who is older than her, Chi-Chi seems to bear the weight of her years. Gohan will undoubtedly honor his mother with great respect. It should be, Master Karen quickly interjected. I have always advised against bringing her. Master Rashi remarked from the side. What do you mean by should? Why say should? Chi-Chi shouted in response. There is no other option. Can you sense the energy of the 4 individuals? No, 5. Their energies are quite feeble. What on earth is transpiring? Master Rashi stated after a moment of careful contemplation. As expected of Master Wutian, while their energy levels may not compare to Wukong and Krillin, their understanding and perception of energy far surpasses theirs. I'm uncertain. I can only perceive a portion, but that Saiyan is undoubtedly on the brink of death, Master Karen declared. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed, reward points received. With Vegeta's departure, the system's voice resonated. At this moment, Gohan has accumulated points, yet he hesitates to redeem the magical beans to heal his father. Firstly, he cannot disclose the origin of the beings. Secondly, if Wukong and Krillin were to venture to Namek without the gravity training chamber, it is highly likely they would not even be able to contend with the Jinyu force, let alone Frieza. Gohan does not believe he could elevate his combat power to the threshold of 3 million required for the Super Saiyan transformation. Currently, Gohan sits beside Krillin, who is equally distressed. So many have perished. How can we possibly explain this to them? Krillin lamented. At that moment, an aircraft descended, and the cabin door gradually opened. Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed out. Chi-Chi? Son Wukong was slightly taken aback, but Chi-Chi leaped over him, truly vaulting over his head, and instantly embraced Gohan. Gohan, are you all right? Mama's here. My poor child. Upon seeing Gohan unharmed, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with joy, but her heart ached upon noticing his injuries. I'm fine, Mama. The battle is over. Comforted by his mother's warm embrace and her deep concern, Gohan sought to reassure Chi-Chi. Gohan is all right, but Wukong's condition is dire. Krillin informed Chi-Chi, lamenting, poor child. It's tragic. You must never leave your mother again. Yet, Chi-Chi paid no heed to Krillin and continued speaking to Gohan. Mama, let's go check on Daddy. He's badly hurt. Unable to contain his concern, Gohan took Chi-Chi's hand and led her to Wukong's side. How are you doing, Wukong? The others inquired surrounding him. His injuries are severe. Master Roshi observed gravely. I'm sorry, the Saiyans escaped, Krillin added. It's all right. Driving them off is no small feat. Korin offered consolation. Korin, that foe was formidable. Apart from us four, everyone else has perished. Krillin struggled to continue, as Yamcha's demise felt less relevant to him this time, so he refrained from mentioning it. Chapter 21. Namek, A New Hope. I know. It's all right. In a year, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive them, right? Bulma said nonchalantly. Huh? Krillin was perplexed. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Bulma questioned the silent Korin. Piccolo is dead, and thus the Dragon Balls no longer exist. Wukong explained to Bulma. What? That's a lie. Didn't you say there were still 4 alive? Isn't the other one Piccolo? Bulma asked urgently. I'm sorry, the other one is me. Yajirobe declared proudly as he stepped forward. What? Yamcha can't be. Bulma burst into tears. To be honest, in the original text, Bulma's tears felt somewhat subdued. Her feelings for Yamcha were not particularly strong at this moment, as there had been similar situations during the martial arts tournament. And her sorrow seemed more akin to that of a familiar friend. You knew all along? Master Roshi inquired curiously of Korin. Korin nodded in acknowledgement. How could this happen? I thought Piccolo was still alive. Master Roshi's brow furrowed. What does this mean? I'm still alive. I'm truly sorry. Would you be happier if I were replaced by Piccolo? I played a significant role in this battle, you know? Am I really that useless? Yajirobe yelled in discontent. He indeed contributed greatly. We should not place blame on him, especially since Piccolo's fate is not his fault. Gohan joined Chi-Chi, who had rushed over. Quickly. Let us take the injured to the hospital. We're out of Senza beans. Korin hastily redirected the conversation. Soon, everyone boarded the aircraft. Their bodies should be around here. Just a bit further, Krillin directed Master Roshi as they searched for the others' remains. Actually, we still have a way to revive the others. But don't get your hopes up, Gohan remarked. What? There is another method? Master Roshi asked. Hold on, we'll discuss it later. Master Roshi, it's right here. We should find their bodies first, Krillin interrupted. After some time, all the bodies were located and collected, except for Kaiatsu, whose remains were completely obliterated. Even the body of Nappa was discovered. They did not overly complicate matters with his body either, simply digging a hole on-site to dispose of Nappa, fulfilling their duty. Once everything was tidied up, Bulma inquired, now can we explain what transpired? Let me explain. The Saiyans must have learned about the Dragon Balls and their wish-granting powers through the battle power scouter that Wukong had. Krillin addressed the group. Oh, is that so? Wukong was astonished. When we encountered Piccolo, they mentioned Namekian, suggesting that Piccolo and the gods are extraterrestrial beings, Krillin noted. With such peculiar appearances, it's hardly surprising. Yajirobe chimed in. What they said next is more crucial. They mentioned that Namek also has magical orbs capable of granting wishes, if we can't find them on Earth. We should go to Namek, Krillin continued, not minding the astonished expressions around him. If all this is true, if we find Namek, perhaps we can obtain the Dragon Balls. Krillin insisted, disregarding the group's shock. Yes, if we use the Dragon Balls from Namek to revive Uncle Piccolo, then the Dragon Balls on Earth will regain their potency. Gohan added. Gohan, what are you saying? Chi-Chi was bewildered upon hearing her son's words, for in her eyes, the one who had taken Gohan away for a year was far from a good person, especially since he was previously known as the Demon King Piccolo. Oh, Gohan. You're brilliant. How did I not think of that? This is amazing. Everyone has hope for revival. The others were filled with joy upon hearing this. Ah. You all are so naive. It's like you're dreaming. How can this possibly come to fruition? Bulma interjected, dampening the spirits of the group. Bulma. Why can't it work? Krillin asked, puzzled. Do you even know where that star is? Bulma questioned. Upon hearing this, Krillin's enthusiasm deflated. Let me handle it. I'll use telepathy to ask King Kai. He must know where Namek is, Wukong told the group. Namek? Of course, I know. I am King Kai. Suddenly, King Kai's voice resonated among them. Well, We can all hear him. Is that King Kai? Master Roshi exclaimed. King Kai, we can all hear you. Please tell us. Yukon urged. All right, but first, I must commend your performance. To be honest, when Yukon was defeated, I thought it was all over. King Kai remarked. Indeed. I was equally astonished. Even the Kaioken had no effect on him. Yukon responded. Well, that Vegeta is truly formidable. I underestimated him. I never anticipated he could reach such heights. Namek is located at the 9045 YX coordinates in the SU-83 direction, using Earth S terms, King Kai said after consulting his notes. Coordinates 9045 YX? Bulma gasped in shock. What's wrong, Bulma? Krillin inquired upon seeing her reaction. Old Turtle, come help me pilot. I need to calculate. Bulma instructed Master Roshi. Old Turtle? Master Roshi felt a mix of emotions but took on the task of piloting the aircraft. Once, Namek was extraordinarily beautiful, but long ago. Its climate underwent drastic changes, leading to the extinction of the Namekians. Now, Namek is in the process of recovery, and it's uncertain if anyone still survives. King Kai added. How could this happen? Alas, there are still no Dragon Balls. The group lamented. Don't fret. Let me investigate further. Oh, here it is. Let me observe the King of Worlds utilizing his abilities to locate Namek. So it was like this. The Namekians, who have ascended to a divine state, fled to Earth to escape climatic disasters, only to lose their memories and forget their former lives. Perhaps at that time, he was still a child. A past too painful to recall. The King of Worlds recounted the history of Piccolo, who was once a deity. Alas, isn't the Dragon Ball capable of granting wishes? Why didn't the Namekian request the Dragon Balls to alter the dire climate conditions? Yachirobe suddenly interjected with a question. Chapter 22. The method to reach Namek that's impossible. Didn't the dragon say that wishes surpassing the capabilities of the Dragon Ball creators cannot be fulfilled? Thus, the dragon might also be powerless against the Saiyans, Master Roshi explained to Yachirobe. It seems the Dragon Balls are indeed limited. Yachirobe scoffed at this explanation. Furthermore, the Namekians, although fewer than 100 remain, are diligently working to rebuild their homeland. At this moment, the King of Worlds had also found the surviving Namekians. Really? Krillin exclaimed excitedly. There are still 100 such beings? Yachirobe couldn't help but think of the wrinkled, green visage of the deity. Fear not. The Namekians are very gentle, just like the one who became a deity on Earth. As for the demon King Piccolo, it's likely he was influenced by the malevolence of humans before he ascended, the King of Worlds elucidated. I see. Indeed such villains exist in the world. Yachirobe concurred at the opportune moment. Why do you always interrupt? Master Karen admonished Yachirobe for persistently interrupting the King of Worlds. So, perhaps it's not just the Supreme Kai, Yamcha, Tien Shin'an, they all might have the chance to be resurrected. Master Roshi suggested. Impossible. Don't be foolish. Bulma interjected as she completed her calculations. Have you considered that while we now know the location of Namek, how do we get there? Bulma responded to the perplexed gazes of the crowd. We can travel in a spaceship. Krillin replied without hesitation. This is precisely why I called you foolish. The spaceship my father developed possesses the finest engine in the world. But do you know how long it takes to reach Namek? Bulma continued her inquiry. Don't be frightened by this figure. It's 4,349 years and 3 months. We do need to attain immortality, Bulma declared. We could use the Saiyan ship. Gohan chimed in. Yes, Gohan, you're truly clever. Krillin couldn't help but praise him again. But the Saiyans have already departed in their spaceship. Master Roshi remarked in perplexity. No, we've seen Vegeta's spaceship. It's a small one meant for a single occupant. Therefore, the deceased Saiyans spaceship must still be here. Gohan quickly explained to the others. It's fine. As long as they're S1, once we find it, we can study it. Perhaps they're SA way, Bulma said confidently. Oh. That ship must still be at the location where the Saiyans landed. We ought to head there immediately. Master Roshi reminded the group. Don't rush. Look. I found something great. When Vegeta presses this, the spaceship will arrive. This must be a remote control. Krillin suddenly produced an object resembling a button phone. At that moment, Gohan rifled through his memories but could not recall when or where Krillin had acquired this item. After pondering and finding nothing, he decided to abandon the thought. As it didn't seem significant. Aunt Bulma, please don't press anything recklessly before you study this device. Gohan urgently cautioned. Rest assured, I will succeed. Bulma assured them. The next day, all combatants entered the hospital. Gohan and Krillin, having sustained lighter injuries, were already able to move about. However, Goku was severely injured and had been assigned to stay in the hospital. Seeing that his father was undergoing examination and that people were visiting him, Gohan began to contemplate his expenditures. Over 12,000 points, neither too much nor too little. Let me think, Gohan reflected seriously. As for skills, there is nothing particularly useful at the moment. The odds of winning something good in the lottery are too low. I think I'll redeem 2 Sins of Beans. As we will soon head to Namek, and battles are inevitable. I'll draw twice more, and save the remaining points for some daily necessities. Gohan made up his mind. With a plan in place, Gohan promptly purchased 2 Sins of Beans, spending 10,000 points, and then spent another 1,000 points, resulting in a familiar jar appearing before him. With a thought, he opened the jar. A watch emerged from within. No way, the first time it was a bag of salt, and now it's a watch. The lottery truly yields nothing of value, Gohan mused. Could you at least ask me the purpose of this item before jumping to conclusions? The system's voice chimed in. Oh, then what are its benefits? Gohan eagerly inquired. This? It's a storage watch, akin to those mystical novels with spatial rings, the system explained. Isn't that still a useless item? I could simply ask Bulma for an identical watch. Does the universal capsule truly have to be in capsule form? Gohan expressed his disdain. This is not as worthless as you claim. This watch will virtualize upon receiving an attack, meaning it cannot be damaged and has infinite space. At the very least, that is something the universal capsule cannot achieve. Moreover, it can keep the contents within in a state of suspended time. Able to store everything except living beings, the system continued to extol the watch's virtues. Well, in that case, this item isn't too bad. Gohan thought as he examined the watch. Quite nice, it aligns with my aesthetic, he remarked while fastening the watch to his wrist. Alright, let us try again. I'll keep the remaining 1,000 points for emergencies. Another jar appeared before Gohan, and as it shattered, a book emerged from the fragments. The book bore bold characters on its cover, titled, 9 Young Divine Skill. Wow, this is a remarkable treasure. With this, I could become even stronger. Gohan exclaimed to the system, as this was the best item he had ever drawn in the lottery. You're dreaming. In the Dragon Ball world, this item would be scoffed at. The techniques Piccolo taught you about managing ki are far superior to this triviality. Do you think the characters in Dragon Ball have a rudimentary understanding of ki? Master Roshi and Master Shin's teacher, Mateto, was a legendary master. If you showed this to him, he'd likely use it as a table leg. The system mocked. What? I thought I had struck gold. Gohan responded angrily. After all, the mastery of ki far surpasses that of internal energy. Otherwise, why would I have suggested you draw some martial arts techniques? At most, they would only make your moves look more impressive. With your current strength, using ki to fuel various martial arts moves is akin to trying to contain lava in a wooden barrel. Do you think it's that simple? Chapter 23. The new spaceship. Ha ha ha. It will take 4 months for my injury to heal. It's quite a trial, and I may not fully recover. Son Wukong remarked from his hospital bed, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful. Do not worry. In about a month, the new celestial beings should be ready to sprout. Master Karen reassured him from the side. Both Gohan and I have been fortunate. However, the hospital mandates a 3-day stay for inpatients, otherwise I could leave tomorrow, Krillin jested. Observing Son Wukong, whose body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. I suffered greatly as well. Why wasn't I allowed to stay? Yachirobe complained from his seat, crossing his legs and expressing his discontent. Are you envious of the hospital's meals? Master Karen teased, revealing Yachirobe's true motives. In a moment of desperation before being nearly killed by the Saiyans, Yachirobe had exclaimed, I admire you. I wish to be your partner. Krillin chuckled, ready to share the embarrassing story. Yes. I saw him hurriedly apologize after cutting down Vegeta, saying, sorry, that must have hurt a bit. Right? He started to show concern for Vegeta's injuries. Gohan chimed in, joining the light-hearted banner. Beware, or I shall give you a beating. I merely wish to incapacitate him. Yachirobe hurriedly defended himself, filling the room with laughter. Regardless, you all displayed remarkable bravery. Even those who perished at the hands of the Saiyans have a chance at resurrection. King Ox addressed the group, adding a note of hope. Perhaps Toriyama initially intended to redeem Vegeta. Otherwise, why would he arrive on Earth without causing any fatalities? Enough of that. Everyone, look at the television. Bulma rushed in, her new hairstyle strikingly beautiful. Bulma, is that you? I thought a nurse was shouting. Master Roshi initially questioned, perplexed by the commotion. Upon recognizing Bulma, he understood. Less chatter. Watch the television. Bulma hurriedly turned it on, revealing a news report about the Saiyan spacecraft. What? This is a Saiyan ship. Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. This is alarming. The nation's scholars have discovered it, Master Roshi remarked, a frown crossing his brow. Hey, this is amusing. Let's use the remote Krillin found to make it fly away. It will surely surprise them. Bulma suggested, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Wait, Bulma. Are you certain you've perfected your research? We cannot press random buttons. Perhaps you should contact the government directly. Given your family's capabilities, it should not be a challenge. Gohan urged, anxious about the consequences of Bulma's actions. Do not underestimate me. I am a genius. I have thoroughly studied this device. Just watch. If we can get it to move, that will suffice. Bulma declared, pressing the remote button. Gohan, believing he had warned her adequately, chose not to intervene. Is it moving? Let me see. Son Wukong protested from behind, clearly anxious. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the spacecraft exploded before their eyes. What just happened? That object exploded. What on earth occurred? The television host reported in a flurry. How could this happen? Did I accidentally press the self-destruct button? Bulma's shout startled even the patients outside their room. Gohan felt disheartened, realizing that his father's spaceship from when he came to Earth would not be easily replaced. The last glimmer of hope extinguished, Master Karen and Yachirobe muttered in unison. It's over. Krillin lamented, this is disastrous. Using the flying Nimbus seems unfeasible, he pondered. Abandoning that notion. This is all your fault for picking up that broken remote. Bulma naturally shifted the blame. Clearly, it was your reckless pressing of buttons, Krillin retorted, refusing to accept responsibility. As the arguments continued, Bu suddenly appeared at the window, startling Bulma, who had been conversing. Who among you will accompany me? I have located the spaceship, Bu stated calmly, ignoring their astonishment. Did you truly find the spaceship, Bu? Krillin asked eagerly, while Bu confidently asserted his connection to the gods, having resided in the temple longer than even they. Perhaps as a vague term, Krillin remarked, confused. I believe it may be the spaceship, but I cannot be certain. Hence, I wish for one of you to accompany me to confirm, Bu explained. Bu, you're calling me? Bulma asked in bewilderment, pointing at herself. You are the only one knowledgeable about the spaceship, Krillin insisted, offering an irrefutable argument. I wish to go as well. Gohan interjected. What? Gohan, why would you want to go? Chi-Chi inquired, alarmed. I want to see the spaceship. Please let me go, mother. Gohan pleaded. Indeed, Chi-Chi. Gohan is at an age where curiosity about new experiences flourishes. Allow him to accompany me. I will ensure his safety, Bulma assured Chi-Chi, eager to have Gohan along for her own security. Well, you make a fair point, Chi-Chi conceded after consideration. Although the blanket could only accommodate one more person, a child could fit if they squeezed together. With the participants decided, Bu announced, let's set off. As they prepared, they vanished from sight with a whoosh. How did they disappear so quickly? Master Roshi pondered, bewildered. Is there truly a spaceship? Krillin questioned, concern evident in his voice. Chapter 24. Preparing for departure, the scene shifted, and Gohan and the others found themselves in a desolate region. We have arrived. You may disembark, Bu declared. What? We arrived so swiftly? Where is this? It is freezing. Bulma wondered aloud, following Gohan as they joined Bu. This is the Sabaton Highlands. Bu informed Bulma, we are at the edge of the earth. Was it really just a blink of an eye to reach this place? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Popo, is this the ability of the Earth's deity? Gohan inquired. Well, you could say that. This blanket belongs to the temple and can appear anywhere on Earth, Popo explained to Gohan. Where is it? It should be over here. Popo muttered to himself. Wait for me. How could a spaceship be in a place like this? Bulma questioned. Aunt Bulma, let us follow Mr. Popo, Gohan suggested, prompting the group to walk for a while. Found it. This is it. Popo suddenly halted, and as Gohan and Bulma took a few steps forward, they saw a structure resembling a giant insect, and they leaped down the stone wall. Is this a spaceship? Popo asked. Let me examine it. Bulma approached to investigate as well. She first knocked on the peculiar building, producing a clear sound, and Gohan followed suit, although he could not draw any conclusions. Witnessing Bulma's actions triggered a deep-seated instinct within Gohan, compelling him to knock and listen to the sound. What is this made of? It doesn't seem like metal. Can you explain it more clearly? Bulma asked Popo. About 100 years ago, the deity suddenly mentioned some past events. Surprisingly, the deity said he lived in the Sabaton Highlands as a child. I asked the deity why he lived there, as the environment is unsuitable for habitation, and he said he didn't know, but it seemed he had suffered a severe blow to the head and lost his memory. By the way, why is it that both Goku and the deity lost their memories due to head injuries? Couldn't the old bird think of some other reason? I then asked the deity if he had parents, and he said no, only a letter that read, I will arrive shortly. Wait for me. Popo recounted the deity's story. What are you talking about? I still don't understand, Bulma said, puzzled. Aunt Bulma, didn't the King of Worlds say that the deity and Uncle Piccolo are refugees from Namek? Perhaps they came to Earth in this vessel. Gohan reminded Bulma. Oh, right. How could I forget? Bulma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Popo then recounted the hardships and helplessness of the deity and Piccolo during their childhood. Hey, you've said so much. But what does it have to do with this thing? Bulma said, tapping on the spaceship. Oh, why are you so impatient? I'm getting to the point, Popo assured Bulma. He then went on to elaborate extensively about the spaceship, before suddenly shouting, Piccolo. The bottom of the spaceship abruptly opened, slowly descending into the air. Is this the entrance? Bulma gasped. The group then ascended onto the platform, and upon another shout, the door closed. Piccolo, Popo said, and as the platform rose, they finally entered the interior of the spaceship. Take a good look. This isn't a house, it's a spaceship, Popo remarked to Bulma. I only remembered this place after hearing the King of Worlds mention it, so I came and found it, Popo continued with his speculations. Indeed. This certainly doesn't resemble a home. It's a spaceship. Bulma observed her surroundings. But I don't know if it's operational yet. The door can open, so it must still function. Is this the start button? No. Bulma began examining the equipment around her. Is this thing voice-activated? Gohan couldn't help but interject, providing a hint. Otherwise, they would still be guessing for ages. He couldn't let Bulma tamper with the spaceship any further. If it broke, it would lead to serious trouble. Yeah. Isn't it Piccolo? Popo replied. No, that's the secret code for entering and exiting. Start it. Did you hear? Let us fly, just fly. Bulma continuously spoke to one of the devices, believing it needed to be activated with the Namekian language since Earth was not the origin of the spaceship. Gohan added. That's right, Bulma, you're quite clever, much better than your father. I remember when we were at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The deity spoke to Piccolo in that language. It must be Namekian. Is it the Namekian language? I can speak it, Popo exclaimed. Really? Bulma asked excitedly. Indeed. In the Namekian language, the term Piccolo means different world, perfectly suited for entrances and exits, Popo explained. Oh, now it makes sense. So, the great demon king Piccolo means the demon king of a different world. Let us give it a try. You say fly in Namekian. Bulma instructed Popo. Fly where? Popo asked. Anywhere. To Jupiter. Bulma declared. Then they heard Popo utter a series of strange, hard-to-hear sounds. Once he finished, the instrument suddenly emitted a sound. This word means understand. Popo explained to Bulma. Suddenly, they all felt a sensation of weightlessness, and once stability returned, they looked out the window to see Jupiter before them. Gohan was on his toes, gazing outside. After all, this was his first visit to outer space throughout his past and present lives. Wow, we've arrived at Jupiter. This is incredible. This spaceship is amazing. Fantastic. Bulma shouted excitedly. Wonderful. Now the deity can be revived. Popo said, unable to hold back tears at this news. The group then returned to the hospital. So, we now have a spaceship. It will only take a month to reach Namek. Bulma told everyone about the events that had transpired. Gohan also recounted his experiences in outer space to Chi-Chi. Gohan, this trip to outer space is a rare opportunity. You must study diligently and aim to pursue research in this field. Chi-Chi encouraged Gohan, adding that they would depart in 5 days. Bulma concluded, addressing everyone. Chapter 25. Departure. Destination Namek. Traveling to Namek in the deity's spaceship is simply remarkable. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. The faint hope is about to become a reality, Corinne said with satisfaction. Popo, you must help with this. Bulma urged Popo. Huh, no way I can't go? Popo quickly responded to Bulma's plea. What? That is unacceptable. You have to go. You are the only one who understands the Namekian language. Bulma insisted, becoming anxious. I truly cannot go. The temple cannot be left unattended for 2 months. Don't worry. I'll teach you the Namekian language, Popo explained, looking at the frantic Bulma. Then it seems only Bulma can go. If anything happens, she is the only one who understands the machinery. Krillin agreed with Popo's reasoning. All right, but it shouldn't be too dangerous, Bulma conceded. Then began muttering to herself about needing a restroom, a shower, and a myriad of other random amenities. However, I can't go alone. I need someone to accompany me. Bulma insisted. Hey, don't even think about it. I absolutely will not go. Akiralobe, in a peculiar display of confidence, believed that Bulma would choose him. No one expects you to seek out Master Karen, he was told. It takes 2 months to travel back and forth. Reluctantly, he agreed. Very well. I shall visit Master Roshi, he said with a sly grin. Going there would only pose greater danger. Bulma vehemently countered. Goku is gravely injured. Krillin, you should accompany me. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma asserted her decision. What? Me? All right, but it will take 2 months, and I won't be able to train. I have no idea when the Saiyans will return. Although Krillin was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. I also wish to go. I am eager to see what the Dragon of Namek is like, Goku remarked from his sickbed. Krillin then offered some comforting words to Goku, urging him to rest and prepare for the potential return of Vegeta. Suddenly, a notification echoed through the room. System task initiated. Reach Namek. Task reward, 5,000 points. This left Gohan momentarily stunned, as he had intended to go as well, and now had an additional reason to do so. I want to go too, Gohan declared, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. Gohan, don't joke around. Chi-Chi quickly admonished him. Mother, I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to go. No. I must go. Uncle Piccolo sacrificed himself to save me, and I am determined to revive him, Gohan implored Chi-Chi. Preposterous. It will take 2 months. Chi-Chi attempted to protest, but Goku interrupted her. Well said, Gohan. This sentiment is not to be disregarded, he remarked, igniting Chi-Chi's fury. You two must be quiet. There is no way I will allow Gohan to go. What if something happens? This year has already caused me enough worry. What about your studies? You are falling far behind the other children. I absolutely cannot agree to this. Absolutely not. Piccolo's fate is not your concern. You are still a child. And you must behave like one. Chi-Chi shouted in exasperation. At this moment, Chi-Chi held a considerable bias against Piccolo, considering he was once the notorious Demon King who had stolen away Gohan for an entire year, preventing their mother-son reunion. Mother, I will catch up on my studies when I return. Besides, I have already fallen behind for a year. An additional 2 months is inconsequential. I promise to study diligently upon my return. Furthermore, did you not always teach me to be grateful? Uncle Piccolo took care of me for a whole year. He is not a villain. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to protect me. If I do not assist him, would I not be a bad child? Gohan declared as he jumped into Chi-Chi's embrace, playfully seeking her affection. Having traversed into Gohan's body, he had adopted a childlike demeanor, feeling no discomfort in expressing his affection for his mother. Gohan considered Chi-Chi's response entirely reasonable, given a child forcibly taken away for a year, leaving a mother unaware of her child's fate. He also felt confident. Although the system offered minimal assistance in combat, it proved invaluable in social situations. He had perused the system's marketplace. Knowledge from grades 1 to 3 in the Dragon Ball world required 2,000 points, and from grades 3 to 6, 3,000 points. Though slightly pricey, it was still manageable. He could directly exchange for it later. Upon hearing Gohan's intention to become a bad child, Chi-Chi was somewhat moved. The others began to persuade her. Give in, Chi-Chi, let Gohan board the spaceship. The Ox King finally urged, patting Chi-Chi on the shoulder. Rest assured, leave it to us. There will be no danger. Bulma added, convincing Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to embark on the spaceship. I must first learn the Namekian language thoroughly. We shall meet at Kame House in 10 days. Bulma announced to the group. Time flew by, and the day of departure finally arrived. A spaceship resembling a four-legged insect landed on Kame Island. Wow, Bulma, can this really fly into space? Krillin, donned in a hat, a yellow shirt, white pants, and a green jacket, looked like a tourist ready for an adventure. Krillin, dressed like that, do you think you're going on vacation? Do not underestimate space travel. I even had to cut my hair to fit this spacesuit. Bulma retorted, clad in a full astronaut outfit. Why hasn't Gohan arrived yet? Bulma asked Krillin, who had been waiting impatiently. He said he needed to say goodbye to Goku and would be here shortly. Krillin explained. Bulma, do we need to bring an umbrella? Will it rain on Namek? Krillin inquired. Whatever, stop being so tedious. Bulma replied, exasperated, as it was impossible for her to know such details since she had never been in Namek. After a while, the Ox King and Chi-Chi finally arrived with Gohan. Sorry for being late, Gohan said as he descended from the flying vehicle. Gohan, please be careful on your journey, and remember to brush your teeth after meals. Chi-Chi advised while pulling Gohan down, though the others were taken aback by Gohan's appearance. Currently, Gohan carried a small backpack, a water bottle slung over his shoulder, and his hair styled into a bowl cut, resembling a kindergarten child preparing for a spring outing. Although Gohan had strongly opposed his hairstyle, he felt utterly helpless under Chi-Chi's maternal influence, ultimately accepting this indignity. Haha, Gohan, what happened to you? Why is your hair like that? Krillin laughed. My father used to laugh like that, Gohan responded. This is humanity's first venture into space. One must dress appropriately. Chi-Chi chimed in from behind Gohan. Let us set off. I feel utterly drained, Bulma remarked, observing her only normal self. After exchanging farewells, Gohan and the others boarded the spaceship. I'm so nervous, Bulma. Where do we put our luggage? Krillin asked, scanning the spaceship's interior. Anywhere, just sit down quickly. Bulma snapped, her attire making her appear rather foolish. And her mood was less than pleasant. 5 seconds until departure. Destination, Namek. Bulma commanded the spaceship. Before Gohan and Krillin could settle in, the spaceship took off abruptly, nearly causing them to stumble. All right, you may move around freely now. Once we exit the atmosphere, it will stabilize, Bulma announced, ignoring Krillin's complaints as she rose from the pilot's seat. Have we already left the atmosphere? Krillin exclaimed in surprise, but Bulma walked straight toward the cabin. Hey, Bulma, where are you going? Krillin called out. So annoying, I need to change clothes. Bulma replied. Change clothes? Is it for sleep? Are we going to sleep already? Krillin asked, puzzled. Perhaps it's because her attire is so out of place compared to ours. Gohan suggested. Really? Whatever, let us not discuss that. I didn't bring sleepwear, did you? Krillin asked, patting Gohan's bald head. Yes, my mother packed well for me, Gohan replied. Oh, are you planning to wear that suit the entire time? Krillin inquired, glancing at Gohan's outfit. No, I secretly made myself a set of clothes, which I exchanged for in the system marketplace, Gohan replied, dramatically rummaging through his bag to retrieve the clothing from his watch and changing into it. Oh, so you respect Piccolo that much? Krillin remarked, noticing Gohan in attire similar to Piccolo's. Yes, just as I respect my father, Gohan affirmed. After a while, Bulma emerged from changing clothes, and thus, the trio embarked on their journey to Namek, passing 7 uneventful days. Bulma lay on a small bed. Clad only in undergarments, the original version depicted her as wearing nothing but a bra, idly flipping through a book and stifling yawns. Looking around, she surveyed the chaotic mess of cans, plastic bags, cardboard boxes, and books surrounding her. I'm going to suffocate from boredom. What should I do? It's only been 7 days, and there are still over 20 left. If only I had a long-term sleep device, Bulma lamented. Gohan and Krillin sat across from each other. Are you two still training in meditation? Not a bad idea. At least it kills time, Bulma observed. Suddenly, Krillin opened his eyes, pushing himself up and gasping for breath. You're impressive. With Goku's bloodline and Piccolo's special training, Krillin praised Gohan. At this moment, Gohan maintained a combat power of 6,000, which could peak around 8,000. But Krillin, you have so many techniques. I admire you, Gohan remarked, acknowledging that Krillin had experienced far more battles than he had. Hey, it's great that you both remember to train, but this place is a mess. Shouldn't we tidy up? Bulma suggested, as she could hardly expect a 5-year-old to clean up after her. That's all you're doing. Our things have been put away ages ago, Krillin complained to Bulma. But I'm quite busy. I have to think of important matters while you two just sit around. As Bulma sipped her drink, she remarked. Did you not just say that you were bored to death with Krillin's chatter? Yet, you still help me clean up. Gohan, noticing this, also stepped in to assist. Stop talking nonsense. One must be considerate towards a gentle lady, Bulma retorted. So busy. With that, Bulma stretched and sauntered away. What kind of lady runs around in just her underwear? Krillin muttered in disbelief. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, where could that Saiyan, Vegeta, have gone? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Where could he have gone? Krillin echoed, momentarily stumped. He was severely injured at the time. He must have fled to a technologically advanced planet, Krillin suggested. But isn't the Saiyan planet already destroyed? Bulma responded. I heard my father mention that they exterminated the native inhabitants of habitable planets and sold them to aliens. He likely sought treatment from those extraterrestrials, Gohan explained. Indeed, it seems his return to Earth will depend on how far that planet is from here. If it's distant, it could take a while, Krillin added. Damn it, Earth is being targeted by that villain. Bulma expressed her distress. Don't worry, my father will surely defeat him, Gohan reassured. Krillin and Bulma shared this sentiment. On planet Frisia 79, 18 days after Vegeta departed from Earth, the guards engaged in a game of cards when they suddenly noticed an object approaching. Could it be King Frisia? One soldier queried. Impossible, he just left. Another soldier countered. The object was circular and identified as a fighter. The signal confirmed it was Vegeta. Strange, we haven't received news of his return. Has something happened? One soldier pondered. Attention! The Administrator Vegeta is returning. Please prepare for his arrival, another soldier announced, disregarding the circumstances, knowing they could not provoke someone of Vegeta's caliber. As the spacecraft descended, they anticipated the arrival of only one craft. Why is there only one? Where's Nappa? One soldier questioned, puzzled. However, after waiting, they noticed Vegeta was delayed in disembarking. When they hurriedly looked, they found Vegeta in a dire state, utilizing a life support device. The soldiers hastily transported him to the medical chamber. As time elapsed, the treatment window beeped, signaling that Vegeta's recovery was complete. You may open your eyes now, the medic informed him. Unfortunately, your tail did not regenerate, he added. It's of no concern. It will grow back in time, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Amidst casual conversation, Vegeta unexpectedly inquired, is King Frisia present? He just stepped out, the medic replied. Chapter 27. The perilous Namek. Has he grown weary of this planet? Vegeta scoffed. Lord Choi requests you visit the training room after your treatment. He has something to discuss with you, the medic stated. Tell him I have nothing to say to him. Vegeta dismissed, unperturbed. Oh, you seem to have forgotten. The medic said, handing him a power level tester. Keep it. I have no use for it, Vegeta replied, striding out, having mastered the perception and manipulation of ki. Truly, Vegeta was a prodigy. I'll return to Earth first thing tomorrow. This time, I will ensure those scoundrels face utter annihilation. No, perhaps I should head to Namek first. Vegeta mused as he walked. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Hey, Vegeta. What's wrong? You look rather miserable. Haha. I heard that Raditz and Nappa are both dead. TSK. Who could be so formidable as to trounce the invincible Saiyan? It was Choi, whose mocking tone was unmistakable to anyone. Get out of my way, Choi. I have no time for your nonsense. Vegeta snapped. Listen, King Frisia is quite displeased with your unauthorized attack on Earth, Choi said, gripping Vegeta's shoulder to prevent his departure. I don't care. Remove your hand, Vegeta demanded. However, King Frisia is magnanimous. He has chosen to forgive your rash actions due to the value of your discovery, Choi continued. Unfazed. What? Vegeta's composure faltered. He was elated, pondering the possibility of immortality. Choi, ignoring Vegeta's astonished expression, continued. What did you say? King Frisia has gone to Namek. Choi's words made Vegeta realize the significance, and after a few more meaningless comments from Choi, Vegeta hurriedly exited and boarded his spacecraft. The scene shifted to Gohan and his companions, who, 34 days after leaving Earth, finally arrived on Namek. Is this Namek? It's beautiful, Bulma exclaimed. Buckle up. The landing will be quite jarring, she cautioned as they neared their destination. Select a suitable terrain, prepare for landing, Bulma commanded the spaceship. With a collective gasp, the spacecraft landed flawlessly. Wait, let me check the atmospheric conditions. Thankfully, we installed reconnaissance equipment. It would be ideal if there was still a sufficient level of oxygen, Bulma said, though she received no response from the others. Turning around, she was astonished to find them already outside, unprepared and acting as if on a leisurely trip. This place resembles where Uncle Piccolo trained me, Gohan remarked, surveying the surroundings. It is likely the very site of our initial battles with the Saiyans, Krillin mused, feeling a sense of tranquility in this familiar landscape. You two fools. Why did you rush out without considering the consequences? Impulsive idiots. Bulma scolded them. Now, we must quickly search for the Dragon Balls, she declared, activating the Dragon Radar. As soon as it powered on, it detected a signal. Look, there's a response. There are indeed Dragon Balls here, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Uncle Krillin, there's a strong key over there. Gohan pointed in a direction, confirming the presence of multiple powerful energy signatures. What's going on? Krillin questioned, equally baffled. Come on, don't be so tense. This is Namek. With deities and Piccolo being so formidable, it's no surprise there are intense energy signatures here. Bulma dismissed their concerns. Do you think it's possible that Vegeta has arrived? After all, he knows that Namek possesses Dragon Balls, Gohan suggested. Just then, as Gohan spoke, a circular spacecraft streaked across the sky, unmistakably of the same model used by Vegeta. Quick, conceal your key. We must not be discovered. Krillin urged Gohan. See, you were right. He's surely here to find the Dragon Balls. Krillin remarked. What should we do? Perhaps we should just return to Earth. Let's hurry back. Bulma exclaimed, panicking at the thought of being discovered by Vegeta. If he obtains the Dragon Balls, it would spell disaster. Bulma, quickly inform Earth about this, and you should return. Gohan and I will stay behind to search for the Dragon Balls. We have the radar, don't worry, Krillin reassured her. Plin suggested to Bulma, who promptly agreed and informed the two that she would bring Son Wukong in 2 months, urging them to hold on. At that moment, Vegeta had also descended from his spacecraft. Frieza, I shall never allow you to obtain the Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, following a few complaints directed at Frieza. He activated his power-level scouter, and, having identified a direction, he soared away. Soon, Zabu and Dodoria arrived, and Vegeta scrutinized the data displayed on the scouter. The scene shifted to Master Roshi's house, where Master Roshi was astonished upon receiving Bulma's call. Yes, please relay the message to Wukong as soon as possible. Do you hear me? And do not let Chi-Chi know. Bulma reminded, not wishing to cause Chi-Chi any worry regarding Gohan's safety, which could lead to chaos. However, to everyone's surprise, another spacecraft descended a month later. What? Another one? Bulma exclaimed. Could it possibly be someone here to heal Vegeta and the others? Gohan proposed, offering a direction for contemplation. In a nearby village, the ground was strewn with the corpses of Namekians. We have found another, Lord Frieza, a grotesque soldier exclaimed, clutching a Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball was significantly larger than those on Earth, adorned with 3 stars, clearly indicating it was the 3-star ball. Shifting focus. 3 figures were visible, one seated in a spacecraft, evidently their leader, with blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. His body gleamed with a purple shell. This was Frieza, flanked by Dodoria and Zabu. Currently, the two held 1 and 2 Dragon Balls respectively, and with the one just mentioned, Frieza had already acquired 4 Dragon Balls. Dodoria, hold on to that, Frieza commanded. It seems Vegeta is also on the hunt. Chapter 28. The Dragon Balls acquired by the enemy Lord Frieza, Xiao-E, who is tracking Vegeta, has just landed. There were 2 immense power signatures earlier, but they have suddenly vanished. I will investigate the location of these power readings. I will soon discern what has transpired. Zabu remarked as he glanced at the power level scouter. The issue lies in how I shall deal with the traitorous Vegeta, Frieza mused while seated in his spacecraft. Let Xiao-E handle it. They have always been at odds, and their strengths are comparable. Vegeta will certainly struggle against him, Zabu suggested from the side. At this moment, Xiao-E also received the command. Ha ha ha, this is the decree of King Frieza. Did you hear that, Vegeta? This time, I shall end your life. Xiao-E proclaimed as he activated the power level scanner directed at Vegeta. At this moment, Xiao-E was also soaring towards Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Who are you trying to intimidate, Xiao-E? Do you possess the prowess to eliminate me? I'm awaiting your arrival, so come forth. Vegeta had long sensed Xiao-Yi's energy and was prepared for his approach. The scene shifted to Gohan and his companions. I am returning to Earth. Take care of yourselves. I will swiftly bring Goku back. Bulma realized that Vegeta was also on Namek, and her thoughts were solely focused on escaping back to Earth. Wait, Bulma, shouldn't we return to Earth as well? Krillin urged. Uncle Krillin, what if they kill the dragon on Namek? Gohan delivered a critical blow to Krillin's reasoning. Hold on. Uncle Krillin, someone is approaching. Gohan suddenly sensed 2 distinct energies and turned to look in a particular direction. Is it Vegeta? Bulma asked anxiously. No, it's not Vegeta. The incoming energy feels weaker, Krillin replied. Perhaps they are Namekians, he speculated. As they conversed, 2 individuals clad in battle suits materialized within their line of sight. They are not Namekians. Who could they possibly be? One fish-like soldier remarked. Regardless, our orders are to annihilate all life on this planet, another burly soldier declared. These must be the aliens who treated Vegeta, Gohan observed. Let us assess the situation first. Gohan, conceal your energy and gradually gather your strength, Krillin instructed. After a brief exchange, the soldiers raised their weapons, but they seemed hostile. It appears they come with ill intentions, Gohan noted. Before either could react, Gohan instantly concentrated his energy and surged toward the 2 soldiers, striking them with a powerful punch and kick that sent them flying. I refuse to let negligence lead to the destruction of our spaceship. Aunt Bulma, it would be best not to return to Earth just yet. Launching the spaceship might draw the enemy's attention. If we are attacked during our journey, it could spell disaster, Gohan advised Bulma. You make a valid point, Bulma conceded, retracting the spaceship into her capsule. Let South leave this place for now. There are likely stronger foes ahead. Once my father arrives, we can defeat the enemies and escape, Gohan suggested to Bulma. Zabo, what is the matter? Frieza inquired, noticing Zabo suddenly lost in thought. My lord, the scouts I dispatched seemed formidable. Their power levels surged unexpectedly. One of them defeated our 2 soldiers, and then their energy signature vanished, Zabo reported urgently. Is that so? Curious. It should not be Vegeta, Frieza remarked, somewhat surprised. Vegeta's reaction is never like this. Zabo concurred. Just now, the power level spiked to around 6,000. 6,000. Quite impressive. That's a notable combat strength, though it poses no threat to us. However, they exhibit a complete lack of decorum. Eliminate them, Frieza commanded slowly. Zabo had previously encountered Vegeta, who had slain him in mere moments, likely due to Vegeta's deep-seated disdain for Chio-E. Zabo had not held back, leaving Chio-E no opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, Zabo's power level tester exploded. What now? Dodoria asked, puzzled by the commotion. It must be malfunctioning. Your device is outdated. Use mine to check, Dodoria suggested. Activating his latest model. What are the readings? Zabo inquired, concerned that his own device might also be defective. His power level has already surpassed ours, Dodoria reported. Drenched in sweat while adjusting the tester. Has he already surpassed us? Zabo's expression darkened. How is this possible? He should only possess a lower power level. Dodoria exclaimed incredulously. There's nothing strange about it. Vegeta has been engaged in combat and likely learned some techniques on Earth. Besides, even if he truly has that power level, the two of you together should be able to handle him. Frieza dismissed the concern. Vegeta's purpose here is likely the same as ours, to acquire eternal life. Otherwise, he could never hope to defeat us. Vegeta has long disregarded me. He took it upon himself to venture to Earth without my command. Yet now he brazenly dares to betray me, Frieza remarked, his expression betraying no anger. They are already aware of my movements. Zabo and Dodoria, I can manage. But Frieza is exceedingly formidable. Vegeta feels somewhat helpless. Frieza is too strong, so much so that Vegeta currently wishes to avoid confrontation. It is said that unless all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, no effect can be achieved. Therefore, I only need to locate one. When they gather the other 6, I will seize my opportunity to take it from them. If I can collect them all, I will attain immortality, thus enabling me to confront Frieza. Vegeta devised a plan. Once I eliminate him, I shall be the strongest. The entire universe will belong to me, Vegeta, he declared with fervor. Meanwhile, Frieza and his entourage were searching for the next Dragon Ball, heading towards the next Namekian tribe, directly towards the hiding place of Gohan and his companions. Chapter 29. The revived Goku. At this moment, Son Gohan and his companions had discovered a cave. That cave seems quite suitable. Let us seek refuge within, Krillin suggested, pointing towards it. A cave? How long shall we hide? Bulma replied, her eyes welling with tears. Uncle Krillin, quickly hide. It seems a monster approaches. Son Wukong, sensing an overwhelming and suffocating energy, urgently warned Krillin. He thought to himself, such a powerful aura on Namek can only belong to Frieza. Speaking, Son Wukong pulled the two into the cave and hurriedly concealed their energy. I do not quite understand how you are aware of all this, Bulma said, her face filled with confusion. Sure, do not speak. He is coming. Krillin interrupted Bulma, just as several figures swiftly flew past the mouth of the cave. Fortunately, they remained undetected. After a considerable while, Krillin remarked, they have departed. It seems they did not discover us. But who were they? They moved too swiftly to see clearly. Bulma observed. Yet when I turned back to look at you two, I found you trembling against the wall, your foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Bulma. Check the Dragon Ball radar, Krillin gasped. What? What is happening? Bulma questioned, perplexed by their condition. They seem to have acquired 4 Dragon Balls. If that is true, it is terrifying, Son Wukong stated. Bulma, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiries and activated the radar, glancing at the screen. Indeed, there are a total of 4 Dragon Balls. She exclaimed, astonished. Is it true, Wukong? Did you see? Krillin inquired. I saw. Their power is unfathomably immense. So powerful that merely meeting their gaze feels like an inescapable fate. They seem many times stronger than Vegeta. Their depths are inscrutable, Son Wukong replied. In that moment, he truly grasped the terror of Frieza, for even a fleeting glance revealed an aura so potent that it instilled a paralyzing fear of confrontation. Indeed, although those accompanying him are formidable, he is unlike any other, Krillin added. Stronger than Vegeta? Who could that be? Bulma asked, bewildered. I do not know. But their attire resembles that of Vegeta. They must be his companions. Darn it, how could the Dragon Balls fall into their hands? Krillin exclaimed in frustration. Look, they are heading straight for the 5th Dragon Ball, Bulma announced, glancing at the radar. Uncle Krillin, that direction must lead to the Namekians. Let us hurry. If we can find just one Dragon Ball, they will be unable to fulfill their wishes, Son Wukong urged. That makes sense. Let us proceed swiftly, Krillin agreed, a spark of realization lighting his eyes. Wait, am I to remain here alone? Bulma was taken aback by their decision to leave. It is safer here. If we venture out, we may be discovered by the enemy, Son Wukong responded. You have a point. I shall wait here for you both, Bulma conceded after some thought. Try to contact Master Roshi, Krillin advised before departing. Be sure to stay safe. Bulma bid farewell to the two as they quickly dashed away. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Goku was still in the hospital, though he was far from compliant, fervently exercising despite his injuries. What on earth are you doing, Goku? A doctor exclaimed, entering with a nurse, scolding him before forcefully pressing him back onto the bed. Goku, how are you? Master Roshi entered the room, casually placing his belongings down. Ah. The doctor is here too, Goku replied. 2 hours ago, Bulma and the others sent word, Rashi said, though his hands were not idle. At that moment, he placed his hand on the nurse's backside, nonsensically claiming his age rendered him incapable of restraint. Have they reached Namek? Goku inquired eagerly. They have safely arrived at Namek. But not just them. The Saiyan Vegeta seems to be there as well, Master Rashi replied grimly. Vegeta? He's also on Namek? Goku was astonished. Not only him. But I just received news from Bulma that there are several of Vegeta's allies on Namek. They have already gathered 4 Dragon Balls. And one of them is even stronger than Vegeta, Rashi revealed, shocking Goku further. What? One of them is stronger than Vegeta? Goku could hardly contain his alarm. Just then, Yajirobe entered the hospital, bringing with him a fresh batch of senzu beans. Goku quickly consumed one, and in the doctor's astonished gaze, his injuries healed instantly. He tore off the bandages and donned his battle attire, pocketing the remaining beans. I must go to Namek, Goku declared. How do you plan to get there? Master Rashi asked, perplexed by Goku's intention. I spoke with Bulma's father. To be safe, I asked him to help me construct a spaceship, Goku explained. Really? That is fantastic. Rashi breathed a sigh of relief. However, there are no materials for building a spaceship on Earth, and Bulma's father is unable to help. But I have a plan. There should still be 2 Saiyan spaceships. One belonged to my brother, and the other was the one I used when I came to Earth as a child, Goku said. I asked Bulma's father to assist me in locating them. My brother's ship has already exploded, but mine is still intact. It just needs some modifications, and now I can reach Namek in just 6 days. After explaining his plans, Goku soared out of the window on his Nimbus cloud. In no time, he arrived at Bulma's home, where he exchanged pleasantries with her mother before steering the conversation towards the spaceship. I wonder if Bulma's father has finished modifying the spaceship, Goku pondered aloud. It seems he is almost done. He is still making adjustments, Mrs. Brief replied. Almost done? Goku felt a surge of urgency. Mrs. Brief then led him towards the spaceship, chatting along the way until they arrived at a peculiar round object. Darling, Goku has arrived. Mrs. Brief called out to Dr. Brief inside. Is this it? Goku marveled at the spaceship before him. Have your injuries fully healed? Those senzu beans are miraculous. Dr. Brief exclaimed, astonished at Goku's recovery. Is this the modified spaceship? Has it already been completed? Goku asked in confusion. Dr. Brief invited him inside the spaceship, and Goku exclaimed, wow, it's enormous. The once diminutive spaceship has now transformed into a magnificent vessel. Son Wukong gazes at the drastically altered spacecraft, his face a picture of astonishment. I have meticulously adhered to your specifications. Virtually every aspect has been upgraded. The scientific advancements of the Saiyans are truly remarkable, Dr. Brief explained. This should provide an excellent environment for training. Which one is the artificial gravity device? Son Wukong inquired. Ah, this is it. It is complete. Here lies the switch for the artificial gravity device, and this is the controller. As per your request, it can generate a maximum of 100 times the gravity, Dr. Brief elucidated to Son Wukong. Do not misuse this. Do you comprehend what 100-fold gravity entails? If you weigh 60 kilograms, you would experience a force of 6,000 kilograms. Most individuals would perish under such conditions, Dr. Brief cautioned. He proceeded to introduce other equipment, and ultimately, Son Wukong discovered that only the sound system had not been installed. At last, under Wukong's fervent insistence, Dr. Brief refrained from the installation. After consulting Dr. Brief on how to pilot the spacecraft, Wukong hastily set course for Namek, embarking on his personal journey of training. Meanwhile, our attention shifts to Son Gohan, who is currently sprinting alongside Krillin. Be cautious, conceal your energy, and approach a little closer to observe, Krillin advised Son Gohan. As they continued their swift journey, they reached their destination at the base of a cliff. Over there, Krillin pointed. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a village, astonishingly identical in architecture to their spaceship. What are they doing? Look at those 3 peculiar individuals. Especially the one seated within the circular object. His energy is formidable, Krillin remarked. He must be the one we just saw pass by our cave, Son Gohan responded. At that moment, Krillin's attention was drawn to the Dragon Ball in Dodoria's possession. Quick, look at what they hold. It appears to be a Dragon Ball, Krillin exclaimed. Suddenly, Dodoria turned around, glancing in their direction, prompting the duo to hurriedly conceal themselves. What is it, Dodoria? Frieza inquired. Nothing significant. I sensed a faint energy signature over there, but it has since vanished. Perhaps it was merely a small animal or insect, Dodoria replied. Krillin felt a cold sweat break out. They had nearly been discovered. Dandy must be inside that village. We need to devise a plan to rescue him, Son Gohan stated. Under Krillin's astonished gaze, 5 Namekians were escorted out by soldiers. They are identical to the Namekians, akin to Shenron and Piccolo, Krillin thought. What do they intend to do with the Namekians? Krillin pondered, filled with confusion. They likely aim to seize the Dragon Balls. They are in a precarious situation, Son Gohan surmised. Vegeta is not present. He must be searching for the Dragon Balls elsewhere. Krillin remarked. The Namekians, upon realizing Frieza's group possessed a Dragon Ball, were filled with trepidation. Listen closely. I am Frieza, and I seek your Dragon Balls. According to our intelligence, there should be 10 of you. Where have the others fled? Frisia demanded, gathering the crowd. After a series of threats, a Namekian finally spoke. The others have gone to work, leaving only us elders and children, an elderly Namekian said. Meanwhile, Son Gohan contemplated how to rescue Dandy without alerting Frisia. Indeed, if they simply answer my questions truthfully, they would remain unharmed. Now, continue answering my inquiries. Are there Dragon Balls present? I suspect there should be one in this vicinity. Frisia spoke slowly. We cannot say, the elderly Namekian responded. Dodoria, what did the second Namekian we eliminated say to us? Frisia inquired deliberately. He mentioned that only those recognized as warriors are entitled to obtain the Dragon Balls, Dodoria answered. Humph, he is quite resilient, refusing to cooperate. To ensure his compliance, we had to eliminate one of their own, and then he obediently divulged information. He informed us that there are 7 Dragon Balls, crafted by the most esteemed elder of this planet, and currently, 7 elders guard them. Anyone wishing to acquire a Dragon Ball must demonstrate their wisdom and strength to these 7 elders before making a wish. Frisia's words left the crowd in utter shock. Only those acknowledged by the elders can obtain the Dragon Balls. He implied that individuals like me shall never attain them. Humph. I had to expend considerable effort to procure the first Dragon Ball. The subsequent 3 were far simpler. They complied without issue, Frisia declared. Unbeknownst to Frisia, every word he uttered was captured by Vegeta through his scouter. As Saibamen eliminated several more Namekians, Frisia once again turned to the elderly Namekian to inquire about the Dragon Balls. Why do you desire the Dragon Balls? The elderly Namekian asked. Merely for a trivial wish. I seek eternal life, Frisia replied. What? So Vegeta desires eternal life as well, Krillin remarked, slightly startled by Frisia's admission. This indicates a potential conflict between Vegeta and them. Son Gohan noted. Krillin pondered, agreeing with Gohan's assessment. Initially, the elderly Namekian had no intention of surrendering the Dragon Balls. But Frisia's threats against the children forced him into a corner, inciting anger in both Krillin and Son Gohan, who were covertly observing. At that moment, Dodoria's scouter emitted an urgent alarm. A powerful energy signature. Lord Frisia, look, Dodoria exclaimed, pointing towards the returning youthful Namekians. Ah, they have finally arrived, Frisia remarked. As the 3 Namekians landed and beheld the deceased elder, one of the young Namekians erupted in fury. How dare you? How troublesome. Just as I was about to secure the Dragon Balls, you all return, foolishly abandoning your duties to seek death. Frisia remarked, not even deigning to look at them. Reclining in his seat with a slight turn of his body. It is you. We have heard of someone pillaging our village and stealing the Dragon Balls. You are unforgivable. How can the peace of Namek be disrupted? The young Namekians declared. Exercise caution. These individuals are formidable, the lone surviving elderly Namekian warned. Oh? Do they intend to engage us? Frisia turned his head back. Let me assess their power levels. Please do not be disappointed. The 3 of them possess combat powers of around 1,000. They are no threat to us. Dodoria reported while examining the scouter. At this moment, the green-skinned elder, who had been attentively observing the enemy's situation, finally grasped why they were able to accurately locate the scattered villages on the vast planet Namek. That machine was capable of searching for life forms on this planet. The elder was also formulating a plan in his mind. He chuckled to himself, bemused by the audacity of the diminutive soldiers who dared to confront them with a combat power of merely 1,000. Humph, the Namekians are merely concealing their true power. Those rascals have no idea, remarked Krillin, wearing a look of amusement, confident that they would be in for a surprise. Gohan readily agreed. The hasty soldiers charged forward. But suddenly, a young Namekian sprang into action, delivering a swift kick that sent one of the soldiers flying without resistance, leaving the group in shock. They soon launched a coordinated attack, swiftly incapacitating all the soldiers. The green-skinned elder observed quietly, searching for the opportune moment to strike. What is happening? Wasn't their combat power only 1,000? An incredulous Doria inquired. How did it rise to 3,000? Doria was equally puzzled. Not bad at all. I've realized that Namekians can regulate their own combat power. They are indeed a rare race, Frisia remarked with admiration. If we count that guy, only 3 detectors remain intact. The green-skinned elder thought silently. Children, you must leave me, quickly. He urged the 2 children beside him, having devised a rough plan. Honestly, must I take matters into my own hands and eliminate all 3 of them? Doria placed 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and casually asked Frisia, do as you wish. Frisia, uninterested in trivial matters, acquiesced. However, just as Doria was speaking to Frisia, the green-skinned elder unleashed a precise attack from his finger, destroying the combat power detector on Doria's head. You scoundrel! With your meager skills, don't even think about defeating me. Doria was taken aback by the elder's sudden aggression, leading to the unexpected destruction of his detector. Without hesitation, the green-skinned elder leaped into the air, avoiding a direct confrontation with Doria. While soaring high, he released 2 more attacks, obliterating the remaining 2 combat power detectors. It was only then that everyone began to comprehend the elder's true intentions. Oh no! He aims to destroy our detectors, Doria exclaimed, astonished that the elder had devised such a plan. I will kill you all, he shouted in fury. At this moment, Krillin, who was secretly observing from afar, finally discerned the issue at hand. No wonder they were able to locate the Dragon Balls. It turned out they were employing power level detectors to search for the Namekians before seizing the Dragon Balls. The elder Namekian realized this, and thus aimed to destroy the power level detectors. Krillin understood at once. What followed was a swift and fierce battle. Dodoria instantaneously appeared behind one of the young Namekians and, with a single strike, pierced through the young warrior's chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Seizing the moment while the others were still in shock, Dodoria unleashed a blast of energy from his mouth, directly hitting another Namekian. In a matter of moments, only one young Namekian remained. This last Namekian evidently possessed greater strength. He deftly dodged two of Dodoria's claw strikes and swiftly leaped backward. Dodoria pursued him without delay. The young Namekian gathered all his energy and released a powerful energy sphere, yet Dodoria did not flinch, absorbing the attack head-on. Before the Namekian could revel in his fleeting triumph, he was met with the sight of Dodoria and Scathe, reappearing before the group. With a decisive blow, Dodoria eliminated the final Namekian, and the elder, witnessing this scene from the air, succumbed to despair. Huh, so you wish to flee upon realizing you are outmatched? There is no escape, descend promptly. Frieza proclaimed, glancing upward. The elder gritted his teeth and gradually descended, resigning himself to the situation. Hand over the Dragon Balls as compensation for the damage detector. You should be familiar with our methods. Should you resist, I will slay those children, Frieza warned. Very well. But you must guarantee their safety, the elder replied after a moment's contemplation. Had you acted accordingly from the start, we would not be in this predicament, Frieza remarked. Moments later, the elder produced the Dragon Balls. Take them and leave swiftly, he said with resignation. One more thing. Where are the last two Dragon Balls? Frieza inquired again. I will not disclose that. The elder retorted defiantly. We Namekians would rather die than betray our comrades. According to our agreement, you should depart immediately. How is it that all the inhabitants of this planet are so alike? It matters not. Both you and these children shall perish. Frieza uttered words of despair. What a shameless scoundrel you are. The elder exclaimed, momentarily casting aside his fear. Uncle Krillin, I will surely intervene soon. They are utterly detestable, Gohan declared to Krillin. Chapter 32. The pursuit of Dodoria. Before he could finish speaking, the elder was sent flying by a powerful elbow strike from Dodoria. Do you wish to renege? The Dragon Balls have been surrendered, yet you still persist? The elder questioned Frieza, ignoring his injuries. Without all 7 Dragon Balls, they are worthless. You destroyed our detector. So you must reveal the whereabouts of the 2 remaining Dragon Balls. Frieza stated his rationale. Gohan, do not act impulsively. They are formidable opponents. If we make a rash move, our safety will be compromised. You have sensed their power, Krillin cautioned. But they have children. We cannot stand idly by while they face danger. Their aim is the Dragon Balls. If we conceal our energy while attacking, those powerful foes will likely overlook us. Furthermore, if we save the Namekian, he will surely provide us with information about the Dragon Balls, Gohan argued. You make a valid point. The moment they strike will be our opportunity, Krillin conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Gohan's words. Such powerful beings would not concern themselves with mere fodder. I will never reveal anything, the elder declared, refusing to yield. Very well, I shall grant your desire to perish. Frieza dismissed any concern over the elder's potential disclosure of the remaining Dragon Balls. However, my lord, without the detector, how can we locate the Dragon Balls? Saibamen inquired. There are only 2 left. We shall search other villages. Kill all 3. Frieza commanded. Children, flee. Allow me to demonstrate the pride of the Namekians. The elder proclaimed as he positioned himself before the 2 young Namekians. Yet Frieza, channeling energy through his finger, unleashed an attack that bypassed the elder, striking one of the children, who fell to the ground without surprise. Dodoria then charged forward, intent on breaking the elder's neck. At that moment, Gohan surged forth, kicking Dodoria into the wall. Who are you? Do they have accomplices? Dodoria exclaimed as he attempted to rise. Krillin swiftly retaliated, knocking him down again. In the ensuing chaos, he embraced Andy and took flight. When Gohan glanced back at the elder, he saw the elder shake his head. Gohan instantly understood and followed Krillin's lead as they fled. They are not Namekians. After them, we must capture those 2. Frieza ordered upon realizing Gohan and Krillin were not Namekians. He commanded Dodoria to pursue them. Just as Dodoria prepared to chase, the elder unleashed an attack that struck him. Though it caused minimal harm, Dodoria, still fuming, retaliated with lethal force against the elder. The brief delay allowed Gohan and Krillin to vanish from sight, prompting Dodoria to hastily give chase. Dodoria's speed far exceeded that of the 2. Uncle Krillin. When my father fought Vegeta, he suddenly unleashed a luminous technique. Do you know how to perform it? Gohan inquired, referring to the solar flare, which would prove immensely advantageous in this situation. Though he did not know the technique, Krillin did. You mean the solar flare? I can indeed perform that. Your idea is excellent. Protect this child while I execute the technique, Krillin instructed, tossing Dandy to Gohan. Close your eyes and do not open them, Krillin urged Gohan. Solar flare, Krillin exclaimed as he pivoted backward, joining his index and middle fingers and placing them on his temples. Suddenly, an intense light radiated from him, dazzling Dodoria, who could only shield his eyes and scream in disarray. At this moment, they had already distanced themselves from the land amidst a chase, emerging in a vast ocean dotted with numerous small islands. Seizing this opportunity, the trio sought refuge on one of the islands. Humph, you wretched boy. I shall not let you escape. Where are you? After a while, Dodoria opened his eyes and soared through the air, searching for their whereabouts. How dare you toy with me? Just wait. You cannot hide for long. Dodoria exclaimed, rapidly ascending into the sky. Prepare yourself, boy. Upon reaching the highest point, he charged a wave of energy and unleashed it downward, instantly obliterating the surrounding islands, leaving only the ocean behind, with no trace of the islands that had once existed. Ha ha ha, you deserve your misfortune. Now you shall be shattered to pieces, although King Frisia commanded me to bring you back. This is certainly preferable to letting you escape. But who are those two brats? They are certainly not ordinary beings. As Dodoria gazed down at his handiwork, he was convinced that Gohan and the others had perished in that strike. Unbeknownst to him, the group was observing him from above, having taken advantage of the dust created by his attack to ascend unnoticed. Regardless, they are already dead, so it matters not, Dodoria declared, before flying away. Gohan realized that Dodoria was bound to encounter Vegeta, which would likely lead to his demise. Yet, what concern was that to Gohan? Let us return to Bulma. Can you fly? Krillin inquired of Dandy. Ah, I can. Dandy replied, lifting off into the air. Thank you for saving me, he expressed to the two. You should be grateful to Gohan. He was the one who rushed out to save you, Krillin pointed out. If it weren't for Uncle Krillin, I wouldn't have been able to save you either. So come with us. We mean you no harm, Gohan said, and the group departed from the island. Meanwhile, Dodoria found himself in a predicament. Without a scouter, locating the Dragon Balls would prove troublesome. Although Namek was not vast, as Dodoria spoke, an unexpected attack struck him, sending him crashing into the water. After struggling to climb ashore, he found Vegeta waiting for him on the bank, evidently the one responsible for the earlier assault, which incensed Dodoria to no end. Dodoria, long time no see, Vegeta remarked, gazing down at him with an air of arrogance. You little sneak attacked me. You have some nerve. Dodoria spat, filled with rage. You and Zarbin have always been tailing Frisia. I have been awaiting the opportunity to confront you alone, without Frisia's backing. You are no match for me, Vegeta responded. Saiyan, do not boast. Hand over your scouter, and I shall spare you, Dodoria retorted, dismissing Vegeta's threat. I wondered why I hadn't received any news from you. Turns out your scouters are gone. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have finally awaited this opportunity, Vegeta exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of realization. Retrieving the scouter from Frisia's planet will consume considerable time, won't it? Do you desire this? Vegeta said, removing his scouter and placing it on the ground. So you intend to hand it over? Wise choice. With a stroke of luck, you may yet live, Dodoria replied, entirely unfazed, convinced that Vegeta would not dare to oppose him, as he represented Frisia. However, to Dodoria's astonishment, Vegeta crushed the scouter beneath his foot, and a fierce battle ensued. Having been in Frisia's shadow for so long, Dodoria had not engaged in true combat for years, and his fighting prowess had stagnated during that time. Ultimately, Dodoria met his demise at Vegeta's hands. After Dodoria's defeat, Vegeta hovered in the air, exhilarated. I have succeeded. I have defeated that arrogant Dodoria. I have truly grown stronger, more than I ever imagined. It appears that my battles on Earth have greatly aided my progress. As Frisia's former favorite, Vegeta understood just how formidable Dodoria had been. Now that he had vanquished him, his confidence surged. I now realize that those two brats are Earthlings. Vegeta recalled Dodoria's words during their confrontation, perplexed by their connection. Yet, there had been two exceptionally powerful forces moving swiftly. They could not possibly be Earthlings. Were they perhaps Namekians? Such uncertainties troubled Vegeta. I must investigate further. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me, regardless of who they are, I shall eliminate them without hesitation, Vegeta declared, propelling himself toward Krillin and Gohan's direction. At this moment, Gohan and his companions were hastening towards the cave where Bulma resided. Having learned that Frisia and his cohorts had destroyed their power level detectors, they realized there was no means to track them. Thus they ceased to conceal their energy and soared through the skies at great speed. Suddenly, they sensed an approaching presence. What? Something is rapidly closing in on us. It's so swift, Krillin exclaimed, urging, quick, hide. The group promptly descended and concealed themselves against the rocky wall. Do not panic, swiftly suppress your energy. We can only rely on fate now. Krillin pondered aloud, could it be those fiends? But without detectors, how could they possibly locate us? His confusion was palpable. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had just caught up, sensed the disappearance of the two energy signatures. What is happening? He wondered, scouring the vicinity. Krillin was anxious. Yet Gohan displayed no trace of alarm on his face, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Vegeta discovering their location. At this moment, Gohan, who was hiding, spotted Vegeta. Hey, Uncle Krillin, it's Vegeta, he exclaimed. It seemed that Vegeta had learned to sense energy during their previous battle. Gohan said to Krillin, we're doomed. It's terrible. How could he know our location without a scouter? We can conceal our energy, but that kid still can sense it. Krillin was quite anxious as well. Damn it. Is my technique for sensing enemies not proficient enough? I should have carelessly destroyed the scouter, Vegeta thought, still hovering in the air. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in the direction where Gohan and the others were hiding. He must have detected Dandy's energy. I can sense a faint energy. This time, I won't be mistaken. I need to search carefully. It must be nearby. As Vegeta spoke, he was already drawing closer to Gohan and the others. We're finished. We're going to be discovered. At this point, we can only fight back. Even if I get killed, I must give it my all, Krillin thought. Just then, a massive fish, about 10 meters long, leaped out of the water, perfectly obscuring Vegeta's line of sight. Gohan, however, was not surprised by this turn of events. Returning to the moment when Gohan and his companions had just landed, Gohan reflected, I can't guarantee that we'll be as fortunate as in the original story. I need to plan ahead. He then exchanged for a super bait from the system shop. Hey, system, will this bait work on Namek? Will the fish there even like it? Gohan inquired. Don't worry, this bait will attract the fish of Namek, the system confirmed, alleviating Gohan's doubts. Seizing an opportunity while Krillin was distracted, he sprinkled the bait into the water. This bait could attract fish from miles around. And Gohan was confident that a large fish would be drawn to it. As expected, at the critical moment, the big fish appeared. Hey, it's this thing. I need to hurry and find the Dragon Balls, gather the remaining ones, and hide them. Frieza will never collect all 7. Vegeta mused. I will find an opportunity to snatch his 5 Dragon Balls. Huh. Without scouters, they're like blind men. My luck has finally arrived. Vegeta laughed heartily. We managed to escape. I thought we were done for. I really should thank that creature in the water. Krillin gasped. How about we cook it tonight? Gohan suggested, prompting Krillin and Gohan to exchange bewildered glances. Just kidding, Gohan quickly added. We should hurry back to Aunt Bulma. Gohan shifted the topic. We're not far now, but we must be careful to conceal our energy. Even though we haven't engaged in direct combat, I'm so exhausted. I really want to rest, Krillin remarked. And the group quickly made their way towards Bulma's cave, this time being cautious not to release their energy freely, as they did not want to be discovered by Vegeta again. Chapter 34. The Namekians in Ruins. To be honest, I began to regret coming to this wretched place, though I felt a bit guilty towards the friends we lost on Earth. However, the current situation was that we might not be able to resurrect everyone and might even lose our own lives, Krillin complained. Now that we've come this far, let's try our best, Uncle Krillin. It's over there, Gohan pointed to the cave. Oh, we've arrived, Krillin replied, looking in that direction. Aunt Bulma, Gohan called into the cave. But there was no response. Could she be hiding inside? So they ventured into the cave. Bulma, we're back, Krillin shouted as they walked. Finally, at the end of the cave, they discovered a house. She even set up a house here. Thank goodness this cave is spacious, Krillin marveled. As Krillin was speaking, the door of the house suddenly swung open, and Bulma stepped out. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves, leaving a girl alone in the cave. Bulma was quite upset to see them return. He said we were enjoying ourselves. The two managed a wry smile. At that moment, Bulma noticed Dandy hiding nearby. Who is this? He looks like a shrunken Piccolo. Could this be a Namekian? What happened? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Let's go inside first, Krillin said, choosing to sidestep Bulma's barrage of questions. However, Bulma clearly was inclined to grant Krillin's request so easily. By the way, I have good news from my dad. Goku has already set off and will arrive here in 6 days, Bulma informed them. What? Krillin immediately lost interest in entering the house and eagerly awaited Bulma's next words. Not one to keep them in suspense, Bulma elaborated. My dad modified the spaceship Goku used as a child. Goku is undergoing rigorous training during his journey here. That's amazing. Goku is still training hard. This is fantastic. Now we have hope, Krillin exclaimed, filled with excitement. Once my dad arrives, we can deal with the enemy and make a wish with the Dragon Balls, Gohan added, joining in their enthusiasm. After leaving, Vegeta searched throughout Namek, soon finding a village. I've sensed it. About 20 substantial energy signatures. It must be a Namekian village, Vegeta declared, flying towards that direction. They must have the Dragon Balls. Frieza and his crew have no scouters. My actions will surely outpace theirs. Following his energy sensing, it wasn't long before Vegeta spotted the Namekian village. As I expected, they are all alive. This is proof that Frieza has not yet discovered this place. With that, Vegeta descended upon the Namekian village, where the Namekians quickly noticed him. Who is that? An alien. The Namekians murmured. Which elder is present today? Hand over the Dragon Balls, Vegeta commanded. What did you say? Some of the Namekians were furious at Vegeta's words. I am the elder. What is your purpose for wanting the Dragon Balls? A stout green elder inquired. Stop the nonsense and hand them over, Vegeta barked, disregarding their words. You should leave. I won't give them to you. I can sense the evil energy from you, the new green elder replied. Then you shall die, Vegeta declared coldly. In Bulma's house, she had just finished listening to Krillin recount their harrowing experience. Oh my, how thrilling, Bulma exclaimed. I thought we were doomed, Krillin said while eating. And Gohan focused intently on his meal, unconcerned with anything else. While eating, Krillin noticed Dandy sitting quietly, not eating anything. You should eat something, don't be shy. Even if the taste is mediocre, Krillin assumed Dandy was merely shy. It's no wonder he can't eat. Seeing his people getting slaughtered, Bulma remarked. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Piccolo mentioned that they don't eat food. They only need water, Gohan said after swallowing a mouthful of rice. You're right. Having water is sufficient. Dandy affirmed Gohan's statement. What is going on? In your village, there are fields, and they cultivate vegetables. Krillin expressed his confusion, questioning why they were not utilizing the land for sustenance. That is a seedling of the Aki tree. Before the climate underwent drastic changes, our planet was abundant with Aki trees. However, now both the Namekians and the Aki trees are on the brink of extinction. We strive to nurture the Aki trees to restore the planet's former beauty, which Dandy articulated as the reason. By the way, what is your name? At that moment, everyone realized that after so much conversation, they did not even know the Namekian's name. Dandy, who are you? Dandy first introduced himself and then inquired about Gohan and the others. Just as they were about to respond, they suddenly froze and hurriedly ran outside. What are you doing? Has someone else arrived? Bulma, seeing their urgency, quickly asked, sensing that the tension was dissipating as another Namekian had been killed. The perpetrator was none other than the familiar Vegeta, the very one attacking the village. It seemed Vegeta had indeed mastered the skill of judgment. Krillin said solemnly, as Vegeta's mastery of this skill was not good news for them. He truly was a ruthless individual. Bulma echoed his sentiment. This is terrible. We must not act rashly before Goku arrives. Are Vegeta and Frieza in cahoots? They both seek immortality, and regardless of who possesses the Dragon Balls, the world will be doomed, Krillin pondered. Uncle Krillin, they should not be allied. Otherwise, they would not both desire eternal life, Gohan remarked. If we can find a Dragon Ball and conceal it, their ambitions will remain unrealized, Bulma suggested. Indeed, we had considered that before, but now it seems an unreliable approach. If we proceed with this plan, they would kill all the Namekians for that Dragon Ball, Gohan countered Bulma's proposal. Such a situation is truly shocking, Dandy exclaimed. As there could hardly be a worse scenario. Even if Goku arrived, victory was not guaranteed. If only we had eliminated Vegeta then, Krillin lamented. Uncle Krillin, at that time, both my father and I did not wish to kill Vegeta. There is no point in discussing it now, Gohan replied. Chapter 35, Departure to the Grand Elder. Who are you? Where did you come from? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Please say the Namekians. Dandy inquired, initially perplexed. Before he could not help but burst into tears. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his slaughter of the Namekians, showing no intention of ceasing for the sake of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta addressed the new green-skinned elder, demanding, are you not going to relinquish the Dragon Balls? Such cruelty. I will not hand over the Dragon Balls to someone like you. The new green-skinned elder replied, holding the lifeless body of a child. You old fool, still putting on a brave face. Then die. Vegeta retorted without hesitation, unleashing an energy wave that struck the elder before searching for the Dragon Balls himself. Indeed, the gods are also Namekians. They sought refuge on Earth, hoping to use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen comrades. Krillin explained to Dandy the circumstances that led them to learn about the Dragon Balls. If wishes can truly be granted, then the Dragon Balls on Earth could also revive the deceased, Bulma added. So that is how it is. Now I understand who you are. Please, follow me. I will take you to the Grand Elder, Dandy urged eagerly. Finally, this moment has arrived. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, I hope to unleash my potential. My combat power will undoubtedly improve significantly, Gohan thought. Realizing this was one of the reasons he insisted on coming to Namek. Simultaneously, Vegeta successfully located a Dragon Ball. Huh. I thought you would hide it well, but it appears to be so brazenly displayed here. This must be the Dragon Ball, Vegeta exclaimed, gazing at the 4-star ball in his hand, then tossing it into the water. Haha, sinking here is the safest. No one would suspect, except for me. Vegeta noted, as Frieza possessed 5 Dragon Balls and only 1 remained. He then dashed off into the distance. Dodoria was too slow. Are those 2 brats really that troublesome? Enough. If you cannot handle such a trivial task, forget it. Let us search for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, Frieza impatiently commanded, instructing his subordinates before departing with the 5 Dragon Balls, while Zarbin and the last remaining soldier split up to find the remaining 2. The Grand Elder? Who is the Grand Elder? Krillin and Bulma were equally puzzled by Dandy's words. Currently, all Namekians are descendants of the Grand Elder. During the climatic anomalies, he was the only one who survived, allowing the Namekians to continue their lineage. I am the 108th child of the Grand Elder, Dandy briefly explained. One person? How can one reproduce? Bulma questioned, surprised by Dandy's statement. They lay eggs, Dandy stated earnestly. Realizing this, Bulma asked, so your Grand Elder is a woman? Woman? What is a woman? Dandy responded, lacking knowledge of the concept. Aren't Namekians divided into 2 genders? Men and women, like your father and mother, Bulma attempted to clarify. Huh, 2 types? Dandy's eyes widened in disbelief, as there was no concept of gender for him at all. Did you hear that? There is no distinction between genders. What a dull planet. Good thing I am not a Namekian, Bulma remarked. Krillin disregarded Bulma's comments and voiced his own concern. Why are we seeking the Grand Elder? The villain who attacked our village has already obtained 5 Dragon Balls, and you mentioned that another village was attacked, right? Dandy asked. It was Vegeta. There was not a single survivor. The entire village was slaughtered, Gohan replied. In other words, the Namekians are nearly extinct. Upon hearing this, Dandy lowered his head, visibly saddened. If Vegeta has already discovered a Dragon Ball from the attacked villages, only one remains. Doesn't the Grand Elder possess the last Dragon Ball? Krillin inquired. You are correct. Dandy affirmed. This is bad. Although Frieza's group lacks a scouter, Vegeta possesses the ability to sense energy. If he finds the Grand Elder, the last Dragon Ball will surely be lost. Krillin grew anxious, realizing they must find at least one Dragon Ball first. Thus, we must quickly inform the Grand Elder. Neither Frieza nor Vegeta must acquire eternal life, Gohan stated. Let us hurry. Uncle Krillin, let me accompany Dandy. We are both children, making us less conspicuous. If we draw too much attention, we may be discovered, Gohan urged. Meeting the Grand Elder as soon as possible would provide a greater assurance of life. All right. Bulma and I will stay here. If we do not want to be discovered by Vegeta, we must travel on foot. How long will it take? Krillin asked. Walking there? It would take about 30 days, Dandy estimated. 30 days. That's far too long. The Dragon Balls would have already been taken. Krillin exclaimed. Uncle Krillin, let us fly there instead. We can be cautious, Gohan suggested. Very well, just be careful, Klin reminded, and then the two flew away. Klin gazed at the departing figures, lost in contemplation, while Wukong continued to train diligently aboard the spaceship. Wukong, can you hear my voice? Suddenly, the voice of the King of the Worlds echoed in Son Wukong's ear. Huh? Is that the King's voice? It's me. Where are you? Are you also in the universe? Son Wukong inquired. What brings you to the cosmos? The Namek star? Are you searching for Dragon Balls? The King asked. You don't even know? Something unexpected has occurred on Namek star, Wukong replied. Unexpected? Haha, let's discuss it later. I have some guests here, the King said with a chuckle. Guests? Who are they? Wukong asked. They traveled the Snake Way in even less time than you, and there are 4 of them, the King continued to tease. 4? Indeed. They're all familiar faces, eager to undergo rigorous training, the King stated. That's wonderful. Everyone has gone to the King's place, Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Can we converse with Wukong? Yamcha inquired. You may place your hand on my shoulder, the King instructed Yamcha. Wukong, can you hear us? We encountered the celestial being in the afterlife, and he sent us here. We heard you went to Piccolo's homeland, Namek star, to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect us, Yamcha explained. For individuals? Yamcha, tangent fan. And Piccolo, Son Wukong speculated. Haha, correct? Yamcha confirmed Wukong's deduction. Chapter 36, Do Not Provoke Frieza. A warning from the King of the Worlds. If you are the only one who grows stronger, my pride will be wounded, Piccolo remarked. Is the last person a celestial being? Wukong inquired about the identity of the final individual. You guessed wrong. It is Din. The celestial being remained in the afterlife, the King revealed. Din? Wasn't he obliterated? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, considering that physical form was a prerequisite for training on King Kai's planet. The celestial being restored Din's body, allowing him to train with us. Yamcha replied. That's splendid. Wukong responded, filled with joy. The gravity here is immense. Even walking feels arduous. Yamcha began to chat casually. I know. I must head to Namek star, so I need to undergo more intense gravity training. With only 5.5 days left, I must expedite my efforts to grow stronger, Wukong proclaimed. What exactly transpired? Yamcha asked upon hearing Wukong's words. Right, you mentioned something significant had happened. Do share? The King recalled, realizing he had interrupted Wukong's initial statement. I sustained severe injuries and am unable to move, so Klin, Bulma, and Gohan went to Namek star to search for the Dragon Balls. However, the Saiyan Vegeta has also gone there, seemingly in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, Son Wukong explained. What did you say? Have Klin and the others been killed? Yamcha inquired anxiously. No, they have not been discovered yet, but it is all my fault. I should not have prevented Gohan from killing Vegeta. Furthermore, due to the enemy's interference, they cannot return to Earth and are trapped on Namek star, Wukong lamented. At this moment, Son Wukong paused briefly before continuing. There is something even more unbelievable. It seems there are some unknown individuals also searching for the Dragon Balls. Their attire resembles that of Vegeta, and one of them possesses a power that far exceeds his. Son Wukong spoke with a grave expression. What? Both King Kai and Yamcha were astonished, albeit for different reasons. Yamcha was merely surprised to hear of an enemy stronger than Vegeta, while King Kai was concerned about whether Frieza was present on Namek. Is it Frieza? King Kai asked urgently. I cannot be certain at this moment. I will inform you as soon as I find out, Wukong replied. If it truly is him, the situation is dire. King Kai felt a deep unease within. I will investigate Namek, King Kai declared, utilizing his abilities. I am counting on you, Wukong replied. Shortly thereafter, King Kai successfully located Namek and indeed spotted Frieza. Frieza. The astonishment was unmistakable on King Kai's face. King, do you know him? Wukong inquired. Frieza is an extremely malevolent being. You are no match for him. Avoid any direct confrontation, King Kai cautioned Wukong. What? What do you mean? Wukong responded, bewildered by King Kai's words. Wukong. This is an order from King Kai. You must not approach him. Find a way to help the Namekians and Krillin escape. Listen, I'm not only concerned for your well-being but for Earth, Namek, and all other planets. King Kai's anxiety was palpable. Attacking him would be futile, and the repercussions would be catastrophic. Is he really that powerful? I want to test my strength against him, Wukong said, his curiosity only heightened by King Kai's warnings. You must not go near him. King Kai shouted in anger upon hearing Wukong's words. At that moment, Piccolo placed a hand on King Kai's shoulder. Wukong, gather all 7 Dragon Balls and let us revive ourselves. We will train here until we surpass you. Then we will confront that fiend on Namek. Piccolo disregarded King Kai's advice. Stop talking nonsense. You have no understanding of Frisia's strength. King Kai was frantic, as no one heeded his warnings. Following this, Piccolo managed to convince King Kai to allow everyone to share a joke to pass a test before they could commence training. True to form, the socially awkward Tien and Piccolo found themselves at an impasse. Even if I can't face him directly, enhancing my own strength is still worthwhile. Alright, next, I will try training under 50 times normal gravity. Wukong commenced his rigorous training aboard the spacecraft. On Namek, Gohan continued his journey with Dandy towards the Grand Elder's residence. Dandy, at this speed, how long until we reach the Grand Elder? Gohan asked, feeling frustrated after flying for so long without arriving at their destination. Mindful of not wanting Vegeta to detect them. About 5 more hours, Dandy replied after a moment of thought. 5 hours. That's so slow. Gohan exclaimed, his expression despondent. Meanwhile, Vegeta was scouring the landscape for other Namekians, sensing a lack of energy concentrations. Are there no villages left? Vegeta had been searching Namek for quite some time without success. Growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he halted and gazed into the distance. There are 2 energy signatures nearby. Something feels off. One does not resemble a Namekian, nor does it belong to Frisia's group. How strange, Vegeta mused, ultimately deciding to fly towards Gohan's direction. As Gohan was on his way, he suddenly halted. Stop, Dandy. Vegeta has sensed us. He's coming fast. I can't believe we were so cautious and still got detected. Gohan warned Dandy, and the 2 quickly concealed themselves. However, not long after, Gohan sensed a change in Vegeta's trajectory. Initially taken aback, he soon realized that Vegeta had been diverted by Zarbin's presence. That was close. He almost discovered us. Right now, Vegeta is no match for transformed Zarbin. He will be severely injured again. At least we can enjoy a brief respite. Gohan sighed in relief. Ah, so it's Zarbin. Finally, I have caught him alone. Vegeta was exhilarated as he sped towards Zarbin. If only the scouter were still functional. Finding the village would be easy. Zarbin lamented his struggles without the scouter when suddenly he noticed something. Vegeta! Zarbin exclaimed in surprise. It's been a while, Zarbin. I have already disposed of Dodoria. Now it's your turn, Vegeta taunted. Chapter 37. The battle between Zarbin and Vegeta. What? Dodoria was killed by you? Zarbin was astonished. It was effortless, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Zarbin could hardly believe that Vegeta had the audacity to kill Dodoria. Then why not try me? Vegeta challenged. Vegeta, why have you betrayed Lord Frieza? Zarbin questioned, perplexed by Vegeta's defiance, fully aware of Frieza's formidable power. It's quite simple. I have long harbored hatred for that fiend. Saiyans do not willingly accept orders, but I had no choice but to endure. Now, I realize I can attain eternal life, Vegeta explained, revealing his motivations for betraying Frieza. You mean the Dragon Balls? Zarbin asked, realization dawning upon him. Exactly. I cannot allow Frieza to seize this opportunity. If I attain eternal life, I will inevitably defeat him. Vegeta asserted. You fool, you will never defeat Lord Frieza, Zarbin scoffed, unable to fathom anyone capable of overcoming Frieza, whose terror was ingrained in Zarbin's very being. What a pity. You have lost your scouter while my battle experience has elevated my strength beyond your imagination. You are incredibly naive. Lord Frieza's power is beyond your comprehension. Zarbin mocked, laughing at Vegeta's words. Be quiet. I have no time for your nonsense. Doria has stated that Frieza is immensely fearful of the Saiyans' power. Now, let me demonstrate my prowess, Vegeta proclaimed as he assumed a battle stance. That presumptuous fool believes that only the united Saiyans can pose a threat to King Frieza. Sabo, observing Vegeta's readiness for combat, discreetly focused his attention on him. Prepared to react the moment Vegeta made a move. He had to be cautious, as he understood that Vegeta's battle power had reached formidable heights in his normal state. He could not hope to defeat Vegeta, and transforming would only leave him looking grotesque, something Sabo, who valued beauty, could hardly tolerate. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished, prompting Sabo to glance aside and throw a punch at the very spot where Vegeta reappeared. In an instant, Vegeta seized Sabo's fist, effortlessly blocking his attack. And seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful force, sending Sabo hurtling away. Sabo quickly adjusted his position in midair, stabilizing himself, but when he turned back to face Vegeta, he found the latter rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, Sabo gathered a substantial amount of energy in his palm and unleashed a wave of ki towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta, brimming with confidence, did not flinch. Instead, he met the attack with his fist. Sabo's meticulously gathered ki wave was deflected by Vegeta's strike, veering off course and resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact with the ground, creating a massive crater where a mountain once stood. The sheer power of the attack was evident, yet Vegeta faced it with ease. Miles away, Gohan and Dandy witnessed the explosion. Incredible! There's no way I could contend with that right now. We must hurry to find the Elder, Gohan exclaimed, grasping Dandy's hand as they swiftly took flight. While they are preoccupied with their battle, we must press on with all our strength, Gohan urged, reminding Dandy to stay focused. The confrontation between Sabo and Vegeta continued. With Sabo clearly at a disadvantage, his body marred with fresh wounds, while Vegeta remained largely unscathed. How does it feel? You, Sabo, are clearly in a losing position. Your movements are too sluggish. Vegeta taunted, delivering a decisive kick that struck Sabo squarely in the head, sending him flying. As Sabo landed and hastily rose to look for Vegeta, he realized he could not see him. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had silently appeared behind him, knocking Sabo to the ground once more. You can't even retaliate. How humiliating. Vegeta jeered at the fallen Sabo, relishing the moment after enduring Sabo's mockery while serving Frieza. Impressive progress, indeed. However, your taunts have awakened a power within me that has long been dormant, Sabo responded, a smile on his face despite Vegeta's jibes. What? I awakened your dormant power? Vegeta replied, taken aback. Based on their earlier skirmish, he did not sense any hidden strength from Sabo. Indeed, Sabo affirmed as he stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, I never realized you could be so humorous. Vegeta laughed heartily, dismissing Sabo's claims as mere attempts to delay his inevitable defeat. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is unmistakable. To unleash my true power, I must transform. But the form I take afterward is rather unappealing. I prefer elegance, which is why I despise transformation. However, when faced with the threat of death, Sabo began to explain. Transform? Just like us Saiyans, huh? Haha, you've resorted to babbling in desperation. Vegeta interjected, skeptical of Sabo's claims regarding transformation, as he had never encountered any mention of such abilities during Sabo's time with Frieza. I do not require the exterior of a great ape, but the power it grants is undeniably formidable, Sabo asserted. Oh, I would love to witness the essence of a Saiyan unleashed, Vegeta remarked, curious to see if Sabo was indeed lying, giving him the opportunity to transform. Then watch closely, Sabo declared, his body suddenly swelling, his features grotesquely morphing as he became covered in warts, resembling a toad. Yet, as Vegeta gazed upon Sabo's hideous form, he could not afford to laugh. His instincts warned him that Sabo's energy now surpassed his own, leaving Vegeta at a distinct disadvantage. Sabo wasted no time, charging forward, and before Vegeta could react, he struck him with a headbutt, momentarily dazing him. Seizing that fleeting moment, Sabo retaliated by hurling Vegeta into the air. Regaining his composure, Vegeta charged back towards Sabo, who met him head-on, their clash resounding through the air. Chapter 38. Frieza's apprehension toward the Saiyans after their collision. Both combatants swiftly distanced themselves, assessing the situation. Sabo appeared unfazed, floating confidently in the air, while Vegeta gasped for breath, clearly the worse for wear after the encounter. In an even more precarious state than Sabo had been prior to his transformation. How is the Sabo so powerful? Vegeta pondered, a hint of disbelief creeping into his thoughts. Surprised? You are quite naive. Although your strength has indeed increased, you still cannot compare to me, Sabo taunted, noting Vegeta's hesitation to attack while he lingered in the air. Before you meet your end, allow me to share one more revelation. King Frieza can also transform, Sabo proclaimed bluntly, aiming to strike a psychological blow to Vegeta, diminishing his will to resist, which would ultimately aid in securing victory in this battle. What? Upon hearing the news, Vegeta was as shocked as Sabo had predicted. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo unleashed a powerful energy wave. You are no match for me. How dare you contend with Lord Frieza? He declared while attacking. Vegeta, regaining his composure, hastily dodged the strike, but this only played into Sabo's hands. Sabo charged forward, embracing Vegeta and propelling him downward with great force, resulting in a massive crater several dozen meters in diameter. Water from the surroundings rushed into the pit, forming a lake. He's gone, surely dead, Sabo mused, observing the water's surface. With his heightened focus, he could detect even the faintest disturbance. After waiting for a while with no signs of life, Sabo concluded, it seems he has perished in the water. With that, he relinquished his transformation, reverting to his handsome form. Even if he survives, he should now comprehend the vast disparity in our strengths, which should deter him from opposing us again. He then set off towards their spacecraft to report to Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, submerged in the water, Vegeta sensed Sabo's energy until he flew away, at which point he dared to surface. I am not so easily defeated. I must grow stronger, he declared, his body marred with scars. A nearby soldier, separated from Sabo, had discovered a village of Namekians, only to be astonished to find it had already been attacked. Despite their lack of involvement, what is happening? We haven't even struck yet, and the village is in ruins. It must be that Vegeta. I must report this to Lord Frieza. The soldier, connecting the dots from previous conversations between Dodoria and Sabo, surmised the situation. The scene shifted to Sabo, who had arrived at the spacecraft, preparing to meet Frieza. Lord Frieza, I seek an audience, Sabo's voice echoed from outside. Enter, Frieza commanded. Have you located the village? He inquired as he turned to face Sabo. Not yet, but I have defeated that brat Vegeta, Sabo replied respectfully. Is that so? You haven't transformed in a while. Is he still alive? Frieza noted, recognizing Sabo's transformation as an indication of his strength. I did not confirm, but even if he lives, he must be gravely injured. Sabo hurriedly explained in response to Frieza's probing questions. Why did you not verify? Frieza pressed. Because he fell into the river, Sabo stammered. What if he escaped via the water? Why are you so careless? Is it because you wish to keep your hands clean? Frieza admonished, aware of Sabo's tendencies. Please forgive me. I will rectify this immediately, Sabo replied hastily. Before he could act, another soldier rushed in without a formal report. Lord Frieza, I have found the village. But it has been destroyed, he exclaimed, delivering shocking news that left both Frieza and Sabo reeling. What? Frieza shouted in fury. Was it Vegeta? He did not possess the Dragon Balls at the time. Where could he have hidden? Sabo, equally alarmed, feared punishment or even death from Frieza for this calamity. Bring me Vegeta. I need him alive, Frieza commanded. Just as Sabo was about to depart, Frieza added, Yamcha, contact planet Frieza immediately and summon the Ginyu Force. They should arrive in about 5 days, along with a scouter. My lord, why mobilize the Ginyu Force? Is it really necessary for dealing with Vegeta? Sabo questioned. Knowing that the Ginyu Force was Frieza's elite squad, responsible for conquering countless planets, and their leader, Ginyu, was immensely powerful and fiercely loyal to Frieza. I have a foreboding feeling, Frieza replied thoughtfully. What do you mean? Sabo inquired. I have been contemplating that the formidable Saiyans we have trained might turn against us. Initially, I suspected it was Vegeta, but now I am uncertain, Frieza articulated. You are overthinking it, Lord Frieza. There are only 2 Saiyans left, Vegeta and that child on Earth. Who is no match for Vegeta, Sabo reassured him. Are you suggesting my intuition is misplaced? Bring that child to me immediately, Frieza ordered, unwilling to engage in further discussion. Prompting Sabo to leave in haste. The Saiyans harbor an immeasurable reservoir of combat potential, growing exponentially stronger with each battle. While they may not pose a threat now, it would be prudent to eliminate this risk before they evolve into Super Saiyans. Frieza contemplated grimly. At this moment, Vegeta had already fainted by the water's edge, while Sabo was hastening back towards the site of their recent battle. Before long, Sabo discovered the unconscious Vegeta lying nearby. Chapter 39. Meeting the Grand Elder upon finding Vegeta. Sabo rushed over to assess his condition. This kid is still alive. I can report to the king now, he thought, feeling relieved after checking Vegeta's pulse. Consider yourself fortunate. To ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I shall treat you first. As for what comes next, who can say? With that, Sabo lifted Vegeta and soared towards the spacecraft. It is worth noting that planet Namek is graced with 3 suns, resulting in perpetual daylight and no concept of night. After resting momentarily, Gohan and Dandy resumed their journey towards the Grand Elder, guided by Dandy's directions, until they finally located the Grand Elder's residence. That's it. Dandy pointed to a mountain peak, and the two hurriedly flew toward it. This is it. That is the Grand Elder's home. As they approached, Dandy indicated a structure, exclaiming, What a distance! However, this place is not safe. It will inevitably be discovered by those villains. With that, they entered. Just then, a Namekian resembling Piccolo emerged from the house. Neru, how wonderful! You are all safe, he exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomers. You've arrived, Dandy. The Grand Elder is already aware of the situation, Neru informed them. Dandy, having anticipated this, was not surprised. The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Please come in, Neru said, ushering them inside. Since you already know, why not take precautions? Dandy inquired, puzzled. The Grand Elder is advanced in age and knows his time is limited. Thus, I have been here to protect him, Neru replied, addressing Dandy's question. Neru then led them upstairs, where they encountered a large Namekian, evidently the Grand Elder himself. Prominently displayed on his seat was a Dragon Ball, unmistakably the last Dragon Ball, a hybrid of Earthlings and Saiyans, I presume? In any case, I thank you for aiding my child. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude towards Gohan. It was nothing. There's no need for thanks, Gohan quickly responded. Those scoundrels nearly killed my child. How cruel. They must intend to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and power of the Namekians. They are our hope. The Grand Elder slowly divulged the current situation. Grand Elder, I'll be direct. May I borrow the Dragon Ball atop your head? I swear I will prevent those villains from taking it, Gohan implored, having spotted the Dragon Ball and knowing the Grand Elder would wish to protect it. I also beseech the Grand Elder to assist. If their wishes are fulfilled, the Dragon Balls of Earth can regain their power. Dandy chimed in to support Gohan. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth. Could there be Namekians there as well? The Grand Elder was astonished by Dandy's revelation, having believed he was the last surviving Namekian. Indeed, long ago, when this planet faced calamity, I escaped to Earth aboard a spaceship. Gohan recounted the circumstances. He is a child of Kakarot. He managed to reach Earth safely. He is indeed a prodigy capable of creating Dragon Balls. Did that genius die of natural causes or by misfortune? The Grand Elder's realization was followed by confusion regarding the circumstances of his death, knowing that Namekians, especially those of the Dragon Clan, have long lifespans. He was killed by a Saiyan named Nappa, and another called Vegeta came here as well, Gohan replied. Killed by a Saiyan? The Saiyans truly live up to their reputation. Able to defeat the genius of the Dragon Clan. Could that Saiyan be a Super Saiyan? The Grand Elder was taken aback, considering Piccolo's immense talent. It seemed improbable for a standard Saiyan to be his equal, leaving only the possibility of a Super Saiyan. No, I have not heard of any Super Saiyan. Gohan lied without betraying any signs of deceit. Earthling, please come here. The Grand Elder beckoned Gohan over, evidently to inspect his memories. Hey, system. Can he actually probe my memories? Gohan asked the system. You only think of me when you need something. Just consider how long it has been since I last appeared. The system complained. Enough with the distractions. Tell me quickly if he can view my memories. Gohan insisted, disregarding the system's grievances. He can only see what I allow him to see. Beyond that, he cannot access anything. Do not worry. I am quite confident in this regard, the system assured him. All right, you are no longer needed. Be gone. Gohan dismissed the system with a wave. This is also the reason why the system offers little assistance to Gohan. Even in its absence, the impact on Son Gohan would be minimal. If this system were replaced by one that casually granted him the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, one could only imagine how he would treat it with utmost reverence. Consider Zhang-san. He likely curses his system daily. Allow me to understand your past, the elder said, placing his hand upon Gohan's head. I see. An evil force has invaded your body, causing a split within you. How foolish. Such a rare talent has been diminished by half. Had you remained whole, perhaps you would not have faced death this time, the elder lamented. It is worth noting that prior to their division, Piccolo and the Guardian possessed extraordinary talents. After their fusion during the Android saga, they attained powers comparable to Android 17, even surpassing Android 18 slightly. Youth, you exhibit great courage and a pure heart. I am willing to assist you wholeheartedly. This Dragon Ball is now yours. Though your wish may prove difficult to fulfill, the elder declared. Why is that? Gohan inquired, following the elder's statement. My days are numbered. Can you retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls from the hands of the villains in such a short time? Otherwise, they shall vanish with my demise, the elder explained. I understand. I will not concern myself with that for now. I will protect this Dragon Ball with all my might. I cannot allow those villains to attain eternal life, Gohan vowed. Please, I can no longer move. If Frieza attacks, even Nail may be powerless. I sense a tremendous potential within you yet to be unleashed. Let me help you awaken this strength, the elder said, placing his hand once more on Gohan's head. Chapter 40. The Surge of Power at that moment. Gohan felt exhilarated upon hearing the elder's words. This was the ultimate purpose of his visit. As the elder continued to channel his abilities, Gohan's energy surged dramatically. Ah! Such formidable power! Unbelievable, it is as if I have been reborn. Gohan exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through him. If tested with a power level meter, his combat strength would now rival that of the Jinyu force, with the exception of Jinyu himself. May I bring a companion? He too possesses potential that can be awakened. Gohan asked, clearly referring to Krillin. In the original narrative, Krillin's strength would also reach impressive heights following this enhancement. Certainly, the more righteous individuals, the better, the elder agreed. All right, I shall seek him out. Dandy, I will return shortly, Gohan announced. Take care, the future of the universe relies on you, the elder cautioned. Gohan then stored the Dragon Ball in his watch and hurried towards the cave where Bulma was located. With his newfound strength, he felt confident that no one, except Frieza, could match him. He would reach his destination swiftly. Krillin, come quickly. A Dragon Ball has suddenly lost its signal. What could be the matter? Bulma exclaimed. Only 6 Dragon Balls remain. Frieza possesses 5, and now one has vanished. Huh, what is happening with that Dragon Ball? The village that Vegeta attacked is over there, but I cannot sense his energy. He must not be there, Krillin remarked, pointing in surprise. Understood. Though he attacked the village, he did not locate the Dragon Clan. So he must have gone elsewhere. Bulma suddenly realized the situation. I will search for it once Gohan returns, Krillin thought, deciding not to leave Bulma alone. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Vegeta was recovering in a healing pod. Healing a traitor, is it? When will he reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Zarbin inquired of a minor soldier present. Vegeta's injuries are severe. He will take at least 30 minutes to regain consciousness, the soldier estimated. I will report to Lord Frieza, Zarbin said, departing the healing room and leaving the soldier to watch over Vegeta. Such a powerful warrior as Vegeta, now reduced to revealing the location of the Dragon Balls before Frieza, the soldier mused. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the healing pod and killed the soldier in the process. Thank you, but you underestimate the Saiyan recovery rate, Vegeta shouted. What was that noise? Zarbin exclaimed, startled by the sudden commotion while reporting to Frieza. Could it be Vegeta? Frieza speculated, equally surprised. By the time they arrived, only ruins remained, devoid of any trace of Vegeta. He's escaped. That fool. Zarbin exclaimed, both astonished and furious, as he bore significant responsibility for Vegeta's escape. Go after him at once. Frieza roared in anger. Frieza is here, and I am still aboard the spaceship. You have all fallen into my trap. Vegeta thought, hiding behind a wall, relieved that he had lured Frieza away. I have found it. The Dragon Balls are here. This is the very purpose for which I willingly allowed myself to be captured, Vegeta declared upon locating the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Gohan had returned to the cave. Uncle Krillin and Bulma, I have brought back the Dragon Ball, he announced, retrieving it from his possession. As Gohan produced the Dragon Ball, Bulma's radar simultaneously revealed its location. Ah, Gohan has returned. We were just pondering why the Dragon Ball lost its signal. It turns out you had it. The Elder from Namek must have cast some sort of spell to render it undetectable, Bulma posited, preemptively answering Gohan before he could speak. Yes, Gohan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Gohan, what has happened to your energy? Why has it grown so powerful? It surpasses even Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, staring at Gohan in astonishment. Let me explain the reason, Gohan began, gradually clarifying the situation to both of them. Is that so? Then does that mean my strength can also increase? Krillin pondered aloud. Klein exclaimed with excitement, indeed, I shall take you to the Grand Elder. Son Wukong replied, let us not rush. Given your formidable strength, why not first seek out a Dragon Ball that lies forgotten? Klein, speaking as he brandished the Dragon Ball radar, directed Son Wukong towards the appropriate course. This must be the Dragon Ball that Vegeta has concealed. With my current capabilities, I have no fear of confronting him. Son Wukong pondered silently as he gazed at the radar. Very well, I shall secure this Dragon Ball to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. I will retrieve it first, and then escort Uncle Klein to the Grand Elder. Yes, do hurry back and be cautious. We shall await your return here. Bulma concurred with Wukong's plan. With that, Son Wukong seized the Dragon Ball radar and soared towards his destination with all his might. At this moment, Vegeta had also arrived beside the Dragon Balls discovered by Frieza, contemplating the 5 orbs before him. Not only have you healed my wounds, but you have also bestowed upon me all the Dragon Balls. Vegeta mused. Though escaping with 5 Dragon Balls would prove challenging, he had no time for further deliberation. Alright, Sabo is on the opposite side of the spaceship. I shall take a gamble and hope the heavens favor me. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings and declared, Hey, I'm still aboard the spaceship. Vegeta shouted to draw the attention of those outside, then unleashed a powerful energy wave that surged down the corridor, resulting in a significant explosion. Sabo and Frieza rushed towards the source of the blast, inadvertently veering away from Vegeta. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta hurled all 5 Dragon Balls out of the window with all his strength before making a swift escape. Chapter 41, Assessing Strength. Slaying Sabo, could he be attempting to seize the Dragon Balls? Frieza quickly discerned Vegeta's true intentions. By the time they returned to the location where the Dragon Balls had been housed, both the orbs and Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Where could that scoundrel have gone? Sabo exclaimed, drenched in sweat, as he hurriedly took to the skies in search of him. He must still be hiding within the spaceship. Search quickly, Frieza bellowed, unable to tolerate being outwitted by a lowly Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta had taken refuge nearby, contemplating that if he were to take flight now, he would undoubtedly be pursued by Frieza. Thus, he plunged into the water, opting for this method of escape. How infuriating. Not only has Vegeta fled, but the Dragon Balls are lost as well. With 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, he cannot possibly escape so swiftly. Thoroughly search the spaceship. Frieza seethed. Listen closely. If you fail to locate him within the hour, prepare for your demise. Frieza issued his final ultimatum to Zarbin. Meanwhile, Vegeta swam towards the direction where he had discarded the Dragon Balls, having now reached an approximate location and surfaced. They must be around here, he mused, scanning the vicinity. Ha ha ha, here they are, quite adeptly controlled. It wasn't long before Vegeta discovered the 5 Dragon Balls he had tossed away. Serves you right, Frieza. The Dragon Balls belong to me, ha ha ha. Vegeta exclaimed with exhilaration. With the one I sank in the river of that village, I shall only need 1 more to complete the set, he thought to himself. At that moment, Gohan, equipped with the Dragon Radar, successfully located a Dragon Ball underwater and was now on his way back. Alright, I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball I found earlier, Vegeta decided, not wasting any time as he soared towards the village. Meanwhile, Zarbin was still searching for Vegeta, lamenting, this is terrible, I cannot find him. If only I had a detector, locating him would be far simpler. As he turned around, he spotted a figure soaring through the air. Upon focusing, he could not help but exclaim, Vegeta. Zarbin was elated. Having believed he would not find him, he was surprised to see Vegeta appear on his own, prompting him to hastily pursue. A formidable energy signature, it seems to be Zarbin. How bothersome, Vegeta thought, feeling somewhat annoyed. However, he seized the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, Zarbin had bested him previously, and this time, he would surely be caught off guard. Vegeta descended towards the ground, intent on engaging Zarbin in battle once more. Upon landing, Zarbin followed closely behind, declaring, Vegeta, you dare mock me, causing Lord Frieza to doubt my capabilities? Hand over the Dragon Balls now, and perhaps I shall consider granting you a swift end. Then give it your best shot, Vegeta retorted, unfazed by Zarbon's threats. You must be eager for death, Zarbon proclaimed as he transformed, preparing to unleash his full power to subdue Vegeta in one fell swoop. Ah, there are two powerful energies over there. They must be battling. It must be Zarbon and Vegeta. I shall intervene and assess my own strength. Gohan, on his way back, noticed the two engaged in combat and decided to join in. Zarbon charged forward, ready to strike Vegeta directly, underestimating him. Vegeta, observing Zarbon's approach, thought he is far too confident. As Zarbon attacked, Vegeta merely ducked, evading the blow and seizing a handful of dirt in his palm. In an instant, Vegeta ascended, positioning himself directly above Zarbon. Ha ha ha, your doom is imminent. Zarbon, seeing Vegeta so unguarded above him, immediately flew upwards to finish him off. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly released the dirt he had clinched, scattering it into Zarbon's eyes. What the? You scoundrel! Zarbon exclaimed, rubbing his eyes as Vegeta seized the opportunity to maneuver behind him, delivering a punch that sent Zarbon crashing to the ground. Just as Vegeta intended to press the attack, he abruptly halted. There is an overwhelming energy coming from that direction. Is it Frieza? No, he cannot possibly be here. Vegeta remarked, abruptly disregarding Zarbon. As Gohan was about to arrive, Sabo had also regained his feet. Vegeta, you scoundrel! Sabo shouted in fury. However, Vegeta paid him no heed. His gaze fixed intently on Gohan's approaching presence. He's coming. Vegeta sensed the increasingly powerful energy and braced himself. Gradually, Gohan's figure emerged, and soon he stood before the two. You little brat! So you were in cahoots with Vegeta? Sabo exclaimed, infuriated at the sight of Gohan. What? This little brat? How could he possess such strength? Unlike Sabo, who was oblivious to Gohan's prowess, Vegeta could scarcely comprehend how Gohan, who had been feeble before, had transformed into such a formidable force. Oh, are you two engaged in battle? May I join in? Gohan asked. You wretched scoundrels, I will annihilate you all. Sabo bellowed. Vegeta, however, remained silent, eager to witness Gohan's fighting capabilities. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to showcase my power, Gohan declared, approaching Sabo. You little brat, Sabo retorted, launching a punch. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Vegeta, wary of a sudden attack. Humph, underestimated. Am I? Gohan mused. Nevertheless, such a weakling cannot pique my interest. I should end this swiftly. In an instant, Gohan soared above Sabo, catching him off guard and delivering a powerful kick that sent Sabo hurtling through the air. Blood spewing from his mouth. Oh, still alive? It seems I didn't exert enough force, Gohan remarked, observing Sabo struggling to rise. Fine, since I am feeling merciful. Let me grant you a swift end. With that, Gohan unleashed an energy blast, obliterating Sabo completely. Next, Gohan turned his attention to Vegeta. Now it's your turn. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I beat you before you comply? Gohan stated, intending to recruit Vegeta to confront the Ginyu Force, recognizing his considerable fighting abilities. TCH, so you are the little brat they spoke of? Is your father Kakarot on his way? Vegeta inquired, assuming a defensive stance. He hasn't arrived yet. But he is en route. Enough of this. We must leave quickly. You can no longer hope to obtain the Dragon Balls, Gohan insisted. What? You think a sudden surge in power will allow you to defeat me? Vegeta retorted, his eyes aflame with rage. Very well, even if you gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Do you know how to use them? Gohan replied coolly. Eh? What do you mean? Vegeta was taken aback, regarding Gohan with confusion. Surely, no one believes that simply collecting all 7 Dragon Balls guarantees the fulfillment of wishes? Gohan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Curse it, how could it not? Vegeta dared not voice his doubts, fearing the loss of face. I have received word that the Ginyu Force is on their way. They appear to be quite formidable. If we wish to survive, we must unite, Gohan declared. What? The Ginyu Force? How could they possibly be here? Where did you obtain this information? Vegeta was genuinely shocked. You can trust my source. They will arrive on Namek in approximately 4 days, Gohan informed him. Frieza has indeed dispatched the Ginyu Force. You must tell me how to use the Dragon Balls quickly. I need eternal life, or we are finished. I swear, once my wish is granted, I will not harm you. Vegeta implored, urgency in his voice. It is futile. The power of the Dragon Balls is not as boundless as you think. If your wish exceeds the capabilities of the Creator, the Dragon Balls cannot fulfill it. In other words, even if you successfully wish for immortality, you will not truly become immortal. It may merely enhance your recovery abilities. You will still face death, Gohan explained, revealing the limitations of the Dragon Balls. Curse it. How could this be? Vegeta was stunned, having believed that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish. So hurry and follow me. I possess a method to rapidly enhance your strength. It is how I elevated my own power so swiftly. We must prepare to confront the threat in 4 days. Gohan asserted, taking off into the sky, unconcerned with whether Vegeta followed. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta decided to pursue him. We cannot use the Dragon Balls yet. Summoning Shenron would attract Frieza's attention, which would be disastrous. It would be best to wait for Father to arrive before calling upon Shenron, Gohan contemplated. As they flew, Vegeta grew increasingly suspicious. Hey, brat, where are you headed? He finally inquired. To find the Dragon Balls, of course. The 5 are likely in your possession, Gohan replied. How do you know where the Dragon Balls are? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. I am using this device to locate them. It is called a Dragon Radar. The Dragon Balls emit a unique invisible light, which this radar can detect, Gohan explained, shaking the radar in his hand. Such a convenient tool, Vegeta marveled, realizing how much simpler it would have been to find the Dragon Balls with such an instrument. Before long, the two had gathered the Dragon Balls and were heading towards Bulma and the other's location. Bulma and Krillin were chatting outside a cave when Krillin suddenly looked up. Hey, it seems two powerful energies are approaching. Is that Gohan? Why is he so slow? Bulma remarked. It's not just Gohan, it's Vegeta too, Krillin exclaimed, squinting to get a better look. As Gohan and Vegeta landed, Krillin asked, Gohan, what is going on? Why is Vegeta here? Ah, it's you, little bald head. So, you've joined us, have you? Why did you bring along a woman with no combat skills? Vegeta scoffed at Krillin and Bulma. We can discuss this later. For now, Vegeta is temporarily on our side. I intend to bring him to the Elder to prepare for the impending crisis, Gohan explained. What? You want to take him to the Elder? He has killed many Namekians. Will the Elder assist him? Krillin questioned. We have no choice. We must try. The enemy we face exceeds our wildest expectations, Gohan asserted. Son Wufan presented his rationale, and Klin fell silent upon hearing it. It appeared we truly had to collaborate with Vegeta. What? Are you really going to leave me here all alone? Bulma couldn't help but interject. Troublesome woman. You are nothing but a burden now, Vegeta retorted, prompting Bulma to hide behind a rock, too intimidated to respond. Don't say that. All our food is with her. Don't you wish to enjoy a proper meal? Son Wufan coaxed, providing Vegeta with an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a pang of hunger. Hurry up and bring out the food, he commanded Bulma before settling down in a nearby spot. What the heck? You're clearly taking advantage of us. Yet your attitude is so atrocious, Bulma complained. I'm a bit hungry too. Why not eat now? Klin quickly suggested to ease the tension. Moments later, a grand feast appeared before them, and they all began to devour it eagerly. I must admit, the food on your planet is quite delectable. I've decided not to destroy your world after all. I'll simply conquer it instead, Vegeta declared, one hand clutching a bun while the other slurped noodles. His plate piled high with various dishes. Eating won't silence your ambitions of conquering Earth, Bulma snapped, noting Vegeta's lack of assistance in preparing the meal. Yet consuming so much, Vegeta paid her no heed, choosing not to express anger. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Chapter 43, a meeting with the Grand Elder again. Hey, I must ask, why didn't Ti receive points for defeating Sabor? Son Wufan inquired of the system during their meal. Initially, defeating Sabor would grant you points, but due to the significant disparity in power, the points awarded were minimal. Moreover, since Vegeta participated in the battle, the combined factors resulted in no points for you. The system explained meticulously. What use are you then? You clearly have nothing worthwhile. And now your points are so difficult to acquire that you truly seem useless, Son Wufan challenged the system. I'm not combat-oriented. I cannot generate tasks related to battle. I can only issue survival-related tasks, the system limited, acknowledging its own limitations. So, do you expect me to become a scholar? Son Wufan jested with the system. Exactly. If you were to rank first in your class or receive praise from your teacher, you would earn points. The system exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Son Wufan's words. Enough. I have no need for you right now, Son Wufan declared, dismissing the system's incessant chatter. All right, since we've finished eating, let us depart, Klin announced to the others. Very well, let us be on our way, Bulma agreed, gathering her belongings. Are we really bringing her along? Vegeta questioned Klin. We can't just leave her here unattended, Klin replied. Then you can take Bulma with you. It's a delightful decision. Son Wufan responded matter-of-factly. Huh. Both Bulma and Klin were bewildered by Son Wufan's logic. Why must I carry her? Vegeta pointed at Bulma. Firstly, Uncle Klin is too slow. If he takes someone else, our pace will drastically decrease. Secondly, my height renders me unsuitable for flying with a passenger, making you the most appropriate choice. Son Wufan justified his reasoning. Klin stroked his chin, pondering the validity of this argument. What do you know? Bulma exclaimed, hitting Klin's bald head with her bag. All right. Let us go, Son Wufan said, pulling Klin into the air, leaving Vegeta and Bulma behind. Hey, you can't just leave me here, Bulma called after them, shifting her gaze towards Vegeta with resignation. Damn it. Vegeta glared at the two retreating figures. After a series of negotiations, the two set off, with Bulma being hoisted by Vegeta by the collar of her shirt, hastily following behind. Can't you find a better way to carry me? This is quite uncomfortable. And what if I fall? Bulma protested. Stop whining. How I carry you is my business, Vegeta retorted, though he eventually adjusted his grip, cradling her under her arms as they continued to fly. What on earth? This is worse than before. Are you trying to choke me? Bulma exclaimed, squirming. Stay still. Vegeta lost focus for a moment and nearly dropped Bulma. In a flurry, he reached out to catch her, and Bulma clung to him tightly. Thus, Vegeta held Bulma in a princess carry, while she wrapped her arms around his neck. Could you please remove your hands? Vegeta reminded Bulma, who seemed momentarily dazed. Oh. Bulma quickly complied, but Vegeta maintained his hold, and while Bulma remained carefree, Gazing at the scenery below, Vegeta's ears flushed crimson. They fell into a silence, progressing towards the Grand Elder amidst an atmosphere of peculiar tension. Due to the need to accommodate Bulma, their journey was prolonged, taking 2 days to reach their destination. During this time, Son Wufan briefed Vegeta on the general situation, and both Klin and Bulma began to familiarize themselves with Vegeta. Bulma even playfully teased him occasionally, while Klin's fear of Vegeta diminished. There it is, do you see that tall mountain? Son Wufan pointed to the peak where the Grand Elder resided. Have we finally arrived? The others exclaimed in joy. Hey Vegeta, wait. You must remain calm and not lose your temper. We are seeking assistance. And there's a formidable Namekian there whom you cannot defeat, Son Wufan cautioned. TCH, if it weren't for the Grand Elder's ability to enhance one's strength, I wouldn't have come, Vegeta replied. Do not underestimate the Namekian. Those previous individuals were not combatants, yet they possess considerable strength. The Namekian warriors guarding the Grand Elder are exceptionally powerful, Son Wufan warned. So, there exists a combat type among the Namekians? No wonder they are capable of creating the Dragon Balls, Vegeta mused internally. You have finally arrived. Upon landing, they discovered Nail had been waiting for them. You truly resemble Piccolo, Klin remarked, observing Nail. You, get lost. You are not welcome here, Nail said bluntly to Vegeta. What? Vegeta was about to retort. But Klin and Son Wufan quickly restrained him. Nail, please be lenient. We are in dire need of his help, Son Wufan pleaded. It's already remarkable that I haven't killed him for slaughtering our kin, Nail stated. Nail, let them all in. At that moment, the voice of the elder resonated from within the room. However, you should follow me, he said. Nairo appeared as if he wished to say more but ultimately acquiesced to the elder's command, leading several individuals inside. Wow, how imposing, Bulma exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback by the elder's presence, though she had previously witnessed Piccolo's transformation during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, the Namekians possess the ability to alter their size. Come here, child, the elder beckoned to Krillin, who hurriedly approached him. Elder, what must I do? Krillin inquired. Ha ha ha, you need not do anything, simply stand here. The elder responded with warmth. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon Krillin's bald head. Before long, Krillin sensed a shift in his energy, followed by an overwhelming surge emanating from within him. Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Ha ha ha, my power has increased tremendously, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, now possessing considerable combat strength. How remarkable. Is this the magic of the Namekians? The power enhancement is astonishing, Vegeta remarked, observing the exhilaration of Krillin. That's Saiyan over there. Although you have slain many of my kin, it is forgiven. Come forth, the elder said, his expression complex. Elder, I still do not comprehend why you would allow this individual to approach you. Nairo expressed his confusion regarding the elder's decision as Vegeta advanced toward him. I sense my time is limited, and a great calamity is about to befall our Namek. They can provide us with immense assistance, the elder explained, placing his hand upon Vegeta's head. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted, causing Vegeta's combat power to soar, surpassing that of Gohan's at present. Ha ha, this immense strength, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. We should swiftly familiarize ourselves with our newfound power. Let us train together. Do you think we can contend with the Ginyu Force? Gohan suggested. Humph, you underestimate the Ginyu Force. As Frieza's elite squad, their captain, Ginyu, is reputed to possess terrifying combat prowess, Vegeta replied, regaining his composure, acknowledging the Saiyans' exceptional talent. Now, allow me to instruct you, so you may witness what true combat entails, he added, striding toward the exit. Bulma, you should stay here. The elder's domain is exceedingly safe, Krillin advised before following Vegeta outside. Thus, amidst the training of the group, 2 days passed. Meanwhile, Goku tirelessly trained aboard the spaceship. Having fully acclimated to 100-fold gravity, now readjusting to the original gravitational force, his body could now endure 10-fold Kaioken. At that moment, Frieza sat alone within the spaceship, deserted by his minions, with both Zarbon and Dodoria having met their demise. Our Lord has been isolated in the spaceship for 4 days, he pondered. It has been 4 days. Has Zarbon been killed or escaped? Frieza finally voiced his uncertainty. Had I known this would occur, I would have brought the Ginyu Force with me. Nevertheless, they shall arrive shortly, equipped with a power level scanner. I suspect Vegeta has yet to gather the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would have come by now, Frieza thought with a smirk of satisfaction. Just wait and see, Vegeta. Once I have the power level scanner in hand, we shall see where you hide. The more he contemplated, the more hopeful he became. At that moment, the training session was interrupted as Son Wukong and Vegeta both ceased their activities, their gazes drawn skyward. One must commend Vegeta for his tenacity, having survived in a harsh environment from a young age. Over the past few days of rigorous training, Son Wukong had reaped substantial benefits. His combat awareness and experience had surged dramatically, likely owing to the innate combat prowess embedded in Saiyan blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's confirmed. Frieza has indeed summoned the Ginyu Force, Vegeta declared. The Ginyu Force is really here. Can we defeat them? Krillin inquired, having heard of their formidable reputation from Vegeta. First, we need to find a suitable battlefield. This will be a tough fight, So do not hinder me, Vegeta replied, taking to the skies. Let us go, Uncle Krillin. There's no turning back now, Son Wukong said, following suit, while Krillin remained silent and took flight as well. With resounding thuds, 5 circular spacecraft descended near Frisia's ship. The Ginyu Force had finally arrived, taking what felt like an eternity. Frieza emerged from his vessel aboard his own craft. Shortly after, 5 figures disembarked from the circular ships, soaring to stand respectfully before Frieza. The spectacle began. One tall figure stepped forward, his left leg bent while the right leg extended back, raising his left arm high at an angle and placing his right hand on his abdomen, shouting, Guldo. Another, with blue skin, mirrored the stance but in reverse, exclaiming, Berta. A red-skinned figure with white hair knelt on one knee, arms raised, palms bent, and yelled, Jeez. A small, frog-like creature with 4 eyes mimicked Jeez's pose, but with the right knee on the ground, declaring, Guldo. Finally, a figure with pale purple skin and 2 pointed horns turned his back to the group, legs apart, head peeking through the gap, arms outstretched above his head, shouting, Ginyu. In unison, they proclaimed, Ginyu Force, assemble, and shifted poses again, culminating in a boisterous Ginyu Force. Frieza observed their awkward display with a prolonged silence before finally speaking up, his patience stemming from the loyalty of his elite subordinates. My sincerest apologies, Lord Frieza. Allow us to handle this mission. Captain Ginyu stepped forward. My Dragon Balls were seized by the traitor Vegeta. Bring him to me alive. He must reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Frieza commanded the Ginyu Force. Not an issue. We have tracked Vegeta's movements, Ginyu reported, adjusting his power level reader. He is not far from here, seemingly waiting for us, and he is accompanied by 2 individuals with considerable power. 2. It must be those 2 troublemakers from before. Eliminate them. Frieza ordered, recalling Son Wukong and Krillin's earlier encounter with Dodoria. Understood. The game is afoot. Lord Frieza, here is the power level reader you requested. Jeez presented a box with reverence. I appreciate your efforts, Frieza commended. Let us take action. Charge. The Ginyu Force bellowed as they launched into the air. Chapter 45, the battle begins there here. Prepare yourselves. Vegeta instructed Krillin and Son Wukong. At this moment, Son Wukong was still 20 minutes away from Namek. With the Dragon Balls now secured by Son Wukong, Captain Ginyu, the strongest among the Ginyu Force, would likely take action. Whether they could survive these 20 minutes remained uncertain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being cut through resounded as the Ginyu Force stood before them. Hello, Vegeta, Ginyu greeted first. How infuriating. They're so fast. Krillin thought, recalling the speed of the 5 warriors. Haha. We come on the orders of Lord Frieza to demand the Dragon Balls. Quickly, inform us of their location. Given your past contributions to Lord Frieza, I may grant you a swift end, Ginyu taunted. Those Dragon Balls are not yours to take, Vegeta retorted. Vegeta could not divulge that the Dragon Balls could not grant Frieza eternal life. Firstly, they would never believe him, and secondly, should Frieza learn of this, he would undoubtedly obliterate Namek, resulting in the demise of all its inhabitants. Oh, then we shall resort to some unconventional methods, Ginyu threatened. Son Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances at the 5 warriors. Ginyu was the strongest among them, capable of adjusting his power level, which could reach alarming heights. Following him was Berta, with a power level of, while Jeez and Ginyu had comparable levels of, and respectively. The weakest was Guldo, with a power level of around. Yet he possessed formidable psychic abilities, making even Krillin hesitant. The power level reader can track humans, but it cannot locate the Dragon Balls, can it? Vegeta questioned. What do you mean? Ginyu asked. In other words, you cannot kill us. If you do, you'll lose track of the Dragon Balls, Son Wukong interjected, seizing the moment to assert himself. Ha ha ha, interesting. If we eliminate you, we will simply send more warriors to Namek. Do you really think we cannot locate a mere small planet? Ginyu laughed heartily. But what if the Dragon Balls are not on this planet? Son Wukong countered. What? Impossible. This planet has been under Frieza's observation. You cannot possibly have sent the Dragon Balls away. Ginyu exclaimed, clearly skeptical of Son Wukong's claim. Well, you can certainly try. If you cannot find them, I wonder how you will explain it. Care to take a gamble? Vegeta challenged Ginyu. Very well. We shall capture you all and interrogate you thoroughly, Ginyu remarked, unwilling to let Vegeta off the hook for such a minor reason. All right then. Let us deal with you now. It has been a while since I had a good workout. This is a splendid opportunity, Ginyu declared. In other words, we will deliver a thorough lesson and assert our dominance. Jeez added. Silence. Ginyu snapped, clearly irked by Jeez's interjection. Their power was formidable. Could they truly survive this encounter? Krillin pondered to himself. Although your strength is vastly inadequate, perhaps you might still prove useful. Give it your all, Vegeta urged Krillin. Leave those 2 brats to me. That boy with hair possesses a modicum of strength. Handle him with care, Ginyu instructed the others. Captain, I disagree, Barta protested. Indeed, you always take the spotlight. Raikum and Guldo echoed in agreement. Enough bickering. This time, I'll allow you the opportunity. I shall merely observe. You all owe me ice cream. Ginyu mused after a moment's thought. Very well, we'll handle it this time. Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. The winner faces Vegeta, and the runner-up deals with those 2 brats. Is that acceptable? Ginyu addressed the others. Fantastic. Long live the captain. The other four expressed their satisfaction with Jinyu's arrangement. How infuriating. They underestimate us so, Vegeta seethed, observing the Jinyu force's disregard for their capabilities. This is fortuitous, it will buy us time. My father will be here soon, and his strength is formidable. Son Gohan remarked to Vegeta. What? Kakarot is coming too? If we can hold out until he arrives. It may not be impossible for the three of us to defeat Jinyu. Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation. We just need to last 10 minutes. Gohan stated with certainty. 10 minutes? Quite a considerable challenge. Krillin felt elated at the prospect of Son Goku's arrival, only to be met with anxiety as he contemplated the need to endure for 10 minutes. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie again. At that moment, the Jinyu force was still engaged in a fierce internal competition for the chance to battle. Before long, the results were in. Vegeta is mine, Raikim exclaimed joyfully. TCH. What bad luck. GYS and Bartis scoffed from the sidelines. Ugh, how tedious, Guldo remarked with disdain. Listen, we must eliminate that short one swiftly. He possesses an exceedingly peculiar super ability. If he manages to use it during our fight, we will be in peril, Vegeta asserted. Are you strategizing? Haha. Let the games begin, Raikim exclaimed. Hey, Guldo, take care of those two brats first, Raikim instructed. Humph, I'm not a janitor. This is a gross misallocation of talent. Guldo retorted with a look of disdain. Don't be so reluctant. We can't even manage as janitors. Why don't you step down and let us take over? GYS teased in response to Guldo's complaint. Very well, it's still a chance to stretch my legs, Guldo said as he approached Son Gohan and Krillin. I'll dispatch you effortlessly. Gohan, do you recall our training aboard the spaceship? Let us unleash our energy in an instant and strive to defeat him in one blow. Krillin advised Gohan. Understood, they agreed, and in that moment, they erupted with astonishing energy, charging towards Guldo. At this moment, Lycum was closely observing the battle between Guldo and Son Gohan. The figures displayed on the battle power scanner astonished him. They were astonishingly high. This instant of distraction allowed Guldo to meet his demise. Chapter 46. The Jinyu Force strikes. Krillin launched a ki blast at Guldo, while Son Gohan seized the opportunity to dart behind Guldo with remarkable speed. Heh, you think such an attack can defeat me? Guldo began, but before he could finish, Son Gohan unleashed a ki blast that pierced through Guldo's body. What? When did you? Guldo's words were cut short as he was struck by Krillin's ki blast, disintegrating into oblivion. Oh no, Guldo has been slain. It was truly unexpected. Guldo could not withstand the might of those two youngsters. Ji's remarked to Son Gohan and the others, that little brat's battle power has already surpassed. Even that bald-headed one's power is quite impressive. Lycum noted the data he had just witnessed. Such a high battle power. A race like this is indeed rare. They can enhance their power without transformation. Bart expressed his surprise, acknowledging that some battle powers were exceptionally rare even within the Frieza force. Haha, Vegeta, your friend has some skills, but with one less member. Our Jinyu force's battle formation is less than perfect, Lycum grinned, feeling somewhat troubled. Captain, why not devise a new strategy? We can redesign our four-person battle formation, suggested one of his comrades. Sure, I have some new poses in mind. It's just a pity that Guldo promised me ice cream, and now that it's gone, Jinyu said, stroking his chin. The others clearly did not take Guldo's death to heart. They were only lamenting the need to rethink their perfect battle formation. It was uncertain whether they had never regarded Guldo as part of their team due to his low battle power, or if they were simply devoid of loyalty. Let us put that aside for now. Continue with the rock, paper, scissors to determine who will face those two brats, Jinyu instructed. I still need to deal with Vegeta. Don't interfere with me, Lycum declared. Why are they so bothersome? Krillin remarked, watching the others still engaged in their game. Don't be careless. The true terror lies ahead, Vegeta said, while keeping a keen eye on Jinyu. Is Jinyu really as formidable as you say? It appears his ki isn't as strong as yours, Krillin questioned Vegeta, still under the impression that Frieza's crew lacked control over their ki. Jinyu can manipulate his battle power just like us. His true strength is far more terrifying than what you can currently perceive, Vegeta explained to Krillin. Oh, I see. Vegeta. It's our turn now, Lycum announced as he approached. Vegeta, pretend to be evenly matched against that big guy. We need to buy some time, Krillin advised. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that without Kakarot, I cannot win? Vegeta was displeased with Krillin's words. That's not what I meant. I believe having Goku here would be more secure, Krillin hastily clarified, understanding that this was not the time for internal conflict. As the strongest Earthling, he bore more than just strength. What are you two discussing? If those brats want to help, they can join in too. Come on, Lycum urged, eyeing Vegeta. Enough chatter. I'm ready to fight, Vegeta retorted. Hey, you can't touch those two. They're ours. Ji's protested upon hearing Lycum's intent to target Son Gohan and Krillin. Jinyu Force. Lycum proclaimed, striking a dramatic pose. He balanced on one leg, his body parallel to the ground, while the other leg stood upright and perpendicular. Krillin and Son Gohan exchanged exasperated glances, while Vegeta gathered his ki and charged forward. Before Lycum could even check the battle power scanner, he was struck in the face by Vegeta's punch, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. What? What just happened? Vegeta's battle power has reached. How could a Saiyan possibly attain this? Jeez was astonished. It seems Vegeta has mastered controlling the fluctuations of his battle power. Jinyu, who could also manipulate battle power, quickly discerned Vegeta's situation. I estimate Vegeta's maximum battle power is at least, Jinyu began to speculate. How could he possibly reach such a level? Bart was equally incredulous that Vegeta had surpassed them. His battle power is not surprising. Vegeta is a combat genius, perpetually yearning for battle. I find it utterly unsurprising that he has reached this level. This battle should prove to be quite entertaining. It seems I will have to reveal my true abilities this time, Jinyu chuckled. While Jinyu conferred with his teammates, the battle between Vegeta and Lycum continued. After sending Lycum flying, Vegeta did not miss the opportunity. He accelerated behind Lycum and delivered a powerful punch that drove him into the ground. Seizing the advantage, Vegeta stomped down on Lycum's abdomen, causing a fresh spout of blood to erupt from his mouth. As energy gathered in Vegeta's hands, ready to unleash a ki wave to finish Lycum, Jinyu intervened. With a speed that was beyond Vegeta's capacity to counter, Jinyu kicked Vegeta away, saving Lycum. Hey, Lycum cannot be disposed of so easily. Otherwise, our battle formation will falter. I will be your opponent now, Jinyu declared, addressing the recovering Vegeta. Are you finally making a move? Let me see what the captain of Frisia's elite squad is truly capable of. Vegeta assumed a battle stance. Jinyu glanced at the motionless Lycum and instructed Bart. Hey, Bart, take Lycum away. Though he is not dead, he has lost his combat capability. Shall we take care of these two kids then? Jeez inquired, following Jinyu's orders. Do as you wish. As long as you do not interfere with my battle with Vegeta, Jinyu replied. Goku would arrive on Namek in 5 minutes. Chapter 47. Krillin's deception against the Jinyu force. Meanwhile, Nail, having received the Elder's command to assist Son Gohan and the others, was supposed to arrive shortly. However, he turned back midway, sensing an ominous premonition that someone was plotting against the Elder. Earthlings, please understand. My foremost duty is to ensure the Elder's safety. Naru contemplated to himself. Let us not dwell on Naru for now, but instead focus on the fierce confrontation between a few individuals and the Jinyu force. Uncle Krillin, please devise a way to capture the attention of one of them. I shall exert all my efforts to handle the other, Gohan suggested to Krillin. Understood, Krillin replied affirmatively. All right, Bart, now is our moment. Leave that little brat to me, Guys declared. Very well, I shall utilize my unparalleled cosmic speed to eliminate that small bald-headed adversary first. Then we shall confront the other imp together, Bart concurred with Guys' strategy. They were also aware that Gohan could regulate his fighting power, having just unleashed a formidable force. Who could predict whether his power might exceed theirs in the next moment? Let the invincible Jinyu force impart a lesson to them. Prepared for action. The two struck a pose and shouted in unison. After their exclamation, they soared into the air, each targeting their respective opponents. This turn of events perfectly aligned with the intentions of Sun Wukong and Krillin. Now, they only needed Krillin to hold on until Sun Wukong could eliminate Jisoo. Listen. The Jinyu force is not to be trifled with. Jisoo approached Sun Wukong, refraining from immediate aggression as he was uncertain of Sun Wukong's true combat prowess and decided to test the waters first. However, Sun Wukong displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. While Jisoo was speaking, he delivered a swift punch to Jisoo's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Not due to a lack of strength, but rather because Sun Wukong had intentionally held back. You scoundrel! Jisoo exclaimed, clutching his bleeding nose. My apologies, I couldn't hold back. Sun Wukong said, scratching his head. Enough chatter, Jisoo declared, launching a flying kick at Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a kick that sent Jisoo sprawling. Meanwhile, Krillin was not enjoying the same ease. Kid, let me show you the terror of the Jinyu force. Barda shouted as he charged forward. Wait. Krillin called out urgently as he saw Bardu approaching. What is it? Bardu inquired, obediently halting his advance. Krillin, not wanting to engage the Jinyu force head-on. Sought to buy some time. Don't you want to know about the Dragon Balls? He proposed, hoping to captivate their interest. Once we deal with you, we'll find out for ourselves, Barda retorted, yet he remained attentive, curious about what Krillin had to say. Do you truly know how to use the Dragon Balls? Krillin countered. Use them. Isn't it just a matter of gathering all 7? Barda responded, perplexed. Not at all. To utilize the Dragon Balls, one must have the appropriate incantation, location, and arrangement, Krillin fabricated, attempting to deceive them. What? There's such a stipulation? Thank you immensely. Barda expressed his gratitude. Even Jinyu, engaged in battle with Vegeta nearby, found his attention drawn towards Krillin. Moreover, if the creator of the Dragon Balls dies, they become ineffective. Krillin continued to divulge advantageous information. Damn it. I need to inform Lord Frisia, Bardu remarked. No need. I have already heard. When you encounter that Namekian, do not kill him. Frisia's voice emanated from the power level tracker. I have certainly gained valuable information from you. As a token of appreciation, I will. Barda began, but was abruptly silenced as Sun Wukong struck him with an energy blast. What is happening? Where's Jisoo? Barda scrambled to his feet. astonished by Son Wukong's arrival. That white-haired guy? I've already dealt with him, Son Wukong stated. 2 minutes prior, after Jisoo was sent flying by Son Wukong, he did not remain idle, unleashing an explosive surge of power. His combat strength had surged dramatically over the past few days, enhanced by his training and Vegeta's techniques. With the vast disparity in their fighting capabilities, he intercepted Jisoo mid-flight, delivering a powerful chop to Jisoo's ribs. In a single blow, several of Jisoo's ribs shattered, blood and internal organs spilling forth as he gasped. The Saiyan blood coursing through Son Wukong would not allow him to squander this opportunity. After a brief moment to gather his energy, he unleashed a magical flash that obliterated Jisoo, swiftly moving to Krillin's side and repelling Bardo with an energy blast. Haha, Wukong, you've finally arrived. Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Son Wukong. Damn it, you dare to toy with me. Bardo seethed. Don't say that. I've shared quite a bit of information about the Dragon Balls with you, Krillin quickly retorted, asserting the usefulness of the information. Although he had embellished some details in his mind, he thought to himself, Uncle Krillin, let us finish this fight. It seems Mr. Vegeta is on the verge of collapse. Son Wukong remarked, glancing at Vegeta, who was being overwhelmed by Jinyu. Indeed, let us hasten to aid Vegeta, Krillin agreed, turning to follow Son Wukong. Don't underestimate me. I possess the fastest speed in the universe. Bardo shouted, charging ahead. It must be noted that Bardo's speed was indeed remarkable. Though there was a significant gap in their combat strength, his velocity rivaled that of Son Wukong. Surprised by Son Wukong's comparable speed, Bardo questioned, Who are you exactly? I am Son Wukong, a Saiyan with half-earthling blood, he replied. Impossible. How can a Saiyan possess such speed? Bardo could hardly believe it. After all, they already faced Vegeta, who surpassed them in strength, and he had never anticipated that Saiyans could be this formidable, let alone two of them. Perhaps it's due to my rigorous training, Son Wukong answered. I am a line of division that goes unnoticed, Jinyu remarked, eyeing Vegeta. I must say, being able to stand here and fight me, you truly are a genius. Enough chatter. We Saiyans are a race of warriors. We are the strongest fighters in the universe. And I am the mightiest among them, Vegeta proclaimed, pointing at himself. Ha ha ha, let me witness the prowess of this so-called strongest warrior in the universe. Jinyu readied himself for battle. Chapter 48, Goku arrives on Namek. Scoundrel, do not underestimate the Jinyu force. Bardo declared as he charged directly at Son Wukong, engaging him in combat. Don't think I'm merely fast, taste my prowess. Bart shouted. Krillin, watching helplessly from the side as the two engaged in fierce combat, saw their silhouettes intertwine, making it impossible to find an opening. Seizing a moment when Bart's attack missed, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. In an instant, a large hole was torn in the back of Bart's battle suit, and Gohan took advantage of this opportunity to land a decisive kick that broke Bart's neck. At this point, aside from Jinyu, who was still mercilessly assaulting Vegeta, only the barely conscious Guldo remained of the Jinyu force. After exchanging words, the two continued to observe each other's every move, searching for vulnerabilities. Time shifted back to when Vegeta and Jinyu began their battle. When Jinyu heard Krillin mention the Dragon Balls, his attention was momentarily diverted. As a super warrior who had emerged from a sea of corpses, Vegeta immediately recognized this rare opportunity and executed a flying kick towards Jinyu. Caught off guard, Jinyu was struck and sent flying, prompting Vegeta to rush forward in pursuit. However, to Vegeta's surprise, Jinyu swiftly regained his composure the moment Vegeta closed in, clearly having feigned a weakness to lure Vegeta into a trap. Jinyu retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Vegeta, who was struck directly. In midair, Vegeta quickly regained control of his body, and upon landing, Jinyu appeared behind him, delivering a knife hand strike. Sensing Jinyu's energy, Vegeta quickly crouched to narrowly evade the attack, then spun around to deliver a sidekick. Jinyu effortlessly dodged this, and the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Jinyu dominated the exchange, maintaining pressure on Vegeta. After a brief bout, both fighters quickly separated, jumping back. Damn it! How can that guy be so strong? Vegeta exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad, you have some skill, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. If you hadn't betrayed Lord Frieza, you might have made it into the Jinyu force. Jinyu remarked, eyeing Vegeta, don't underestimate me. I will defeat you. Vegeta gritted his teeth. How arrogant. This is the first time I've heard someone speak to me like that. Don't get cocky. Soon, you won't be able to get up. My power can still increase. Jinyu declared, channeling more energy. Damn it. Was that not his full power just now? Vegeta thought, sensing Jinyu's energy surge. After gathering his energy, Jinyu unleashed a ki blast towards Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly leaped away, and when the dust settled, he discovered a deep, bottomless pit where he had just stood. Seizing this moment, Jinyu reappeared beside Vegeta, preparing to finish him off with another ki blast when a beam shot towards them. It was precisely at this moment that Gohan unleashed his formidable special beam cannon, a technique perfected by Piccolo. Although the mighty Jinyu attempted to evade it with all his might, the attack merely grazed his shoulder. The special beam cannon, indeed a testament to Piccolo's ingenuity, effortlessly penetrated Jinyu's defenses, causing crimson blood to flow from his arm. Curse you! How dare you show your face here? Jinyu seethed, his ire directed towards the suddenly emerging Gohan. Have Goku and the others already? Vegeta managed to avoid injury from Jinyu's energy blast, thanks to Krillin's timely intervention. Step aside. Mind your own business, you fool. I would rather strike him than waste time on your rescue. Vegeta retorted, addressing Krillin. Jinyu's attack had struck the ground with tremendous force, leaving a vast, irregular crater in its wake. Krillin, astonished by the aftermath, gazed at the devastated terrain. The scene shifted back to Gohan. You are correct. I have already dealt with that blue-skinned one and the white-haired fool. Now, only you remain. Gohan responded to Jinyu's inquiry. Blast it. It's down to just me and Raikem now. Our formation is no longer perfect, failing to showcase the might of the Jinyu force. Jinyu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Humph. It is you, wretch, whom I will not spare. As he uttered this, Jinyu's visage twisted into a grotesque expression of fury, his teeth clenched and eyes bloodshot, embodying every conceivable term for wrath. This is Vegeta, who has returned to the battlefield. Hey, Mr. Vegeta, let us join forces. Before we even think about defeating this foe, we must at least hold our ground until my father arrives, Gohan said to Vegeta. This time, Vegeta refrained from retorting. Through the recent battle, he had already discerned the disparity between himself and Jinyu. What can the two of you do? Do you truly believe that the two of you can confront me? Vegeta declared, intent on sending them to join Jinyu in death. Jinyu observed Vegeta and Gohan, dismissing Krillin entirely due to his significantly lower battle power. At this point, Krillin's combat prowess was evidently outmatched. Oh, the poor Krillin. Thus, the two engaged in combat with Jinyu. Despite their numbers and the days of training that had fostered a degree of synergy, their attacks were systematically neutralized by Jinyu, who adeptly seized opportunities to counterattack amidst their strikes. The duo sustained increasing injuries, their condition deteriorating even more than when Vegeta battled Jinyu alone. It must be acknowledged that Jinyu, unleashing his full might, was not a foe two could withstand. After a brief exchange, Gohan was sent crashing to the ground, clearly gravely injured. Vegeta fared little better, having absorbed a devastating energy blast from Jinyu, now in a pitiable state. Both were evidently nearing their limits. At that moment, a spaceship suddenly descended, capturing Jinyu's attention. Goku had finally arrived on Namek. Why is there another spaceship? Jinyu pondered, bewildered by the recently landed craft. Chapter 49, The Advance of the Great King. Meanwhile, Frieza had been monitoring the situation with Jinyu Force through his battle power scanner since their departure. His motives were twofold, to ascertain the specifics of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts and to pass the time. Upon hearing Krillin's remarks regarding the Dragon Balls, Frieza experienced a moment of hesitation. However, he suddenly recalled the words of the Namekian during his attempt to seize the second Dragon Ball. Even if you gather the Dragon Balls, your wish cannot be fulfilled. It must be so. There is undoubtedly a secret code known only to the Namekians, Frieza exclaimed in sudden fury. What could it be? A password? A location? Or perhaps the sequence of the Dragon Balls? I must inquire with the Namekian, and he must not perish. Frieza quickly regained his composure, contemplating his next strategy. Yet, we have nearly exterminated the Namekians. I can only hope that the Dragon Ball creator still lives. Frieza adjusted his battle power scanner, intent on locating one or two surviving Namekians to inquire about the use of the Dragon Balls. As for acquiring the Dragon Balls, Frieza had no doubts. After all, he had dispatched the Jinyu Force. In Frieza's mind, there was no task beyond their capability. Previous achievements were the best evidence of this. It appears that there are still two Namekians alive in this area. How fortunate. We have not attacked that place. Frieza soon discovered the Elder and his companions, erupting into laughter. He then boarded his vehicle resembling a baby carriage, heading towards the Elder's location. The most terrifying event unfolded as Frieza discovered the Elder and his group. He was swiftly approaching his destination aboard his craft. I am an inconspicuous dividing line. Goku, you have finally arrived. Krillin sighed in relief upon seeing the large Capsule Corporation logo on the spaceship. Touchdown. We have reached Namek. The spaceship emitted a notification, and the hatch slowly opened, revealing Goku's figure. I must find the three of them immediately. I hope Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma are safe. Goku surveyed his surroundings. There are people over there. And over here as well. What has transpired? There seems to be an aura of menace. Goku sensed the surrounding energy. It's Gohan. And Krillin, what has happened? Gohan's energy felt unstable. The ominous aura is concentrated over there. Goku meticulously searched for Krillin and Gohan's energies, quickly locating their presence. Hold on. I am coming. Allow me to show you the fruits of my training under 100 times Earth's gravity. With that, Gohan soared into the air, rapidly heading towards the battlefield. Goku's speed was astonishing, and he arrived at the battlefield in an instant, positioning himself beneath Jinyu. Kakarot, you have finally come. Vegeta, despite his own severe injuries, had been the primary target of Jinyu's assaults, unlike Gohan, who had been knocked to the ground to allow Jinyu to focus on punishing Vegeta. Thus, Gohan's injuries were not critical. With a few days of rest, he would recover. If he utilized the healing pods of Frieza's army, he could be healed in mere minutes. Krillin, too, was unscathed, as Jinyu Force had completely disregarded him. What are you doing? Are you with Vegeta? Jinyu questioned Goku while secretly recalling the speed at which Goku had arrived, recognizing him as a formidable adversary. As Goku approached the group, Jinyu made no attempt to intervene. He was eager for a proper battle with Goku. Dad, you are finally here. Quickly, help us defeat this guy. He is too powerful. Even Vegeta and I together cannot overcome him, Gohan implored. I brought some senzu beans. Here you go, Gohan. Goku produced a senzu bean. No, it's unnecessary. My injuries are not severe. I merely need to rest. There is no need to waste senzu beans now, Gohan replied. Vegeta is also gravely injured? Goku turned and noticed the wounded Vegeta. Finally, you are here, Goku. How many senzu beans do you have left? Krillin rushed over at that moment. 3 remain. Goku glanced at the pouch containing the beans. Even Vegeta is severely injured. How could this happen? Were they not allies? Goku expressed his confusion. They used to be. But Krillin began, only to be interrupted by Goku. All right, let me ruffle your head a bit. Goku placed his hand on Krillin's bald head. Huh? What are you doing? Do I have a fever? Krillin questioned, bewildered. Then, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. I personally felt it was the artist's laziness, and Goku instantly grasped the situation's entirety. Oh. I see. Bulma is safe, and your powers have increased. I am aware of what transpired between Vegeta and Frieza, Goku stated. No way. How could you possibly know? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. How could he know the events when he had not spoken a word? When did you acquire such abilities? Krillin hastily inquired. A mere touch of your head reveals everything to me. Though Vegeta is ferocious, he still aided you. Goku remarked as he produced a senzu bean and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, catch. With a crisp sound, Vegeta effortlessly grasped the bean. His expression one of confusion as he gazed at it. Eat it, Goku urged. Neither Gohan nor Krillin intervened in Goku's actions. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta consumed the senzu bean. The instant he swallowed it, his injuries and stamina were instantly restored. Astonished, Vegeta examined his own body. What is happening? Wasn't that guy severely wounded just moments ago? How could this be? Jinyu was equally astonished. Well then, let us 4 unite to defeat him. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. No. I will take him down myself. Goku declared, striding purposefully towards Jinyu. You alone? Krillin shouted in disbelief, recalling how even Vegeta and Gohan together had struggled against Jinyu. Chapter 50. Jinyu's shock. Have you finished? Since you wish for a one-on-one duel, I shall grant your wish, Jinyu said, observing the advancing Goku. What is he planning? Has he lost his mind? Thinking he can win? Krillin fretted. Uncle Krillin, trust my father. He will surely defeat that guy, Gohan reassured Krillin. Incredible, Kakarot remains composed. Does he not comprehend the enemy's might? Vegeta observed Goku with a hint of disbelief. In the next moment, Vegeta's expression shifted. Could it be? Vegeta's words stumbled. If he does not. Impossible. Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior. He cannot possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta resolutely declared. A Super Saiyan is said to emerge only once every 1,000 years, transcending the limits of even the most gifted warriors. If the legend holds true, only I am worthy of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta pondered. Let me witness Kakarot's true strength through this battle with Jinyu, he thought, fixing his gaze intently on Goku. Interesting, it seems you are even more formidable than Vegeta, Jinyu remarked. I believe Vegeta and I are closely matched now. A Saiyan's power multiplies after recovering from near death. I am a Saiyan, Goku stated. You understand that, Vegeta retorted. Vegeta, do not interfere with my battle with him, Goku instructed. TCH. Do you think I would assist you? Vegeta scoffed, finding a spot to sit and prepare to watch the duel. Jinyu seized the initiative, launching a ki blast as a probing attack, which, though exploratory, exhibited considerable power. Goku swiftly evaded it, darting behind Jinyu. He aimed a kick at Jinyu's head, but Jinyu deftly dodged and countered with a knife hand strike. The two engaged in fierce combat. Jinyu suddenly ascended, prompting Goku to pursue him, swiftly surpassing Jinyu. Damn. His speed exceeds mine, Jinyu exclaimed, astonished. Hovering above Jinyu, Goku delivered a downward strike that connected with an unspoken impact. With a resounding thud, Jinyu crashed to the ground. Watching the clash, Vegeta was thoroughly impressed by Goku's might. His power indeed surpasses that of the Saiyans. Compared to his strength on Earth, he is an entirely different being. How has he trained? Could the legend be true? Has he already become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta uttered in disbelief. Mr. Vegeta, my father has not yet attained the status of Super Saiyan. To my understanding, a Super Saiyan is akin to transforming into a giant ape. It is a state of transformation, Gohan informed Vegeta, not wishing for him to be disheartened. True, he is yet to become a Super Saiyan, even with his increased power. He cannot defeat Frieza unless he transforms, Vegeta thought, exhilarated by the knowledge that Goku had not yet achieved Super Saiyan status. He disregarded the source and accuracy of Gohan's information. All that mattered was knowing Goku was not yet a Super Saiyan. I'm not boasting. I've observed that Goku's combat power has greatly increased. He is already remarkably strong. Is there truly no hope for victory against Frieza? Krillin questioned, perplexed by Vegeta's words, believing that with their combined strength, they could overcome any foe. Indeed, if you wish to battle him, be prepared for death. The power of Frieza is beyond your imagination. Vegeta asserted, not to discourage Krillin, but to speak the truth. You exaggerate. Goku just defeated Jinyu effortlessly, as you witnessed. I refuse to believe anyone can best Goku. Krillin countered. Just wait. Once you comprehend Frieza's terror, you will understand, Vegeta replied. At this moment, Jinyu rose from the ground. You haven't yet revealed your true abilities. Are you reserving them for a duel with King Frieza? Do not underestimate me. Show your true strength and engage me seriously, Jinyu proclaimed, gazing at Son Goku. Very well. I shall demonstrate my prowess, Son Goku replied, eager for a serious bout. Wise choice. Otherwise, you would meet a grim fate, Jinyu said with excitement. Now, observe your battle power meter and witness the extent of my strength. Son Goku responded, I suspect your power might be around this level. Jinyu estimated based on their previous skirmish. Kaioken, Son Goku silently called out, activating the technique. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Jinyu watched the numbers on the battle power meter, and slowly, his smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. Impossible. It's still rising. At this moment, Jinyu's face transformed into one of utter astonishment. It's climbing, my goodness, 16, 17. As he beheld the final readings on the meter, Jinyu was left speechless in shock. Incredible! Is this truly your power? Jinyu inquired. Damn it, how can Kakarot possess such immense strength? Vegeta, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Son Goku, was equally taken aback. To be honest, my instantaneous power exceeds even this. Son Goku revealed another shocking fact. What did you say? Jinyu was momentarily stunned. Could it be that you are a Super Saiyan? He asked incredulously. Damn it, if your power reaches this level and you are not a Super Saiyan, then how formidable must a Super Saiyan truly be? Vegeta expressed profound astonishment. Meanwhile, Frieza was still en route, having caught sight of the Grand Elder's mountain. It must be right there, he said, glancing at the data on his battle power meter. Chapter 51, Danger. Frieza has found the Grand Elder. Super Saiyan. What is that? I do not comprehend your words, Son Goku stated. How can this be? You are the legendary Super Saiyan that even King Frieza fears. Jinyu shouted. Thus, you stand no chance against me. I do not wish to waste energy. You should simply vanish from this planet, Son Goku declared. It seems Kakarot truly has not become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta thought, feeling a sense of relief. The Super Saiyan is the most ruthless warrior in the universe and would never exhibit the compassion that Son Goku shows. What are you saying? Are you serious? Jinyu was bewildered by Son Goku's words, unable to fathom why he would spare him. Indeed, I do not wish to slaughter the innocent, Son Goku asserted. Not wishing to kill innocents? Not wanting to waste energy? The Super Saiyan is the most combative warrior in the entire universe, Jinyu remarked, regaining his composure. It appears you are not a Super Saiyan, nor could you ever become one, Jinyu concluded, feeling relieved that Son Goku was not the legendary figure. However, you are indeed stronger than I, and by a considerable margin, Jinyu stated, uttering a rather perplexing comment. Indeed, there were still 3 surviving Namekians, but one of them had such low battle power. That cannot possibly be a Namekian, Frieza mused. It seems we have been detected. We are nearing them. Nail sensed Frieza's approaching presence. At this moment, the Grand Elder awakened Dandy's latent potential. Young Dandy gazed at himself in astonishment. Dandy, you must go to the Earthlings. They require your assistance. I have awakened your powers, and soon you will soar there, the Grand Elder instructed. What about me? Bulma quickly inquired. However, Dandy seemed to have more to say, but was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder. Hurry, take this Earth Girl with you. All right, Grand Elder, you must not perish. Dandy exclaimed as he soared into the sky with Bulma. How could I die? Will it be through violence, or will I simply pass away peacefully? The Grand Elder spoke with an air of tranquility, seemingly unperturbed by his own mortality. Frieza observed Dandy and Bulma flying away but chose to disregard them, allowing Dandy to escape unimpeded. Forget them, they are merely a child and a useless woman. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Frieza stated as he arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. Who are you? Nail emerged from the house and regarded Frieza with suspicion. I am Frieza, in the process of collecting the Dragon Balls, hoping to fulfill my wish. I am on the verge of gathering them all. Yet I have heard that a specific method is required to make a wish, Frieza replied with a veneer of politeness. I have come to inquire how to utilize the Dragon Balls to manifest my desire. You may leave. Evil beings are unworthy of such knowledge, Nail retorted. You ought to reconsider. I am aware that there are 2 individuals here, and I can inquire of either, Frieza threatened. Very well, before we engage in combat, allow me to inform you of something. The other person in the house is the Grand Elder of Namek, the very creator of the Dragon Balls, Nail declared. The Grand Elder? He is the creator of the Dragon Balls? Frieza expressed surprise, not anticipating to encounter the Dragon Balls maker. If the Grand Elder perishes, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well. Nail hoped this revelation would deter Frieza from harming the Grand Elder. I have heard this claim before. It seems this news is indeed credible, Frieza contemplated. Subsequently, Frieza unleashed a beam from his eyes, piercing the roof and revealing the Grand Elder's form. You seem not to be lying. He is quite different from the other Namekians, Frieza remarked, observing the Grand Elder's noticeably larger physique. Grand Elder, I presume you will not reveal to me the method to use the Dragon Balls, yet you cannot simply watch him perish. Frieza directed his focus toward the Grand Elder, clearly referring to Nail. Nail was no ordinary Namekian. He was the sole warrior of his kind, unlike the other Namekians who had suffered at their hands. The Grand Elder noted. From the Grand Elder's words, it was evident that warrior-type Namekians were exceedingly rare, yet remarkably powerful. Are you truly unwilling to divulge this information? Frieza inquired once more. Nail, do your utmost to buy time, the Grand Elder instructed, disregarding Frieza's words, instead focusing on Nail. Understood, Nail replied without hesitation. Very well. Since you insist on withholding information, I shall demonstrate to you the most terrifying power in the universe. Frieza proclaimed. Nail slowly ascended, seemingly preparing to confront Frieza. Ha ha ha, fool. You truly intend to engage me in battle? You are quite impatient. Frieza laughed heartily. Humph. I will soon compel you to willingly divulge the method to use the Dragon Balls. You shall regret not telling me sooner. Frieza scoffed, proceeding with a leisurely tone. You should know that the Grand Elder's life is nearing its end. Engaging in battle here would be detrimental to you if he were harmed. Let us find another venue for our conflict. Nail disregarded Frieza's words, focused solely on how to protect the Grand Elder. Humph. Changing locations will make no difference. Frieza pondered. Recognizing Nail's point, he did not wish for the Grand Elder to die at this moment either. It would be wiser to relocate, as it would not affect the outcome. With that, the two took flight toward the mountains below. Please, Nail, hold on until we reach the Earthlings. The Grand Elder sighed, realizing the fate of Namek rested in their hands. Frieza continued to follow Nail as they flew, with Nail showing no signs of stopping. The farther they flew from the Grand Elder, the safer he would be. Additionally, this would allow for further delay. Nail had not forgotten the Grand Elder's command and wished to consider Dandy's fate as well. How much farther must we go? Frieza, having flown a considerable distance, finally voiced his impatience. Hearing Frieza's words, Nail realized that the time for delay was over. He decided not to prolong matters any further and descended toward the ground, with Frieza following suit. I did not expect there to be so many who seek death, Frieza remarked, observing Nail. At that moment, Nail shed his upper garments and began to gather energy, entering his most powerful state. He understood that the disparity in strength between him and Frieza was vast. Without showcasing his full prowess, he would be unable to stall him. Chapter 52. Defeating Jinyu. Frieza now directed his attention to the power level scouter. Oh, quite impressive. Your power level has reached such heights, Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. This further illustrated how exceptional the combat prowess of the warrior-type Namekian, Nail, truly was, especially since he was not even acknowledged as a genius by the Grand Elder. If Nail's strength was formidable, one could only surmise that if Piccolo and the Guardian had not been separated, even Frieza in his third form would stand no chance against him, let alone against the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Indeed, you are not like the other Namekians. Your power level is quite high. You truly are a warrior of great potential, and you could serve as one of my subordinates, Frieza remarked, unable to suppress his desire to recruit Nail. Given his impressive combat abilities, let me disclose my power level to you. Consider it carefully. My power level is, but fear not. I shall not use my full strength against you, Frieza thought to himself, aiming to impress Nail with his might, hoping to recruit him into his Frieza force. Recognizing that such strength was a rare asset, Nail was momentarily taken aback by this declaration. Very well, I will only use my left hand to fight you. How does that sound? Frieza said, extending his left hand. How infuriating. Nail, as a warrior-type Namekian, perceived Frieza's offer not as kindness, but as an insult. If it were me, I would have shouted aloud. The exquisite Chinese language, and what a splendid occurrence this is. I witnessed Nyla charging towards Frieza, wielding a knife hand strike aimed at Frieza's neck. However, Frieza did not flinch. He absorbed the attack head-on, merely twisting his neck slightly, which had no effect whatsoever. Upon realizing that his furious strike had yielded no results, Nailu could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Indeed, this was nothing but a mere display of combat prowess. Frieza, taking a moment to savor Nailu's futile attempt, remarked. In an instant, with a speed that caught Nailu off guard, Frieza seized Nailu's arm. With a slight exertion, Nailu's expression contorted in agony. As Frieza increased his grip, Nailu cried out in pain. With a sudden yank, Frieza snapped half of Nailu's arm, holding it triumphantly in his grasp. Nailu, clutching his severed arm, wailed in despair. Yet Frieza remained indifferent, delivering an elbow strike that sent Nyla sprawling to the ground. Ah, my apologies for breaking your arm, Frieza remarked with a playful grin. Hey, do be sensible. You had better reveal the method for using the Dragon Balls quickly, or I shall take your life, Frieza directed towards Nyla, who was slowly rising. Ignoring Frieza's threats, Nyla raised his arm, anguish etched across his face. Suddenly, with a squelching sound, to Frieza's astonishment, Nyla's severed arm regrew. Although Nyla's arm was restored, the toll on his stamina was immense. He was now panting heavily, uncertain if it was due to pain or fatigue. Ah, so you possess regenerative abilities, Frieza said with intrigue. However, even with your arm regained, Your power has diminished significantly due to the exhausting cost. Having faced numerous battles, Frieza swiftly discerned the flaw in this technique. Knowing full well that you cannot defeat me, why do you persist? I cannot fathom your reasoning, Frieza inquired, perplexed, as he regarded Nailu. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta hovered in the air, locked in a tense standoff. Why do you not make a move? Son Goku asked Jinyu. Because you are exceedingly powerful. Your combat strength far surpasses mine, Jinyu replied with a hearty laugh. The scene shifted to Son Gohan, who, while Goku unleashed the Kaioken, departed the battlefield and approached the incapacitated Rikum, carrying him back into the fray. What are you doing with that fellow? Krillin inquired. Noticing Rikum being dragged along due to Gohan's height. You will find out shortly. He has great utility, Gohan teased, leaving Krillin in suspense. Vegeta merely cast a glance in their direction, returning his focus to the clash between Goku and Jinyu. What is so amusing? Goku questioned, puzzled by Jinyu's laughter. Jinyu discarded the power-level scouter and, without hesitation, struck his own chest with a punch, instantly causing it to bleed profusely. What is he trying to accomplish? Goku gasped, though he was deeply shocked. That you are not yet a Super Saiyan. I admire your robust physique. Jinyu's words were laden with ambiguity. Admire my body? Goku felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Jinyu's remark. Change bodies, Jinyu shouted, and a beam of light shot forth from his form. Just as it was about to strike Goku, Son Gohan hurled Rikum's body into the fray. Amidst a cloud of smoke, Jinyu's body crashed to the ground, while Rikum, who should have been rendered unconscious, hovered in midair just before landing. How infuriating. How could this happen? The newly risen Rikum spat blood and shouted. What is going on? Everyone was bewildered. How could Jinyu suddenly collapse? How could Rikum regain consciousness? Allow me to elucidate. Jinyu possesses the ability to swap bodies. Had he succeeded moments ago, Father, your body would have been under his control, Gohan explained. How do you know my secret? The new Jinyu exclaimed incredulously. I wonder why you brought that massive fellow. It was for this purpose. Krillin realized with clarity. Huh? Gohan, how did you know? Never mind, it is of little consequence. Gohan sighed in relief as Goku ceased to dwell on the matter. All right, since it has come to this, you may depart, Goku said, turning to fly towards Gohan and the others. However, Vegeta suddenly intervened, first delivering a kick that snapped the neck of Rikum, who was possessed by Jinyu, followed by a ki blast that obliterated Jinyu's original body. Chapter 53, Lottery. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed, reward points acquired. Ding. Host has defeated Guys, reward points, 5,000. Ding. Host has defeated Berta, reward points, 5,000. After Jinyu and Rikum were slain by Vegeta, the system's voice echoed. Wow, so many points. Gohan pondered, feeling a rush of excitement. Currently, Gohan held points. I seem to have forgotten the exact amount. Could you verify for me? He contemplated. I have 2 sins of beans. And Father has 2 as well, totaling 4. For now, I should be fine, but it's prudent to keep a few on hand. After careful consideration, Gohan resolved to spend his points to exchange for 4 sins of beans and also to engage in a tenfold draw. After all, the items procured from the system often proved immensely valuable. With a thought, 4 sins of beans materialized in the system's inventory. A fact previously established that only items from the system could be stored there. He then transferred all 6 sins of beans into his watch for convenient access during emergencies. The system's tenfold draw differed from the single draw. The latter involved shattering a container, while the former presented a flower pot from which 10 items gracefully emerged. Let me see what I have drawn. Gohan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The items this time are all introduced below, no longer requiring Son Wukong to guess or inquire like before, which is quite convenient. The first item is a cylindrical object, and looking at the description below, it reads, Air Cannon, from the world of Doraemon, a commonly used tool that, when worn on the hand and activated with a shout, releases an invisible air pressure attack on enemies, powerful enough to stun an adult instantly. Wow, this is quite impressive. It can be used in daily life with considerable power without revealing one's true strength, thought Son Wukong, feeling quite satisfied with this tool. Next, he turned to the second item, which was a bottle filled with a strange purple liquid, its contents entirely unidentifiable from the outside. Night Vision Potion, from the game Minecraft. Allows one to see objects in the dark. Note, can be turned on or off at will, with no time limit. Well, my luck is quite favorable today. 2 excellent items in a row, the Night Vision Potion. What a splendid find. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He then focused on the third item, a pair of glasses, and glanced at the description. Glowing glasses, from the world of Detective Conan. Conan's glasses, but they serve no purpose other than glowing. Huh, I knew it. I am still quite content, Son Wukong thought, feeling unfazed. The fourth item was surprisingly a skirt. What on earth is this? Son Wukong gazed at the description. Anti-gravity skirt, found in various worlds, can defy the laws of gravity to alter the direction of the skirt, preventing embarrassing moments for young ladies. The fifth item is a lollipop. Lollipop, from the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, is Lazy Goat's lollipop. Although not the most precious one, it is still a cherished item that Lazy Goat adores. Son Wukong was at a loss for words. The sixth item was a large box, but upon seeing the description, he felt quite delighted. Currency from Earth in the Dragon Ball world, yuan. Here, the setting is similar to the renminbi for convenience. Money, this is incredibly useful and practical. Sun Wukong thought joyfully. The seventh item was a shovel. Magic shovel, from the game Plants vs. Zombies, has a unique countering effect against plants, able to eliminate them in an instant. Let us move on to the next item. The eighth item was a sword. The strongest sword, from the world of magical AU. The finest creation of the greatest swordsmith on Bandai Star, capable of cutting through anything. Wait, I remember this thing can break even a blade of grass. What uses that? Sun Wukong silently fumed. Initially, he had been excited to see a sword, but it turned out to be a mere decorative piece. No. Even less than that. The ninth item was a vividly colored gun. Magic gun has a low hit rate against living targets, but an unexpectedly high accuracy against inanimate objects. From the world of bear infestation, Bald Chong's gun, capable of firing BB pellets with considerable power that can penetrate wooden boards. Quite a decent item. Yet it conflicts with the air cannon's function. Overall, I would rate it inferior to the air cannon, Sun Wukong mused. Finally, the last item. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and looked toward his final hope. The 10th item was a glowing, ethereal basketball. The basketball experience and talent of Akira Sendu. From the world of Slam Dunk, contains all of Sendu's high school basketball experiences and skills. Upon use, you will become a veritable basketball genius. Akira Sendu, a true basketball prodigy, once overshadowed Rukawa Kid, remaining remarkably composed. In the original story, the first official basketball match was between Shohoku and Ryanen, at the last moment. Shohoku led by 1 point. Just when everyone from Shohoku had let their guard down and all Ryanen players had given up, Sendu calmly scored a basket, turning the tide at the last moment. Sendu, that zen-like genius? This could indeed be useful, serving as a hobby and helping him bond with classmates at school. Sun Wukong thought. Thus, the 10 draws were completed. Sun Wukong first took out the night vision potion, shook it a few times, and then drank it in one go. Quite tasty, with a hint of carrot flavor, he thought. However, on Namek, there is no night, so he couldn't test its effect. Then Sun Wukong took out the ethereal basketball, and as soon as he held it, it merged into his body. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded into his mind, causing a pounding headache. Dribbling techniques, various shooting abilities, strategies for playing as a swingman, and superior organizational skills and court vision, all of this transformed Sun Wukong into an exceptional all-around player. Ugh, this is quite an overwhelming sensation. Couldn't it be a tad gentler? Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Chapter 54. Pre-battle preparations. While Sun Wukong was drawing, Vegeta and Goku argued over the issue of the Ginyu Force. Vegeta, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed, witnessing Vegeta kill 2 of them. There is no need to be merciful to such scum. Vegeta replied, maintaining his stance of launching energy blasts. But they are already on the brink of death. There is no need to go that far, Goku countered. Humph, I detest your childish demeanor. You could have easily dispatched him. Why let such a person live? It seems you have no hope of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta retorted. Super Saiyan? What is that? Goku asked, intrigued, as Jinyu had mentioned the name earlier. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior of the universe, the being that Frieza fears the most, Vegeta explained. Is Frieza really that strong? Goku inquired excitedly. TCH, you cannot even fathom Frieza's terror, Vegeta replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate on the subject. Dad, we caught a glimpse from afar. He truly is formidable, said Gohan, followed by Krillin. Yeah, that guy is so powerful it makes one reluctant to resist. Come, I will take you to Frieza's spaceship to change gear and rest, Vegeta announced. Wait, we must first find Dandy and Bulma. Otherwise, we cannot use the Dragon Balls. Gohan interjected. Why can't the Dragon Balls be used? Krillin and Sun Wukong were both perplexed. This was undoubtedly due to the fact that the Dragon Balls of Namek could only be wished upon in the Namekian language, a tongue none of them could speak. They would have to rely on Dandy and Bulma, as explained by Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should join us as well. Together we will confront Frieza, Sun Wukong, urged Vegeta. With a clenched jaw, Vegeta ultimately remained silent, aware that survival necessitated an alliance with Sun Wukong and his companions. Thus, the group sensed the energy of Bulma and Dandy and flew towards them. If I had known this would be the case, I should have revealed the incantation to the Earthlings earlier, thought Nail, who was on the brink of collapse. Dandy, hurry. I can hardly hold on much longer. He urgently contemplated. Before long, the two parties met. Hey, Dandy, Bulma. Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Dandy. Ah, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you. Dandy replied. Oh, Wukong is here too. What on earth happened? How could you leave me all alone? Bulma shouted angrily upon seeing them. Let us set that aside for now. If all goes well, we will soon use the Dragon Balls to make our wish. Son Gohan responded. We must hurry. The Grand Elder's time is running out, and Frieza may be on his way, Dandy urged. All right, Vegeta, please lead the way, Krillin requested. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and took the lead. Bulma reflected, I never imagined he would become such a formidable being, while I constantly bicker with Yamcha. She glanced at Vegeta, who was swiftly flying ahead, oblivious to her thoughts. With a slight sigh, she continued to follow behind. In no time, they arrived at Frisia's spaceship. "We're here. Let us move quickly. Frisia will return soon," Vegeta informed the group. They took a moment to clean themselves, tending to their wounds and removing any blood. "I'll take you to change into new battle suits," Vegeta said, gesturing for them to follow him. "Their technology seems far more advanced than Earth's," Krillin remarked as he examined the equipment inside the spaceship. "Indeed, I wonder if I can dismantle some of it to take back to Earth for research," Bulma mused. "Hurry and change into these battle suits." Vegeta handed 2 new suits to Krillin and Son Gohan. "Darn it, there are no sizes for the new suits." "Only the old styles fit," Vegeta noted. "What about mine?" Son Gohan asked anxiously. "Just wait a moment. First, you need to enter a healing pod to recover." Vegeta instructed him. "Very well," Son Gohan conceded, realizing that his injuries might hinder their fighting capabilities. "Fortunately, there are smaller sizes available for you," Vegeta added. "You're not exactly tall yourself," Bulma muttered under her breath. Yet, with everyone present possessing considerable strength, even the faintest whisper was audible. Vegeta flushed with embarrassment at her comment. Unable to formulate a retort. "Haha, Vegeta, you're not tall by any means." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. I'll see if there's anything useful I can study." "Farewell for now," Bulma said, sensing the awkwardness and quickly excusing herself. "All right, Vegeta, how do I put this on? It's too small, my head fits. But my arms won't tee." Krillin quickly changed the subject, asking about the battle suit. The fabric is extremely elastic and can stretch freely. It didn't tear when I transformed into a great ape on Earth, so it's durable enough," Vegeta replied, clearly uninterested in lingering on that topic. "Wow, it's impressive that it can stretch so much," Sun Wukong said, tugging at the fabric with a look of astonishment. "Are the gloves and boots made of the same material?" Krillin inquired. "Yes," Vegeta confirmed. "They're incredibly lightweight. I can hardly feel them." Krillin noted as he and Sun Wukong donned their battle suits. "However, I think yours allows for more shoulder movement," Krillin remarked, glancing at Vegeta's suit. "Mine is an older style. I don't have your sizes," Vegeta explained. "Hey, look, this suit doesn't restrict shoulder movement at all," Sun Wukong said, testing his range of motion. "All right, you little brat, hurry and get into the healing pod. You'll recover in about 3 minutes with those injuries." Vegeta led Son Gohan into a room filled with unfamiliar equipment. Though it was an older model, it would suffice for his relatively minor injuries. "The heart-shaped one is already destroyed," Vegeta said, injecting the healing liquid into the pod. "Will he drown?" Sun Wukong asked, concerned. "Could you refrain from asking such foolish questions?" "Kakarot?" Vegeta snapped, turning his head away and ignoring Sun Wukong. Chapter 55, Summoning Shenron after a brief wait. Son Gohan was fully healed and had changed into the battle suit Vegeta had prepared for him. "Let us take a moment to rest," Sun Wukong suggested. "Hold on, Dad. Let us distribute the senza beans first. Don't you have 2 with you?" Son Gohan asked. "Oh, do you want senza beans? I actually have 2 here." Sun Wukong replied, pulling out 2 beans. No, I have a few as well. Let me share," Son Gohan said, producing 3 senza beans. "Mr. Vegeta, you're the main combatant. Here are 2 beans for you. These are the ones that healed your injuries." Son Gohan offered Vegeta the beans. "Krillin, here is one for you. It can be useful in emergencies," Son Gohan said, giving Krillin a bean, leaving him with 3 remaining. "Hey, where did you get those senza beans?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. "I don't remember Karen giving you any," he added. "Those details are unimportant. Don't worry about it," Son Gohan replied. "All right, having senza beans is a good thing." "Let us not dwell on where they came from," Krillin chimed in, noticing Son Gohan's reluctance to elaborate. Krillin, understanding that Son Gohan wished to keep some secrets, decided not to press further, as everyone had their little mysteries. "Well then, since we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, let us use them to make our wish and resurrect Piccolo," Sun Wukong declared. A stark contrast appeared as Nail gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds. While Frisia remained calm, seemingly untouched by the battle. The situation was clear. "Stop wasting your strength. Your right hand is crippled. How could you possibly win? Reveal to me the secret of the Dragon Balls," Frisia commanded Nezru. At this moment, Frisia remained oblivious to the fact that his elite squad, the Jinyu Force, had been utterly annihilated. He believed that Jinyu had already retrieved the Dragon Balls and was merely awaiting his return to fulfill his wishes. Nezru, however, paid no heed to Frisia's words. Instead, he concentrated all his remaining energy and unleashed a powerful energy wave. With a thunderous roar, dust and smoke erupted, triggering the no-harm principle. As the dust settled, Frisia appeared and scathed before Nezru, leaving Nezru momentarily speechless from shock. "Is this your final effort? I have already told you. It is futile. I cannot comprehend why you persist when the end is certain," Frisia coldly remarked, gazing at Nezru. "Is it vengeance for your friends or mere stubbornness?" As Frisia spoke, he began to float effortlessly, positioning himself in front of Nezru, his back turned. Suddenly, he struck Nezru's face with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his face in agony. "I will warn you one last time. Tell me how to make a wish with the Dragon Balls, or I shall no longer show mercy," Frisia declared, glaring at the fallen Nezru. "It is already too late." Nezra replied with a smile. HM? Frieza. Perplexed by Nezru's words, failed to grasp their meaning. Dandy is about to meet the Earthlings. He will convey the incantation to them. Nezru felt the time was ripe to cease hiding the truth, believing that revealing it now might buy him a little more time. What? Frieza exclaimed, shocked. It is them. The image of Dandy fleeing with Bulma flashed in Frieza's mind. How infuriating. You are stalling for time. Frieza, losing his composure, no longer cared for Nezru's fate and sped away at full speed. As he flew, Frieza activated his power scouter, inquiring about the Ginyu Force's status. Why is there no response from the Ginyu Force? Have they been eliminated? Frieza pondered, having searched in vain for the 5 members. Vegeta and the Earthlings had just been engaged in battle with the Ginyu Force, and if the Dragon Balls were still in their possession, Frieza's thoughts quickly unraveled the situation. How despicable. Frieza's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Only I, Frieza, can realize a wish. You lowly creatures shall not succeed. He bellowed in fury. All right, Dandy. Summon the Eternal Dragon. Krillin urged. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse, monsters, depart, monsters, depart. Dandy chanted a series of peculiar phrases, causing the 7 Dragon Balls to react with a gentle glow. Look, the Dragon Balls are shining, exclaimed Goku. Oh no, the sky has suddenly darkened. Gohan pointed at the now night sky. His night vision abilities came into play, allowing him to see the surroundings with clarity, even better than during the day. This night vision potion is truly remarkable, Gohan thought to himself. This scene resembles the summoning of the Dragon Balls back on Earth, Krillin remarked. Soon, a dazzling light enveloped the area, and the Namekian dragon, Porunga, materialized before them. Porunga bore a striking resemblance to the genie from Aladdin. His name, meaning Dragon of Dreams, in the Namekian language. He was entirely green, adorned with 4 horns and a fin-like appendage on his back. How enormous. Far larger than the one on Earth, and its form is quite different. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Porunga stood 650 meters tall, whereas the Earth Dragon was only 500 meters. With Porunga's robust physique making him appear significantly larger. Is this the legendary dragon that grants wishes? Vegeta inquired, examining Porunga. It does not appear as splendid as our Earth Dragon, Goku added. His name is Porunga, meaning Dragon of Dreams in Namekian. This is my first encounter with him. Dandy informed the group. State your wishes, possessors of the 7 Dragon Balls. I can grant 3 wishes within my power, Porunga addressed them. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned to night? Frieza, en route, noticed the sudden darkness and inquired in confusion. What is that beam of light? And there are life signals. Frieza observed the direction of Porunga, puzzled. Could it be they're using the Dragon Balls to make wishes? Frieza clenched his teeth, realizing the implication. Without further delay, he accelerated toward Porunga's location. If Frieza maintained his full speed, he would soon reach his destination. Though he wondered if Gohan and the others could fulfill their wishes before his arrival. On King Kai's planet, everyone was utilizing King Kai's abilities to monitor the situation on Namek. Aha! Wishes can be granted. King Kai exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the event. Wonderful! The deceased companions behind King Kai were equally thrilled, for who would not desire to live? It is indeed true. Wishes can only be granted within his capabilities. Thus, my desire for eternal life cannot be realized, Vegeta thought, his last shred of hope dashed by Porunga's words. 3? 3 wishes? Krillin asked in astonishment. Indeed. 3 wishes can be fulfilled at once, Dandy replied nonchalantly. Remarkable. Our Earth Dragon can only grant 1 wish at a time, Goku expressed his surprise. It seems the Namekian Dragon Balls are more powerful, Bulma observed. After all, this is the original source of the Dragon Balls, Gohan added. Now quickly state your wishes. Frieza is approaching, Dandy urged. All right, for my first wish, let all the Earthlings slain by the Saiyans be revived, Krillin declared. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse, monsters, depart, monsters, depart. Dandy translated alongside. That is impossible. I can only revive 1 person at a time. Porunga's words took everyone by surprise. So, the Dragon Balls have such limitations. How disappointing. Vegeta scoffed, showing no inclination to intervene, having lost interest in the Dragon Balls entirely. What? This cannot be. The others exclaimed in disbelief. Only 1 at a time? King Kai confirmed to the deceased. 1. Tien Shinhan could hardly contain his disbelief. Revive Uncle Piccolo. Gohan suddenly shouted amidst the stunned silence. What? A multitude of individuals listened in perplexity. If one were to resurrect Uncle Piccolo, then the deities would also be revived. And the Dragon Balls on Earth could regain their miraculous powers. In this scenario, we could utilize the Dragon Balls to save everyone. Son Gohan elucidated the specific rationale behind Piccolo's resurrection. Indeed, Gohan, you are remarkably astute. Otherwise, 3 wishes would merely allow for the revival of 3 individuals. How stingy the Namekian Dragon Balls are, allowing only 1 resurrection at a time, Krillin remarked, praising Gohan while simultaneously critiquing Porunga. Truly, Gohan is brilliant, Bulma added in admiration. At that moment, on King Kai's planet, everyone learned of Gohan's intentions through the deity. Goku's son is quite impressive. He has conceived such a method, Yamcha remarked, astonished. I wish to converse with Gohan. Piccolo suddenly interjected to King Kai. You wish to speak with Goku's son? What for, Piccolo? King Kai inquired, bewildered, unsure of what Piccolo wished to communicate before his own resurrection. Hurry up, please, Piccolo urged without answering King Kai's question. Very well. Place your hand upon my shoulder and speak. King Kai acquiesced to Piccolo's request. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude and placed his hand on King Kai's shoulder. Gohan, can you hear me? This is Piccolo. Respond if you can. Piccolo's voice unexpectedly resonated among Gohan and the others. No way. Piccolo's voice? But we haven't wished for his resurrection yet. Goku exclaimed in confusion. I can't hear you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan quickly replied. I am currently communicating with you through King Kai. Piccolo explained to the group. You should refer to me as King Kai, my good friend. King Kai could not help but remind him. Listen closely. Let me return to Namek, where I must confront Frieza. He has slain so many of my kin, and my training here has significantly enhanced my strength. I am certain I can defeat him. Allow me to go, Piccolo insisted. Certainly, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan agreed. Having Piccolo return is indeed beneficial. It increases our chances of victory, Krillin noted. We still have one final wish, Bulma pointed out. Let us first fulfill his 2 wishes. We can discuss the last one later, Krillin suggested. Dondi. The first wish is to resurrect Piccolo, the Namekian on Earth, Krillin informed Dondi. Piccolo. Understood, Dondi replied. Balala, energy, shala shala, magical transformation, initiate super transformation, Dondi translated. No problem, indeed, that wish has been granted, Porunga announced to the group. As Porunga's words concluded, the halo above Piccolo's head instantly vanished. Fantastic. I have been revived. Quickly. Transport me to Namek, Piccolo shouted. At that moment, the deity's figure appeared abruptly in the Earth-S temple. The deity, Bobo exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the sudden appearance. Hiki. Goku's son is quite clever, the deity remarked with a smile. The second wish is to bring the resurrected Piccolo to Namek. Gohan stated to Dondi. Oh, understood. Dondi quickly agreed. I'll fetch some oranges. You stay here, do not move. You are simply too beautiful. Dondi continued in his translating role. Easily done. Your second wish has been fulfilled, Porunga announced. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo's figure vanished immediately. Alright, what is the third wish? Porunga inquired, having granted the first 2 wishes, leaving only the final one to be realized. Has it been fulfilled? Why can I not see Piccolo? Krillin questioned, glancing around in confusion. Where is Piccolo? Goku also looked about, trying to locate Piccolo's presence. Chapter 57. The arrival of Frieza. Oh dear. You merely instructed to bring him to this planet. You did not specify this location. Should we have him come here? Dondi exclaimed anxiously, realizing he had failed to convey the full meaning to Porunga. Could it be? Bulma quipped. Gohan had anticipated such a scenario, knowing it would be inevitable, as Piccolo's fusion with Nail would greatly benefit him, exponentially increasing his combat capabilities to a level sufficient to defeat Frieza's second form. At that moment, Piccolo had arrived on Namek, unable to resist surveying his surroundings. This is my homeland, Namek, Piccolo spoke. I see, it feels oddly familiar, perhaps due to the Namekian blood coursing through my veins, Piccolo contemplated. Reflecting on the environment he had been accustomed to on Earth. But now is not the time for nostalgia. Where are Gohan and the others? Piccolo soon grew concerned for Gohan's situation. Where could they be? It seems they are not nearby. Piccolo sensed the energy around him and found no one in the vicinity. Suddenly, he sharply sensed something and turned his gaze. There is an immense energy. Could it be Frieza? Additionally, there are 4 other strong energies nearby. That must be Gohan and the others, Piccolo concluded before swiftly flying towards them. There remains one final wish. Please state it, Porunga urged as the group hesitated to voice the last wish. Otherwise, shall we use the last wish to return to Earth? After all, Piccolo has already been revived, Bulma suggested. That won't do, Aunt Bulma. If we do that, Namek will undoubtedly be destroyed. Frieza could very well come to Earth and obliterate it from space. At that point, we would be utterly helpless. Gohan refuted Bulma's idea. Indeed, Bulma. If they were to attack from space, we would truly be doomed, Krillin concurred. I, too, yearn for a battle with Frieza, echoed Goku. Alright, I understand, Bulma conceded. Seeing no one supported her suggestion. How about we attempt to weaken Frieza's state, perhaps by significantly exhausting his energy? Krillin proposed. That is a sound strategy. The group agreed with this notion. Very well, Dondi, you should convey this to Porunga, Gohan instructed. Understood, Dondi affirmed. Misai, Wabalaji, if you cannot make me Misai. Then I cannot Wabalaji, la, Black Cat Police Chief, Dondi translated. I cannot do that. Frieza, Porunga's words were abruptly cut off as his figure vanished, the sky brightening once more, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed back into stone, cascading to the ground. What is happening? Why has the dragon suddenly disappeared? Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. The Grand Elder lamented the demise of the Dragon Ball's creator, Dondi, who gazed sorrowfully at the petrified Dragon Balls. At that moment, within the Grand Elder's abode, he closed his eyes tightly, radiating an aura of tranquility. As the silence enveloped them, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan suddenly turned their gazes towards the mountain peak. The others followed their line of sight and beheld a lone figure standing there, Frieza, who had arrived at full speed. Frieza! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Is that really Frieza? He looks so peculiar, Bulma remarked, observing Frieza. Aunt Bulma, you must hide quickly. We truly lack the means to protect you, Son Gohan urged her. Without hesitation, Bulma swiftly fled, even retrieving a universal capsule to summon a motorcycle, buzzing away from the battlefield. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Frieza glanced at the power level detector and paid no mind to Bulma's departure. You audacious fools, how dare you shatter my dreams of immortality? Frieza articulated, enunciating each word with disdain. In truth, I am curious if the king truly wished to grow taller at this moment, considering the limited personnel he brought from Namek. Might it be an endeavor to conceal his true desires from others? The 5 members of the Ginyu Force exhibited no reaction. Have you eliminated them? Regardless of your methods. It has somewhat exceeded my expectations, Frieza expressed his disappointment over the demise of the Ginyu Force. Just moments ago, I was so close. Yet I could only watch as the Dragon Balls turned to stone. Not only Vegeta feels regret, I too am deeply lamenting. Frieza had merely witnessed the moment Dundee made his wish and the subsequent disappearance of the Dragon Balls, mistakenly believing it was Vegeta who sought the wish for eternal life. A wish that ultimately went unfulfilled. With these words, Frieza leaped down from the cliff. This is indeed the first time I've been toyed with by fools such as yourselves, he said with a smirk. However, the atmosphere was far from jovial. Everyone regarded Frieza with grave expressions. I never anticipated it would come to this. Unforgivable. Frieza's demeanor shifted suddenly. You lowly creatures. I shall not spare you. I will tear you apart to vent my wrath. Frieza bellowed, his fury palpable even through the dimensional barrier, instilling fear in Krillin and Dundee, who hastily retreated from Frieza's presence. Son Gohan also took a step back. He was not yet equipped to confront Frieza, even in his first form. Now, it was only Son Wukong and Vegeta standing before Frieza. None of you shall escape. Resign yourselves to your fate. Frieza proclaimed. At last. Your true colors are revealed. Do not underestimate me. If you have the courage, come at me. Vegeta replied confidently. His battle power having reached a level capable of contending with Frieza, thanks to his Saiyan physiology and recent recovery. At that moment, Son Wukong could utilize a tenfold Kaioken, achieving peak battle power. Son Gohan was close behind, but should he face death once more in battle, he might also reach comparable power. It is crucial to note that such power surges arise from the brink of death through combat or rigorous training. Otherwise, strength does not manifest spontaneously. The Saiyan experience of near-death serves as a catalyst for power. Without combat, how could one unlock such potential? Do not be misled by the notion of excessive growth. In the original narrative, Vegeta would soon be able to contend with Frieza's initial power level upon his next recovery. Chapter 58, The Unexpected Super Warriors here. I will first clarify the introduction to combat power. Frieza's first form, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's second form, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's third form, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's fourth form, which he cannot control, necessitates a gradual accumulation of energy to enhance his power. Frieza's fourth form makes its debut, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's fourth form engages in a more serious battle against Son Goku, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's fourth form at 50 power, combat power on the left and right. Frieza's fourth form at full power, 120 million, a number so vast that expressing it in Arabic numerals would seem impolite. Piccolo merges with Nail, combat power on the left and right. Krillin, combat power on the left and right, negligible. Son Goku's next near-death recovery, combat power on the left and right. Vegeta's next near-death recovery, combat power on the left and right. Son Gohan's next near-death recovery, combat power on the left and right, slightly stronger than Vegeta. Alright, perfect. Truly, I am remarkable. I am an unnoticed dividing line. Haha. Such bravado, have you forgotten how formidable I am? Even Frieza could not help but laugh in anger. Let me assist you in restoring your memory, he proclaimed, as a terrifying aura erupted around him. Truly, this aura is somewhat exaggerated, Son Goku remarked, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How infuriating. Vegeta observed Frieza with a grave expression. Wow, he is incredibly powerful. Krillin trembled as he felt Frieza's energy. This energy is intensifying. Frieza has already made his move. Piccolo, who was still on his way, sensed Frieza's might and grew increasingly anxious. Huh, there is a faint energy. Who could it be? Piccolo said, landing to investigate. This is exactly like me. Could this be the Namekian? Piccolo gazed in amazement at Nail, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. He is in a critical state. Observing Nail's severe injuries, Piccolo realized that Nail could not be saved. You are the Namekian from Earth they spoke of? It seems they have fulfilled their wishes. How splendid, Nail's weak voice emerged. Were it not for the extraordinary sensitivity of the Namekian's ears, others would not have been able to discern Nail's words. It seems you possess some knowledge. You must also know that I am in a hurry to save my friend. I apologize, but I cannot assist you, Piccolo remarked indifferently. Piccolo did not regard Nail with much importance, having only recently discovered his own Namekian heritage. To be frank, He felt little emotional connection or sense of belonging to the Namekians. He was merely here out of curiosity. How do you train? Your power is remarkably formidable. Nail expressed his astonishment, sensing that Piccolo was significantly stronger than himself. He had heard from the elder that this was the result of a divided innate talent. Had his original talent remained intact, how powerful would he be now? However, if you were still the same Namekian, perhaps you could confront Frieza. Nail's voice faltered, filled with regret. What? Are you suggesting that I can only defeat Frieza by merging with the deity Kami? Upon hearing this, Piccolo became displeased, as if the implication was that without that union, he would be utterly worthless. Indeed, although Frieza has reduced me to this state, I have also come to understand the extent of his power, Nail explained. What you are saying is utterly futile. Moreover, I have no intention of merging with him. Piccolo firmly rejected the notion of fusing with Kami. Then merge with me. I am the only combat-type Namekian left. Nail's declaration shocked Piccolo. What did you say? Merge with you? Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to remain myself. Piccolo declined Nail's request, fearing that merging with Nail would compromise his own mind. Hurry, I am nearing death. Place your hand on me without hesitation. Your personality will remain your own. I implore you. Nail's voice grew weaker, punctuated by pauses as he struggled to speak. Are you serious? Piccolo asked, unable to believe it. If you don't believe me, then let Frieza kill you. Nail provoked Piccolo, who continued to hesitate. After a moment's contemplation, he thought of Gohan. Very well, I will trust you this once. If anything feels amiss, I will expel you immediately. Piccolo finally placed his hand on Nail. I am assisting you. Not only do you not express gratitude, but you treat me this way. Nail relaxed upon receiving Piccolo's agreement. Hurry, I cannot hold on much longer. You must defeat Frieza. Enough of your rambling. I will exert my utmost effort, even for my own sake, Piccolo replied impatiently. Seeing this, Nail ceased his chatter. With a startled cry from Piccolo and a brilliant flash of light, Nail's body vanished before Piccolo's astonished eyes. Panting heavily, Piccolo maintained his hand in the position of merging with Nail. After a long while, he finally rose, astonished by the surge of energy within him, and could not resist clenching his fists. I truly did not anticipate this. My power has increased tremendously. This is astonishing. My strength has multiplied several times over. Is this the result of merging? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. A smile broke upon his face as he reveled in his newfound strength. With this immense power, regardless of my opponent, victory is assured. Ha ha ha. Piccolo shouted joyously towards the sky, accompanied by Piccolo's laughter. He sped towards the gathering place of Son Gohan and the others, moving with a speed far beyond before. Chapter 59. The battle with Frieza begins. What a terrifying energy. Krillin remarked. Of course, can a few ants triumph over a dinosaur? Frieza scoffed disdainfully. We can win. If Kakarot and I join forces, we might defeat you. Not to mention these two little ones. Vegeta gestured towards Son Gohan and Krillin as he spoke to Frieza. Ha ha ha, what a fanciful notion. You believe these two children can pose a challenge? Frieza gazed at the power level monitor displaying Son Gohan and Krillin's data, which, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was certainly not to be dismissed. He appeared skeptical of Vegeta's words. You may not have realized that these two little fellows have been continuously improving their combat abilities. Especially that young lad. I can see it. He possesses boundless potential, Vegeta explained to Frieza. Indeed, Gohan's talent and potential surpass even my own, Son Goku added. It's this very individual who defeated Jinyu, and his strength is on par with mine. Together, we shall make you beg for mercy, Vegeta declared, pointing at Goku. And I am gradually becoming the Super Saiyan you dread, he concluded, confidently gesturing to himself. After such a lengthy discourse, Vegeta had laid bare their intentions. Seemingly unconcerned about concealing information, perhaps eager for a fair confrontation with Frieza. Boasting without shame, do you believe you will become a Super Saiyan? Frieza scoffed, finding the notion utterly ridiculous. You are all insufferable pests, Frieza exclaimed, launching a punch at Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta barely managed to grasp Frieza's wrist at the moment of impact, managing to block the blow. However, the strain was evident on Vegeta's face, as he struggled against Frieza's overwhelming strength, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing this, Son Goku quickly activated his Kaioken technique, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza crashing into the stone wall. Feeling the immense energy radiating from Goku, Vegeta was astonished, quickly followed by a surge of anger. Even without your help, I could have handled him, Vegeta panted, his tone far from friendly, clearly indicating that he was not as unfazed as he claimed. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power, preparing for battle. Before any further action could be taken, Frieza emerged from the rubble of the wall. How is this possible? He exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face as he surveyed the power readings of the two fighters. Before he could utter another word, the monitor attached to his side exploded in a burst of sparks. It seems you are not merely boasting after all, Frieza remarked, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Perhaps there is a chance of victory if Vegeta and Goku join forces. If Gohan and I support them, though he is formidable, we too are making strides in our abilities, Krillin thought to himself. The situation felt increasingly precarious. Frieza appeared poised to enter his second transformation. If Uncle Piccolo doesn't arrive soon, Neither Vegeta nor my father can hope to defeat him, Gohan reflected, sensing Piccolo's absence and growing anxious. Vegeta and I have clearly surpassed our limits, yet why does this Frieza remain so composed? Goku pondered, perplexed by Frieza's calm demeanor. Transform, Frieza. Let us behold your true form, Vegeta suddenly declared, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. How did you know? Frieza responded, astonished. As he had no recollection of ever revealing such information to Vegeta. This was mentioned during my battle with Zarbin, Vegeta explained. What? He can transform too? Goku exclaimed, mildly startled. Very well. If you seek your own demise, I shall not impede you. Frieza laughed ominously. Is he truly going to transform? Goku asked, puzzled. Vegeta. What does transformation entail? Krillin inquired, eager to understand Frieza's abilities. Aliens can alter their forms depending on the situation. Their usual state conserves energy and stamina, Vegeta elucidated. Huh. I am different. Frieza interjected, countering Vegeta's explanation. My power is so immense that I can scarcely contain it. He continued, unhurriedly detailing his strength. Is that so? Krillin replied. Incredulous, unable to fathom that Frieza refrained from transforming for such a reason. Does it resemble our transformation into great apes? Goku asked, intrigued. Fear not. He merely seeks to intimidate us. There is no need for such exaggeration, Vegeta reassured his comrades. You can be certain of that, unlike you lowly Saiyan monkeys. I do not require specific conditions to transform. I merely unleash my inherent power, Frieza mocked. Prepare to witness it. This is a rare opportunity, Frieza proclaimed, as if witnessing his transformation were a privilege. When I attacked planet Vegeta and confronted its king, I did not transform. Vegeta, your father, King Vegeta, was quite ordinary. Frieza taunted. Humph. Do not be too smug. I possess strength that surpassed my father's from a young age, Vegeta retorted, unfazed by Frieza's insults. What? He was the one who destroyed the Saiyan planet? Goku exclaimed in shock. Yes, Kakarot. Be sure not to let him escape, Vegeta urged. Kakarot? Is that a Saiyan name? Frieza mused, recalling that aside from the 3 members of Vegeta's team, he did not remember any other Saiyans still being alive. Ah, yes. The Saiyan who resisted until the end during my destruction of planet Vegeta resembled you exactly. Frieza suddenly recalled the Saiyan who had attempted to attack him until the very end. Unbeknownst to Frieza and Goku, the Saiyan he had ruthlessly killed was Goku's father. With that, Frieza ceased his chatter, abruptly shattering his battle suit. What? Why tear apart your battle suit? Krillin asked, bewildered at Frieza's actions. Chapter 60. Frieza's transformation. Huh? What a joke. Is this what you call a transformation? Simply shedding a suit? Vegeta scoffed. I understand the reasoning, but why not wear your battle suit properly? Gohan remarked. Exasperated. Frieza ignored their words, focusing instead on gathering energy for his transformation. His aura intensified, surging stronger by the moment. Suddenly, Frieza's form began to swell. His body grew colossal, arms and legs elongated, and even his tail thickened. With a roar, Frieza's neck elongated, and the horns atop his head curved and lengthened, resembling those of a bull. Thus, Frieza's second form was complete. So, this is how it is, Vegeta admitted, shaken by Frieza's overwhelming presence. He is as formidable as a monster. Even using the Kaioken 10 times, I may not be able to defeat him. Son Wukong spoke with a face full of vigilance. A nightmare. This is nothing short of a nightmare. Krillin was utterly intimidated by Frieza's terrifying aura. Uncle Krillin, calm down. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan hastily called out to Krillin, interrupting his state of panic. Such overwhelming power is difficult to control. Frieza boasted, my battle power now exceeds yours. How can this be? Vegeta expressed disbelief as he listened to Frieza's words. He never anticipated that Frieza's transformation could enhance his battle power to such an extent. In Vegeta's understanding, Frieza could only augment his power by a mere 100,000 at most, while Saibamen had only increased their battle power by 5,000. Without granting anyone further time to process, Frieza gathered energy in his hands and suddenly raised one. The ground beneath them erupted in a massive explosion, and the surrounding seawater surged in. Dandy. At a critical moment, Krillin grabbed Dandy, and both remained unharmed. Of course, this was merely a ploy by Frieza to toy with them. None suffered direct injuries from his attack. Krillin, are you all right? Son Wukong glanced towards Krillin. We're fine here. Just a little scrape from some rocks, Krillin reassured the others. Humph, you escaped rather swiftly. This was merely a greeting. Even a Saiyan could accomplish such a feat. Frieza declared, hands on hips, addressing the airborne group. At that moment, the ground was almost entirely submerged, save for a small area where Frieza stood. Vegeta, do you understand now? My strength is beyond your imagination, Frieza proclaimed. Vegeta fell into a silence, contemplating his situation. Who should I deal with first? Frieza pondered. Eyeing the group. That one. He pointed towards Krillin and Dandy, launching himself towards them at great speed. Just before Frieza could strike Krillin, Son Wukong rushed in, gripping Frieza's sharp horn with both hands. What just happened? So fast. Krillin thought with terror, realizing that had Son Wukong not arrived in time, he would have been gravely injured, if not worse. Krillin quickly took Dandy and fled from Frieza's vicinity. Damn it. Those two are too quick. I can't keep up. Vegeta said darkly. Haha, impressive. You actually blocked my attack, Frieza remarked with a tone of mock admiration. However, Son Gohan was not faring well. He had absorbed the full brunt of Frieza's strike, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his energy surging chaotically within him. The power he gained from the Kaioken was already tenuous, and facing an opponent with significantly superior battle power like Frieza was overwhelming. Then, Frieza swiftly kicked out. And Son Wukong could not evade in time, taking a blow to the abdomen that sent him flying far away. Apologies. This power is indeed so great that even I struggle to control it, Frieza teased, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Moments later, with blood at the corner of his mouth, Son Wukong returned before Frieza. Very well, let us engage in a proper battle, Son Wukong declared, assuming a combat stance. Roar. Show me the extent of the amusement you can provide. Frieza taunted as he charged forward, engaging Son Wukong in combat. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Gohan could only watch silently from the sidelines, utterly unable to assist. This battle was beyond their capabilities, and at the very least, their speed could not match that of the fighters. Krillin, having safely landed with Dandy, sought refuge in a secure location. As the battle progressed, Son Wukong's disadvantages became increasingly apparent. Every punch and kick from Frieza inflicted significant damage, while Son Wukong's attacks were mostly evaded with ease by Frieza. And any hits he managed to land hardly affected Frieza at all. Damn it, this won't do. We need to devise a plan, Krillin exclaimed upon returning after ensuring Dandy's safety, assessing the dire situation. Son Gohan, however, remained unconcerned about his father's plight, knowing that Son Wukong still possessed two sins of beans. If necessary, consuming one would undoubtedly escalate his battle power dramatically. At that moment, the clash between Frieza and Son Wukong continued. Frieza seized an opportunity to deliver a sidekick to Son Wukong's waist, sending him spiraling outwards, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it, Kakarot is no match for him. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Your strength is commendable, at least surpassing that of Jinyu. How about considering joining me? I could grant you control over a planet if you so desire, Frieza suggested, eyeing Son Wukong, who continued to endure their prolonged confrontation. Seizing the moment, Vegeta, fueled by rage, unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the unsuspecting Frieza. This strike indeed lived up to expectations, directly hitting Frieza and resulting in a tremendous explosion. You should take pride, for you have afforded me this splendid opportunity to strike you, Vegeta declared with a triumphant expression. However, as the dust settled, though its origin remains a mystery, it became apparent that Frieza was utterly unscathed, as if the recent assault had not touched him at all. Chapter 61. The arrival of Piccolo. Do not rush, Vegeta. Once I have dealt with that individual, I shall come to address you, Frieza remarked, turning to Vegeta. Damn it. This is the end, Vegeta uttered in despair. Frieza's power had surged dramatically. Gohan, hold on. I am on my way, Piccolo, in the midst of a swift journey, urged. Haha, my apologies, but I still yearn for a tranquil life, Son Goku said as he regained his footing. Upon witnessing this, Frieza also landed, locking eyes with Goku. It seems there is no other choice. You must be eliminated, Frieza lamented with a look of regret. While Frieza was speaking, he suddenly recoiled in shock, hastily leaping away from his previous position. Yet, in a moment of negligence, he was struck by a keyblade, severing his tail. Hey, Goku, we shall assist you, Krillin exclaimed, continuing to condense his keyblade. As he spoke, 4 keyblades were hurled towards Frieza, but this time, he evaded them all. At this moment, Frieza disregarded Goku and charged directly towards Krillin. He swiftly arrived before Krillin, not rushing to attack immediately. You, audacious little brat, dared to sever my tail. How bold of you, Frieza exclaimed in anger. I shall tear you to shreds, ensuring you never rise again. Realizing he was no match for Frieza, Krillin contemplated a strategy. Solar flare. He placed his hands against his temples and let out a fierce shout, instantly radiating a brilliant light. This caused Frieza, who had been fixated on him, to lose his line of sight. My eyes, Frieza exclaimed, rubbing them vigorously. Vegeta, Goku, the opportunity has arrived. Attack swiftly. One cannot help but commend Krillin. Each of his strikes is delivered with impeccable timing, consistently proving to be pivotal. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan are the strongest of Earthlings. Tien, without doubt, possesses the most formidable strength among the trio, having valiantly protected Android 18 from being absorbed by Cell during the Cell saga. Krillin, having grown up alongside Goku, has been a steadfast companion throughout numerous significant events. His combat prowess and intellect are commendable, although his battle power may be somewhat inferior. He often delivers unexpected results with his attacks. As for Yamcha, I find it challenging to offer an extensive evaluation. Personally, I do not hold him in high regard. Yet it is undeniable that in the latter stages, he neglected his training and even struggled to establish a career. Nevertheless, he always steps up when required, albeit with limited effectiveness. Vegeta and Goku wasted no time, charging towards Frieza. Gohan, seizing the moment, gathered his energy in secret and unleashed a special beam cannon towards Frieza. Krillin's energy blade could sever Frieza's tail. Thus, there was no reason to believe Gohan's special beam cannon would not penetrate Frieza's body. Although Frieza was momentarily blinded, He sensed the approach of Goku and Vegeta, unleashing a fierce aura that repelled the two assailants. However, he could not evade Gohan's special beam cannon, which struck his shoulder as he attempted to pivot at the last moment. Damn it, I'm furious, Frieza declared, clutching his wounded shoulder. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Gohan, slapping him to the ground, then seizing his hair before he could hit the ground. Ah! Gohan cried out in pain. Frieza then lifted Gohan by his head and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, subsequently tossing him to the ground. Frieza opened his fist, leaving a scattering of Gohan's hair in his wake. After taking that blow, Gohan clutched his stomach and expelled a mouthful of bile. Before Gohan could rise again, Frieza kicked him into the air. Goku, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety, having just sustained injuries. He could not match Frieza's speed and could only watch as Gohan endured Frieza's onslaught. Frieza then struck Gohan from behind with his tail. Gohan, after landing, hurriedly regained his footing, disregarding the sharp pain in his back, and turned towards Frieza. He saw Frieza preparing to deliver a kick and quickly raised his arm in defense. However, after waiting for some time, Gohan realized Frieza's attack had yet to descend. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Gohan glanced up to find Piccolo standing in front of him, blocking Frieza's attack. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gohan. Allow me to avenge you now, Piccolo said coldly, gazing at Frieza. Wow, Piccolo, you finally arrived. Krillin expressed his joy at Piccolo's presence. Fantastic, we've been waiting for you, Goku added. So, this is Frieza? Truly formidable, Piccolo remarked, feeling the power in his hands. Oh, a surviving Namekian? You seem different from the rest. I sense something unique about you, yet victory shall still belong to me. Frieza replied, stepping back and eyeing Piccolo. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the worthless creature we once killed. Humph. Did you wish for this waste to be resurrected through the Dragon Balls? Vegeta scoffed at Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo's energy remained contained, rendering Vegeta unaware of Piccolo's current strength. You dare label me worthless? Remember this. Once I deal with Frieza, I will settle accounts with you, Piccolo retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza's every movement. You think you can defeat Frieza and then confront me? Ha ha ha, the Namekian truly possesses a sense of humor. Vegeta chuckled. This is untenable. Despite training under King Kai, Piccolo still lacks the strength to match Frieza, Krillin thought anxiously. Piccolo, why does your energy feel different? Goku noticed something was amiss with Piccolo. Let us discuss this later. For now, it's time to eliminate the cosmic trash. I can handle him alone. Do not interfere. Piccolo instructed Goku and the others. How about we find a proper place to fight? Frieza expressed interest in Piccolo, disregarding whether Piccolo agreed, and flew towards an expansive land. As you wish, Piccolo replied, following Frieza to a vast terrain. Upon their descent, they discovered it was indeed the hiding place of Dandy. Is that Piccolo? He looks almost identical to Nail, Dandy remarked, observing Piccolo's striking resemblance to Nail. Dandy, stay back. Do not get caught in our battle, Piccolo cautioned Dandy. Huh, how does he know my name? Dandy mused to himself while fleeing. After merging with Nail, Piccolo retained his intellect, though he had acquired some of Nail's memories, among them, those concerning Dandy. What a farce. He has no idea how formidable Frieza truly is. Krillin exclaimed anxiously. He is taking an enormous risk, Goku added. He will soon realize just how powerful Frieza is. I can sense that this form of Frieza is not a match for Uncle Piccolo. He isn't that reckless. Gohan defended Piccolo, emphasizing the current situation among the group. Goku and Gohan bore significant injuries, yet were not at the point of requiring senzu beans. Vegeta and Krillin, too, had limited supplies, making them reluctant to use them indiscriminately. Such an ignorant fool. Frieza sneered at Piccolo. Ha! Piccolo shouted, charging at Frieza, who was taken aback by Piccolo's remarkable speed. Caught off guard, Frieza was struck squarely in the face by Piccolo's punch, sending him hurtling backward. Piccolo quickly pursued, clasping his hands together and aiming to strike Frieza again. However, Frieza swiftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Piccolo crashing to the ground. Piccolo swiftly adjusted his position in midair, landing firmly and driving his feet into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Harnessing this momentum, he executed a headbutt aimed at Frieza's chin. Although Piccolo landed the blow, Frieza, utilizing the backward lean from the impact, swung his tail and sent Piccolo tumbling. Seizing the moment before Piccolo could touch down, Frieza gathered energy and launched an energy blast at him, closing in rapidly as Piccolo descended. Howa! With a thunderous roar, Piccolo struck sideways at Frieza's energy blast. After a brief stalemate, Frieza's attack was deflected elsewhere. The unexpected turn of events left Frieza astounded. Before he could ponder further, Piccolo retaliated with an energy wave. Refusing to be outdone, the scope of Piccolo's assault exceeded that of Frieza's previous strike, leaving Frieza with no time to evade, and he took the hit head-on. Following a powerful explosion, Frieza bore visible scars for the first time. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment at the fierce clash between Frieza and Piccolo. Oh, it seems they are evenly matched, Krillin remarked in disbelief. No, just now, Piccolo had the upper hand, Goku interjected. What could possibly explain this? It hasn't been long since our last encounter on Earth. How has he grown so formidable? Vegeta pondered, perplexed. You scoundrel! Frieza exclaimed furiously. landing gracefully and casting a chilling smile at Piccolo. Bewildered by Frisia's grin, Piccolo let his guard down, failing to anticipate Frisia's next move. With a swift elbow strike, Frisia landed a blow to Piccolo's face. Seizing the moment, Frisia altered his approach, propelling Piccolo forcefully into the ground. Without delay, Frisia launched a punch at Piccolo. But this time, Piccolo leapt in time to evade the attack, ascending higher into the air. However, to his surprise, Frisia pursued him with even greater speed. Just as Piccolo contemplated his next maneuver, Frisia struck him down again, and this time, Piccolo braced himself for the impact. With a resounding crash, Piccolo slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater that sent rocks and dirt flying. Frisia chuckled softly at the sight. How could this be? He just concealed his true power. Krillin gasped in shock. Frisia is indeed a formidable foe, but Piccolo hasn't unleashed his full potential, Goku remarked from the sidelines. Huh? What do you mean? Krillin questioned, confused. You'll find out soon enough, Goku replied, gesturing for Krillin and the others to keep watching. As the conversation unfolded, Frisia had already landed again. Observing Piccolo as he struggled to rise. Ha ha ha, I underestimated your strength. I see you possess some skill. Now, let me reveal my true power, Frisia proclaimed. Crossing his arms mockingly. My power, Frisia reiterated. His strength is seemingly boundless. How foolish I was to think I could rival him, Vegeta contemplated. Astonished by the unfolding battle. Only now did he realize how absurd his earlier declarations of defeating Frisia had been in the eyes of the tyrant. Yet, Piccolo remained unfazed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly removing his cape and headpiece, which landed with a resounding thud, indicating their considerable weight. This weighted attire is custom-made for Piccolo. Not only extraordinarily heavy, but also capable of stifling the flow and circulation of his own energy. Typically, if a martial artist possesses a full measure of energy, they can unleash about 80% of it. However, donning this garment, disregarding its inherent weight, he can only exert 60%. At this moment, Piccolo removed the weights, stretching his neck and clenching his fists. Now, I shall unleash my full potential. A glimmer of excitement manifested on Piccolo's visage. What did you say? You weren't using your full strength just now? Frisia, taken aback by Piccolo's declaration, was astonished. It is noteworthy that this was Frisia's complete power in his second form. And throughout his extensive conquests across the cosmos, no one had ever compelled Frisia to this extent. He had never even resorted to his third form, historically. The moment he transformed into his second form, battles invariably concluded swiftly. After all, Frisia had inherited the legacy of his father, King Cold, and upon ascending to power, he had already established a significant dominion. Most formidable adversaries had been vanquished during King Cold's reign. It was precisely due to King Cold's frequent encounters with powerful foes that he often employed his second form, thereby remaining in that state over time. I suppose I am filling a gap in the narrative, am I not? Praise me, won't you? Humph. It seems that Namekians excel at boasting. Frisia evidently doubted Piccolo's claims. I see now, Krillin pondered, realizing that Piccolo was still clad in the burdensome training attire. Haha, isn't that right? Goku chimed in, addressing Krillin. This revelation left Vegeta utterly astounded. He could scarcely fathom the extent of their strength. I want you to grasp the fury of the Namekian you have harmed. Piccolo exclaimed with indignation. Chapter 63. Dandy S abilities, Gohan S strategy. Fool, do you think my capabilities are limited to this? Frisia S expression relaxed once more. Huh? Piccolo was perplexed by Frisia S intentions. From their recent encounter, he was convinced that Frisia had unleashed his utmost power, yet the look on Frisia S face suggested otherwise. You probably remain unaware of my ability to transform, do you? Soon, you will share the same fear as Vegeta and the others, Frisia declared. Has Teehee already transformed? Krillin asked, bewildered. The implication is clear. Frisia can transform not just once, Gohan revealed, delivering astonishing news. What? Frisia can still transform? At this moment, Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this revelation. Haha, it seems Lord King Kai's warning was not unfounded. We were rather overconfident, Goku chuckled ruefully. Transform? Piccolo was equally perplexed by Frisia's words. Let despair consume your heart, embrace the inescapable hopelessness, Frisia said with sadistic delight. With each transformation, my power will dramatically increase. And I possess the ability to transform twice more, he stated, raising 2 fingers. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Frisia retorted to Piccolo. What? Upon hearing Frisia, Piccolo was equally incredulous, let alone Vegeta and the others. What did he say? Frisia still has 2 transformation opportunities. Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. There exists another method. We can exploit our Saiyan traits. Each time we rise from the brink of death, our fighting power significantly enhances, Gohan proposed. What should we do? Are we to confront Frisia now? You can't be serious. You'll be obliterated the moment you step onto the battlefield, Krillin remarked, finding Gohan's suggestion highly implausible. No. We will take matters into our own hands. Simply injure us 3 severely. Vegeta suddenly shouted, gripping Krillin's shirt as he outlined his plan. How could I possibly inflict severe injuries upon you? Krillin questioned. That's easily resolved. We will lower our fighting power to its minimum. Furthermore, we have those miraculous beans that can restore our stamina and injuries in an instant, Vegeta asserted, increasingly convinced of the viability of his strategy. Isn't that a tremendous waste? The Saibamen not only heal injuries but also restore stamina, and besides, our supply is quite limited, Goku interjected. At this juncture, we can't afford to be concerned about that. If we don't proceed this way, we shall all perish, Vegeta countered. I have a solution. Dandy is a healing Namekian. He can utilize his abilities to mend our injuries, thus conserving the Saibamen for emergencies during battle, Gohan suggested. Wait, Dandy has such capabilities? How was I unaware of this? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. This was conveyed to me by the Grand Elder. Our current focus should be to locate Dandy, Gohan insisted. That little Namekian possesses such usefulness, Vegeta remarked in surprise. With that, the group hurried toward Dandy's direction. Meanwhile, we shift our focus back to Frieza and Piccolo. While Gohan and the others were still conversing, Frieza was engaged in dialogue with Piccolo. Open your eyes and behold. You should feel honored. You are the first to witness my transformation, Frieza bellowed. It is not difficult to discern why Frieza's fourth form initially exhibited such a low combat power, unable even to unleash the full strength of his third form. After all, he had never utilized his third form, let alone mastered it. Thus, how could he possibly control his fourth form? Watch closely. Frieza declared as his aura began to swell dramatically. With Frieza's roar, his muscles expanded further, causing his physique to broaden, spines protruding from his back, shoulder armor elongating, and his head stretching, with sharp angles retracting and instead manifesting 4 new spikes, though his tail remained unchanged. It is said that Akira Toriyama originally designed this form inspired by the appearance of an alien, but it was deemed too challenging to illustrate, leading to its abrupt discontinuation shortly after its introduction. At long last, let us commence the second round, Frieza stated to Piccolo. This monster. Piccolo sensed a concealed, yet vastly augmented power emanating from Frieza. Nothing particularly special about him, Krillin remarked, glancing back at Frieza after his third form. Fool. His latent power is exponentially greater, entirely unlike before. Vegeta interjected after sensing Frieza's energy. Moreover, any damage Frieza sustained has completely healed, Goku added. Alright. I can see Dandy now. Let us hurry over, Krillin exclaimed as he spotted Dandy. The others hastily descended. Hey, Dandy. I've heard from the Elder that you possess healing abilities. Is it true? Gohan pretended to inquire. Yes, I do possess that capability. I am a healing Namekian. Dandy confirmed. Excellent. Dandy, please assist us. I will severely injure them, and I need you to heal them. Krillin pointed at Gohan and the others. I'm afraid I must decline. Dandy's response astonished everyone. Why, Dandy? Gohan asked. That is not my intention. I can agree to assist Goku and Gohan, Dandy said, gesturing towards them. However, I will not heal Vegeta. Why can everyone else be treated, but not me? Vegeta, perplexed, questioned. Many of my compatriots have suffered at your hands. I cannot aid the one who has harmed my kin. Dandy provided his reasoning for refusing to heal Vegeta. Well, Dandy, I can understand your reluctance to heal Vegeta. But without him, we are all doomed, Krillin urged. He is as vile as Frieza. Many of my people were slain by him, Dandy retorted. How about this? We will use the Dragon Balls from our Earth to resurrect all the Namekians, Gohan proposed as a solution. Very well, I agree, Dandy. Swayed by the hopeful gazes of the group, ultimately consented to heal Vegeta. Chapter 64. The plan unfolds. Power unleashed. I shall go first. I will assist Uncle Piccolo shortly. And together we shall confront Frieza, Gohan stated. The order matters not, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Alright, it's in your hands, Gohan, Krillin entrusted him. You speak so easily. How can you expect me to act? Krillin shouted angrily at Goku. This situation is indeed unavoidable. Krillin fears that Vegeta may strike without restraint, potentially harming Gohan. After all, Goku is Gohan's father, and it would be unthinkable for him to intervene in such a manner. Krillin is not so deranged as to act recklessly. Hurry up, Krillin, Gohan urged, his gaze fixed on Piccolo, who was suffering at the hands of Frieza. Alright, Gohan, bear with me, Krillin replied, unleashing a Kamehameha wave from his palm. However, this attack did not pierce Gohan's body. Instead, it caused him to spit blood, indicating a deliberate reduction in force. Krillin, this is not how you do it, Gohan lamented, tears welling in his eyes. You need to channel more energy. Goku exclaimed. Shut up, or you can take over. Krillin retorted, shouting at Goku. Goku merely chuckled in response, remaining silent. Krillin then launched another attack, this time piercing Gohan's abdomen. Quickly, Dandy, treat Gohan. Krillin urged anxiously. Leave it to me, Dandy replied, placing his hands on Gohan, initiating a swift healing process. In no time, Gohan's injuries were completely mended, and his combat power had soared to an impressive 2.7 million. Now there are no more zeros. I can't be accused of padding my words, can I? Gohan thought, feeling the explosive power within him, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Fantastic. I'm off to assist Uncle Piccolo, Gohan declared before soaring towards Frieza. Gohan has become incredibly strong, Goku remarked, sensing Gohan's recently unleashed energy. Alright, it's my turn, Vegeta said, stepping forward. Wait, let me catch my breath, Dandy interjected. Fine, you can wait a moment, Goku replied. Vegeta, with no other option, acknowledged the delay. He couldn't force Dandy to treat him. Let us rewind a few minutes. Are you shedding that heavy outer garment to prepare for a light-hearted skirmish? Frieza observed, glancing at the discarded clothing of Piccolo. In that case, your speed should have increased. And your confidence as well, he added, shifting his gaze to Piccolo. Very well, allow me to witness your prowess, Frieza proclaimed, charging at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo swiftly evaded, with Frieza hot on his heels. You scoundrel! Though your strength surpasses mine, my speed is unmatched. You shall not catch me, Piccolo declared as he darted away. Yet suddenly, Piccolo halted, astonished by what lay ahead. Hello there, we meet again, Frieza said, arms crossed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Take that. Before Piccolo could react, Frieza extended his fingers, and with a mere flick of energy, a wound appeared on Piccolo's left leg, blood spilling forth. Frieza pointed again, this time aiming for Piccolo's head. Sensing danger, Piccolo quickly turned his head to evade the attack. Despite being somewhat prepared this time, I was still struck by the energy, resulting in yet another wound on my face. The astonishing speed and terrifying power made me, Piccolo, ponder as I gazed at Frieza. Ha! Frieza, indifferent to my thoughts, seized the rare opportunity to utilize his third form, relishing the moment as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at me with his fingers, thoroughly enjoying himself. Stop it! At that moment, Gohan arrived just in time, delivering a swift kick towards Frieza. Caught off guard by Gohan's incredible speed, Frieza was unable to evade the strike, resulting in him being sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he landed in the ocean, evidently suffering significant damage from Gohan's attack. Gohan hurried over to support the battered Piccolo. You've improved tremendously, Gohan. You're even stronger than I am now. I'm truly happy for you, Piccolo remarked. Looking at Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, we can discuss that later. Please take this Senzu bean to heal your injuries, Gohan urged as he swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his wristwatch and handed it to Piccolo. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted the bean and swallowed it whole, in an instant. All of his wounds were healed. At that moment, Frieza emerged from the water, yet he remained oblivious to Piccolo's recovery, still perceiving the stains of blood on him. How curious, how could that little imp possess such formidable power? How did his strength suddenly augment? Frieza mused in confusion. Saiyans are known to experience a substantial increase in power upon near-death revival. That boy is a Saiyan. Frieza suddenly recalled the traits of his adversaries. He bears a striking resemblance to the Saiyan I just battled. He must be his son. I will not spare any Saiyan, they must all be annihilated. Frieza fully recognized the threat posed by the Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan is nothing but a farce, utterly untrustworthy, he consoled himself. Vegeta, that Saiyan named Kakarot, and this boy indeed possess rapidly increasing strength. Hey, listen up. Allow me to showcase my ultimate power. This is your privilege. Behold my final transformation, which represents my true strength, Frieza declared to Gohan and Piccolo hovering above. He felt he could not afford to hold back any longer. Who knew what unfathomable feats these irrational Saiyans might accomplish? The Saiyans truly seemed to possess extraordinary capabilities. Just a week ago, Vegeta was merely a novice in terms of battle power, and now, in such a short time, he has multiplied his strength exponentially. Gohan's situation is even more remarkable, transitioning from a battle power of less than 10,000 upon his arrival on Namek to an astounding 2 million. Goku has likewise exhibited extraordinary growth, utilizing the Kaioken technique to forcibly augment his strength, now reaching 3 million, with a peak of 60 million using the Kaioken times 20. Akira Toriyama has indeed dared to illustrate this, and even more audaciously, he has released the figures. Today marks another 3 updates. I've endured until 2 in the morning, and I still have class tomorrow. What concerns me is that the data was unexpectedly halved. Chapter 65. Frieza's original form. Confident Vegeta. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Gohan's expression tightened. What is the current situation? Vegeta flew over, inquiring about the motionless Frieza below. He is currently undergoing his final transformation. We must proceed with caution, Gohan warned. Haha. What a joke. My power has surged tremendously. Why should I fear him? Vegeta proclaimed confidently, evoking a sense of sympathy. Just wait. Soon you will be questioning your very existence after being thoroughly beaten by him, Gohan thought to himself. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed, drawing everyone's attention toward Frieza. What happened? Did Frieza cause this? Vegeta questioned. He has completed his final transformation. Piccolo squinted as he observed. At this moment, Frieza emerged from the haze. In truth, this transformation was not a true metamorphosis. His fourth form represented Frieza's original state, distinct from before, as his entire physique became markedly streamlined. Easier to depict, he mused, as his bodily structure bore a closer resemblance to that of a human, with textures and antennae entirely vanished. He appeared rather ordinary, akin to a human unclad. Yet his color scheme exuded depth, and his icy gaze projected an aura of intimidation, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Ding. The system has issued a new mission. Survive the battle against Frieza. Reward. Points. The system's voice resonated just as Frieza's fourth form was fully realized. Huh? Why is the system only announcing the mission now? Son Gohan inquired. That is because this form of Frieza is his true self. The previous 3 states were merely seals. Only when facing the adversary in their authentic state can a mission be initiated, the system elucidated for Gohan. Well, that's that. As long as I don't end up as a sacrificial offering. Speaking of which, if I were to perish, would the Dragon Balls resurrect me and count as completing the mission? Gohan pondered aloud. That's a rather intriguing question. I hadn't considered it before. It is somewhat peculiar. Other realms lack the casual ability to resurrect the deceased. However, I believe you could give it a try. Dying and then being revived should indeed count as fulfilling the task, the system replied, initially taken aback by Gohan's query, then hesitantly responding. Fine, but I refuse. I have no desire to experience death, Gohan declared, choosing to refrain from further discourse with the system. This creature possesses an alarming level of power, Piccolo remarked. Sensing the ominous energy. You two, step aside. I shall handle Frieza alone. Vegeta commanded Gohan and Piccolo. All right, we'll head to my father, Gohan consented after a moment's thought. Reasoning that Vegeta would likely not perish in the short term, and it was best to temper his arrogance. Piccolo, indifferent to Vegeta's fate, sensed Goku's energy and flew in that direction, with Gohan hastily following suit. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Krillin engaged in combat with Goku. Krillin, brimming with excitement, was channeling the Kamehameha wave with both hands, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. It was evident he had long desired this moment, but had merely awaited the right opportunity. Hey, Krillin, wait. This isn't what we discussed. Why are you launching Kamehameha at me? Goku exclaimed, flailing his arms in alarm. Don't worry about the details. I'm attacking now. Krillin dismissed Goku's protests, launching his strike. Faced with no other option, Goku relinquished his defenses, allowing Krillin to land his blow. What in the world is happening? Piccolo observed this bizarre scene, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly perplexed by their antics. Just wait a moment. You'll soon understand, Gohan said, scratching his head, too embarrassed to watch the unfolding chaos. The two landed, and Gohan greeted, Uncle Krillin, we're back. Oh, you've returned. Krillin replied, acknowledging their presence. At that moment, Dandy placed his hand on Son Wukong, and soon, Son Wukong returned to his former self. I can hardly believe that I possess such an ability as well. Piccolo had merely absorbed a fragment of Nail's memories, thus he remained unaware of many matters concerning Namek and its inhabitants. No, you are a warrior type. Warrior-type Namekians lack any extraordinary abilities, but their strength is generally formidable, Dandy explained to Piccolo. What is the current situation? Where is Vegeta? Son Wukong inquired, perplexed as he noticed only the two of them. He stated he would handle Frieza on his own and instructed us to leave, Piccolo replied. All right. Let us proceed and observe. By the way, Krillin, that last strike you delivered was quite powerful, Son Wukong remarked. Hee, the outcome was rather pleasing, Krillin chuckled cheerfully. Before long, they arrived near the battleground where Frieza and Vegeta were engaged in combat, witnessing what seemed to be a back and forth, yet was in reality a brutal beating inflicted upon Vegeta by Frieza. Is that the true form of Frieza? So diminutive and seemingly unimpressive, Krillin commented. Observing Frieza's significantly smaller stature. Appearance does not equate to strength. He is extraordinarily powerful now, Piccolo asserted. Indeed, did you not see how Vegeta was utterly defenseless? Son Wukong remarked as he watched the clash between Frieza and Vegeta. Let us rewind to the moment when Vegeta urged Son Gohan and Piccolo to depart. Oh, Vegeta, you exude confidence. Surely, you are not overwhelmed by fear and losing your composure? Frieza taunted, noticing that only Vegeta remained. Do not be so arrogant. I have become the Super Saiyan you dread the most, Vegeta declared to Frieza, though it was unclear from where he derived such conviction. Son Gohan had previously informed him that Super Saiyan was a transformation, yet Vegeta remained skeptical, believing that sheer power alone sufficed for one to be deemed a Super Saiyan. Thus, he confidently voiced his assertion. Frieza, upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Ha, what an outrageous jest. Frieza replied with elegance. I need not Kakarot. I can handle you alone, Vegeta asserted as he charged towards Frieza. Chapter 66. Despairing Vegeta, Wukong enters as Frieza observed Vegeta's approach. He sidestepped slightly. I see you, Vegeta exclaimed, having noticed Frieza's movement, his excitement palpable. He swiftly altered his attack, transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at Frieza. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, Frieza suddenly vanished without a trace. Vegeta quickly scanned his surroundings, anger surging within him. Damn it, where did Frieza go? He thought, sensing impending doom. Add a bit more effort, and you still won't catch up. Do you dare call yourself a Super Saiyan? Frieza remarked calmly, entirely dismissive of Vegeta. In truth, Frieza was quite surprised that Vegeta had seen his initial evasion, prompting him to exert a bit more force during his second dodge. Frieza could have easily allowed Vegeta's attack to land without sustaining any injury, relishing the surprise and despair on Vegeta's face. How could this be? Vegeta, witnessing Frieza observing him from a distance, felt a mix of astonishment and fear. He had no idea how Frieza had positioned himself so far behind him without detection. Vegeta stood there, speechless, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his breath quickened. To be frank, you stand no chance of defeating me at this level. Spare yourself the embarrassment. The legend of the Super Saiyan is utterly ridiculous, Frieza stated. Frieza did not believe in the Super Saiyan legend, even if it were true. He doubted anyone with Vegeta's level of power could embody it. Frieza held the belief that Son Wukong was far more likely to become a Super Saiyan, as he had previously exchanged blows with Frieza's second form. Frustration surged within Vegeta as he muttered to himself, "My power should be greater than this. How could this be possible? I am a Super Saiyan." Vegeta shouted in fury. "Damn you, Frieza." He then gathered all his energy and unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Frieza, a strike capable of obliterating Namek. Frieza, taken aback, widened his eyes, planted his feet firmly, and kicked towards Vegeta's energy blast. Yeah. Vegeta's ultimate attack was effortlessly deflected by Frieza's kick, and he could only watch in shock as his attack sailed away. In that moment, Vegeta experienced genuine fear for the first time, a profound blow to his spirit. Tears streamed from his eyes as despair and terror overtook him. He had completely lost the will to fight. He could not comprehend why there was such a vast chasm between himself and Frieza, having lived under Frieza's shadow since childhood. He pondered, am I truly doomed to fail in my quest for revenge? Frieza, indifferent to Vegeta's inner turmoil, struck him with a headbutt that briefly rendered him unconscious. Immediately after, Frieza hovered above Vegeta, preparing to deliver a kick. As the attack descended upon Vegeta, it seemed certain to land, and the consequences would be dire. However, at that moment, Son Wukong arrived, blocking Frieza's attack with his arm. Son Gohan also caught Vegeta below, preventing him from crashing to the ground. In truth, Vegeta could have landed safely had he chosen to, but in his current state of despondency, he lacked any instinct to resist. Mr. Vegeta, pull yourself together. You are a prodigious genius, the Prince of the Saiyans. We Saiyans possess boundless potential. Do not succumb to despair. In a moment of urgency, Son Wukong hurriedly offered words of comfort to Vegeta. Initially, Son Wukong had left Vegeta alone here with the intent of delivering a blow to his pride, hoping to temper his arrogance. However, he was genuinely taken aback to witness Vegeta, despite the circumstances, retreating into a state of despair reminiscent of the original narrative after being bested by Frieza. This left Son Wukong perplexed. In truth, Son Wukong had misjudged Vegeta. His current state was not solely a result of defeat at the hands of Frieza, but also stemmed from the immense pressure exerted by Son Wukong and his father, Son Wukong. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had always been hailed as a prodigy, his countless battles adding to his confidence in his innate abilities. Yet, upon arriving on Earth, he was first vanquished by Son Wukong, a warrior deemed of inferior rank, and subsequently witnessed the 5-year-old Son Wukong effortlessly surpassing him, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. Vegeta glanced up at Son Wukong, who was locked in confrontation with Frieza, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was not the Kakarot he once knew. He had finally transcended his limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong remarked, "Now, let us observe the battle between my father and Frieza," as he settled onto a stone with Piccolo and Krillin. "Ah, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you," Frieza taunted Son Wukong. "Very well, let our battle commence," Son Wukong declared. "What a welcome surprise," Frieza replied, launching a kick towards Son Wukong. In response, Son Wukong merely leaned back, supporting himself with one hand and countering with a swift kick. With his longer legs, Son Wukong struck Frieza's face first, successfully deflecting the attack while inflicting damage. Frieza, hit by this blow, spun in the air before landing, gingerly touching his injured face, a smile creeping across his lips. After all, in the vast universe, Frieza could find no one with whom he could engage in such exhilarating combat, and he eagerly anticipated his bout with Son Wukong. Frieza then concentrated his energy into death beams, relentlessly firing them at Son Wukong. Such arrogance, he scoffed. Son Wukong, however, raised one hand, seizing the moment to swiftly swat the beams away. "How is this possible? You managed to deflect my attacks with just one hand," Frieza exclaimed, astonished by Son Wukong's response. Initially, Frieza had doubted the effectiveness of such an assault, but he had never anticipated that Son Wukong could effortlessly counter his onslaught. "You have grown significantly stronger," Frieza remarked, gazing at Son Wukong. "Indeed, I have made considerable preparations to defeat you," Son Wukong replied, momentarily glancing towards Krillin. "Frieza," Vegeta suddenly shouted into the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "I suggest you unleash your full power. He is the legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta continued to proclaim. "Ha! Such grandiose claims," Frieza sneered. "The Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in the universe. You are doomed, Frieza. Accept your fate." Vegeta laughed heartily. "Silence," Frieza retorted, unleashing a death beam towards Vegeta. Observing this, Son Wukong mimicked Frieza, countering with his own death beam to neutralize the attack. "Ha! I did it," Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Having observed Frieza's technique multiple times and utilizing his innate talent along with a rapid memory skill acquired from the system to successfully replicate Frieza's move. "What? This boy has learned my technique? When did that happen?" Frieza gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Son Wufan's ability to counter his attack. Hey Wufan, you truly possess extraordinary talent, Krillin remarked, impressed. Is it so difficult? I merely watched you execute it a few times, and then learned it, Son Wufan replied nonchalantly. How infuriating. Saiyans should not exist in this world. Frieza shouted in disbelief. What a fool. You think you can learn just by watching? Are you debating the sun with a child? At that moment, Vegeta was equally bewildered. Could it be that he was the true legendary Super Saiyan? His mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend how everyone seemed to surpass him. Why must our battle involve Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired angrily, for a Saiyan. Interruptions during battle were unacceptable. During the Cell Saga, when Vegeta was halted by Deitetsu, he had given Vegeta a taste of fatherly love, filling the void of his childhood. Enough talk, let us continue with the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. I despise the notion that a Super Saiyan could defeat me. He constantly brings out that ridiculous legend. Such a tiresome fool deserves to perish, Frieza said to Sun Wukong. Mr. Vegeta, did I not inform you? The Super Saiyan is a transformation state unique to Saiyans. Theoretically, all Saiyans have the potential to achieve it, Sun Wufan interjected. Wufan, what exactly is a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked, having heard the term repeatedly. Wufan, do you know anything about it? Krillin inquired as well. I do possess some knowledge regarding the Super Saiyan, Sun Wufan candidly admitted. Oh, then enlighten me about this legendary warrior. Frieza, intrigued, had long been wary of the legend of the Saiyans. He had now witnessed their extraordinary talent, raising the possibility that the existence of a Super Saiyan might indeed be real. At this moment, Vegeta perked up his ears. He had grown up hearing tales of the Super Saiyan, nurturing an almost obsessive fascination with the concept. Piccolo, however, remained back with Dandy, meaning that all present were focused on Gohan. Seeing the charged atmosphere, Gohan felt compelled to speak, organizing his thoughts briefly. The Super Saiyan is a unique transformation specific to us Saiyans. The prerequisites for this transformation are quite demanding. One must possess a substantial fighting power. Roughly quantified in the thousands, Gohan began. Upon hearing this, both Frieza and Vegeta were taken aback, as they had never encountered a Saiyan capable of such formidable strength. It was known that on planet Vegeta, even those with just over 10,000 in power could be counted on one hand, with most elite warriors hovering around 3 to 5,000. This prerequisite alone eliminated the vast majority of Saiyans. Gohan continued, drawing the attention of everyone in the room once more. Moreover, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a unique type of cell known as the S-cell. The number of S-cells in ordinary Saiyans is exceedingly rare. Only when the quantity reaches a certain level can one transform into a Super Saiyan. What exactly are these S-cells? And how can one increase them? Vegeta interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Please, be patient. I am still explaining, Gohan replied, slightly annoyed by the interruption, but continuing with his explanation. S-cells can naturally increase through a peaceful and tranquil lifestyle. Generally, Saiyans are either engaged in battle or on their way to one, making it impossible for S-cells to accumulate. At this point, everyone turned their gaze towards Goku. Does that mean Goku has the potential to become the Super Saiyan you speak of? Krillin inquired. This is infuriating. Why must a warrior race like the Saiyans attain Super Saiyan status only through a peaceful existence? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. Simply having sufficient S-cells is not enough. One must also harness extreme anger to activate their power and become a Super Saiyan, Gohan elaborated, casting a significant look at Krillin, leaving him puzzled. There's no other option. Krillin, it seems you must be sacrificed. As the saying goes, Krillin's sacrifice brings boundless power, and that is our only hope, Gohan thought to himself. Additionally, he mentioned that if previous generations of Saiyans possessed a considerable number of S-cells, they could pass them on, thus making it easier for their descendants to transform into Super Saiyans. Gohan divulged all this information regarding the Super Saiyans. Chapter 68, The Battle and Frieza's Conditions. This is quite convincing. I almost believe it myself. However, legends remain just that, mere myths. In reality, Super Saiyans cannot exist, Frieza declared. Kakarot, listen closely. We were born on planet Vegeta, and its destruction was not merely due to a colossal meteor impact. Vegeta suddenly addressed Goku. What purpose does discussing this serve now? Frieza scoffed. It was Frieza who obliterated planet Vegeta. We Saiyans have always been at his command, laboring tirelessly for him. Yet, aside from us, all other Saiyans perished, including your parents and my father, because Frieza feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta asserted. How eloquently you speak, Frieza replied, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to Vegeta's words. I know I cannot become a Super Saiyan right now. Therefore, you must transform into one quickly and defeat Frieza to avenge all Saiyans. Vegeta shouted towards the end. Kakarot. Vegeta murmured softly, revealing a side of himself that Goku had never seen before. This moment illuminated the profound influence Frieza had over Vegeta. Vegeta's words were not merely an expression of his pent-up frustration. He hoped to enrage Goku, thereby assisting him in achieving Super Saiyan status. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth, and for the fallen Saiyans and the Namekians here, I will personally slay you, Goku declared to Frieza. How audacious. Do you truly believe you can become the legendary warrior? Frieza mocked. We should leave quickly. Otherwise, we will only hinder things here, Gohan suggested. Vegeta cast one last lingering glance at Goku before following Gohan and Krillin away from the battlefield. How can I find a suitable excuse to sacrifice Uncle Krillin? This is quite the conundrum, Gohan pondered aloud while flying. Krillin, who was nearby, suddenly shivered, sensing that something ominous was about to occur. He cautiously scanned his surroundings for danger, and upon finding none, scratched his bald head in confusion. Once Gohan and the others had flown far away, only Goku and Frieza remained. At this moment, Goku and Frieza locked eyes, each searching for a weakness in the other. However, both were seasoned warriors, making it exceedingly difficult for either to reveal a flaw. In an instant, neither side could find an opportunity to strike. I assure you, this will be the last time I describe the combat style from the original text. After all, Son Gohan is not yet involved in such battles. To spoil a bit, after defeating Frieza, Son Gohan will reasonably transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, before the great event, he will eliminate Mecha Frieza and King Cold. 3 years later, he will be evenly matched with androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, Son Goku could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack, creating a large crater with a single foot on the ground, dust billowing around him as he charged at Frieza with astonishing speed. Frieza, unfazed, initially blocked Goku's assault with his left elbow, then swiftly retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku's face. Goku, agile, evaded the blow by leaning sideways and leapt into the air, delivering a punch towards Frieza. However, Frieza was not so easily struck. He lowered his head to dodge Goku's fist, then unexpectedly kicked upwards with his right foot. Goku, reacting swiftly, pushed off the ground and soared into the air, while Frieza seized the opportunity to unleash a beam from his eyes directed at Goku. Yet, Goku deftly maneuvered behind Frieza, executing a knife hand strike aimed at his neck, only for Frieza to vanish from sight. Sensing Frieza's energy, Goku quickly turned to see him emerge from the sea, launching an energy blast towards Goku, and once again, the two were locked in combat. As the pace quickened, dialogue resumed between them. I genuinely want to write about the moment when Goku playfully used 2 Kamehameha waves to toy with Frieza in the water. It's simply too cool. However, that would make the word count excessive, and to avoid excessive criticism, let us hasten the pace of their battle here. You're quite remarkable. I truly did not expect this. Besides my parents, you are the first to have sullied me, Frieza remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. This is my first time feeling such exhilaration. How should I deal with you for maximum enjoyment? He continued, addressing Goku. How unfortunate. I thought my previous attack would yield some effect, he mused, though Goku maintained a smile. After Frieza toyed with Goku for a while using his powers, both decided to cease their warm-up and commence the genuine battle. How infuriating. Both of them are monsters. It's impossible to discern their limits, Vegeta remarked, observing the clash. It seems we truly have a chance to defeat Frieza, Krillin said, his spirits lifted. No, if my father cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, it is utterly impossible to defeat Frieza. Currently, Frieza has even unleashed 14 of his power, Gohan interjected. Gohan, you must be jesting. With such strength, he hasn't even tapped into 14, Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. As Goku continued to battle Frieza, initially, Frieza had given Goku a handicap, stating he would fight without using both hands. However, after Goku bit Frieza's tail in a moment of bravado, Frieza retaliated, knocking Goku down with a punch. Didn't you say you wouldn't use both hands? Goku challenged Frieza. Humph, the time for leniency has passed, Frieza retorted, justifying his response. Allow me to offer you some advice. Your arrogance leaves you vulnerable during attacks, Goku warned. You are quite clever and strong. I must commend you, Frieza conceded. Yet, I have grown weary of this skirmish. The time for resolution has arrived. Regardless, I shall extend one last opportunity to you. The previous offer still stands. I will change the promised planet to 10, and I could even grant you the position of second in command within the Frieza force. Will you serve me? Frieza proposed. It would be a shame to eliminate you. You could perform even better than Captain Jinyu, he added. Chapter 69. A crisis situation. Krillin's diary, do not dream. Do you think I would accept? Goku countered Frieza's offer. I knew you would refuse. Saiyans are inherently stubborn fools, Frieza coldly replied. Having anticipated this outcome, then you are left with no escape, Frieza declared ominously. It won't be so easy to bring about my demise, Goku responded, maintaining his composure. You are quite confident. I know you profess to be giving your all, yet you are still holding back, Frieza remarked. You've seen through me, Goku admitted nonchalantly. Such tricks cannot escape my notice, Frieza declared. Humph, I could reduce you to cosmic dust using merely half my power. Is that so? Huh, such exaggeration. Be cautious of your own bravado, Goku responded skeptically. I am simply exhilarated. It has been ages since I've had a worthy opponent, Frieza said, a glint of excitement in his eyes. They are both preparing to get serious, Piccolo noted, relying on his keen senses. Hey, do you really think Goku can't win? Krillin queried. Indeed, father cannot even contend with Frieza's 50%, Gohan replied. Is the disparity truly that vast? Piccolo asked incredulously. It appears he is not merely posturing. Goku reflected, feeling Frieza's overwhelming energy. At this moment, the disparity between Son Wukong and Frieza became glaringly apparent. Son Wukong was utterly outmatched, suffering a relentless beating at the hands of Frieza. Each of Frieza's assaults inflicted immense pain upon Son Wukong, who, despite his efforts, had yet to land even a single blow on his adversary, let alone execute an effective attack. Before long, Son Wukong was left battered and bruised, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king was observing the situation on Namek, specifically concerning Son Wukong's plight. My heavens, I never anticipated his opponent would be so formidable. The king stammered. King, is Wukong still wearing that heavy outfit? Yamcha inquired, believing that Son Wukong's struggles were due to the restrictions imposed by his clothing in battle against Frieza. No. The attire he currently dons is quite sturdy, but does not inhibit his strength. The king's words rendered Yamcha momentarily speechless. Do not fret, Wukong will prevail, Tien Shinhan suddenly proclaimed, his tone exuding confidence. Oh, is that so? Yamcha hurriedly asked, eager to understand Tien's reasoning. Let us not forget the Kaioken technique. Wukong now possesses the capacity to withstand tenfold Kaioken. Tien articulated his thoughts. Indeed, with the Kaioken, Wukong is sure to triumph, Yamcha exclaimed, filled with excitement. What a pity. He is currently employing the tenfold Kaioken. The king's words once again instilled fear among the onlookers. What did you say? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the king's statement. Wukong is utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, yet is being thoroughly overwhelmed, Tien confirmed to the king. Even more alarming is the fact that Frieza is only exerting half of his power. I had warned him repeatedly to avoid engaging Frieza. The king lamented with a look of despair, for he held great hope for Son Wukong and wished not to see him fall at Frieza's hands. At that moment, Son Wukong narrowly evaded another of Frieza's attacks, which nearly cleaved Namek in twain. Such a formidable technique, Son Wukong remarked as he gazed at the unfathomable chasm created by Frieza's strike. I have long warned you. I possess the capability to annihilate this planet. It was I who obliterated planet Vegeta, Frieza declared. This is dire. I cannot defeat him. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, staring at Frieza. What are we to do? Wukong truly cannot prevail against Frieza, Krillin exclaimed, filled with anxiety. Do not worry, Uncle Krillin. I have a plan, Gohan suddenly interjected. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Son Wukong. What should we do? Wukong, please tell us. Krillin inquired urgently. Did I not mention it? We need to make my father transform into a Super Saiyan, Son Wukong replied. But how can we trigger his transformation? Piccolo asked. It requires an overwhelming sense of rage, Son Wukong stated, then turned his gaze toward Krillin. Why are you looking at me? How can I make Goku angry? Krillin, perplexed by Son Wukong's stare, responded. Uncle Krillin, you have a good relationship with my dad, right? Son Wukong continued. Ha ha ha, I see what you mean. What a rather unfriendly child. Vegeta laughed heartily. Wait. You can't be suggesting that Krillin exclaimed, bewildered. Even Piccolo regarded Son Wukong with an odd expression. No, I've already been revived once. I can't use the Dragon Balls again. If I die again, I will truly be gone. Krillin hastily waved his hands after grasping Son Wukong's implication. It's all right, Uncle Krillin. I've heard that the Dragon Balls on Namek can revive the same person repeatedly, Son Wukong assured. Isn't there any other way? Krillin asked. Uncle Krillin. Look at everyone here. Is there anyone more suitable than you? Do you want me to go instead? I'm only 5 years old. Son Wukong protested with an innocent expression. Wide-eyed at Krillin. He had no desire to die, even though revival was possible. Failing the system task would mean losing points, which he could compensate Krillin for later. Upon hearing this, Piccolo scrutinized Krillin with a piercing gaze. Ha ha ha, can you really bear to let a 5-year-old child die for you? Vegeta chimed in, reveling in the drama. One must study to understand. In ancient times, human sacrifices were often made to the heavens. I remember that, but I'm not entirely clear on it. They didn't speak, but gazed at me with strange eyes. I could not articulate my thoughts until, after careful observation, I deciphered their gaze, which seemed to convey two characters, sacrifice. Krillin noted in his diary. We shift our focus back to Frieza and Goku. Don't worry, I want to kill you immediately. That would be too merciful, Frieza declared. Chapter 70, Spirit Bomb. Krillin's hope after a week of contemplation. I have decided to write about GT first, concluding with the defeat of the evil dragons, followed by the disappearance of the dragon. I will then transition to the Super series. Those wishing to see Super can wait until GT is completed. The previous films will be incorporated through Cell's time machine, a suggestion I took from my readers. Now, without further ado, please continue watching. I can only use the 20x Kaioken now. My body may not withstand it. But if what he said is true and he is only using half his power, I will have no means to counter it, Goku pondered. After all, even the 10x Kaioken couldn't match Frieza, and a 20x Kaioken would make his fighting prowess even more tenuous, rendering him even less a match for Frieza. You're regretting it too late. It was you who challenged me, Frieza remarked, looking at the battered Goku. It's time to go all in. I hope all goes well, Goku thought, feeling uncertain. He then secretly gathered his energy, activating the 20x Kaioken. This transformation was beyond what Goku's body could endure. If he wished to win, He had to be swift. Goku shouted and charged at Frieza, who was evidently taken aback by the sudden surge in Goku's speed. Unprepared, Frieza was struck hard in the face by Goku's punch. Just as Goku intended to follow up, Frieza regained his composure and evaded the second attack. However, what Frieza did not anticipate was that the previous assault was merely a ruse. Goku had been gathering energy during that strike. As Frieza dodged, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards him. Seeing this, Frieza chose not to evade. He opened his palm, intending to block Goku's attack with one hand. With Frieza's roar, a tremendous explosion ensued. When the dust settled, the spectators looked at Frieza, whose left hand bore the marks of Goku's Kamehameha, charred and injured, but overall, Frieza had only sustained minor wounds from the attack. If one were to insist, Frieza had indeed managed to catch Goku's Kamehameha wave with a single hand. At this moment, Goku gazed at Frieza in shock. How can this be? The 20x Kaioken had little effect. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Frieza was not boasting. He truly had only exerted half of his strength. Goku's expression grew grave. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Could it be the aftershocks from Goku and Frieza's battle? Bulma, who had long since distanced herself, remarked, feeling the lingering tremors. I wonder if Goku can defeat Frieza, she said, her face etched with concern. Unbelievable. Goku's last strike was so powerful, yet it couldn't harm Frieza. Krillin's expression was a mix of emotions. If Goku truly couldn't defeat Frieza, would that mean he, Krillin, was to be sacrificed? Frieza said nothing further, leaving Vegeta to ponder silently, his thoughts unknown to all. Father's energy is waning, Son Wukong observed after sensing the auras of both fighters. Krillin, soon we will execute my plan to assist Goku, Piccolo informed Krillin. When did you tell me your plan? Krillin asked, looking confused. I did mention it, Piccolo replied, his tone growing more serious. All right, I understand. Krillin initially seemed to want to say more, but suddenly paused, following Piccolo's lead. Vegeta, uninterested in the trivialities, merely focused on regulating his energy to recover from his injuries. After all, the Saibamen were a rare treasure to be used only in times of dire need. This left Son Gohan momentarily stunned. As he questioned when his companions had devised a plan behind his back, they had always been together, and he was completely unaware of it. Let us momentarily set aside Son Gohan's thoughts and redirect our focus to the confrontation between Son Wukong and Frieza. At this moment, Son Wukong was struggling to withstand the immense pressure exerted on his body by the 20-fold Kaioken, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. That was perilously close. That fiend possesses such formidable power, Frieza remarked, eyeing Son Wukong. He glanced at his injured left hand, unable to suppress the urge to clench his fist. Damn Saiyan. Frieza gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with disdain. As Frieza landed once more, he locked eyes with Son Wukong. You've hurt me, kid. Now, you shall taste the bitterness of pain, Frieza declared, launching a headbutt towards Son Wukong. Given Son Wukong's current state, evasion was futile, and he was sent flying several meters away by Frieza's strike. Had it not been for Son Wukong's ability to cushion the blow with his energy, he would have skidded across the ground for hundreds of meters. Before he could regain his footing, Frieza kicked him into the air, followed by a sidekick that sent him crashing down. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? What happened to that bravado now? Frieza taunted as he approached Son Wukong. Son Wukong reflected on the considerable energy he had expended. The 20-fold Kaioken was insufficient to subdue Frieza. He pondered strategies to overcome his adversary. Frieza unleashed another attack. But this time it did not target Son Wukong directly. Instead, it created a deep pit before him. It's time to end this. Allow me to send you to the afterlife, Frieza announced. At that moment, Son Wukong's next move left Frieza perplexed. He extended his arms, raising them high above his head. Is he really going to use a spirit bomb? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What is a spirit bomb? Piccolo queried, unaware of the technique, as King Kai had never imparted this knowledge to them. The spirit bomb is a unique skill taught to Wukong by King Kai, Krillin explained. Isn't that the technique Kakarot used against us on Earth? Vegeta inquired, recognizing the stance Son Wukong assumed, reminiscent of their previous battle. Indeed, the spirit bomb absorbs life energy from all living beings across planets, including plants, animals, microorganisms, and even humans, to form a devastating attack, Krillin elaborated to Piccolo and Vegeta. Is that so? That King Kai fellow is truly despicable for never informing us about the spirit bomb. Piccolo scoffed. Can it really be effective against Frieza? There is a scarcity of life on this planet, Krillin noted, acknowledging the bleakness of the situation. Wukong must realize this as well, but given the circumstances, he has no other option but to take this gamble, he concluded, anxiety gnawing at him. If Son Wukong could defeat Frieza, it would prevent dire consequences for Krillin. Chapter 71. Success. The spirit bomb hits. I have no desire to utilize the spirit bomb lightly. If its power is excessive, it could obliterate this planet, Son Wukong contemplated. After all, the spirit bomb is not an attack generated from one's own energy and is thus difficult to control. A misstep could lead to the destruction of Namek. Therefore, Son Wukong wished to avoid employing this technique unless absolutely necessary. The King Kai's realm is robust, so Wukong knew he need not worry about destroying it, which led him to resort to the spirit bomb. However, if Frieza were not vanquished, the entire universe would plunge into chaos. I cannot be entirely certain of success. But I must take the risk, Sun Wukong resolved. He began to gather life energy, devising a plan to draw energy from surrounding planets, Namek, and the nearby planets. Grant me a portion of your life energy. Sun Wukong projected his thoughts toward Namek and its neighboring celestial bodies, employing the technique taught by King Kai. With just this skill, who would dare claim that the Dragon Ball techniques solely rely on brute force? There is considerable finesse involved, alongside Master Roshi's telepathy. TNS multiform technique, not to mention instant transmission. He can even venture into the afterlife. What are you planning now? Frieza questioned, perplexed by Sun Wukong's actions. Before long, the onlookers gazed upwards, witnessing the energy coalescing in the sky. Ah, Krillin gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Piccolo inquired, bewildered. This is impossible. The energy is colossal. Krillin exclaimed, disregarding Piccolo's question. Even Vegeta appeared astonished as he stared at the ever-growing spirit bomb. It's enormous and continues to expand, Krillin noted. Is it truly that exaggerated? Piccolo questioned skeptically. They could indeed unleash an attack of such magnitude, but it would require considerable time and effort, making them vulnerable to detection. Most would refrain from engaging in such a laborious endeavor. When my father used this technique against Vegeta, it was only the size of a dragon fruit, Son Gohan explained. That minuscule attack had instilled in him a profound fear of death. Now, observing its size, it was approximately 50 meters in diameter, prompting beads of cold sweat to form on Vegeta's brow. It is inconceivable that such a large spirit bomb could originate from this planet alone. Wukong must have gathered life energy from all nearby worlds, Krillin deduced. Why hasn't he launched that spirit bomb yet? Piccolo wondered aloud. To eliminate Frieza, he must amass sufficient life energy. Wukong is preparing diligently, Krillin articulated. When Frieza attempts to interrupt my father, we shall intervene, Gohan declared. What is he doing? Why is he striking such an odd pose yet remaining still? Frieza mused, feeling bewildered. Just a little more, Sun Wukong calculated inwardly. What are you doing? If you have the gall, come and attack me. Raising your hands? Are you surrendering? Frieza taunted. Yet, Sun Wukong remained silent, continuing to prepare the spirit bomb. Gathering life energy necessitated time, the greatest vulnerability of the spirit bomb. Just a bit more. Please don't let him notice, Sun Wukong silently prayed. Enough. How long will you remain in that position? Frieza's impatience was palpable. What concern is it of yours? Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. I've had enough of you. You little brat. Frieza shouted, launching a kick at Sun Wukong. However, just as Frieza's kick was about to connect, Gohan soared upward, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's side. Frieza was sent hurtling backward from the impact. Huh, Gohan, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin arrived. Do not mind us. Focus on your own affairs, Piccolo urged. Hurry, Wukong. We can only surprise them. We cannot withstand a direct confrontation. Are you all seeking death? Frieza fumed. I have never understood what those Saiyans are thinking, those despicable creatures. I no longer have time to play with you. I shall annihilate you along with this planet. Frieza declared, his finger gathering energy to form a planet-destroying blast. A technique specifically designed to obliterate a planet by targeting its core. Alright, I have completed the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong joyfully announced. Before Frieza's attack could descend, Sun Wukong swung his arms down fiercely, directing the spirit bomb towards Frieza. Sensing the movement, Frieza hurriedly turned to look. No, this cannot be. Frieza shouted in alarm as his own planet-destroying blast was consumed by the spirit bomb. Damn it. Frieza braced himself, attempting to block Sun Wukong's attack. Ugh, damn it. Frieza's forehead bulged with veins as he struggled to hold on. However, it was evidently futile. With Frieza's exclamation, a tremendous explosion erupted on Namek, visible even in the expanse of space. At that moment, King Kai remained motionless, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Wukong has been killed? Yamcha inquired anxiously. No. Wukong has defeated Frieza. He has triumphed over him, King Kai exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Upon hearing this news, the inhabitants of King Kai's planet were momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. On Namek, the site where the spirit bomb had struck now bore a deep, bottomless pit, with surrounding seawater rushing in, transforming it into a lake. Chapter 72, Krillin's Tribute. Boundless power. Moments later, Gohan emerged from the water and hastily flew into the air to assess the situation of others. The group had scattered in all directions to evade the explosion. As he soared upward, Gohan spotted Krillin, floating on the water while clutching a stone. Uncle Krillin! Gohan exclaimed as he landed on the stone Krillin was holding. Are you injured? Gohan asked, pulling Krillin from the water. I'm fine. What about the others? Krillin inquired. Standing on the stone. I sense their energy. They are over there. Gohan pointed to a small island a few dozen meters away. The two then flew over, arriving just in time to see Piccolo and Vegeta pulling Sun Wukong from the water. Ah, we found them. They are all safe, Krillin joyfully declared. Let us hurry over. Once they landed, they engaged in light conversation. Let's return, Piccolo suggested. We can take my spaceship back to Earth. It will only take 5 days, Sun Wukong proposed. Mr. Vegeta, what are your plans? Gohan asked. Of course, I'll return to Earth with you. I have no spaceship, Vegeta replied, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Once we locate Bulma, we shall all return together, Krillin added. Dad, quickly eat a Senzu bean to regain your strength, Gohan urged. What's the matter? I just need a moment to rest, and I will be able to move freely again. There's no need to waste another Senzu bean, Son Wukong replied in confusion. Frieza is not yet dead, Gohan stated. At this moment, the large crater created by the spirit bomb was just filled with seawater. How is that possible? The onlookers clearly doubted that Frieza could survive such an attack. I can sense Frieza's energy, he is right there, Son Gohan declared. From the beginning, Gohan had never thought that Frieza could be easily killed. It was merely due to Goku's uninterrupted release of the spirit bomb that he felt uncertain. However, the system had not signaled the completion of the task, and just then, Gohan, whose fighting power was preserved the best among them, sensed Frieza's energy. Damn it. He can even withstand the spirit bomb, Goku said as he prepared to take a Senzu bean. Wait, Goku, use mine, Krillin said, handing over his Senzu bean to Goku. Here, take it. You can use your 2 beans for the fight against Frieza, Piccolo added, his gaze subtly directed toward Krillin. Alright, I'll take it, Goku said without hesitation, consuming the Senzu bean, instantly restoring his full strength. The current situation was, Goku had 2 Senzu beans, Vegeta had 2, Gohan had 2. And there were points to consider. Suddenly, Krillin looked at Piccolo in astonishment, but Piccolo remained motionless, evidently communicating telepathically with Krillin. They're coming. You all stay back, Goku said, assuming a battle stance and pointing in a direction. Not bad, you actually detected me, Frieza remarked, initially intending to launch a sneak attack. But now abandoned that plan upon being discovered by the group. Did you think I was dead? Nonsense. I, Frieza, will not perish so easily, Frieza said with a calm expression. You must leave here quickly. Find the place I came from to locate the spaceship and take Bulma away, Goku urged. Do you really think you can escape? None of you will return alive, Frieza said with a smirk. I will tear you all to shreds, Frieza declared. Launching an energy blast at them, Goku swiftly deflected the attack. Oh, you still have such stamina? Frieza remarked, taken aback, as he had fought for so long that he expected Goku's power to have diminished. Goku then activated the 20-fold Kaioken and engaged Frieza in fierce combat. Goku, we're here to help, Krillin shouted as he rushed toward the battlefield, although he was the only one charging forward despite saying we. Krillin, don't come here. You all need to run, Goku yelled urgently. Damn it, you little brat, you severed my tail, didn't you? Frieza said, kicking Goku away. Strangely, during the fight with Goku, Frieza's tail remained intact, but after being struck by the spirit bomb, it appeared as if it had been cut off by Krillin. Frieza pointed at Krillin, lifting him with telekinesis. Krillin, Goku shouted in alarm. Let him go, Frieza, Goku pleaded. Frieza ignored Goku's words, opening his palm. This is not quite what I had envisioned, Krillin remarked just before with a bang. Krillin exploded, quite literally, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha ha, it's your turn now, Frieza laughed, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You bastard. Goku trembled with rage. Unforgivable. Goku gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Goku's hair stood on end, and his eyes turned golden. A terrifying aura radiated from him. He did it. Dad has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed to the others. So this is a Super Saiyan? What an awe-inspiring power. Vegeta's gaze was fixated on Goku, as if he were glued to him. What is that? Frieza asked, taken aback by Goku's drastic transformation. Ha ha ha, Frieza, accept your fate. This is the true form of the warrior you fear the most, the Super Saiyan, Vegeta declared with a hearty laugh. You all hurry and find Bulma. Take her away, Goku instructed. Leave quickly, while I still have my sanity, Goku bellowed once more. All right. We're leaving, Piccolo called to Gohan and Vegeta, urging them to depart the battlefield. Gohan, you and Vegeta search for Bulma first. I'll go find Dandy, Piccolo stated. Understood, leave it to us, Gohan replied. So this is the Super Saiyan. Indeed, it is extraordinary, Vegeta mused, still pondering matters related to the Super Saiyan. Mr. Vegeta, there's no need to rush. With your potential, you too can become a Super Saiyan. I have already shared the method with you, Gohan said. Let us hurry and find Bulma. Once we do, you can stay on Earth for a while, Gohan said as he flew. Where's Bulma? I wonder how her motorcycle is so fast, Gohan muttered to himself. Going to Earth seems like a good option, Vegeta commented. Stop overthinking. When you meet Bulma, be polite. Gohan reminded him. You want me to show that woman respect? Vegeta retorted angrily. I didn't say respect, just be a little courteous. Don't come off with an authoritative tone or any threats. Gohan shot a glance at Vegeta. You might not even dare to speak loudly to her. Gohan thought to himself. Why? What is so special about her? Vegeta asked, having calmed down after Gohan's remarks. There is something special. She comes from a very wealthy family. If you wish to live quietly on Earth, you'll need to adhere to certain rules, Gohan explained. Vegeta remained silent, merely flying onward. Gohan continued, as Saiyans, we generally have a large appetite. Have you considered how you will manage your daily needs on Earth? You can't just steal, right? I doubt a proud Saiyan prince would resort to such disgraceful behavior. Gohan's words left Vegeta momentarily speechless. You mean to say I should appease her? Vegeta asked incredulously. Gohan, winky face. What kind of thought process is that? Normal communication, normal communication, normal communication. Do you understand? Son Gohan shouted in exasperation. Forget it. You handle your own issues. We need to find someone first. He expressed his reluctance to continue discussing the topic. Together with Vegeta, they were still searching for Bulma's presence when suddenly an overwhelming force erupted, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. This is bad. This planet is about to be destroyed. Vegeta exclaimed. What is happening? Son Gohan inquired, realizing that Frieza, having discovered he could not defeat his father, was resorting to desperate measures, intending to annihilate Namek. However, he did not anticipate this would occur so soon, especially since they had yet to locate Bulma. He also pondered whether Din had been taken to the spaceship by Uncle Piccolo. If not, how could they make a wish with the Namekian Dragon Balls? Son Gohan felt a sense of unease. I have previously destroyed several planets, and each time a planet is on the brink of destruction, a unique energy manifests. I can sense this energy, Vegeta explained. Thus, they hastened their search, striving to locate Bulma before Namek's impending explosion. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai wore a grave expression. Lord Kai, Yamcha called out, but there was no response. What's wrong? Tien Shinhan asked anxiously. Goku is incredibly powerful. Even Frieza cannot contend with him. However, Frieza, in a fit of desperation, has destroyed Namek, King Kai revealed. It became clear that Frieza's recent attack led King Kai to believe that Namek had been obliterated along with Goku and the others. What exactly happened? Yamcha asked, bewildered. As the others shared his confusion, if Namek were destroyed, none could survive. Only Frieza could endure in the void of space, and King Kai seemed to anticipate their thoughts, offering clarification. Just then, a voice resonated in King Kai's mind. King Kai, can you hear me? It is the Earth's deity. I must say, the deity is quite formidable, employing various miraculous techniques, creating objects from thin air, borrowing others' bodies, engaging in telepathy, and traversing between the realms of the living and the dead. The Earth deity explained. It's you. I can hear you. King Kai responded. I have dispatched Bubbles to gather the Dragon Balls. I believe we will soon have them all. The deity continued, outlining the current situation. Please do not worry. The fallen warriors will soon be revived. However, I regret to inform you that Kaiatsu has already perished twice. The deity's voice continued. Oh, I see. King Kai's voice faltered. Wait. You aren't saying? King Kai suddenly realized that Piccolo, being a Namekian, could not survive in the cosmic environment, since Piccolo's life was intertwined with the deity. If the deity remained alive, then Piccolo had not perished, nor had Namek exploded. Cough. It was the Namekian Dragon Balls that revived me, the deity explained, albeit somewhat perplexed. Logically, King Kai should know that Piccolo and I were revived by the Namekian Dragon Balls, the deity thought. Indeed, Piccolo is still alive. King Kai exclaimed. Yes. As you are aware, Piccolo and I are essentially one, the deity replied respectfully, though he did not fully grasp King Kai's meaning. At that moment, Piccolo had found Dend and was seated beside the spaceship, awaiting the arrival of Son Gohan and the others. So Namek still exists. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo are all alive. King Kai proclaimed with excitement. Tradition dictates that the Saiyans rise to the occasion. Goku insists on waiting for Frieza to gather full strength before engaging him in an all-out battle, which infuriated King Kai. Goku, did you hear that? While Frieza is gathering energy, attack him. Seize the opportunity. King Kai urged. I want to. Frieza is the strongest in the universe. I want to see just how powerful he is when he fights at full strength. Do you understand the joy of battle? I'm eager to have an all-out fight with Frieza, and besides, Krillin, such a good person, deserves a proper reception. Essentially, this was the sentiment Goku conveyed. King Kai was understandably furious, reprimanding Goku, but Goku paid no heed. Krillin was his dear brother, a cherished friend. Furthermore, having already died once, he could not be revived again with the Dragon Balls, hence Goku's anger towards Frieza. After realizing the futility of persuasion, King Kai resigned himself to the situation. He is no longer Goku but a frenzied warrior, a Super Saiyan, King Kai lamented. Chapter 74, Making Wishes to the Dragon, the final desire found it. Son Gohan exclaimed as he sensed Bulma's energy. At this moment, due to Frieza's destruction of Namek's core, the planet was experiencing earthquakes and tsunamis, among other natural disasters. Bulma was desperately dodging falling rocks when suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted down, leaving her no room to evade. What followed was the classic hero saving the damsel scenario. As Vegeta shattered the boulder into fragments with a blast of energy and swiftly lifted Bulma by the collar, carrying her away from danger. Hey, what about Gohan and Goku? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Bulma bombarded Vegeta with questions. I'll tell you later, we must leave quickly. Gohan replied urgently. Why the rush? Bulma protested while wriggling free from Vegeta's grasp to wrap her arms around his waist, seeking a more comfortable position. Stay still, or I will drop you. Vegeta chastised her with evident displeasure. It doesn't matter, I don't care, and you seem displeased, Bulma retorted nonchalantly. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bobo had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. State your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one, the deep, resonant voice of the dragon echoed. Please bring back those who were slain by Frieza and his minions. They are far away on Namek. Is that possible? Bobo inquired. I cannot guarantee it, the dragon replied after a moment of contemplation. I will do my best. With that, Bobo silently prayed for the dragon to fulfill this wish. As the dragon's eyes glowed crimson, its divine power began to manifest. On the distant planet of Namek, the deceased Namekians began to resurrect one by one. What is happening? Are we alive again? Voices filled the Namekian villages, expressing confusion and disbelief. This earthquake is unusual. The sky is shrouded in darkness, some Namekians noted, sensing something was amiss. Is this an anomaly before the planet's explosion? Frieza observed the darkening sky, perplexed. What Frieza failed to realize was that the abnormality in the sky was not a prelude to an explosion, but rather a manifestation of the eternal dragon's appearance. Clearly, the dragon on Earth had succeeded. All those killed by Frieza have been resurrected. The dragon announced to Bobo. Thank you so much. Bobo expressed his gratitude to the dragon. Farewell. The dragon declared before disappearing, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, scattering across the world. Wonderful. All the deceased have returned. King Kai exclaimed with excitement. Has the Grand Elder of Namek been revived? Did the dragon appear? Tien Shinhan eagerly inquired. I suspect there is no issue. The sky is so dark. The Grand Elder should have been revived. King Kai speculated. I'll check immediately. He added, hastily examining the situation on Namek. On Namek, the Grand Elder gradually awakened. What has transpired? Why am I back in the land of the living? The Grand Elder murmured in confusion. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, also reappeared at the spot where the wish was initially made. Excellent, just as I had planned. King Kai rejoiced. Quickly, share your thoughts with the Grand Elder. His time is limited, Tien Shinhan reminded. Understood, King Kai replied, quickly using his abilities to establish contact with the Grand Elder of Namek. Grand Elder of Namek. Can you hear me? I am King Kai of the North Galaxy. Please listen carefully, he introduced himself. The planet Namek is on the brink of destruction, and the Dragon Balls can grant one more wish. Quickly wish for everyone, except for Frieza, to be transported to Earth. King Kai conveyed his thoughts to the Grand Elder. Very well, King Kai, thank you. However, one must directly face the dragon to make the wish. The Grand Elder explained the requirements for wishing. I will find out who is closest to the dragon and send them to make the wish. Before the Grand Elder could finish, Goku's voice unexpectedly interjected. Wait, change the content of the wish. Goku exclaimed. Transfer everyone to Earth, but leave Frieza and me here. He declared his wish. Goku, listen to me. I understand your feelings. But King Kai was cut off once again by Goku. If I can't settle this with him, I will harbor resentment for life, Goku insisted. Very well. We shall do as you say. King Kai relented. The individual closest to the dragon, as it turned out, was Dandy and a child who had strayed to Earth. The Grand Elder assessed the situation around the dragon. Dandy, can you hear me? This is the Grand Elder. You need to do something immediately. The Grand Elder's voice resonated in Dandy's mind, startling him. What is it, Dandy? Piccolo inquired. The Grand Elder just contacted me and told me to do something, Dandy replied. The dragon is nearby, waiting for someone to make a wish. The Grand Elder's voice echoed in Piccolo's mind as well. Initially, the Grand Elder could not communicate directly with Piccolo since they had never met, but now, through Dandy, a connection had been established. Hurry and make the final wish. The Grand Elder instructed the two. Understood, we are on our way. Piccolo acknowledged the urgency, quickly agreeing and taking flight with Dandy. The last wish was to transport everyone present, except for Frieza and Goku, immediately to Earth, as conveyed by the Grand Elder. Oh, is that the wish? It must be old Goku's idea, Piccolo deduced, understanding Goku's intent to confront Frieza. Chapter 75. Back to Earth. Krillin's dilemma. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Bulma asked in confusion. It is the dragon. The Namekian dragon has appeared. Gohan explained. But the dragon had already vanished, hasn't it? Vegeta questioned, equally perplexed. It must have been resurrected by our Earth dragon, and the other Namekians should have revived as well, Gohan reasoned. Oh no, I forgot to inform them of the situation. Now the Namekians killed by Vegeta won't be revived. How careless of me. Gohan reflected anxiously. This also serves as a lesson for Gohan. The essence of the Saiyans is deeply ingrained in their very being, flowing through their veins. Without enduring hardship, transformation is unattainable. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo and Din arrived at Purunga, ready to make their wish. At that moment, Frieza became aware of Purunga's presence. That is the eternal dragon, Frieza exclaimed with excitement. With this thought, he disregarded his battle with Goku and soared directly towards Purunga, with Goku hastily pursuing him. What is your wish? Speak it aloud, for this is the last one. Purunga inquired of Dandy. Before Dandy could articulate his wish, Frieza suddenly appeared. Grant me eternal life, Frieza shouted with all his might. Unbeknownst to Frieza, Purunga only acknowledged wishes articulated in the Namekian language. Goku, having been present when the initial wish was made, was aware of this stipulation and paid no heed to Frieza's abrupt interruption. Instead, it was Dandy's guardian, Piccolo, who was taken aback by Frieza's sudden presence. As Frieza gazed expectantly at Purunga, Dandy continued to express his wish. Monkey King, you are truly remarkable. The 5 elements mountain cannot contain you. A true Sun Wukong has emerged. Frieza looked at Dandy in utter confusion, unable to comprehend his words. All right, I understand, Purunga interjected, translating Dandy's wish. Aside from these 2, everyone else shall be transported to Earth. What? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that the wish he had voiced first was overshadowed by that of the young boy. In the next moment, everyone on Namek vanished, leaving only Goku and Frieza behind. The Dragon Balls of Namek also disappeared, and Frieza's hand remained suspended in midair, having just attempted to seize the Dragon Balls unsuccessfully. On Earth, the sudden arrival of the group left them bewildered, staring at one another in confusion. What is happening? Where are we? Bulma inquired. Get off me at once. Vegeta snapped at Bulma. At that moment, Bulma had yet to regain her composure, still clinging to Vegeta, albeit awkwardly due to her taller stature. Elder. The Namekians spotted their elder among them and rushed over to check on him. Everyone, this is Earth, the elder responded, addressing the bewildered crowd. Earth? Bulma exclaimed, releasing her grasp from Vegeta upon hearing the elder's words, her astonishment evident. What on earth is happening? The others questioned in confusion. I have but a short time to live. Before I pass, I must explain the situation, the elder proclaimed. This is a Namekian who has found himself on Earth. A fellow countryman who has recently fused with Nail, the elder indicated towards Piccolo. He is also an esteemed member of our Dragon Clan, having created Dragon Balls on Earth. So that is how it is. I never imagined we had compatriots on Earth, let alone that Nail would choose to fuse with him. The Namekians expressed their astonishment. We utilized the Dragon Balls on Earth to wish for the revival of all those slain by Frieza's minions, which is why we have returned, the elder continued. How remarkable it is to resurrect so many at once. The other Namekians lauded Piccolo. This left Piccolo somewhat embarrassed, although he was one with the dragon. The Dragon Balls were crafted solely by the deity, a skill he did not possess. Upon my resurrection, the Dragon Balls from Namek regained their potency. I dispatched Dandy to make a wish, bringing everyone back to Earth except for Frieza and those who battled them. The ability to return from death and arrive on Earth was indeed a remarkable event, and the Grand Elder finally elucidated the circumstances. Grand Elder, why hasn't the green-skinned Elder number 1 arrived here? One of the green-skinned elders inquired. Indeed, why haven't we seen anyone from their side? The surrounding Namekians had also noticed the situation, but refrained from interrupting the Grand Elder until now. Perhaps it is because that village was annihilated by me. The wish was to revive those who were slain by Frieza's group, and I am no longer aligned with Frieza, Vegeta interjected. You. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Namekians glared furiously at Vegeta. At that moment, 7 spherical stones descended, the Dragon Balls of Namek. They had come to Earth alongside us, much to the delight of the Grand Elder. However, my life is nearing its end. From now on, Elder number 1 will be the new Grand Elder. He declared to the first green-skinned Elder. The miraculous power of the Dragon Balls will be restored once more, so utilize them wisely. Understood. I shall heed the Grand Elder's command, the first Elder replied. Please, may the Namekians enjoy eternal peace. With this final wish, the Grand Elder vanished from this realm. Grand Elder, the Namekians cried out in sorrow. Rest in peace, esteemed Grand Elder, Piccolo also expressed, filled with respect for the one who ensured the survival of the Namekians. I finally understand. You have merged with Brother Nail, Dandy remarked to Piccolo. Piccolo simply smiled at Dandy, remaining silent. Hey, where has Krillin gone? Bulma scanned the surroundings, noticing Krillin's absence, and inquired. Chapter 76. The Escape. Namek's explosion. Old Son transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the condition for this transformation was extreme anger. At this point, Piccolo paused. Vegeta's expression grew uneasy upon hearing this. I had Krillin deliberately killed by Frieza to provoke Goku's rage, triggering his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo revealed his premeditated plan. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan looked at Piccolo in astonishment, wanting to say something but was silenced by Piccolo's gaze. Understanding the situation, Gohan realized that Piccolo willingly took the blame, preserving the bond between him and Goku, however slight the risk might be. Wait, but Krillin was also killed by Frieza. Why has T been revived? Bulma asked, perplexed. They were revived using the Dragon Balls from Earth. One individual can only be revived once with the same Dragon Balls. Uncle Krillin had previously died, hence he cannot be revived this time, Gohan explained. The Dragon Balls from Earth cannot revive the same person twice? Dandy questioned, confused. What's wrong? Bulma echoed Dandy's confusion. The Dragon Balls from Namek can allow multiple revivals, as long as the individual did not die a natural death, Dandy clarified. Indeed. With the Namekian Dragon Balls, Uncle Krillin could be revived, Gohan concurred. Wonderful. This means everyone who has passed can return, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. At that moment on Namek, Frieza, by a stroke of misfortune, was bisected by his own attack, bleeding profusely in a pitiful state. Lying on the ground, Frieza repeatedly pleaded for Goku to save him. Please. I beg you, save me. Frieza gasped, struggling to speak. Listening to Frieza's desperate cries, Goku felt a deep inner turmoil. He was inherently kind-hearted, a trait common among Saiyans. Get moving. What are you waiting for? King Kai urged, anxious that Namek was on the verge of exploding, leaving no time to waste. You cruelly slaughtered countless individuals who pleaded for mercy, yet you expect me to save you? Goku shouted in frustration. Please, I beg you, my king. Frieza continued to plead for Goku's assistance. Gritting his teeth, Goku imparted a small portion of his energy to Frieza, enough to temporarily halt his injuries and allow him to move. I've given you some energy. You can move now. Make good use of it, Goku stated, glancing at Frieza. This is unexpected. You truly shared your energy with me. Frieza, dragging his half-body, took flight, astonished that Goku would help him. Can't you survive in space? Then hurry and leave, Goku said, consuming a senzu bean, instantly restoring both his stamina and injuries. May this experience teach you to cherish life. Goku turned away, imparting a lesson to Frieza. Namek is about to explode. Where can you go? You can only await your demise. Frieza retorted. Well, it's too late to return to my spaceship, so I'll have to borrow yours. Goku replied. Haha, my spaceship has already been destroyed by Vegeta. It cannot take off. Frieza laughed mockingly. How absurd. You defeated me, yet you must perish, while I can survive. Frieza cackled. You are truly foolish to think I would share my energy with you. Frieza scoffed at Goku's actions. I will not die. Goku dismissed Frieza's taunts and soared into the air. I am the strongest in the universe, so you must die at my hands. Frieza seethed internally. I will personally kill you. Seizing the moment when Goku turned his back, Frieza launched a desperate attack, firing a key blast with his remaining arm. However, Goku had just consumed the senzu bean, fully restoring his strength. Even at his peak, Frieza posed no threat to him, let alone in his current weakened state. Thus, the timely intervention of Goku proved invaluable. At the very least, he knew how to finish off an opponent. You scoundrel! Goku shouted in anger, countering Frieza's attack with his own key blast. Goku glanced back, his expression complex. His thoughts a mixture of grief for the fallen Krillin and regret for the potential demise of a formidable opponent like Frieza, or perhaps both sentiments intertwined. On King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the situation on Namek in silence. Frieza has finally met his end. Goku, in a moment of compassion, shared his energy. And yet Frieza chose to betray him, forcing Goku to retaliate. King Kai remarked. Remarkable. I never anticipated the Super Saiyan would be so formidable. Tien Han sighed, reflecting on the fact that Goku had become the mightiest being in the universe, feeling as if he had transformed into a figure from a distant realm. At this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about their fierce competition during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where they were evenly matched. Yet now, it seemed that Goku could only be the temporary champion of the universe, and his mood was less than favorable. What is going on? The others inquired, bewildered. I'm afraid that before Goku can board the spaceship, Namek will explode, and the nearest vessel belongs to Frieza, though it is unfortunately inoperable. The King Kai said with a grave expression. That cannot be. Goku will surely find a way. After all, a Super Saiyan should be able to turn peril into safety. Yamcha encouraged, attempting to uplift the somber spirits of the group. Hurry, we must act swiftly. The King Kai urged anxiously. At that moment, Goku was racing towards Frieza's spaceship. I must leave before the explosion, he declared, stepping aboard Frieza's craft. After a series of maneuvers, the inevitable happened. Namek exploded. Yet Frieza's ship did not take flight in time. It's over, all is lost, the King Kai lamented upon witnessing the destruction of Namek, fearing that Goku had perished alongside it. Goku. The news struck the group with profound sorrow. How will I explain this to Gohan? The King Kai pondered, his face clouded with confusion. Let me deliver the news, Yamcha said, his expression heavy with grief. Very well, the King Kai contemplated, uncertain of how to convey this devastating information to the inhabitants of Earth, and ultimately entrusted the task to Yamcha. I think it's best to have Bulma inform Gohan, Yamcha suggested, reasoning that this news should not be directly shared with Chi-Chi or Gohan, fearing they would be unable to bear the weight of such a revelation. He believed Bulma, being clever, would devise a way to relay the message to Gohan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed, reward points. The system's voice chimed after the explosion of Namek. Gohan had now acquired points. I'll think carefully about how to spend these points once I return, he mused. Bulma, can you hear me? It's Yamcha. Yamcha's voice suddenly echoed in Bulma's mind. Huh, Yamcha? Bulma was perplexed, not understanding why his voice had appeared so unexpectedly. It's me. I am communicating through King Kai, Yamcha clarified. I understand. I heard about this telepathy on Namek, Bulma replied, quickly grasping the situation. What is happening? Is King Kai trying to reach you? Piccolo noted Bulma's unusual demeanor. Yes, but the one speaking to me is Yamcha, Bulma responded. Yamcha, how are you? She inquired. The words left Yamcha momentarily stunned. He had already perished. Oh, I'm doing well, though I am indeed dead. Allow me to recount the events concerning Goku. But please listen calmly. After Goku triumphed over Frieza, before Yamcha could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Bulma. Hey, everyone listen. Goku has defeated Frieza. Bulma exclaimed with exuberance. Of course, the Super Saiyan is invincible, the strongest warrior in the universe. What is Frieza compared to that? Vegeta remarked with an air of nonchalance, evidently still oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Listen to me. The situation is not over yet. Yamcha quickly interjected, urging Bulma to temper her excitement. Goku had strained every fiber of his being to escape peril, but at this juncture, Yamcha found it difficult to continue. The planet Namek exploded, and Goku died. He finally uttered, his tone heavy with sorrow. What? Goku was killed in the explosion of the planet. Bulma reacted immediately to the news, failing to maintain the discretion Yamcha had anticipated. Her loud exclamation almost seemed to overshadow the gravity of the situation, making it less preferable than if Yamcha had informed Gohan directly. You fool! Have some consideration for Gohan's feelings. How could you be so blunt? Yamcha shouted in frustration. Aha, it's all right. The Namekians and their Dragon Balls have arrived on Earth. Even more astonishingly, the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant multiple revivals. Bulma remarked nonchalantly, believing they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Wait, so Goku, Krillin, and Kairatsu can all be revived? Yamcha's spirits lifted at this revelation. Initially, he had thought Kairatsu was beyond revival, and with Kairatsu's circumstance, Tien would remain in the other world. Now, the prospect of Kairatsu's revival meant Tien could return as well. The issue remained that while Kairatsu could be revived on Earth, Goku and Krillin would need to be revived on Namek, which had already ceased to exist. As the King Kai explained the current circumstances, if they are revived in the vastness of space, they would still perish. There is nothing I can do. The King Kai lamented, acknowledging his limitations as a mere North Galaxy king. Bulma was rendered momentarily speechless, her eyes glazed over. They cannot be revived? Piccolo inquired of Bulma. Yes, they must be reconstructed like Kaiatsu, and then brought to King Kai to be revived. Yamcha's voice resonated with everyone, clarifying the situation further. They can be revived where they died, but Namek no longer exists, and King Kai has no jurisdiction over it, Yamcha stated solemnly. Humph, use your brains. Vegeta mocked from the sidelines. What? Do you have a solution? Bulma looked at Vegeta with hopeful anticipation. First, we should return their souls to Earth. Then there is hope for revival, isn't there? Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Vegeta, do you have any plans? Surely you have somewhere to go? Gohan queried, deliberately probing, knowing Vegeta had little choice beyond heading to Bulma's. Enough of this nonsense. I came here to become a Super Saiyan and to fight that cockroach fellow. I must defeat him myself. Vegeta declared. Excuse me, Earthling number 1. The green-skinned elder suddenly addressed Bulma. What is it? Bulma asked, puzzled. We wish to wait for the Dragon Balls to regain their miraculous powers before moving to a suitable planet. Could you assist us in arranging a proper place to stay during this time? The elder requested. Stay at my house. It's quite large and can accommodate all of you. Besides, we need your Dragon Balls to save lives. Bulma readily agreed to the Namekian's request. After all, her family was the wealthiest in the world, and supporting dozens of individuals was not a burden, especially considering the Namekians required only water for sustenance. It's settled then. Otherwise, wherever you go, it will undoubtedly cause a commotion. Bulma affirmed, recognizing the stark differences between the Namekians and Earthlings, making their sudden presence hard to ignore. You should come along too. After all, you have nowhere else to go, Bulma said to Vegeta. I've told you, you must rely on her if you come to Earth. Hurry and agree. Gohan urged from the side. I will. I promise to provide you with plenty of delicious food, but do not mistake my charm for weakness. Bulma warned Vegeta. What a tasteless woman. Shouting and carrying on, Vegeta replied, a cold sweat forming on his brow. He had no idea how life would progress from here, yearning for a peaceful existence to become a Super Saiyan. Indeed, no one can escape the undeniable allure of Emperor Xisha's law. By the way, Gohan will transform into a Super Saiyan tomorrow. Let everyone anticipate how I will achieve it. Chapter 78. Consumption, Strategies for Dealing with Chi-Chi. Please hold on a moment. I need to call home and have my father come to pick us up, Bulma said. At this moment, Son Wukong approached with an expression of eager anticipation directed at Bulma. What are you doing? Bulma inquired, perplexed by Wukong's demeanor. I was wondering if I could stay at your house too. Son Wukong suddenly recalled the instructions given to him by Chi-Chi before she left. Wukong, you should hurry home. Your mother has been waiting for you. Bulma patiently advised him. I haven't finished my homework, and my mom will scold me if she finds out, Son Wukong replied, feeling rather embarrassed. There was no alternative. The system could not write on his behalf, and points were of no use in this matter. Homework was something Son Wukong had long since forgotten, and currently, he could not even locate it. His assignments were stored aboard the spaceship, and he certainly wouldn't cram such trivialities into his wristwatch space. As it stood, they had likely vanished into the cosmos along with Namek. He had just checked the system's store to see if anything could assist him, but he was baffled to discover that even kindergarten-level knowledge required 1,000 points to redeem. Who could fathom such exorbitance? Even if he redeemed it now, he lacked the time and capability to complete it. Thus, Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Ultimately, Sun Wukong did not end up staying at Bulma's home. Instead, she escorted him to Chi-Chi. However, Bulma did not completely abandon him. She vouched for Sun Wukong, asserting that he had finished his homework while aboard the spaceship, with Krillin, the only other witness, having met an untimely demise. It was indeed a case of no evidence remaining. All Namekians temporarily resided at Bulma's home in West City, and naturally, Vegeta accompanied them. Upon returning home, Sun Wukong was met with a stern admonition from Chi-Chi. You have fallen behind in your studies. If this continues, you will lag behind the other children, she said, clutching a substantial stack of books with a serious expression. The other children exclaimed, what do we have to do with this? According to Earth's laws, Frieza and his ilk are nothing short of serial killers. Have you ever seen a 5-year-old outsmart a group of serial killers? Alright, Mom, what are all these books? Sun Wukong exclaimed, bemused by the sheer volume. Even if you include first-grade material, there can't be this many. I'm still in kindergarten. These are all essential for your future. A solid foundation must be built from a young age. Otherwise, how will you manage when you grow up? Chi-Chi replied, your father hasn't returned yet, and once he does, managing meals will be enough of a headache for me. He doesn't earn any money. And what will you do if you don't have a stable income when you get married? Chi-Chi admonished earnestly. All right, Mom. Isn't it a bit early to talk about marriage when I'm only 5? Perhaps you could first explain what these books are about so I can get a basic understanding. Sun Wukong interjected hastily. That's fair, but Wukong, you must find a wife as virtuous as your mother. Do not be taken in by unscrupulous women, Chi-Chi warned. This one is math, not a vocabulary book. This one is language arts. This one is expression, and this one is music, she continued, listing off titles until Sun Wukong felt dizzy. He would rather face Frieza than endure this torrent of information. By the way, the mathematical methods in the Dragon Ball world are far more advanced and efficient than ours, and the language arts are quite different as well. Therefore, some knowledge from my past life is irrelevant at this stage. No need to discuss it. I shall simply add this as a setting, he thought to himself with a smirk. Mom, I don't have to read all of these, do I? Sun Wukong inquired. Of course not. Aside from math and language arts. The rest are optional based on your interests. Chi-Chi's response alleviated Sun Wukong's worries. Thank goodness it's not all mandatory, he mused inwardly. Alright, Wukong. I won't disturb your reading any longer. I will check on your progress tonight, Chi-Chi said, closing the door to his room as she departed. Finally, she's gone. Now, let me see what I've gained this time. Sun Wukong thought eagerly. First, he spent 6,000 points to redeem all knowledge from kindergarten and elementary school. As mentioned before, the knowledge from grades 1 to 3 cost 2,000 points, while grades 3 to 6 required 3,000 points. Knowledge from middle school would not unlock until Sun Wukong entered elementary school, with high school and university knowledge following suit. Next came the main event. Sun Wukong flipped through the system store until he found a product he had set his sights on during Bulma's escort home. Illusion Creation Disposable Item allows the user to set the content or rules of an illusion. The illusion can only be terminated upon fulfilling the requirements set by the creator. Regardless of how long one is trapped in the illusion, only 1 minute will pass in the real world. Note, the creator must set an endpoint for the illusion, and the requirements must not be unreasonable. The trapped individual will not realize they are in an illusion. Redemption cost, points. Though this item comes with numerous limitations, it is precisely what Gohan requires. With a slight adjustment, it can assist him in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Gohan exchanged for it, planning to use it in a tranquil setting, as he could not risk transforming at home. Otherwise, a single misstep could obliterate the entire house. And Gohan certainly did not wish to find himself homeless. With points still available, Gohan glanced at the towering stack of books before him, selecting a few that piqued his interest and deemed useful. Exchanging his points for the corresponding skills. Mastery of Basic Calligraphy, 2,000 points. Mastery of Intermediate Calligraphy, 5,000 points. Note, one must first exchange for the preceding skill to acquire the next level. Mastery of Basic Singing, 1,500 points. Mastery of Basic Instrumentation, 8,000 points. Mastery of Basic Painting, 2,000 points. This seems sufficient. Given the importance of calligraphy, opting for the intermediate level was quite prudent. With 6,480 points remaining, he decided on a 5-in-1 draw, leaving the surplus for future use. Gohan mused. Chapter 79, Lottery, Super Saiyan Gohan promptly. Gohan spent 5,000 points and initiated a 5-in-1 draw. The familiar jar reappeared, and various items emerged from its shattered pieces. Gohan cast his gaze upon the first item, delicious crab burger recipe. Originating from the world of SpongeBob, this delectable burger's creation steps and secret patty formula are documented, with certain unique ingredients replaced by those available in the current world. The crab burger? Surely the unique ingredient from SpongeBob's world isn't Patrick Star? Gohan shivered at the thought. Nonetheless, it seemed a viable venture. If all else fails, he could set up a stall to sell crab burgers, he contemplated. Shifting his attention to the next item, he discovered Talking Meowth. Hailing from the Pokemon universe, this Meowth can speak and walk upright, appearing to be a valuable source of free labor. Note, It has been stored in the system's space, accompanied by a red and white ball. Currently in a dormant state, it will awaken upon the ball's release, immediately recognizing you as its master. Isn't this Meowth from the rocket team? It possesses notable mechanical skills. Should I send it to Aunt Bulma for training? Gohan pondered. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, deciding it would be better to keep it as a pet. The third item was Magic Gun, from the world of Bala Bala Little Magic Fairy, owned by Prince Yul. This powerful weapon serves as a means of protection while roaming the human realm. To utilize the magic gun, one must first detach the barrel from the trigger assembly, load 5 luminous bullets, and then reattach the barrel, making it ready to fire. Note: if you lack magical abilities, it will merely serve as a sturdier toy gun. The system has no intention of modifying it. What nonsense! This is utterly useless. Furthermore, was the last remark added by the system on its own? Gohan inquired. Haha. You guessed it. Regardless, this item holds no value for you, so I couldn't be bothered to modify it. What, do you expect to shout katana while firing it? The system retorted. Perhaps not. If it were the old Gohan, he would have found it amusing, Gohan thought, envisioning a scenario where he brandished a pistol mid-fight, shouting katana, before quickly shaking his head, discarding the thought. Gohan's taste is questionable. The Ginyu Force must take full responsibility. Gohan's gaze shifted to the fourth item, which, unlike the previous ones, lacked a physical form. Similar to the basketball talent and experience from Xiantao Zhang, it manifested as a sphere of light, constantly shifting shapes, sometimes resembling Mario. At other times, Steve from Minecraft, making it utterly unpredictable. Gamified body data, originating from various online games. Your body will become gamified, devoid of fatal weaknesses. Your stamina and life will be quantified. Even if your heart is pierced, you will not perish instantly, merely sustaining significant damage. Your combat abilities will remain unaffected, perpetually maintaining peak performance, and you can survive in the vacuum of space. The downside is that you will possess numerous vulnerable points. Even an attack on your fingertip could be fatal. None can breach Gohan's defenses. No matter how many attacks he endures, he remains unscathed. There is no need for concern. Anyone can defeat him. What a remarkable item. Gohan could hardly contain his excitement, especially regarding his newfound ability to survive in the cosmos, rectifying a significant deficiency of the Saiyans. He never anticipated drawing such a splendid item from the system lottery. It felt like fortune smiled upon him. The final item to behold was Sun and Moon Necklace, from a fantastical world, comprised of 2 halves. This necklace enables the wearers to detect each other within a 2,000-meter radius and communicate within 500 meters. This could be a unique gift for Biddy, perhaps? Gohan thought, unable to suppress a mischievous grin, considering that Biddy was merely 5 years old. That evening, after dining with Chi-Chi, she began reviewing Gohan's schoolwork from the day. Chi-Chi presented several arithmetic problems, including a few that exceeded the standard curriculum. Her intention was to challenge Gohan, preventing him from becoming overly complacent. To her astonishment, Gohan completed all the problems flawlessly, which brought her immense joy. Subsequently, Chi-Chi queried him on various language topics, to which Gohan provided accurate responses, further impressing her. My goodness! Gohan, you are truly a genius. You are destined to become a great scholar. Chi-Chi exclaimed, embracing him affectionately. Mom, may I take a day off tomorrow? I am quite exhausted after my trip to Namek. Gohan inquired eagerly. Of course, you have 3 days off to rest. Chi-Chi agreed, foregoing any further checks on his extracurricular activities, clearly delighted. All right, tomorrow I shall find a place to transform into a Super Saiyan, Gohan resolved internally. Mom, I'm off to play. The following morning, shortly after breakfast, Gohan soared deep into the heart of Baozi Mountain. Be careful. Remember to return home early for lunch. Chi-Chi called after him, as she honored their agreement of 3 days leave, allowing him the freedom to explore. Soon after, Gohan arrived at a serene riverside. Perfect. This shall be the place. In his heart, Son Wukong pondered. The system grants me the ability to create illusions, with the content depicting the death of my father and mother at the hands of enemies, while Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo perish before my eyes in their attempt to save me. The condition for the end: I must successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong commanded the system. Now, begin your journey of enjoyment, the system replied. A minute later, a terrifying aura erupted from the Baozi Mountain, obliterating the surrounding trees. Son Wukong hurriedly restrained his energy, preventing further devastation. Haha, I did it. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, his hair stood on end, turning golden, while his eyes shifted to green, unmistakably indicating his successful transformation. Chapter 80. The dragon reappears. Wishes begin. Is that aura from Wukong? He has become a Super Saiyan too. How splendid. Piccolo, while training, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled in the direction of Baozi Mountain. Damn it. To think this little brat has surpassed me. I refuse to accept it. Vegeta, initially ready to unleash his frustration, forcibly suppressed the thought. I must remain calm. I must maintain a tranquil mindset. Vegeta continuously reassured himself. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly yelling? Bulma approached Vegeta, questioning him. It's nothing. Mind your own business. Vegeta replied curtly. What do you mean? As if anyone cares about you. This is my home, and of course, I will worry if something happens, Bulma retorted, clearly displeased. Although Son Wukong's Super Saiyan energy only spiraled out of control for a moment, it was still felt by everyone. That overwhelming presence was impossible to ignore. Now, it's time to gamify my physical data, Son Wukong announced, retrieving a glowing orb. How do I use this? Do I just insert it into my body like before? He inquired of the system. Indeed, this object is not like the previous basketball, which contained memories, so there won't be any peculiar sensations during fusion. You needn't worry. The system, evidently understanding Wukong's unasked questions, informed him directly. That's good. I feared I would have to endure discomfort again. Son Wukong remarked as he inserted the orb into his body. Well, shouldn't there be some sensation? Why do I feel nothing? Has it succeeded? Son Wukong questioned, puzzled by the lack of changes in his body. What else do you expect? Do you wish for some extraordinary feeling? The system replied with a hint of disdain. Forget it. I want to argue with you. You have no significant role anyway. I'll just focus on my meow meow. Son Wukong promptly abandoned the idea of further conversation with the system. The system muttered, Son Wukong, you fool, ignoring the system's comments. Son Wukong retrieved a red and white ball from the system's space and pressed the button on top. A flash of red light illuminated the area, and a creature resembling a cat appeared before him. Unlike ordinary cats, this one walked on two legs, with light yellow fur that transitioned to brown at the tip of its tail and hind paws. Its oval face was adorned with prominent whiskers, and like Krillin. It lacked nostrils. Its ears were black on the outside and brown within, and it sported a shiny, oval gold coin on its forehead. From then on, it would be referred to in the third person as Meow Meow. Upon being released, Meow Meow circled around Son Wukong, inspecting him. Are you my new master? You're quite young. It seems I must take care of you, Meow Meow said, half to Son Wukong and half to itself. After all, Son Wukong was only 5 years old, an age requiring care and supervision. Meow Meow, inherently kind-hearted and responsible, immediately thought of how to look after the young Son Wukong, who was alone in the forest. Actually, there's no need to worry. I can return home by myself. Son Wukong scratched his head and replied. In this desolate wilderness, it appears there are no signs of civilization. How will you manage to get back alone? Meow Meow asked, puzzled. I can fly, Son Wukong declared as he floated into the air. Are you some kind of psychic? Meow Meow exclaimed in surprise. Although astonished, Meow Meow maintained composure, recognizing that there were indeed psychics in the world of Pokemon. I am not a psychic. Consider it a form of martial arts, Son Wukong clarified after some thought. All right, enough of that. Let's head home, shall we? Meow Meow said, leaping onto Son Wukong's shoulder. Son Wukong's physique was evidently superior to a typical Super Saiyan, allowing him to carry Meow Meow with ease. In a brief moment, they arrived home just in time for lunch. Mom, look, I brought home a pet. Son Wukong excitedly lifted Meow Meow for Chi Chi to see. Hello. From now on, please take good care of me, Meow Meow chimed in appropriately. Oh, this cat can talk. How extraordinary, Chi Chi observed, examining Meow Meow. This is Meow Meow. He will be living with us from now on, Son Wukong announced, cradling Meow Meow. I haven't agreed to that yet, Chi Chi countered. This is 100,000 zenny, his relocation fee, right? Son Wukong quickly produced the 100,000 zenny he had won in the lottery on Namek, seeing Chi Chi's reluctance. Well, as long as you don't disrupt Wukong's studies, he can stay, Chi Chi said, taking the money and weighing it in her hands. Son Wukong chuckled awkwardly, inwardly satisfied to have devised a reasonable excuse to present the money. Meow Meow, witnessing this, kept quiet, fearing Chi Chi might throw him out. Financial matters were beyond the concerns of a mere pet. He now had no obligations to work, as who wouldn't prefer to relax? Thus, Son Wukong continued his studies, leading a tranquil life for 130 days. Due to his extensive learning on Namek, the knowledge from kindergarten posed no challenge for him. He consistently achieved perfect scores on every examination, much to Chi Chi's delight. After a year on Namek, which equated to 130 days on Earth, the Dragon Balls regained their miraculous power. The inhabitants of Namek summoned the dragon. As the summoning took place at Bulma's home in West City, where her father was a renowned inventor, the citizens marveled at the wondrous phenomenon without succumbing to panic. They all believed this to be a novel invention. Speak your wish, spoke Purunga, the bearer of the 7 Dragon Balls. This opportunity for a wish shall be entirely granted to you. We can wish again next time, remarked the elderly greenskin man. This is the result of a collective discussion among the Namekians, who, in gratitude towards the people of Earth for assisting them in defeating Frisia and reviving them, have provided them with a place to dwell. Chapter 81, Resurrection of Everyone. 1 year later. Thank you so much, Elder. The crowd expressed their gratitude to the green-skinned elder. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo praised Son Gohan. Haha, I wanted to give it a try and luckily succeeded, Gohan replied with a smile. What about this cat? Piccolo pointed to Meow Meow. Hello, I'm Meow Meow. The cat greeted everyone. Can it really talk? Oolong exclaimed in surprise. If a pig can talk, why can't I? Meow Meow retorted. This is my new pet. He is quite remarkable. He can cook, do laundry, and handle various chores. Since he came home, my mother has had much less to do, Gohan explained to the others. Indeed, he has been quite helpful, Chi-Chi added as she picked up Meow Meow. Please take care of me, Meow Meow said. This father-son duo has surpassed me. Vegeta thought angrily as he watched from the side. Hey, how long must I remain idle before becoming a Super Saiyan? Vegeta approached Gohan to inquire. About a year, I suppose. Try not to engage in too much training during this time, Gohan pondered before responding. A year? I can wait, Vegeta muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Bulma and Dandy were making wishes with the Dragon Balls of Namek. First, please summon the souls of Goku and Krillin, who died on Namek, back to Earth. Bulma instructed Dandy. Dandy immediately began the translation. Hey, Porunga, hear my call. You foul bear, I finally caught you. Meow Meow was not overly surprised to see Porunga, as their world also had many large and wondrous creatures. I have summoned Krillin's soul, but I cannot bring back Goku's, Porunga stated. Why not? Bulma gasped in astonishment. Gohan felt relieved. He was not worried about his father's fate, knowing they could revive him with the Dragon Balls of Namek. If he were to be resurrected on Earth now, they would have a year of family reunion in advance. Instead, he was more concerned about the instantaneous movement technique. If Goku had not boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceship, he would not have been able to travel to Yardrat and learn the technique. Hearing Porunga's words, Gohan realized that Goku must have indeed boarded the Ginyu Force's ship at the last moment. Because he is still alive, I can only summon the souls of the deceased. Porunga explained. Still alive? On the distant King Kai's planet, King Kai was equally astonished by this news. The last image he had seen was of Goku failing to activate Frisia's spaceship before Namek exploded. Logically, Goku should not still be alive. Wonderful. The others rejoiced at the news of Goku's survival. He's still alive? Why doesn't he come back? Bulma asked, perplexed. Perhaps the spaceship is broken and cannot take off. Oolong suggested. Then let Porunga bring him back. The elder green-skinned figure proposed. Great idea. Bulma concurred. The second wish is to resurrect Krillin. Bulma shouted. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Youngsters these days lack martial ethics, Dandy timely translated. In an instant, Krillin appeared before everyone. I'm alive again, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. I restored his body and mended his clothes, Porunga stated. Consider it a little extra service, a minor after-sales service, if you will. Thank you so much, Porunga. You are truly considerate, Bulma said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Porunga. The final wish is to bring Goku back to Earth, Bulma announced. I believe this pasta should be mixed with concrete number 42, as the length of this screw can easily affect the torque of the excavator, Dandy translated. Namekian is truly difficult to comprehend. No, he refuses to return. He says he will come back when the time is right. After a while, when Goku's figure was still not seen, Porunga's words surprised everyone. Why? They asked in confusion. I know. Master Roshi suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. It must be because Chi-Chi is too formidable and he doesn't want to come back. The strongest in the universe must be Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi exclaimed. Chi-Chi, unaware, pulled out a sword and glared at Master Roshi fiercely. I was just joking. Master Roshi quickly apologized as Piccolo and the others stared wide-eyed. He will return when the time is right. Now, please, Porunga, resurrect my companions on King Kai's planet, Piccolo suggested. Now you're talking about companions. What a full-time caretaker you are. Thus, due to Din's wish for Kaiatsu to be with Tien, Yamcha utilized the last wish to resurrect him. After 130 days, Kaiatsu and Tien were also revived, and the Namekians successfully relocated their Dragon Balls to a new planet suitable for their survival. A year passed, and Goku had still not returned. Gohan, now 6 years old, was about to enter first grade. He was currently completing the tasks assigned by Chi-Chi, preparing for the upcoming elementary school entrance examination. Although for Gohan, it made little difference whether he was prepared or not. During this year, due to attending kindergarten, he had few opportunities to showcase his skills, accumulating a meager total of 500 points over the year. Now his total was 1980. Insufficient even to exchange for a decent beginner skill. Lost in thought, Gohan suddenly jolted upright, gazing at the sky. That energy, it's Frieza and his father. They finally arrived. Let them witness my current capabilities. Gohan resolved. Throughout this year, Gohan did not neglect his training. Each day he would practice diligently at home and during the holidays. He sought out Piccolo to train together. Consequently, despite attending school, Gohan's strength not only remained intact, but actually increased. Chapter 82. Preparation. Frieza approaches suddenly. The phone rang. Answered by Meow Meow, who was tidying up outside. Gohan, it's for you, Meow Meow called out to him. Gohan thought to himself. This must be a call from Uncle Krillin. Hello, Gohan, do you sense it? That overwhelmingly evil and powerful energy. Krillin exclaimed over the phone. I feel it. They are rapidly approaching Earth, Gohan replied. You must feel it too. The energy resembles Frieza's, Krillin said with a serious demeanor. What is happening? Wasn't Frieza already killed by Goku? King Kai muttered in confusion. What is going on? Piccolo, sensing Frieza's energy, also displayed signs of disbelief. Humph. That fool Kakarot, he failed to eliminate Frieza. Vegeta retorted angrily. while he was at Bulma's house enjoying a barbecue. Is that really Frisia's energy? Yamcha, having never encountered Frisia, was now sweating profusely from the overwhelming and malevolent aura. Hey, what is wrong with you two? Bulma inquired, noticing their unusual behavior. It doesn't feel like just one person. There seems to be another powerful presence, Tianjin echoed, his brows furrowed. In the depths of space, a spaceship was relentlessly heading towards Earth. We're almost at Earth. That Super Saiyan father of mine has reduced me to this state. It seems we will arrive before him. Frisia spoke to King Cold beside him. Despite suffering grave injuries on Namek, Frisia had survived due to his remarkable vitality and was subsequently discovered by King Cold's subordinates. However, his injuries were beyond conventional healing, necessitating a cybernetic transformation, thus becoming Mecha Frisia. Frisia's combat power not only remained unchanged, but had actually increased. Mecha Frisia, combat power 150 million. King Cold, combat power 100 million. Gohan, normal combat power 5 million. Super Saiyan form combat power 250 million. Future Trunks, normal combat power 6 million. Super Saiyan form combat power 300 million. Goku, normal combat power 9 million. Super Saiyan form combat power 450 million. Others are not important. We shall address them in 3 years. In the interim, I will weave my own narrative. This tiny planet could be obliterated with a single punch, King Cold remarked, appearing quite bored while seated. Namek is several times larger than Earth. That would be too easy for them. I want to show them just how formidable I've become. Frisia declared. Hiki, I have already detected your trajectory towards Earth via radar. Soon, we shall discover who is the strongest in the universe, Frisia stated, clearly alluding to Goku. Meow Meow, stay at home. I'm going out, Gohan informed Meow Meow. Be careful on your way, Meow Meow replied. Gohan then exchanged 80 points for a set of battle attire crafted from the same material as Piccolo's outfit. After donning the clothing, he soared out through the window. Wait, Gohan, where are you going? Chi-Chi asked, puzzled by Gohan's sudden departure. Gohan said he has something to take care of, Meow Meow explained to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi chose not to press further, as Gohan had already completed his tasks for the day. Alright, let Frisia and his son assess my current strength. Gohan mused. Huh. It's Uncle Krillin's energy. Gohan suddenly sensed Krillin's presence. Krillin, noticing Gohan, approached him until they met. Uncle Krillin, did you feel it? Besides Frisia, there seems to be another powerful presence, Gohan remarked. Indeed, such a potent energy is impossible to overlook, Krillin affirmed. I've also become a Super Saiyan now. Leave Frisia to me, Gohan asserted. Haha, we are counting on you, Krillin replied with a smile. King Cold, Frisia, we have arrived at Earth. A soldier aboard the spaceship reported. At this moment, Vegeta and Yamcha, having arrived close to Frisia's landing site, were already present. It should descend around here, Vegeta stated. Suddenly, a plane appeared overhead. It's Bulma. That fool, Yamcha exclaimed angrily. Yamcha, Bulma shouted as she leapt off the plane, rushing towards him. What are you two doing here? Bulma asked, bewildered. I wanted to see Frisia. I never got a good look at him when I fled from Namek, Bulma said, hands on her hips. You came just to have a good look? Do you know how dangerous that is? It would be wiser to escape like we did on Namek. Yamcha protested. I am fully aware of the danger, but if Frisia truly intends to destroy Earth, escaping would be futile. Ultimately, we would all perish, Bulma argued. Besides, hasn't Gohan been able to transform into a Super Saiyan? He can handle Frisia when the time comes, Bulma added nonchalantly. It had been a year since Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and everyone was already well aware of it. Do you not feel any guilt? Gohan is still so young, Yamcha retorted. At that moment, Tien and Kaiatsu also arrived. Tien and the others are here, Yamcha exclaimed with delight. Vegeta, do you still wish to bring harm to Earth? Tien immediately directed his ire towards Vegeta. Humph, what do you mean? Vegeta paid no heed to Tien's words. After all, for Vegeta, there was no one on this planet, save for Gohan, who could withstand even a single blow from him. He had no reason to care about the opinions of others. He was not of this world. If not for his desire to become a Super Saiyan, he could leave at any moment. Let me tell you, stop dreaming. I was killed by you all. If it weren't for Yamcha, I wouldn't be fighting alongside someone like you, Tien retorted. All right, everyone, let's not make a fuss. Yamcha quickly interjected to mediate the tension. The situation indeed seemed dire. Is it really Frisia? Tien gazed at the sky. It's highly likely, Yamcha replied. Silence, you bunch of worthless fools. Quickly conceal your energy signatures. They possess scouters. And those Namekians are already prepared for battle, Vegeta commanded. Namekians? Yamcha and Tien questioned in confusion. When they turned to look, they discovered Piccolo had, unbeknownst to them, already taken a stance on the cliff. Piccolo, both exclaimed. When did he arrive? Gohan and Krillin had also just made their way over. Uncle Piccolo. They're all here, Gohan announced. It seems they all sense that energy, Krillin noted. Gohan has arrived. Among us, he is the strongest, Yamcha remarked. I never expected to be surpassed by Goku's son, Tien pondered. They're coming. Piccolo interrupted their conversation, signaling that the enemy was approaching. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Frisia's spaceship descended. It really is Frisia, He is indeed alive, Krillin gritted his teeth. Frisia's energy is astonishing, Yamcha said, astonished by Frisia's power. Leave it to me. Let me see the fruits of my labor over the past year, Gohan declared as he soared towards Frisia's spaceship. Gohan, be careful, Bulma cautioned. The Earth environment is quite pleasant, Frisia observed as he stepped out of his spaceship, surveying the surroundings. That Super Saiyan won't arrive for another 3 hours. Should we wait for him? King Cold inquired. Of course, we will wait, father. However, I intend to make him experience profound suffering by exterminating everyone on Earth. 3 hours will suffice, even though there are still many here, Frisia boasted, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Killing Earthlings is easy. But we must find a way to completely eradicate the Super Saiyan. Our race is the strongest in the universe. He must be eliminated, King Cold declared fiercely. With my father and me working together, it will be no problem. My power has increased significantly. Perhaps I won't even need my father's assistance, Frisia said with misplaced confidence. Just then, while Frisia was still contemplating commands for his minions, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. Frisia, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan en route. What? Another Super Saiyan? Frisia exclaimed, astonished as he turned to face Gohan. Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? King Cold stared at Gohan in shock. What is the matter, Frisia? Has it only been a year, and you don't recognize me? Gohan taunted. You're that little brat from Namek. Damn it. All Saiyans should be exterminated. Frisia snarled. Die. Frisia concentrated energy into a ki blast and hurled it at Gohan. Gohan stood resolute, taking the hit head-on. And a massive cloud of dust erupted. The battle had begun. The spectators understood that combat was imminent as the dust billowed. At that moment, a young man with purple hair, wielding a large sword and wearing a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, hid in a corner, incredulously watching Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. As the dust settled, Gohan stood unscathed, not only unharmed but also gathering a ki sphere he had learned. What? He has completely unscathed, Frisia exclaimed in disbelief. Prepare to die, Frisia, Gohan declared as he launched the ki sphere at Frisia and King Cold. The two quickly took to the air to evade it, but before they could react, Gohan unleashed a death beam that pierced through Frisia's head. Frisia began. But Gohan interrupted. I had no choice. The special beam cannon takes too long to charge. Uncertain if Frisia's resilience would allow him to survive such an attack, Gohan resolved to deliver a decisive blow. Seizing the opportunity while Frisia was reeling, he moved in close and unleashed a ki blast that obliterated Frisia completely. Beep. Host has defeated Frisia. Reward, 8,000 points. What? Only 8,000 points, not even a full 10,000. Why is it so little? I received 100,000 points from Frisia before, Gohan exclaimed, frustrated by the paltry reward. You already stated you had previously earned points from Frisia. Do you expect to reap even more? Besides, we are in the era of Super Saiyans, and Frisia's power has become obsolete. Thus, the rewards are minimal, the system replied. Exasperated. Well, I never anticipated much from you anyway, Gohan sighed. Accepting the reality of the situation, what else could he do? From the moment Gohan engaged in battle until Frisia's demise, a mere 5 seconds had elapsed. Incredible! He killed Frisia in an instant. Yamcha marveled. To think such a formidable Frisia could be defeated in a single encounter, Tien commented, his expression a mixture of awe and complexity. You all possess keen eyesight. I can't see anything. Bulma strained to catch a glimpse of the battle, but saw nothing. Who would have thought Gohan had grown so powerful? This father-son duo has saved the Earth more than once. Bulma reflected. All right, we should move forward, Piccolo instructed the group. At that moment, the previously hidden young man emerged onto the battlefield. Earthling. King Cold regarded Gohan warily, recognizing that if Gohan could defeat Frisia, he too would be a formidable opponent. King Cold's focus sharpened as he spotted the young man. Quickly, take him down, King Cold ordered his minion. Gohan, however, paid them no mind. Knowing that the mysterious young man was none other than Trunks from the future, from this point onward, he shall be referred to as Trunks. As the most formidable Saiyan, how could he possibly be vanquished by a mere band of minions? A power level of only 5 is truly pathetic. One of the soldiers scoffed, gazing at the readings on his scouter. With that, the soldier raised his weapon and fired at Trunks. However, Trunks effortlessly deflected the attack and swiftly closed the distance, delivering an elbow strike that obliterated the soldier's head while adroitly avoiding any mess. At this moment, the others arrived, gazing at Trunks with bewilderment. Who is he? Is there truly such a powerful individual on our Earth? Krillin pondered, sensing the energy radiating from Trunks' recent attack. I'm unsure. Perhaps he is a concealed martial arts master, Yamcha contemplated, stroking his chin. If that is the case, once this crisis is over, I must seek his guidance, Tien Shinhan declared. Yet, at that instant, to everyone's astonishment, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Another Super Saiyan? King Cold exclaimed, his composure shattering. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Youth. A world of questions. Who is this brat? Vegeta exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. He is also a Super Saiyan? Impossible. There are no other Saiyans besides us. As the Prince of Saiyans, I have never encountered such an individual. Vegeta appeared thoroughly perplexed. Paying no heed to the thoughts of others, Trunks charged forward, dispatching the remaining soldiers with a flurry of strikes. Shall I take him on? Gohan pointed at King Cold. Addressing Trunks. Allow me, Trunks replied. Gohan recognized that Trunks needed to demonstrate his prowess to those present, especially considering that his points from defeating Frieza were rather meager. Thus, Gohan relinquished any thoughts of competing for the kills. How infuriating. We are the strongest race in the universe. King Cold exclaimed, suddenly pausing to fix his gaze on Gohan. You should take Frieza's place as my son, King Cold proposed to Gohan. In an instant, you vanquished Frieza. You are the strongest in the universe. Only you are worthy to become one of our kin. I shall bestow upon you all the planets under my control, King Cold enticed Gohan. Is it because you think I am young and gullible? Gohan thought, exasperated. The others understood that King Cold merely sought to manipulate Gohan's youthfulness to turn him against the fellow Super Saiyan, Trunks. Do you take me for a fool? I have no interest, Gohan retorted to King Cold. How dare you refuse? Do you believe I won't annihilate the Earth? King Cold threatened, his demeanor betraying his cowardice. Upon hearing this, Trunks resolved not to allow King Cold the chance to destroy Earth. He swiftly approached and, under King Cold's terrified gaze, unleashed an energy blast that ended his life. I am a Saiyan who does not falter. Do you fear me? Trunks proclaimed. I am off to meet Goku. Will you join me? Trunks turned to address the group. What? The others were taken aback by Trunks' words. How does he know Goku? Krillin inquired, puzzled. He must be nearby. Follow me. Trunks urged, disregarding their confusion. Should we follow him? Yamcha queried. I am uncertain whether he is friend or foe, Krillin replied. We should proceed. He assisted us in defeating Frieza, and he does not seem malevolent. Besides, we have Gohan with us, Tien Shinhan suggested. Indeed, as fellow Super Saiyans. Gohan should have no trouble contending with him, Krillin reasoned. Do you think he truly intends to meet Goku? Yamcha asked. I do not know. It is quite strange. Let us investigate further to discern his identity. I do not recall any unfamiliar Saiyan wandering about, Vegeta remarked as he led the way. Let us hasten. He does not appear to be an enemy, Gohan chimed in. What is happening? How can Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment? Trunks mused. Never mind that for now. I must locate Mr. Goku. I believe he is just over here, Trunks said, soaring towards the ground. The others closely followed Trunks, nearly landing at the same instant he did. At this moment, Trunks retrieved a box from his pocket, specifically designed for storing universal capsules. He tossed one of the capsules onto the ground, and before the onlookers, a small refrigerator materialized. Be cautious, he has released a peculiar box, Yamcha warned. However, Trunks approached and opened the box, revealing it to be filled with beverages. Goku won't arrive for another 3 hours. But there are plenty of drinks here for everyone to enjoy, Trunks announced. I'll take a bottle, Goten said eagerly, stepping forward to grab a drink. He popped the tab and began to guzzle it down. No wonder it's from the future. The taste is delightful, Goten thought to himself. I would like one too. Bulma remarked, noticing Goten's enjoyment as she approached the refrigerator to procure a drink. Is this a special refrigerator? She exclaimed in astonishment. I want one as well, Krillin said, observing Bulma and Goten savoring their drinks. Meanwhile, the others remained still, not making a move. Throughout this exchange, Trunks kept his gaze fixed on Bulma, which she noticed. Have we met before? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she found Trunks' demeanor oddly comforting. No, Trunks quickly denied. How do you know about Goku then? Krillin pressed him. I've only heard of him, but have never met him, Trunks replied. Then how do you know Goku will return in 3 hours? Krillin questioned, increasingly perplexed. Well, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information at the moment, Trunks stammered. Why can't you say? Where do you come from? And how do you possess such immense power? Vegeta interjected, obviously dissatisfied with Trunks' evasiveness, firing 3 questions in quick succession. I'm sorry, but I can't say, Trunks lowered his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Did you transform into a Super Saiyan during the recent battle? Piccolo inquired. Yes, that's correct, Trunks affirmed. Impossible. Only I Kakarot. And his hybrid son are Saiyans. There are no others. Vegeta retorted loudly. But he did transform into a Super Saiyan and defeated that Frieza lookalike, Yamcha added. Moreover, Saiyans should all have black hair, Vegeta remarked, furrowing his brow. Isn't that the logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation? Are you an employee? Bulma suddenly noticed the logo on Trunks' attire. No, I'm not, Trunks replied, growing increasingly anxious upon hearing Bulma's words. Why so secretive? Are you keeping your name and age confidential as well? Bulma asked with a smile, unfazed by his response. I'm currently 17, but I still cannot reveal my name. Trunks finally offered something for the group. Not even your name? That's quite puzzling, Tien Shinhan remarked, wondering why such basic information was withheld. Indeed. There is no need for such secrecy, Yamcha cautioned, maintaining his wariness of Trunks. Come now, let us not press him too hard, after all. He just helped us defeat Frieza and his crew. Bulma defended Trunks, her concern for him apparent. Why can't I help but speak up for this mysterious individual? Bulma pondered internally. After some casual conversation, the group found a place to rest as they awaited Goku's return to Earth. Piccolo, I've always wondered something, Krillin began. What is it? Piccolo replied, not turning to face him. Why didn't you leave Earth with those Namekians? They're your kin, Krillin queried. I know the answer. Goten interjected. Oh, you do? Please enlighten me, Krillin urged, intrigued. Uncle Piccolo is the only combat-ready Namekian left in our world. He doesn't wish to live a life devoid of battle, Goten explained. At present, Piccolo has team merged with Kami. So he yearns for combat and continues to train diligently. So, you've been training seriously all this time? Krillin asked Piccolo. Yes. I've trained every day this past year, occasionally mentoring Goten as well, Piccolo confirmed. Even though Piccolo was not currently a match for Goten in strength. As the new Piccolo entirely inherited the legacy of the previous Demon King, he vastly surpassed Goten in techniques, experience, and mastery of ki. Thus, every week, Goten learned about ki manipulation, combat stances, and fighting techniques from Piccolo. These matters hold great significance. Since Gohan is eager to learn, Piccolo, of course, does not withhold his teachings, instructing him with utmost seriousness. Gohan, displaying remarkable determination, rapidly absorbs the knowledge imparted by Piccolo, much to his satisfaction. Furthermore, Gohan excels in his studies, completing various academic and extracurricular tasks exceptionally well, leading Chi-Chi to adopt a more lenient approach towards him. During the day, Vegeta is nowhere to be found. He must be diligently training, Bulma speculated. The reason for mentioning daytime is that Gohan's previous words have taken effect. Every night, Vegeta allows himself to relax and does not push himself too hard in training. Moreover, with no specific destination on Earth, he can only return to Bulma's home each night to enjoy free meals and hospitality, ensuring Bulma sees him nightly. His pride is too strong. He cannot accept defeat against Goku, and curiously, he does not harbor similar feelings towards Gohan, Krillin reflected. After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, Krillin added. Perhaps it is due to the generational gap between Vegeta and Gohan that he does not wish to compare himself to Gohan, Krillin pondered. Do you think they resemble each other? Bulma suddenly asked Krillin. Who? Krillin responded, puzzled about which two individuals she was referring to. Vegeta and that boy. Huh. I always feel they share some resemblance, Bulma remarked. She also thought to herself that they somewhat resemble her. Oh, they do share a slight resemblance. But their personalities are entirely different, Krillin noted. Indeed, their temperaments differ significantly, and he is unlike any known Saiyan, possessing an awareness of calculated strikes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Trunks and Vegeta was somewhat unfriendly. Trunks occasionally cast glances towards Vegeta, who, noticing this, irritably retorted, What are you staring at? There is nothing impressive here. Even if you're a Saiyan. My apologies, Trunks quickly averted his gaze and offered an apology. Such an annoyance, Vegeta continued to fixate on Trunks. Perhaps he met Goku on another planet, Tien remarked as he and Kaiatsu were engaged in casual conversation, unexpectedly broaching the topic of Trunks and Goku's relationship. He seems quite familiar with Earth, Kaiatsu observed, having taken a bottle of beverage and sipping it while speaking to Tien. Yes. I hope Goku returns soon so we can understand the situation, Tien contemplated. He should be arriving, Trunks glanced at his watch before looking up at the sky. Indeed. At that moment, others also raised their heads to gaze skyward. I can sense a tremendous energy, Tien remarked. Someone is truly approaching. Yamcha also sensed an energy rapidly converging towards them. The time and place matched what the boy indicated. Bulma strained to look towards the heavens, though she could see nothing. Yet this did not deter her from her thoughts. It's Dad. I can feel his energy, no doubt, Gohan exclaimed, as the crowd awaited with bated breath. A circular spacecraft crashed heavily to the ground. He's over there. Upon witnessing the spacecraft's landing, the group hurried towards it. When they reached the crater formed by the impact, they leaned down to peer inside. They discovered the circular craft slowly opening, revealing Goku, dressed in unusual attire. Emerging from within. Huh? What are you all doing here? Goku asked, surprised by the gathering. He's out. Trunks was the first to speak. This is Gohan, he added. Goku. Krillin shouted. How did you know I was coming back? Goku inquired as he soared into the air, addressing the crowd. He truly isn't dead, Vegeta considered. This child informed us. Bulma pointed at Trunks. You must know him, right, Goku? Krillin asked. Huh, who is he? Goku's question silenced the group, who looked at each other in confusion. You really don't recognize him? Bulma rechecked. No, Goku affirmed once more. But he knew you would land at this time and place. Bulma expressed her bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Trunks averted his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. This is quite strange. Frieza and his forces discovered my spacecraft. As if they knew when I would return, Goku mused. Who defeated Frieza? I sensed two potent energies, Goku commented. Was it Piccolo or Vegeta? Goku glanced towards Piccolo. You would never guess. Frieza was slain by Gohan. He, like you, has become a Super Saiyan, defeating Frieza in an instant, Piccolo revealed to Goku. And this boy here is also a Super Saiyan, aiding us against Frieza's army, Bulma added. Super Saiyan? Goku was astonished. I can't believe Gohan has become a Super Saiyan at such a young age. While I knew of your exceptional talent, I never imagined your growth would be so rapid. Goku expressed with pride as he looked at Gohan. And this boy, you are impressive too. However, aside from us, there cannot be any other Saiyans. Goku directed his gaze towards Trunks. Impossible. There absolutely cannot be any other Saiyans, Vegeta firmly refuted. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was aware of the traits unique to Saiyans, traits Trunks did not possess. Well, having one more Saiyan in the world isn't such a bad thing. Especially one who can transform into a Super Saiyan, Goku stated optimistically. You always maintain such a carefree outlook, Bulma remarked, exasperated with Goku. Goku, I have something to tell you. And Gohan, you should come along too, Trunks addressed the two. Initially, Trunks intended to speak with Goku alone, but upon seeing Gohan, who could also transform into a Super Saiyan, he decided to include him as well. Why are you avoiding us? Yamcha expressed his discontent. Yet, no one paid him any mind as Gohan and Goku walked towards Trunks. Excuse us for a moment, Goku said to the group. After they had walked a considerable distance, Trunks halted. This will do. Thank you, said Trunks. First and foremost, we are grateful for your assistance in dealing with Frieza, Goku remarked. And Gohan, I truly apologize. I should have eliminated Frieza back on Namek, Goku said, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. It was supposed to be your responsibility to defeat them, but unexpected circumstances arose, compelling me to intervene. Trunks cast a knowing glance at Gohan. Gohan understood that the unforeseen circumstances referred to him. After all, in both the original and future timelines, he should not have transformed into a Super Saiyan at this juncture. Frieza's spaceship was swifter than mine, allowing them to escape without remorse. While I contemplated how to deal with them, you all resolved the matter, Goku continued. You won't arrive for another 3 hours. I'm afraid that might be too late, Trunks said, puzzled as to why Goku believed he could confront Frieza's group. No, I've learned a new technique, Goku replied. A new technique? Trunks questioned, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, it's called instant transmission, Goku said, blinking. That's incredible. Instant transmission indeed. This changes everything, Gohan thought excitedly, having contemplated this technique for a year. Now that he had confirmation of its existence, how could he not be thrilled? Instant transmission, Trunks exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Goku. This was yet another new technique he had never encountered, and coupled with Gohan's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. It was evident that many extraordinary occurrences were unfolding in this world, unlike their own. I learned it from the Yard Rats. Although they lack immense power, they possess many marvelous and useful techniques, Goku explained. I want to learn it. Dad, can you teach us this technique? Gohan asked eagerly. Of course. However, it is quite challenging to master, so you must not give up, Goku cautioned Gohan. I will not give up, Gohan declared resolutely. It was absurd to think that he would abandon such an extraordinary skill. He wondered whether he could also learn instant transmission. Did I inadvertently alter history? I originally intended to meet you alone, yet here I am with everyone, Trunks mused, lost in thought. History? What do you mean? Goku inquired, equally perplexed by the term. Trunks had initially meant to ask Goku if he could transform into a Super Saiyan at will, but after witnessing Gohan's ability to both transform and revert from the form, he decided against further questioning. Could you show me your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Trunks directly requested Goku. Eh? Goku appeared confused by Trunks' request. Please. Trunks insisted once more. All right. Goku conceded after some contemplation. What are they discussing? The onlookers wondered, glancing curiously at the trio in the distance. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, Goku suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 87. A formidable foe, a warning from the future. First, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the world. For I tend to be rather careless. Most of the time, I do not meticulously check my chapters, resulting in numerous typos. Yet this reader has patiently pointed out every single error, for which I am immensely grateful. I also appreciate the support and suggestions from other readers. I read every comment. And I am truly thankful for everyone's encouragement. Is this satisfactory? Goku asked Trunks. Thank you. You have truly astonished me with your immense power, Trunks replied. Must I transform as well? Gohan inquired of Trunks. No, only Mr. Goku needs to transform, Trunks declined. What is happening? Goku, are you alright? Bulma asked, looking at Goku, who was glowing like a light bulb. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan, Krillin explained from the side. A Super Saiyan? Tien exclaimed, gazing at Goku in disbelief. Are they about to duel? Yamcha pondered, perplexed. With such incredible strength, I must also become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta gritted his teeth. What happens next? Goku asked Trunks. I too am a Super Saiyan, Trunks declared, transforming as well. I see. Our transformations are remarkably similar. Goku observed with wonder as he gazed at Trunks. He is also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Tien said anxiously. What are they planning to do? Yamcha questioned, equally bewildered. I apologize, Trunks suddenly said, catching Goku off guard. Without warning, Trunks drew his sword and swiftly aimed to strike at Goku. Goku, unperturbed, stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade the attack. The scene startled the onlookers from a distance, yet unexpectedly, Trunks' sword halted a mere 5 centimeters from Son Wukong's face. Why don't you evade? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Because I sensed no malice from you. I knew you would pull back at the last moment, Son Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. I see. This time, I shall not relent, Trunks declared, resuming his battle stance. Very well, Son Wukong responded. With a swift motion, Son Wukong extended his index finger, gathering energy upon it. Strengthening. 1, 1, 1, he chanted. Meanwhile, Trunks lunged forward, swinging his sword at Son Wukong. Yet, with a mere lift of his finger, Son Wukong effortlessly blocked Trunks' strike. A feat remarkable considering this sword had effortlessly sliced through Frieza in the original tale. Trunks launched a flurry of rapid slashes, all of which were met with Son Wukong's resolute finger. After Trunks delivered his final blow, he reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and sheathed his sword upon his back. You truly are formidable. Your prowess exceeds my expectations, Trunks complimented Son Wukong. This sword is exceedingly sharp. You do not genuinely wish to duel, do you? Son Wukong sensed Trunks' lack of malevolence from the very beginning. Rest assured, I shall reveal everything to you, Trunks assured Son Wukong and Gohan. Meanwhile, the spectators marveled at the strength displayed by the two. Did you see that? Tien asked Yamcha beside him. Indeed, they are extraordinary. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Yamcha replied, incredulous. Vegeta remained silent, quietly observing the duel. However, you must not disclose what I am about to tell you, Trunks cautioned. Certainly, you can trust me. I shall keep it to myself, Son Wukong assured. I too will safeguard this secret, Gohan added. Perhaps you will find it hard to believe, or rather, your generation will be incredulous, Trunks continued, pausing momentarily before revealing. I traveled here via a time machine from a future world, 20 years ahead. The revelation left Son Wukong astonished. A future world? 20 years later? He exclaimed, finding it difficult to fathom. I am Trunks, a Saiyan. I am the son of Vegeta, Trunks disclosed, unleashing yet another astonishing revelation. In that moment, Son Wukong was utterly taken aback, and even Piccolo, who had been eavesdropping from a distance, displayed a noticeable change in expression. What? You are Vegeta's son? Son Wukong exclaimed, his face etched with fear. What? Gohan also pretended to be astonished. Although he had known all along, he could not reveal this knowledge. Indeed, I am indeed Vegeta's son, Trunks reiterated. Hearing you say that, I can indeed see the resemblance between you. Son Wukong turned to glance at Vegeta and then back at Trunks. It is truly unimaginable that he would become a father. Son Wukong still found it hard to believe. I will be born in 1 year, Trunks stated. I initially intended to inform only you, but for some reason, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan at this moment. So I also summoned him. Oh, is it possible that in your world, Gohan has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong inquired curiously. Yes, it might be the effects of my time travel. In our world, you do not even utilize the instant transmission technique, Trunks responded. It is truly hard to fathom that time travel is a reality, Son Wukong remarked. I did not come here aboard the time machine merely to share this with you. Trunks began. Well, what is it then? Son Wukong asked. On May 12th, 3 years from now, at 11 a.m. 2 exceedingly formidable beings will appear on a small island located 9 kilometers southwest of South City. Their overwhelming power is beyond imagination, Trunks warned. Are they aliens? Son Wukong questioned gravely. No, they are artificial beings created by humans, specifically engineered by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, Trunks clarified regarding the origin of their foes. The Red Ribbon Army? Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. I defeated them in my youth when they sought to gather the Dragon Balls to dominate the world. And I was the one who thwarted their plans. Son Wukong explained to Gohan, for no one had ever informed him of these events. Oh, I see, Gohan responded. Although Gohan was fully aware of the circumstances, knowing even more than Son Wukong himself, he still feigned ignorance. I have heard that the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by you, but the surviving Dr. Gero continues his research, Trunks added. Could it be that they still aspire to conquer the world? Son Wukong asked about the resurgence of the Red Ribbon Army. I do not know, but Dr. Gero has always harbored grand ambitions, Trunks admitted, also uncertain of their intentions. Dr. Gero originally aimed to create the androids as precise killing machines, but ironically, he was ultimately killed by the very creations he brought to life. Trunks paused momentarily. In other words, these androids derive pleasure from slaughter and destruction. Trunks remarked with a serious expression. You have already attained the Super Saiyan transformation and possess remarkable strength, yet you still regard them as exceedingly terrifying, Son Wukong began. But then he hesitated, refraining from continuing. Indeed, Trunks understood the implication of Son Wukong's words. I had intended to resist, but even in a one-on-one confrontation, I find myself only capable of fleeing, Trunks admitted, shame evident on his face. Wait a moment, there are only 2 of them. What about your companions? Son Wukong suddenly realized and posed the crucial question. They're all gone. 20 years from now, I will be the sole survivor, Trunks said, his expression clouded with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. In the battle 3 years from now, my father, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo will all perish, Trunks recounted the fate of their comrades. And Gohan, who managed to survive, taught me martial arts, but he too was lost 4 years ago. At this moment, Trunks could not help but glance at Gohan. Do not worry, I can already transform into a Super Saiyan now. Which signifies that your arrival has had a significant impact on our world. Such a tragedy from your future will not occur in our realm, Gohan reassured Trunks. I hope that is indeed the case, Trunks replied. What is the situation in your world? Son Wukong inquired once more. With Piccolo's passing, the Dragon Balls have vanished, and no one can be revived. The androids have become even more frenzied, committing acts of indiscriminate slaughter. The future world resembles a living hell. Trunks continued to recount the grim fate of their world. How tragic. Gohan remarked in dismay. They are indeed incredibly powerful, Trunks exclaimed. His expression filled with fervor at Gohan's words. In this setting, the combat prowess of the individuals in the world of Daidoku is established as 450 million. Significantly weaker than that of the main timeline. It remains a mystery why Piccolo and the Eternal Dragon have not reunited in the future world. If they had chosen to do so, the strength of the androids in that realm would surely have been effortlessly dismantled by Piccolo. Yet, what of my fate? Have I met my demise? Upon realizing that Trunks had not yet revealed his own circumstances, Son Wukong could no longer suppress his curiosity. You did not partake in the battle. Soon after, you fell gravely ill and subsequently passed away, Trunks explained, leaving Son Wukong utterly bewildered. What? He exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, upon hearing this news, Piccolo's expression also turned grave. You suffered from a severe heart condition, one from which even a Super Saiyan could not escape. Trunks elucidated the situation. I believe this arose from consuming that divine water while battling Demon King Piccolo, compounded by the continuous use of the Kaioken technique. After all, the divine water is a poison, and the Kaioken exerts considerable strain on the body, exacerbating the toxicity inherent in the water. Additionally, Son Gohan's unique data allows him to remain immune to illness, he added. Perhaps this is fate. The Senzabeans cannot cure diseases, Son Wukong remarked with a resigned expression. After all, illness is not classified as a physical injury. It is merely a sign of life's inevitable end, one that even the Dragon Balls cannot reverse. Son Gohan noted. It is infuriating. I am on the brink of death and cannot confront them. I feel such regret, Son Wukong lamented. Though it is regrettable not to have fought, should you not feel at least a tinge of fear upon realizing your impending demise? Trunks inquired, perplexed by Son Wukong's apparent indifference to his own mortality. Of course, I feel fear, but my greater sorrow lies in the fact that I cannot witness their might firsthand. Son Wukong replied earnestly. Trunks, we Saiyans are a warrior race. When faced with formidable foes, our first instinct is to engage in battle, Son Gohan chimed in. Truly. You embody the spirit of a Saiyan warrior, just as my mother and Gohan have described. It is truly commendable, Trunks said, as he retrieved a small vial from his pocket. When you sense the onset of your illness, please take this medicine immediately, he instructed, handing the vial to Son Wukong. What is this? Son Wukong asked, gazing in confusion at the vial Trunks had offered. This is a remedy. While your illness is currently untreatable, in 20 years, an effective cure will be available, Trunks explained. Really? That is splendid. Thank you. Why didn't you present this sooner? I worried for nothing, Son Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he clutched the vial. Chapter 89, The Transmission of Information, astonished onlookers. Truthfully, I ought not to have done this, for it could alter the course of history. Yet, if history unfolds as such, Trunks left his last thought unspoken. But both understood the implication. Perhaps a change in this future might be for the better, as it could hardly worsen. Do not dwell on it too much. Even if you had not produced this miraculous remedy, your arrival has already shifted the timeline. At the very least, I have attained the status of Super Saiyan. Son Gohan asserted earnestly. He was aware that his transformation into a Super Saiyan was not a result of Trunks' influence, but rather that Trunks' impact paled in comparison to the changes brought about by his own journey. Indeed, you have a point. If it were you, there would surely be a way to confront them, Trunks conceded. My mother toiled to create the time machine, hoping that you could save the Earth, he continued, addressing Son Wukong. Wait, your mother knows me? Son Wukong queried, perplexed. Yes, she is quite familiar with you, Trunks affirmed. Is your mother the one who invented the time machine? Could it be Bulma? Son Gohan interjected, feigning surprise. Indeed, she is over there. Trunks gestured towards a group of onlookers in the distance. It is quite evident that among that crowd, there exists only one female, Bulma. Ah, upon receiving this confirmation, Goku was taken aback, almost stumbling in shock. Bulma. He could not restrain himself from reiterating his inquiry, finding it hard to believe. Let us shift our focus to the onlookers. What are they babbling about? It is exceedingly annoying, Vegeta remarked, visibly irritated by Goku and his companion's prolonged absence. Goku appears rather astonished, Poir commented from the side. It is truly astonishing. I had assumed Bulma would marry Yamcha. Who could have guessed that she would end up with Vegeta? Goku still seemed dazed by this monumental revelation. It appears that due to Yamcha's fickle nature, Bulma's mother became quite upset, resulting in their breakup. At that time, Bulma's father was rather lonely, thus Trunks is not entirely privy to the intricacies of his parents' relationship. After all, what child would casually inquire about such matters, and which parent would candidly divulge them? Yet, their lack of marriage might also be attributed to Bulma's character. Trunks speculated uncertainly. It is perplexing, but it is indeed quite plausible. Goku could not help but glance back at Bulma and the others. I was quite young when my father passed away. This is the first time I am seeing him, Trunks said. Hence, this explains why you have been gazing at Mr. Vegeta all this time, Gohan remarked. Indeed, I had never seen my father's appearance before, Trunks acknowledged. Haha. Goku, at a loss for words, merely chuckled. He is looking over here, Yamcha noted, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Oddly enough, he is smiling at us, Poir added, equally perplexed. Please. You must not speak of this. If it jeopardizes their relationship, I may cease to exist in this world, Trunks stated earnestly to the two. This is no trivial matter. Imagine if you traveled back in time to when your father had yet to conceive you, and he proclaimed, "You little rascal. Do you believe I would castrate myself for you? I ask you, would you not be frightened?" "Worry not. I understand," Goku assured. "I would not disclose it either." Gohan pledged. "I must take my leave. My mother will be worried if I delay." Trunks remarked. "Please thank your mother for me, and I hope to alter the future." Goku replied. "After meeting you, I feel a renewed sense of hope, especially with you, Gohan. I truly did not expect you to transform into a Super Saiyan at this time," Trunks stated. "Will we meet again?" Goku inquired of Trunks. "I am uncertain. The energy required for the time machine's return takes a considerable duration to gather. If I am still alive in 3 years, I will surely come to assist you." Trunks vowed. "You must survive. We shall dedicate these 3 years to rigorous training to defeat the foes that will arise in the future," Goku declared resolutely. "Rest assured." "Leave it to us," Gohan added. Trunks gave a thumbs up to the two and then soared into the sky. 3 years, and I still have to attend school, Gohan thought, unable to suppress his frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. Why did that boy leave? The crowd observed Trunks' departure with confusion, unaware of the events that had transpired. How on earth do I convey this to everyone? Goku muttered as he walked. "Father, it is better to disclose this matter as it is of great significance," Gohan advised from the side. "Goku, what did you discuss?" Krillin inquired as Goku approached. "Well, it is not much. I shall let Gohan explain," Goku said, effectively passing the responsibility to his son. Gohan remarked that Goku was indeed well-versed in this matter. "You should share this promptly. It is exceedingly important," Piccolo interjected. "Ah, you heard?" Goku exclaimed, astonished at Piccolo's awareness. "Yes, my hearing is exceptionally acute," Piccolo replied. "What is so crucial?" Bulma asked. "If you find it difficult to articulate, do not burden Gohan. Allow me to explain," Piccolo suggested to Goku. "Truly commendable, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed with delight. However, Goku still seemed hesitant. "Do not worry. I will refrain from mentioning anything that could jeopardize his existence," Piccolo assured, indicating that he was mindful of the implications. "From this moment forth, if we wish to preserve our lives, we must train diligently," Piccolo addressed the assembly, excluding Bulma. Thus, Piccolo concealed Trunks' identity while divulging the other details, astonishing everyone present. Chapter 90, Striving for Training, Awaiting 3 Years. "It is simply incredible. He hails from the future," Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. "A time machine?" Bulma, evidently, was far more intrigued by this so-called time machine. "If you choose not to believe, then enjoy your time. I am committed to rigorous training and preparation for battle," Piccolo stated to the group. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted to the sky, where an unusual machine hovered. "What is that?" Tien asked, puzzled. "That is the time machine," Goku explained. At that moment, Trunks, seated within the time machine, gazed down at the crowd, whispering to himself. "Father, you and Mother are just as you described. I hope you can survive and support young Mother." Finally, Trunks waved to the gathering below before vanishing into the sky. "I am off to train," Tien declared. "I shall join you," Krillin added. Observing the disappearing time machine, they began to believe Piccolo's words to ensure their survival. They resolved to train earnestly. "Darn it, I will definitely survive in 3 years and become a Super Saiyan," Vegeta thought to himself. "Old man's son. If you lack the experience to teach, entrust Gohan to me for training. In these 3 years, I shall mold him into an exceptional warrior, capable of defeating any adversary," Piccolo asserted to Goku. "Haha, that will not be necessary. I will handle it myself." "If you take Gohan away, Chi-Chi will surely be furious," Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. "TCH, Gohan, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Piccolo instructed Gohan. "All right, I will remember that," Gohan promptly replied. Kakarot. "How did you survive on Namek?" Vegeta asked, voicing the confusion shared by all present. "Indeed, did not Frisia's spaceship malfunction? Even Lord Kai believes your survival is quite improbable," Yamcha remarked. "Huh, I thought I was doomed as well, but fortunately, I stumbled upon 4 or 5 spherical spacecraft nearby." Goku recounted, reflecting on the circumstances at that time. "I understand now. It was the spaceship of the Ginyu Force," Vegeta realized. "Regardless, I managed to escape from the predicament. And subsequently, the spaceship landed on Yardrat," Goku continued narrating. "The Ginyu Force had originally intended to attack Yardrat and had set their destination there. So, this peculiar outfit of yours is actually from the Yardratians," Vegeta observed, eyeing Goku's odd attire, suppressing a chuckle. "Yes, Dad, your outfit is indeed strange," Gohan chimed in. "It's even less appealing than my original Super Saiyan costume. Wait, why am I even thinking that?" Gohan quickly dismissed the image of the red outfit with a green cape from his mind. "They were quite friendly to me, even though this attire looks rather bizarre." "As all my previous clothes were torn," Goku said, glancing at his own attire. "You've been to Yardrat and haven't returned. You must have learned their extraordinary techniques," Vegeta asserted confidently. "Yes, you truly understand me," Goku replied joyfully to Vegeta. "So, you didn't return just to learn new techniques?" Krillin interjected, seemingly exasperated. "What techniques? Do tell." Bulma couldn't help but ask Goku. "Due to time constraints, I only managed to learn one technique," but it was quite arduous. That is instant transmission. Goku announced to the group. Instant transmission? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Let us witness it, shall we? Tien, a pure martial artist, expressed a keen interest in witnessing this seemingly unbelievable technique. Sure, no problem, Goku agreed. First, you must focus your thoughts on the person you wish to see. And then sense their energy to reach their location, Goku vaguely explained. Where to go? I've got it. Goku eagerly exclaimed, wanting to demonstrate the technique's effect. After uttering those words, Goku instantly vanished from their sight. I'm back. Before anyone could react, Goku reappeared before them. Is this what you call instant transmission? It seems more like a trick of super speed, Vegeta remarked, appearing skeptical of Goku's claims. Look, what is this? Goku pointed to the sunglasses he was wearing. Oh, Master Roshi's sunglasses. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that's correct. Bulma recognized the sunglasses. But that's over 10,000 kilometers away from Kame House. Incredible. Yamcha couldn't help but praise the astonishing technique. Now do you believe me? Goku boasted. Dad, you promised to teach me that technique. Gohan urged eagerly. No problem. I already promised you, didn't I? I'll start teaching you once we return, Goku assured Gohan. At that moment, Vegeta's expression soured, feeling like a fool and embarrassed. Krillin, please return the sunglasses to Master Roshi. Goku handed the sunglasses to Krillin. Sure, I'll return them, Krillin replied, donning the sunglasses. Surprisingly, they suited his bald head quite well. Let us meet 3 years later at the site of the androids. Please provide us with the time and location, Tien suggested. Oh no, I forgot. Goku exclaimed, bewildered. Gohan, do you remember? May 12th, 10 a.m., on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City, but it's best to arrive an hour early. Everyone should be there by 9, Piccolo informed the group. As expected of Uncle Piccolo, such a good memory, Gohan praised. Although Gohan had the skill of rapid comprehension, ENT paid much attention when Trunks spoke, so he was unaware of the exact time and location. Thank goodness you remembered. Goku scratched his head. Fortunately. Piccolo just heard, Yamcha commented. Chapter 91, the group's arrangements and farewells given the formidable nature of the enemy this time. Those lacking confidence should refrain from participating to avoid causing trouble for others, Piccolo advised the group. I concur. Yamcha agreed. This is clearly directed at you. You were the first to be defeated, and you haven't trained earnestly in 3 years, Vegeta retorted, casting a sideways glance at Piccolo. What did you say? If you have the guts, let us spar. Piccolo shot back, unwilling to back down. All right, everyone calm down. Goku interjected, playing peacemaker. I have a brilliant idea. Bulma suddenly spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention to her. Why not eliminate the creator of the androids, Dr. Gero, right now? Bulma declared proudly. Convinced her idea would earn her praise. All we need to do is ask Shinran to help us locate their hideout. And we could avoid a grueling battle 3 years from now. After Bulma presented her plan, the group had mixed reactions. Yes, that's a great idea. It resolves the issue without a fight. Krillin enthusiastically supported Bulma's suggestion, clearly not wanting to engage in constant battles. Anyone who dares to attempt that, I will not spare. Vegeta suddenly shouted in anger upon hearing Bulma's proposal. Why not? This is no trivial matter. It concerns the survival of Earth. Bulma retorted fearlessly, shouting back at Vegeta. Observing the situation, had Krillin not intervened, Bulma might have confronted Vegeta directly to knock some sense into him. Goku, don't you think we should proceed with this plan? Bulma questioned Goku, now that Vegeta had voiced his opposition. I'm sorry, but honestly, I prefer combat, and besides, Dr. Gero hasn't done anything wrong yet. How could we kill him? Goku replied innocently. Bulma nearly fell to the ground upon hearing this. Everyone, we need not entertain these Saiyans. They are inherently combative. If they die this time, there will be no way to resurrect them. Bulma, upon encountering Goku, found her persuasion efforts futile. So she decided to rally others to support her viewpoint. They were reluctant to trouble the Namekians again, as there was no guarantee they would lend their Dragon Balls. And the Dragon Balls on Earth could only resurrect one person at a time. Tien expressed his desire to battle and test his strength, accepting death if it came, while casting a glance at Bulma to affirm his stance. What about you all? Bulma questioned incredulously, looking at Tien. We were once enemies. I used to dislike Goku. But to resist formidable foes, we united. Over time, we became friends, Krillin chimed in, having betrayed Bulma's trust. It seems Krillin has been plotting for the beauty of Android 18 for 3 years now. I suspect this is a meticulously orchestrated scheme, he quipped. Although this was no simple task, the opponents were undeniably powerful, and Krillin had spoken many perplexing words. I do not understand your meaning, Bulma exclaimed, perplexed and unable to grasp Krillin's intentions. Without a common enemy, Piccolo should pose no problem. But what about Vegeta? That remains uncertain. We might face our demise sooner. Krillin whispered to Bulma. I can hear you, Krillin. You are correct, Bulma replied. But what do you mean by that last statement? Gohan asked, confused about why they should fear Vegeta when they had 2 Super Saiyans on their side. What do children know? Krillin retorted dismissively. Am I wrong? This is the truth. He crossed his arms, seriousness etched on his face. Fine, I suppose we must comply with your whims. As ordinary citizens, we are at your mercy. Bulma replied sarcastically to the group. Let us fight for the peace of the future. Goku suddenly raised his arm, shouting with enthusiasm. Hooray! The others chorused in agreement. What a dictator. Though I disagree with your methods, I have no choice but to join you, Bulma said with resignation. What could she do when one after another opposed her suggestions? All right, on May 12th, 3 years from now, let those with confidence gather at a designated location, Goku announced. Just as the others prepared to depart, Vegeta called out to Goku. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted, drawing Goku's attention. Do not get too cocky. Even with your transformation into a Super Saiyan, I will eventually surpass you. I am the strongest Saiyan in the universe, Vegeta proclaimed before flying away alone. We will be there 3 years hence, Tien assured the group. Goodbye. Kaiatsu waved from the air. With that, the two flew off to their training locations, readying themselves for the battle ahead. Piccolo, would you like to join me and Chi-Chi in training? We can work together, Goku proposed to Piccolo. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed eagerly from the side. Given that Gohan had learned from Piccolo's combat style, it was only fitting for Piccolo to continue instructing him. I have already stated that I will train Chi-Chi to become the strongest warrior in the world, Piccolo replied to Goku. I did not mean for you to take Gohan away. I meant for you to train with us, Goku quickly clarified, knowing that if Piccolo took Gohan, Chi-Chi would be furious. That works too, Piccolo agreed. Krillin, Yamcha, what are your plans? Goku asked, turning to the two. I will seek Master Roshi and train in my own way, Krillin responded. It was no surprise that Master Roshi was revered as a martial arts deity. Even Goku would gain significant strength under his tutelage. I won't join you. To be honest, my skills are far inferior to yours, Yamcha admitted, already resigned to his fate. I truly do not understand. Knowing he has not trained seriously for 3 years, why not just refrain from going altogether like Kaiatsu? It seems rather disruptive. In Chapter 92. Gohan's training dilemma. Goodbye, Bulma. Congratulations on your healthy baby. Goku waved to Bulma before departing with Piccolo and Gohan. Gohan and Piccolo understood Goku's intention, but Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha were left in the dark. A baby? Bulma, are you pregnant? Krillin asked, glancing at Bulma's abdomen in confusion. No, Goku is just spouting nonsense, Bulma exclaimed, baffled by Goku's earlier comment and displeased, as her relationship with Yamcha was not particularly strong at that moment. Perhaps he means we should hurry and get married to create a happy family, haha, Yamcha said, feeling overly confident. Ghost, stop talking nonsense, I don't know. To prepare for the powerful enemies that would arise in 3 years, everyone began their rigorous training, heading to various predetermined locations. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi looked at Krillin in astonishment. Krillin, are you alive or dead? Goku's ghost just arrived and stole my sunglasses. Master Roshi exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Oh, why are you wearing my sunglasses? He noticed Krillin wearing his shades. I really do not understand. Have they not sought out Master Roshi this past year? How could he be unaware that Krillin and Goku are alive? In West City, at Bulma's home, her father shouted in horror. You want to build a gravity chamber that is 300 times the normal gravity. Kakarot can train under 100 times gravity. I must surpass him by 3 times. Vegeta declared, his resolve firm after a year of contemplation. That is impossible. If your weight is 60 kilograms, that would equate to 18 tons under such conditions. Doctor, Brief exclaimed, utterly bewildered. At Goku's home on Mount Payaz, Chi-Chi, upon seeing Goku, was about to express her joy when Goku announced his desire for Gohan to join him in training. I tell you that is impossible. Goku, I refuse. We cannot disturb Gohan's studies. He has such a great talent and is excelling in school. He has the capability to attend a prestigious primary school, Chi-Chi declared loudly, staunchly opposing Goku's proposal. What does becoming stronger have to do with Gohan? You can train with Piccolo. I only let Gohan play outside to relieve his mind, not to exhaust him with training. Chi-Chi's stance was unwavering, likely due to the confidence she derived from Gohan's academic success. But we truly need Gohan's strength. Studying is essential, but Earth might face destruction in 3 years. Sun Wukong hastily explained. Sun Wufan stood there, rendered speechless. For the quarrel between his parents was a matter beyond the purview of a child. Don't feed me your nonsensical arguments. You have never once considered Wufan's future. Since our marriage, you haven't earned a single dime from me, Chi-Chi yelled at Sun Wukong, her voice rising in fury. This is my fault. The situation is dire. And Wufan is eager to join the fight. Sun Wukong felt completely overwhelmed by Chi-Chi's tirade, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Sun Wufan, too, found himself at a loss. Now was not the opportune moment to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Firstly, he had yet to fully acclimatize to the Super Saiyan form. Entering the chamber only to expend energy on familiarizing himself with this form would be a tremendous waste. After all, the opportunity to enter the hyperbolic time chamber was limited. He contemplated adapting to the Super Saiyan form first, and then utilizing the chamber to further enhance his abilities, ultimately striving to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Over the past year, Chi-Chi has harbored a profound disdain for Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan, perceiving him as akin to a delinquent youth. Consequently, the occasions on which Gohan has assumed this form have been exceedingly rare. Additionally, The hyperbolic time chamber accommodates only 2 individuals at a time, compelling Gohan to choose between training with his father, Goku, to master the power of the Super Saiyan, or honing his combat skills with his mentor, Piccolo. He simply cannot pursue both concurrently. Yet, the system, in its inexplicable whimsy, has issued a new task, presenting Gohan with an unavoidable reason to attend school. Ding! A system task has been released. Successfully enroll in the prestigious elementary school of Orange Star City. Task reward, adorable potion. Will you accept? Note, due to the system's influence, once the host enters the esteemed elementary school, he will be placed in the same class as Biddy. Upon gaining admission to the prestigious junior high school, an upgraded version of the adorable potion, the handsome potion, will be bestowed. The adorable potion, as its name suggests, renders the drinker irresistibly charming, enhancing the fondness of those around them. A veritable tool for befriending young girls. No. Scratch that. Naturally, Gohan chose to accept this task, not out of any desire to glimpse his wife's youthful form, but solely to spare Chi-Chi from sorrow. No. Absolutely not. Chi-Chi remained resolute. Mother, rest assured, I will attend school just as before. I simply need to cancel all my tutoring sessions, Gohan interjected. Do you truly believe Gohan's education is more vital than the survival of Earth? Goku queried Chi-Chi. Indeed, Mother, canceling Gohan's tutoring should pose no issue. After all, Gohan's academic performance is exemplary, Meow Meow chimed in. Yes, is there any doubt? Regardless of the circumstances, Gohan's future is paramount. Chi-Chi affirmed. Come now, what just is this? Goku chuckled, playfully patting Chi-Chi, but to everyone's astonishment, he miscalculated his strength, inadvertently sending Chi-Chi hurtling through the door. A considerable hole was left in the wall, and a tree was snapped in 2, ultimately becoming lodged against a stone. Fortunately, Chi-Chi, being a martial artist, was spared from grave injury. Otherwise, a mere mortal would have perished from such a blow. Mother. 2, both Gohan and Meow Meow rushed out to assist Chi-Chi. I'm so sorry, Chi-Chi. I truly did not intend for that to happen. Goku hastily apologized. By the way, what is the story with this cat? Goku inquired, gesturing toward Meow Meow. At this, everyone fell to the ground in disbelief. Have you only just noticed him? Chi-Chi said, exasperated. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. This is Meow Meow. I brought him home a year ago, and he has become a part of our family, Gohan explained. I look forward to your guidance, Meow Meow greeted Goku, albeit rather belatedly. Chapter 93. Entrance Examination. First encounter with Biddy. Why is it always the women who get hurt? However, Gohan must secure admission to the nearby city's prestigious elementary school, and in 3 years, he must not squander time on training any longer. Chi-Chi sat in a chair, while Goku, Gohan, and Meow Meow diligently bandaged her wounds. I am truly sorry, Goku said, tending to the injury on Chi-Chi's head. Even Super Saiyans have their vulnerabilities. Piccolo mused to himself while waiting outside, observing how a single woman adeptly handled both Super Saiyans. 3 days later, the day of Gohan's entrance examination arrived. In the Dragon Ball world, even elementary school comes with exams. I am the one who decides. For the past 3 days, Chi-Chi certainly did not allow Sun Wufan to engage in training. Neither did Sun Wukong. Instead, they took the opportunity to rest. As Sun Wukong had recently returned from another planet and needed time to acclimatize. Wufan, you must diligently complete your assignments. With your capabilities, gaining admission to a prestigious primary school should pose no challenge. Chi-Chi continuously encouraged Sun Wufan before his departure. Keep it up, Wufan. Achieve excellent results to bring joy to your mother, and then we can commence our training, Sun Wukong added. Even the little cat offered encouragement to Sun Wufan. There is no need to feel anxious. I am confident I will perform well, Sun Wufan assured them with a wave, soaring into the sky alone. What? You think it's perilous to allow a 6-year-old like Sun Wufan to go take an exam by himself? That's absurd. At this point, Sun Wufan possesses the capability to obliterate the Earth with a single energy blast. What could possibly pose a threat to him on this planet? Concerning the exam, Sun Wufan felt no trepidation. Those 6,000 points were not earned frivolously. Coupled with the intermediate calligraphy skills he acquired for 7,000 points, even if his writing was not exceptional, the quality of his presentation would certainly yield considerable advantages. After a brief period of time, Sun Wufan arrived at the examination venue for the entrance exam at Chaohong City Primary School. Truth be told, had he not paused to admire the scenery along the way, he would have arrived even sooner. Excuse me, teacher, I am here for the examination. Could you kindly open the door? Sun Wufan stated, presenting his admission ticket to the gatekeeper for verification. In the world of Dragon Ball, individuals must enter the examination hall one by one, with each person undergoing a thorough inspection regardless of whether they are students or teachers, ensuring their identities are confirmed. This approach effectively mitigates the occurrence of danger, for the world of Dragon Ball is far from tranquil. Numerous overtly terrifying organizations exist on Earth, to the extent that even the government is powerless against them. The Red Ribbon Army serves as a prime example. One might even encounter robbers on the streets one day. How amusing. Now, let me see, Son Gohan, is it? Please proceed. The teacher meticulously compared Son Gohan's appearance with the photograph on his examination permit before opening the door for him to enter the examination venue. Finally, he has entered. Now, where shall I find my examination room? After carefully storing the examination permit returned by the teacher, Son Gohan remarked. Shortly thereafter, he located his examination hall, where a list of students assigned to that room was affixed to the door. Let me check if I'm in this classroom. Li Guden, Wangermatsi, Kaya-kun, found them. Son Gohan also discovered his name. Just as he was about to enter, his gaze flicked back towards the list of names, and he suddenly froze. What in the world? Bibi Bidili. How is she here? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Ahaha. Surprised, are you? It was I who orchestrated this. The system miraculously interjected. You possess such abilities? Why was I unaware? Son Gohan asked skeptically. Of course. They are merely ordinary individuals. I can adjust their trajectories with a slight alteration. This is within my capabilities, the system replied proudly. What are the limits of your modifications? Son Gohan eagerly inquired. If the system's abilities are formidable, the scope for manipulation would be significantly expanded. Well, if calculated in terms of combat power, anything exceeding 50 would likely be unmanageable. The system pondered before responding. What? So it's merely that? It's even inferior to some leaders of the Red Ribbon Army, such as that General Blue who possesses superhuman abilities, Son Gohan scoffed. Currently, Son Gohan contemplated retrieving a sturdy bag of salt from the system's storage and hurling it to the ground forcefully. Do you think General Blue is weak in other realms? Firstly, the superpowers he possesses could even control the Son Goku of that time, defeating Krillin in a direct confrontation. He can swim in depths of several hundred or even 1,000 meters without concern for the immense water pressure. And crushing a phone booth is as simple as crumpling paper, the system lamented. Everyone can discuss what tier General Blue's strength would occupy in other worlds. I feel the manga does not fully portray his capabilities. Tao Pai Pai should also possess the ability to obliterate the moon, and he is a world-renowned assassin, proficient in various methods of killing. It is not surprising that General Blue met his demise at his hands. All right, it's my fault. I should not have held such high expectations for you. I ought to be content, Son Gohan sighed. Rest assured, to help you accurately locate Bidili, I have marked her position prominently, the system comforted. Oh, you have made indicators for me? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's interest was piqued. Son Gohan eagerly entered the classroom. And as he did, he cast his gaze upon the individuals present, nearly stumbling in shock. Is this the marker you mentioned? Son Gohan could not help but question the system. There, atop a short-haired, delicate little girl, a red virtual banner floated, seemingly without wind. Boldly inscribed with characters in Chinese, your wife Bidili is here. The system proudly declared, is it not eye-catching and easy to find? It is certainly easy to locate. But this is too. Son Gohan hesitated. What does it matter? Others cannot see it anyway, the system retorted. Fine, Son Gohan considered, recognizing the validity of that argument. Chapter 94, Getting to Know Each Other. Gift-giving Son Gohan glanced at the number on Bidili's desk, and then at the position indicated on his examination permit, discovering with astonishment that Bidili was indeed seated in front of him. It was clear to him that this was yet another of the system's machinations, truly a stroke of good fortune. At that moment, Bidili was diligently organizing her stationery on the desk. It must be noted that even the stationery required for primary school examinations in the Dragon Ball world is quite ample, including rulers, compasses, safety scissors, and calculators. Of course, the calculators were merely basic counting devices provided uniformly during registration, lacking any advanced functions. Son Gohan, on the other hand, had stored his stationery within his watch and swiftly approached his designated spot to arrange his belongings. Hey, I say, is it permissible to bring such items into the examination room? Just as Son Gohan was tidying up his desk, Bidili suddenly turned around, pointing at Son Gohan's watch. Son Gohan was taken aback, evidently surprised that Bidili would initiate a conversation. He had been pondering how to approach her while organizing his things, and now, she had addressed him directly. Isn't it allowed to bring items with storage functions into the examination room? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. He had not reviewed the examination guidelines and presumed they were similar to his previous life, merely warning against cheating or impersonation, with dire consequences for violations. Of course not. Did the watch not undergo a thorough inspection by specialized machinery upon entry? Bidili asked, perplexed. Perhaps the machine was malfunctioning? Son Gohan shrugged, unsure of what else to say. He was unaware that there existed devices specifically designed to check storage items. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising, considering that all storage-related items on Earth were developed by Bulma's father's Capsule Corporation, which likely possessed specialized equipment for such inspections. As for Son Gohan's watch, it was not a product of this world and therefore could not be detected by the Capsule Corporation's machines. All right, you should quickly stow that item away. If the teacher discovers it during the examination, it would be deemed cheating, Bidili cautioned. Thank you so much. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude to Bidili. He then retrieved his small backpack from the watch, pretending to place his watch inside the bag, effectively concealing it from prying eyes. At this moment, Sun Wufan took out a lollipop that he had stored in the system space, the very one he had drawn in Chapter 53, featuring the lazy sheep. Judging by its appearance alone, one could only wonder about its flavor. Surely it wasn't grass-flavored? Fortunately, time within the system space was static. Otherwise, after being stored for so long, the lollipop might have spoiled. As a token of gratitude, he decided to offer this lollipop to you. With that, Son Wufan placed the lollipop on Biddy Lee's desk. Do you think I'm still a child? A lollipop? No, thank you, Biddy Lee remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Son Wufan. Oh, is that so? I intended to express my gratitude sincerely, but alas, I have nothing else to offer. I truly apologize for not having anything more appealing, Son Wufan replied, adopting a profoundly sorrowful expression, tinged with a hint of despair. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Biddy Lee said, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. No, this is entirely my fault. It is my error. The atmosphere around Son Wufan grew dimmer with his words. Wait. I absolutely adore lollipops. I genuinely appreciate your gift. Biddy Lee, a mere 6-year-old girl, was momentarily taken aback by Son Wufan's display. Upon hearing Biddy Lee's response, Son Wufan's demeanor brightened, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at her. With no other option, Biddy Lee unwrapped the lollipop and placed it in her mouth. Wow, what a rich scent of grass, and there's a hint of milk. This lollipop is delightful. Where did you buy it? This is my first experience with a grass-flavored lollipop. Biddy Lee exclaimed, astonished. Is this for real? It truly has a grass flavor. Surely a strawberry flavor would be too much to ask for. Son Wufan silently fumed. This was a gift from my father's friend. I have no idea where it was purchased, Son Wufan replied. By the way, what is your name? Biddy Lee inquired. Lollipop still in her mouth. Hello, Biddy Lee. I am Son Wufan, he introduced himself. Well, the lollipop was merely a jest. I could not possibly gift you only a lollipop. This is my true gift. He then pretended to retrieve a necklace from his clothing, though in reality, it was drawn from the system space, the sun and moon necklace he had acquired in Chapter 79. Extend your hand, Son Wufan instructed Biddy Lee. Why? That is clearly a necklace. What do you want me to do with my hand? Though Biddy Lee voiced her confusion, she still extended her hand. Without answering her question, Son Wufan infused the sun necklace with his own energy, then guided Biddy Lee's hand to gently channel a small amount of her energy into the moon necklace. He was careful to extract only a tiny fraction of her energy. Being so young, Biddy Lee had yet to learn how to gather energy effectively. And extracting too much could harm her. What are you doing? Wait, why do I feel an inexplicable connection to this necklace? Biddy Lee was puzzled as she observed the moon necklace in Son Wufan's hand. She did not find it odd that he held her hand. After all, she was only 6 and lacked any such thoughts. My grasp signifies your ownership of this necklace. Thus, it is now yours, Son Wufan said, releasing her hand and presenting the moon necklace to her. It feels soft. After all, it is just a child's hand. What was I expecting? Son Wufan mused regretfully. Ownership? So, does that mean this necklace is now mine? Biddy Lee exclaimed joyfully as she seized the moon necklace. Chapter 95. Gifts and the examination begins. Given Biddy Lee's special connection to the moon necklace, it was an irresistible temptation for a curious 6-year-old girl. Yes, from this moment, the necklace is yours. Its name is the moon necklace, and it complements my sun necklace. You should try wearing it, Son Wufan suggested, donning his sun necklace first. All right, I'll give it a try, Biddy Lee said without hesitation, placing the necklace around her neck. As she did so, the necklace automatically adjusted its size to fit her perfectly. Wow, I had no idea the sun and moon necklaces had such a feature. It wasn't mentioned in the description, Son Wufan pondered, glancing at his sun necklace. Indeed, his necklace had also resized, but he had been too focused on Biddy Lee to notice. How marvelous. I feel as though I can sense your location through this necklace, Biddy Lee said, closing her eyes to concentrate. This necklace is truly special. It allows the wearers to sense each other's positions within a 2,000-meter radius, Son Wufan explained. He refrained from revealing its communication capabilities to Biddy Lee, thinking it would be amusing to tease her during the exam. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I should return it to you, Biddy Lee said reluctantly, preparing to remove the necklace. Son Wufan quickly intervened. Wait. This item has already been marked by you. It bears your signature, making it unusable by anyone else. Therefore, even if you return it, it would be of no use to me. It is better for you to keep it. He placed the necklace back around Biddy Lee's neck. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly gift you something in return. I hope we can attend the same elementary school, Biddy Lee contemplated before accepting Son Wufan's gift. Perhaps not just the same school, but even the same class. Son Wufan chuckled. Let us both strive to do well, Biddy Lee added. Through their earlier exchanges, the bond between them grew closer, and they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Before long, the bell in the classroom chimed. Ding, ding, ding. All candidates, please enter the examination room. Upon entry, maintain silence and take your assigned seats. The announcement echoed as the teacher entered with the exam papers. Son Wufan and Biddy Lee fell silent, awaiting the commencement of the examination. All right, everyone, the exam is about to begin. Please place your backpacks and any other items considered cheating in the designated area, a middle-aged male teacher with a square face instructed. Clearly, he was the chief proctor. Accompanied by two young female assistant proctors, Sun Wufan placed his small backpack in a cabinet. Even though it contained little of substance, appearances had to be maintained. I sincerely hope that everyone refrains from cheating. If you avoid cheating, you may only perform poorly on this exam. However, if you cheat, you risk receiving a score of 0. Do not let small mistakes lead to significant losses. The male chief invigilator remarked, I must remind all students facing examinations here. Never resort to cheating, regardless of the scale. Even minor acts of dishonesty fail to reflect your true capabilities, preventing you from recognizing your shortcomings after the exam. Major infractions carry severe consequences if discovered. He then inquired, does anyone have any particularly memorable experiences related to cheating during exams? Please share. Personally, I do not have any, largely because I lack the courage. Ding ding ding. The distribution of exam papers has commenced, just 5 minutes before the exam began. The announcement echoed once more as two assistant invigilators began handing out papers to the students. Let me see what questions are on this paper, thought Sun Wukong as he filled out his name and student ID, eagerly flipping through the pages. He was genuinely intrigued by the content, feeling no anxiety, as he was well versed in the material. Fill in the blank. You are too beautiful. Oh baby, you are too beautiful. The questions were not overly difficult. Most candidates should be able to answer them, Sun Wukong mused. Ding ding ding. It is now time to begin answering. As the announcement rang out again, all candidates picked up their pens and started writing. Sun Wukong swiftly seized his pen, writing with remarkable speed without a moment's hesitation. He had thoroughly reviewed the questions during the preceding 5 minutes, and he was already well aware of what answers to fill in each blank. In less than 5 minutes, he completed the entire paper, which had a duration of 120 minutes, leaving no question unanswered. Sun Wukong's extraordinary physical prowess enabled him to write at an astonishing speed. What would take an ordinary person half an hour to transcribe, he accomplished in just 5 minutes. After finishing, he placed his pen down and glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing he still had ample time. He then looked over at Piccolo, who was still furiously writing, deciding it best not to disturb her during the exam. I suppose I shall pass the time by sleeping, Sun Wukong contemplated. System. Set an alarm for 15 minutes before the end of the exam, he instructed. Thus, Sun Wukong settled into a relaxed state, finding nothing to occupy himself with, and simply laid his head down on the desk, dozing off. Initially, an invigilator noticed Sun Wukong sleeping and contemplated waking him to ensure he completed his exam. However, upon approaching and seeing the fully answered paper on his desk, he abandoned the idea and allowed Sun Wukong to continue his slumber. He finished already? Upon a closer inspection, the invigilator noted that the child's accuracy seemed quite high. As long as he did not snore and disturb others, let him be, the invigilator thought to himself. Time flew by, and while many candidates were anxiously scribbling their answers, the announcement echoed once more. Ding ding ding, there are 15 minutes remaining in the exam. At that moment, Sun Wukong woke up, having been roused by the system, not expecting to be awakened by the announcement. Chapter 96, Assistance During the Exam, Lunch. Is the exam nearing its end? Time seems to drag on during the exam. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and yawned. After waking up, he looked around at his fellow candidates and noticed that most were deeply engrossed in thought, evidently still working on their papers. Naturally, there were a few who had given up on particularly challenging questions, opting instead to meticulously review the answers they had already completed. At this moment, Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon Piccolo in front of him, who was scratching her head in frustration. He could immediately tell that she was struggling with the exam. Feeling inclined to assist her, he decided to utilize his sun necklace to communicate directly with Piccolo. This telepathic function was akin to the way the king of the other world communicated with everyone, allowing for a mental exchange that others could not overhear. Hey, Piccolo. Haven't you finished the questions yet? Sun Wukong inquired. Startled, Piccolo abruptly looked up and scanned her surroundings, appearing quite puzzled. Don't look around. I'm using the necklace I gave you to communicate. It has another feature that allows for conversation within a range of 500 meters. You should be able to feel it now, Sun Wukong continued. Wow, I can't believe this necklace has such a wonderful function. Piccolo soon responded telepathically. As the owner of the moon necklace, Piccolo naturally grasped the basic functions of the item without any difficulty. Have you completed all the questions on the exam? Piccolo asked in surprise. After all, she was seated in front of Sun Wukong and could not see the progress he had made on his paper, so she remained unaware that he had finished long ago. Of course, I've completed these questions. Feel free to ask me if you have any doubts. Sun Wukong replied with a sense of pride. Isn't that cheating? Piccolo hesitated, torn by the temptation of Sun Wukong's offer, yet reluctant to engage in dishonest behavior. Who says we're cheating? Is there a rule against communicating through telepathy during the exam? Sun Wukong countered. Look, we haven't copied answers. We aren't using any communication devices. Nor are we carrying any materials. How is this cheating? He pressed further. Yet, Piccolo seemed still somewhat uncertain. There is no buts about it. Don't you want to achieve a good score and gain admission to the prestigious primary school in Orange Star City? Sun Wukong interrupted her. All right. Then I'll tell you the questions, and you can share your answers with me. Piccolo finally acquiesced after much internal conflict. Rest assured, I've got this covered. I know all the answers, Sun Wukong assured her confidently. Let us start with this question. Kayakun, also known as Brother G, is a great artist. But people are not only discouraged from looking at him too much, but it is also strictly forbidden to approach him. Why is that? Bidalai asked, glancing at her paper. This question is simple. The answer to the first part is, because looking at him even once will cause an explosion. The answer to the second part is, getting too close will lead to being melted, Son Wukong answered. Yes, I remember now. That content is in the book. How could I have forgotten? Thank you so much. Bidalai expressed her gratitude. Who knows, perhaps we will be placed in the same class, and you can thank me then. Son Wukong teased, well aware that due to the system's influence, he would undoubtedly end up in the same class as Bidalai. Next question, time is running out. Son Wukong urged as he glanced at the clock. Oh right, during the duel between Makabaka and Peppa Pig, why did Simba from the Lion King agree to let Bear Big execute the Black Cat Sheriff? Biddy continued to inquire, and Son Wukong promptly provided his answers. Thus, within the exchange of questions and responses, Biddy completed her examination. As the bell chimed, signaling the conclusion of the test, candidates were instructed to cease writing immediately, allowing their hands to rest naturally by their sides. Any continued attempts to answer would be regarded as a violation of the rules, with the announcement echoing once more. This examination came to a flawless conclusion. The entrance examination lasts an entire day, compelling candidates to address their lunch needs directly at the examination venue. Fortunately, there exists a cafeteria. However, many individuals are apprehensive about the unfamiliarity of the local cuisine and thus opt to bring their own homemade bento. This examination has indeed been greatly aided by you. There were numerous questions I was uncertain about, but with your assistance, I am confident my results will be commendable. After finishing her preparations, Bidalai turned to Son Gohan as they exited the examination hall. There's no need to mention it. Let us find a suitable place for lunch. Or we may struggle to find a decent spot later, Son Gohan suggested, revealing his wristwatch as he stowed away his small backpack. All right, let us be off, Bidalai agreed. In a short while, thanks to their commendable physical fitness, they swiftly located a vacant seat for two in the cafeteria. What splendid fortune to find a spot so quickly. Bidalai exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, look over there. Many others have yet to secure a suitable place. It seems they will have to stand while eating, Son Gohan observed, pointing towards a cluster of individuals still searching for seats. Enough of that. Let us eat quickly, Bidalai urged, retrieving a bento box from her backpack. Bidalai's bento contained grilled fish, rice, sausages, fried chicken pieces, and some broccoli, a rather conventional assortment. Quite a sumptuous meal you have, Son Gohan remarked, eyeing Bidalai's lunch. Bidalai hails from a well-to-do family. Her father, Satan, boasts numerous accolades in martial arts and operates his own dojo, yielding substantial income. Not too shabby. What about you? What did you bring? Bidalai inquired curiously, glancing at Son Gohan. My mother prepared a generous meal for me, featuring many ingredients unique to our region, so brace yourself. Son Gohan cautioned Bidalai, anticipating her reaction to his lunch. Is it merely a matter of quantity? How peculiar can food truly be? Bidalai replied dismissively. Indeed, you are correct. Son Gohan concurred. As he spoke, Son Gohan extracted an entire roasted lizard from his wristwatch, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length. What on earth is that? Why are you eating a lizard for lunch? Bidalai exclaimed in horror. This is no ordinary lizard. It is a rare creature from my homeland. It requires 3 full days of roasting over an open flame to achieve perfect doneness, and such creatures are exceedingly rare. I seldom have the opportunity to indulge, as my mother typically reserves this delicacy for significant celebrations or my birthday, Son Gohan explained, donning a pair of plastic gloves in preparation for his meal. Would you care to try some? It is truly delectable, requiring no additional seasoning. It is a culinary marvel, Son Gohan offered, tearing off a piece of lizard meat and extending it towards Bidalai. The lizard meat was not substantial, merely the size of a strip of bacon. Son Wukong wished for Biddy Lee to sample it first. If she enjoyed it, he would give her more. Is this truly edible? Biddy Lee gazed at the lizard meat with wide eyes but hesitated to accept it. Of course it is. If it were someone else, I would be reluctant to share. Sometimes, I even snatch my father's portion, Son Wukong reassured her, tearing off a generous bite of the lizard meat with his other hand and consuming it. A look of delight spreading across his face. Well then, I'll try a piece to see how it tastes, Biddy Lee said, watching Son Wukong chew heartily. Unable to resist swallowing hard as she reached out to take a small piece of meat. Carefully, she brought it to her mouth and began to chew slowly. Suddenly, her eyes widened. This is incredibly delicious. It's still warm. The outside is crispy while the inside is tender and juicy. And it feels like every bite bursts with flavor, she exclaimed between chews. Indeed, although it can be tricky to cook thoroughly once it is roasted, it retains its warmth for a long time, so you needn't worry about it cooling down. The outer skin seals in the juices, making every bite a delight. Son Wukong explained. I never expected something that looks so peculiar could taste this wonderful, Biddy Lee remarked, glancing at the roasted lizard on the table. Noticing her fondness for it, Son Wukong tore off a generous chunk and placed it in her lunchbox. If you find it tasty, have some more, he encouraged her. Can you really finish such a large lizard? Biddy Lee asked, her curiosity piqued. Rest assured, this is hardly enough for a meal for me. I have more food than just this, Son Wukong replied, producing a large platter of roasted salamanders from his watch. Although they were only about 10 centimeters long, the platter was overflowing. What is this? And can you truly finish all this food? Biddy inquired, eyeing the table laden with offerings. This is roasted salamander. The meat is exceptionally tender. And don't worry, I assure you I can finish it all, he said, placing a pair of chopsticks filled with roasted salamander into her lunchbox. Let's see how this tastes, Biddy said, feeling more open to trying these unusual dishes after her experience with the roasted lizard. She took a piece of the roasted salamander and began to chew eagerly. This is incredibly tender. Even the bones are soft enough to swallow. She marveled. Delicious, isn't it? When you come over to my house to play, I'll have my mother prepare some for you, Son Wukong promised. He then revealed an array of peculiar dishes such as fried frog bears, stewed wolf snakes, and steamed shrimp heads, all in generous portions. Many of the creatures were entirely unfamiliar to Biddy, reinforcing the notion that Bao Bao Mountain was a remarkable place. Eventually, Son Wukong produced a large bucket of rice. Can you truly finish this? It looks like enough food for dozens of people. Wasting food is not a good habit. Biddy questioned, clearly astonished. My mother says I shouldn't eat too much on exam days, as it can affect my performance. So I only need to be 6 or 7/10 full for lunch, and I'll have a proper meal at home tonight, Son Wukong explained, deftly scooping rice without any hint of difficulty in his speech despite chewing. What kind of person is Son Wukong? How can he eat so much? Biddy thought to herself, bemused. She sampled the various foods Son Wukong had brought, puzzled by why the steamed shrimp head fish had a flavor reminiscent of lychee. After devouring his meal with remarkable speed, Son Wukong left Biddy astonished at his capacity. The afternoon exam passed without incident, with Son Wukong's assistance. Biddy was able to answer all the questions. As it came time to part ways, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help during the exam. There were many questions I couldn't answer. It was nothing. In 2 months, we will be starting elementary school. Hopefully, we can be in the same class. It should be no problem getting into the same school, Son Wukong replied. Yes, perhaps my father will take me to your house to play, Biddy suggested. You're always welcome, Son Wukong assured her. Wait a moment, my father has arrived. I'll call him over so you can meet him, Biddy said, waving to a muscular man with a tousled hairstyle. This must be Satan, Son Wukong thought, sensing the man's strength among ordinary earthlings. Biddy appeared to be speaking with Satan, pointing in Son Wukong's direction. Soon after, Satan approached, accompanied by Biddy. Hello, young man. Your name is Son Wukong, right? Biddy told me that having a friend like you during this exam is quite fortunate for her, Satan said, ruffling Son Wukong's hair with a smile. Hello, uncle. I should be the one saying how pleased I am to meet Biddy, Son Wukong responded. Hey, you would tell my father I helped you with answers during the exam, would you? He whispered to Biddy using his telepathic necklace. What are you thinking? I would never share such things. I only mentioned that you treated me to lunch, Biddy replied, rolling her eyes, but still conveying the message to Son Wukong. That's a relief, he sighed inwardly. If you both end up in the same class, I can invite you over to my house, Satan added, viewing the 2 6-year-olds as innocent children without any ulterior motives. Of course, I will accept the invitation, Son Wukong agreed readily. Well, Biddy and I must be on our way. You wait here for whoever is coming to pick you up. Please don't wander off or go with strangers. Satan cautioned. Right, we have to leave now. Be careful on your own, Biddy added as they bid farewell. Thank you for your concern, Son Wukong replied, watching as Satan led Biddy away. Honestly, I would love to encounter a child abduction incident. I want to witness the look of shock on their faces when they see me punch a car to pieces, he mused, as Son Gohan pondered to himself. He couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Subsequently, he ventured to a secluded spot, took off, and soared towards his home. Since this trip was to return home, and he was to undergo training afterward, Son Gohan did not waste too much time during the flight. With all his might, he soon arrived at the Bowsy Mountain. Mom, I'm back from the exam, Son Gohan exclaimed as he entered the house. Gohan, you're back. How did the exam go? Are you confident? Chi-Chi, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, inquired. Don't worry, Mom, I'm very confident. I'm sure I aced the exam. I could tackle all the questions. Son Gohan replied with assurance. I knew my Gohan would excel. Your father is currently on the back mountain training with Piccolo. They mentioned that you should join them once you return. I really don't understand what they're thinking. Remember to come home early for dinner, Chi-Chi told Son Gohan. All right, Mom. With 2 months until school starts, can I take a break during this time? Son Gohan asked Chi-Chi. Take a break? You think I don't know you? You just want to follow your father and join him in his training. Fine, consider this your reward for the exam, Chi-Chi responded, somewhat exasperated. Hee, I'm off. Son Gohan chuckled sheepishly before swiftly heading towards the back mountain. Son Gohan felt the energy of Piccolo and Goku, and before long, he found them. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in a sparring match, both airborne, exchanging kicks and punches in a lively manner. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, I'm back. Son Gohan called out from the ground, looking up at the sky. Oh, Gohan, you're back. How did the exam go? Goku halted his movements and approached Son Gohan. Piccolo also ceased his energy manipulation and floated down beside them. Well, it went well. We're about to start training now. I managed to convince Mom to give me 2 months, Son Gohan said joyfully. Impressive. I knew you could do it, Goku exclaimed, realizing the effort he had put in to carve out training time for Gohan, which had been quite challenging, as Chi-Chi was not easily swayed by the idea of protecting the Earth. Time is still reasonable, Piccolo remarked thoughtfully, acknowledging Goku's struggles to secure training time for Gohan. Okay, Dad, didn't you say you would teach me instant transmission? Can we start now? Son Gohan looked at Goku with anticipation. Well, I initially intended to teach you this last, but since you have such a long time to train, I've decided to teach it to you now. This technique requires constant practice and can be time-consuming, and you might not have such ample time later, Goku contemplated, stroking his chin. Learning this technique took me a whole year to master. Is there really enough time to teach Gohan? It might be better to focus on enhancing his own strength. Piccolo interjected discontentedly. This technique is highly practical. It allows for the transportation of others as well, and can be used unexpectedly in combat to catch opponents off guard. Goku countered, emphasizing the utility of instant transmission. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, I also believe this technique is quite useful, Son Gohan chimed in. Fine, do as you wish. I'll go practice by myself, Piccolo said, flying off to another part of the mountain, seemingly to meditate. Son Gohan had also employed this method of training during their journey to Namek. Alright, Gohan, let me share some fundamental information about instant transmission. This technique isn't a combat move, but a special ability that allows one to move from one place to another without any travel time. However, to utilize this technique, you must sense the opponent's energy to teleport to their location. You've already mastered sensing energy, so I won't elaborate further, Goku explained. However, this technique cannot be used in deserted areas and has distance limitations. If the opponent's energy is too far away or too weak, you won't be able to reach their location, Goku added, outlining some drawbacks of instant transmission. Chapter 99, Mastery and Goku's Health Issues. Learning instant transmission shouldn't be too difficult. In the original story, Cell and Bu learned it merely by observing my father a few times. With live instruction now, I should be able to grasp it within a month. Son Gohan mused. I believe Cell's inherent talent surpasses that of Son Gohan. After all, our classmate Cell merely copied others' homework without ever putting in the effort to train himself. He relied too heavily on absorbing the powers of androids 17 and 18 for his growth. Even during the game, he didn't train much. And it's clear he relied on his Saiyan cells to achieve his power. Moreover, Cell only revived once after near death and, after expelling Android 18, reached a level comparable to Super Saiyan Gohan in his second form, showcasing significant growth. As for Kid Bu, lacking rationality, he is exceptionally pure and learns techniques rapidly. Goku took a year to learn because he had no one to reference and had to figure it out himself, which slowed his learning process. Thus, it's reasonable to depict Son Gohan's learning of instant transmission as not being so swift. When I use instant transmission, I place 2 fingers on my forehead. But it's not a requirement. I do this merely to help me concentrate. You can still execute instant transmission without placing your fingers there. Whether you can reach that level depends on your own efforts, Goku clarified with another helpful tip. Got it. I'll remember all of this, Son Gohan said to Goku. Then let us begin training. You must practice diligently, Goku instructed as he commenced his formal teaching. Time passed gradually, and the night enveloped the mountain. Due to Son Gohan having consumed night vision medicine, the darkness posed no challenge to him, yet it signified that it was time to head home for dinner. At this moment, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan were exceedingly hungry. Son Wukong had spent the afternoon engaged in rigorous training, while Son Gohan had not eaten enough at noon. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, their appetites had noticeably increased. Fortunately, they could manage with a hearty meal every few days. Otherwise, Chi-Chi would have to remain perpetually in the kitchen. Piccolo, would you care to join us for dinner? Son Wukong called out toward Piccolo's direction. Dad, Namekians don't require food. They only need water to sustain themselves, Son Gohan chimed in. Realizing that Son Wukong was unaware of this fact about Namekians and thus began to explain. Indeed, I do not need to eat. For the time being, you should teach Gohan that instant transmission technique. I will return to my training. Once Gohan has mastered it, I will come to find you. Piccolo replied before soaring away from the Bowsy Mountain, his destination unknown. Well, since Piccolo has left, let us hurry home and not keep your mother waiting, Son Gohan said. No longer concerned about Piccolo, and accompanied Son Wukong back. In the days that followed, Son Gohan diligently learned instant transmission from his father, mastering the technique sooner than expected, within just 20 days. He still needed to touch his forehead with his finger to concentrate, but he was thoroughly satisfied, as all that remained was personal practice. All right, Gohan, I never anticipated you would grasp instant transmission in such a short time. Back in my day, it took me considerable effort to master it, Son Wukong remarked as he watched Gohan materialize back from Chi-Chi's side. Now that you have learned it, why not use your instant transmission to summon Piccolo here? Son Wukong suggested. All right, I can sense Uncle Piccolo's energy, Son Gohan replied, vanishing from Son Wukong's sight. In the next instant, Son Gohan appeared before Piccolo, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Upon Gohan's arrival, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, his aura surging forth. Only after recognizing Gohan did he relax his energy. Gohan? I was completely unaware of your arrival. You have learned instant transmission? Piccolo asked as he stood up. Previously, Piccolo believed that the user of instant transmission could be sensed beforehand, but the recent event revealed to him that it was, in fact, a technique that could go unnoticed. Yes, I have mastered it. I came to seek you out for the next stage of my training, Gohan replied. So this is instant transmission? Truly remarkable. In an unexpected moment, no one can defend against your attack. It seems this technique is far more formidable than I initially thought, Piccolo acknowledged. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Please place your hand on my shoulder, and I will use instant transmission to take you to my father, Gohan suggested. How convenient, Piccolo mused, albeit having to extend his arm due to the height difference to rest his hand on Gohan's shoulder. Once Piccolo successfully placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder, with a whoosh, they vanished from their location and reappeared before Son Wukong. Ah, you've arrived, Piccolo, Son Wukong greeted as he noticed their presence. Enough chit-chat. 3 years can seem both long and short. If you wish to avoid being defeated and killed by enemies, do not waste time here, Piccolo admonished Son Wukong. Haha. I truly wish to battle those formidable foes in the future. I wonder if, after 3 years of training, we will emerge victorious, Son Wukong laughed. By the way, speaking of which, has there been any sign of your illness? Piccolo suddenly inquired. Not yet. Perhaps the time has not come. I fear that the medicine Trunks gave me is only effective during an outbreak, which is why I have yet to take the special medicine, Son Wukong responded. His brow furrowed. He could accept dying in battle, but he truly did not wish to succumb to illness. Chapter 100, Elementary School, System Patch. So, where is that special medicine? Piccolo asked, considering Son Wukong's explanation sensible, as the special medicine was limited to just 1 bottle and should not be wasted. I have the special medicine with me. I can use it whenever necessary, Gohan replied to Piccolo's inquiry about its whereabouts. That works. Let us commence our official training. Gohan has little time left, Piccolo stated. First, Gohan will train in combat techniques with you, and then he will develop his Super Saiyan abilities with me. Son Wukong outlined his plan. Sounds like a solid plan, Piccolo agreed. Gohan had no objections. It was an appropriately tailored strategy for their current circumstances. The days of training were often monotonous and lacked any remarkable events worth detailing. One morning at Baozi Mountain, in Son Gohan's home. Gohan, rise and shine. Today is your first day of elementary school. You cannot be late. Meow Meow called as she opened Gohan's bedroom door. Oh, it's Meow Meow. Has Mom finished preparing breakfast? Son Gohan replied, already dressed and tidying his bed. For context, when Gohan applied to elementary school, the school had already sent along the uniform, various textbooks, and information on his class along with the acceptance letter. The clothing sizes had been filled out during the application process, and exchanges were possible if needed. Ah. So you are awake. Mom has made breakfast. Since you had a big meal last night, I didn't prepare much for breakfast and lunch today. Meow Meow informed him before leaving the room to assist with household chores, while tidying his bed. Gohan merely crumpled the blanket into a ball and tossed it onto the bed, primarily to allow the sunlight to hit it. After all, as a boy who yearned for battle, he would hardly keep things meticulously tidy. Without waiting too long after Meow Meow left, Gohan exited his room and made his way to the dining area, where Chi-Chi had prepared a bento for him. Though not particularly hungry, it was still wise to eat something every day. Gohan, there are some ham and buns on the table. Make do with that. For lunch, I've prepared fried pork ribs and pork chop rice, Chi-Chi said to Gohan. All right, this is already quite a feast. It must be delicious, Gohan exclaimed, grabbing a bun and taking a bite. Delicious. It's made with lamb stuffing. By the way, isn't Dad coming home for dinner? Gohan asked between bites. You need not worry about him. He left early this morning to train with Piccolo. Gohan, today is your first day at school. Make sure to study hard and build good relationships with your classmates. Chi-Chi prepared a wholesome bento for her son Wukong, sitting opposite him as she lovingly observed him enjoy his meal while imparting some essential school-related advice. Good mom, I've memorized it. I'll behave at school, Wukong said, swallowing the last bite and wiping his mouth. Have you gathered all the necessary items for school? Chi-Chi inquired. I packed everything last night. I just need the bento I prepared now, Wukong replied. Furthermore, remember not to engage in fights at school. Strive to be a good child. However, if someone provokes you first, you need not hold back, as long as you don't go overboard. If it comes to that, I will certainly assist you in discussing the matter with their parents. After handing the bento to Wukong, Chi-Chi added, one should not underestimate Chi-Chi's temperament. She is a martial artist, and in the original story, she personally trained her son, Sun Wutian, as a legitimate descendant of the Turtle School. She could effortlessly handle 100-strong armed force. No, I want to get into conflicts with my classmates. Wukong quickly shook his head, realizing that if Chi-Chi were to confront the other child's parents, they might not return unscathed. All right, Mom, I'm heading out, Wukong said, storing his bento. Be careful on your way. Chi-Chi waved goodbye as he reached the door. Upon stepping outside, Wukong soared into the sky, glancing at his watch. I still have half an hour. There's no need to rush, he murmured to himself. Thus, he leisurely made his way to Orange Star City, landing in a secluded area before heading towards the school. Upon arriving at the school gates, the sun pendant around his neck reacted, sensing Videl's presence. It seems that little Videl has arrived quite early. I suppose she has sensed my approach, Wukong thought, without delving into further details. It's worth noting that Orange Star Primary School boasts a considerable expanse. Upon reaching the entrance, Wukong found himself within the pendant's range. As the school's buildings were not situated on the outskirts, complemented by the playground, gymnasium, and garage, rendering it quite spacious for an elementary school. However, to his surprise, as soon as he stepped through the school gates, a system notification suddenly echoed. Ding! Host successfully entered the primary school, completing the system task. Reward: adorable potion has been automatically used. In an instant, the 6-year-old Wukong's already charming visage became even more pristine and delicate. A sight that would leave some admirers utterly entranced. If placed among a group of elderly women, he would undoubtedly find himself cornered. However, before Wukong could process this, another system voice chimed in. System patch added. Changes as follows. 1. The exchange of magic beans for points now costs half of all points each time. 2. The minimum points for exchanging magic beans is now 5,000. 3. Only 3 magic beans from the system store may exist simultaneously. Beautiful Chinese dialogue. Is this system playing games with me? You're utterly useless, and now you pull this stunt. It's as if you're determined to prevent me from utilizing your features. Wukong erupted in frustration at the system. This is not the outcome I desired. I am the victim here. The system replied, sounding quite aggrieved. What do you mean? Unless you explain this clearly, I want to let this go. Wukong retorted, still seething with anger. Indeed, anyone in such a situation would find it hard to remain calm. Didn't you see? That was a system patch directly affecting me. How could I possess such capability? The system explained to Wukong. Then what is going on? Where did this patch come from? Wukong inquired again. It was enforced by the authorities over there. I have no control over it. They claim that my level of system lacks the qualification to freely exchange magic beans. It's fortunate they haven't taken them all away, the system lamented. What authorities? Do you have a specialized organization managing this? Wukong asked eagerly. Of course. It's impossible to switch systems. The authorities are the Systems Supervision Department, which exists to prevent systems from harming hosts or assisting them for illegitimate reasons. As I mentioned before, I didn't originally possess magic beans. I merely acquired them myself and had hidden them well until now. The system succinctly addressed Wukong's queries. How were you discovered now? Didn't you hide them well before? Wukong queried, puzzled. Well, entering the primary school is a main storyline task. As we reached this pivotal moment, the authorities naturally sent someone to take a look. I didn't expect them to be so vigilant this time and get caught so quickly, the system clarified. Let us cut to the chase. What is the plan? You must provide me with an explanation. Wukong insisted, unwilling to relent. How about this? I will open a passage to the Dragon Ball movie world for you. Whenever you find the time, you can explore it, the system proposed in a conciliatory tone. A movie? At least I can freely use every Dragon Ball movie. And while there isn't much of value, I could perhaps acquire Dale's Spirit Fruit, which should enhance my abilities. I'll also see if I can learn Dragon Fist. Wukong contemplated, unable to resist the allure of the system's suggestion. Dale's Spirit Fruit is cultivated by absorbing the energy of an entire planet. Consuming it will nourish the body with energy, so I believe that regardless of the time, eating the Spirit Fruit will always be beneficial for strength. Moreover, the Spirit Fruit is exclusively for gods. I believe that if Wukong consumes it, it will undoubtedly enhance his strength, especially after the old Supreme Kai unlocked his potential. Wukong mused internally. Just a reminder, you can only access the movie world set in the main timeline that has already passed. For any future timelines, such as Dragon Ball Z Movie 5, The Strongest versus The Strongest, you can enter. But you cannot access Dragon Ball Z Movie 6, Clash of the 100 Billion Energy Warriors or any subsequent worlds, as Vegeta has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. The system reminded Wukong. I understand your point. I can only progress forward, not backward. I could even visit the world of my father during his childhood, Wukong concluded. As Son Wukong strolled towards his classroom, he muttered to himself that he could not simply linger at the school gate. Indeed, you understood correctly. This was also to prevent him from encountering insurmountable foes. For instance, if he were to meet Broly now, he would undoubtedly be at his mercy. Along with the malevolent energy waves and that creature sealed within the music box, beings who could effortlessly overpower even his father's Super Saiyan 3 form. The system explained to Son Wukong. Pray tell, how would you confront them? Well, you are right. At this moment, I couldn't even contend with the androids 13, 14, and 15, who are significantly weaker than androids 17 and 18, Son Wukong conceded, recognizing the truth in the system's words. These were foes beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, if I were to enter the world where Son Wukong originally exists, what identity would I assume? He inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. You would exist similarly to Trunks visiting your realm. You would not replace the original Son Wukong. Rather, both of you would coexist. albeit without creating an entirely new timeline as Trunks did. The system responded. All right, that seems acceptable. You may withdraw now. Son Goku snapped his fingers, acknowledging that since the patch had been applied, there was little he could do. He was quite content with the fact that he could now access the Dragon Ball movie universe. Enjoy yourself. And let me know when you wish to visit the movie world, the system concluded, falling silent. True. But it is still rather disheartening to lose a perfectly good source of Sinza beans, Son Goku lamented. Before long, he spotted his classroom. Having previously studied the school map, he had committed every building to memory. Goku, I knew you would come to this school. I sensed you just now. Which class are you in? As soon as Biddy extended her telepathic reach, she immediately inquired about his class. All students entering the prestigious Orange Star Primary School had been selected through examinations. So there had yet to be any distinction between key classes or elite classes. All classes were uniformly equipped with teaching resources and materials. And the class sizes were merely numerical. Oh, it's you, Biddy. I'm in class Red Star 5. What about you? Are we in the same class? Though Sun Wukong had anticipated that Biddy would be in his class, he feigned ignorance while asking. Fantastic. I'm also in class Red Star 5. We are in the same class. Biddy Lee's voice rang with excitement in Sun Wukong's mind. Which movie do you want to watch first? Feel free to share, he replied. Really? What a coincidence. Sun Wukong responded, equally thrilled. Come quickly. I'll save you a seat so we can sit together, Biddy Lee urged telepathically. In a new environment. Biddy Lee, being a mere 6-year-old, naturally gravitated towards familiar faces. It was not uncommon for her to find herself in a class without any previous acquaintances. All right. I appreciate you reserving a seat for me. I'll be there shortly, Sun Wukong communicated back. Hurry up, she urged. The distance was not great. And with Sun Wukong's intentional haste, he arrived at the classroom in mere minutes. Over here. Wukong, I'm here. The moment he stepped into the classroom, Biddy Lee stood up and waved at him. All right, I hear you. Now, please take your seat, Sun Wukong said hurriedly. The once lively classroom, filled with chatter, fell silent at Biddy Lee's shout, all eyes turning towards Sun Wukong. Though he was not particularly bashful, he could not help but feel the weight of his classmates' gaze upon him. Well, is this boy in our class? How adorable. I just want to ruffle his hair. It must be so soft. Indeed. I'm sure his cheeks are squishy too. I've decided. I want him as my desk mate. A group of girls clustered together, animatedly discussing the newly arrived Sun Wukong, showering him with compliments. Hey, did you see that classmate? He's so cute. Do any of you know him? No. But everyone seems quite friendly. I'm sure I can make plenty of friends here. The boys too were amicable towards Sun Wukong, as those who managed to enter this esteemed primary school were unlikely to lack good upbringing. At their tender age, they bore no ill intentions. Thus, the clutch of jealousy and sabotage upon witnessing Sun Wukong's popularity among the girls did not unfold. Wukong, why do I feel like you've changed so much in just 2 months? Biddy Lee gazed at him, seemingly entranced, unable to comprehend why he appeared so much more handsome. Hey, Biddy Lee, snap out of it. You can look at me anytime, he teased, waving his hand before her eyes. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, really. I was just lost in thought, Biddy Lee stammered, quickly turning her head away, her cheeks flushed. It seemed the charm of the adorable potion was indeed potent. Effectively captivating Biddy Lee, Sun Wukong felt a swell of pride. Who wouldn't he want to be found attractive by someone they admired? Although he could not act yet, time was on his side. Such matters should be nurtured from a young age for true enjoyment. As they chatted, the teacher entered the room unbeknownst to them, and the previously bustling classroom fell into silence. The teacher was a middle-aged man with a round face and square glasses, possessing a scholarly air and a notably amiable demeanor. Ding ding ding. Before the teacher could reach the podium, the bell rang. All right, students, please quiet down. Starting today, I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, responsible for your mathematics lessons. The teacher addressed the assembled students before turning to the blackboard to write, evidently preparing to inscribe his name. My name is Wamei Qian. You may call me Teacher Qian or Teacher Wa. Let us strive for progress together. After finishing his name on the board, Teacher Qian smiled at the class. It appeared that this teacher was quite approachable. Requesting leave should be relatively simple. As long as he maintained good grades, he anticipated no significant issues. If all else failed, he could always opt for a leave of absence 3 years later, which would not adversely affect his academic record. As Sun Wukong gazed at the jovial Mr. Qian, he couldn't help but ponder within himself. Everyone turned to the second page of their textbooks as Mr. Qian commenced his lesson. Sun Wukong, upon reaching his seat, promptly retrieved his book and began to peruse it. Time slipped away, and with the ringing of several bells, the school day concluded. After the teacher assigned the homework for the day, the students dashed out of the classroom without a moment's hesitation. Sun Wukong walked alongside Biddy, both of them sharing laughter as they made their way towards the school gate. Hey, Biddy, Dad is over here. Look this way. As they reached the school entrance, Satan bellowed at them, completely oblivious to the curious glances of others. Reminiscent of Biddy's earlier demeanor that morning. Biddy, is your father always like this? A large bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's forehead as he curiously inquired. Not really. Usually, our driver comes to pick me up. Perhaps it's because today is my first day at school that my dad decided to come. Bidalai replied after a moment's thought, evidently unaware of what Son Wukong was truly asking. It was also possible that she believed there was nothing amiss with Satan's behavior. Never mind, never mind. When Bidalai grows a bit older, she'll naturally understand. It's best not to dwell on these details, Son Wukong mused, shaking his head in resignation. After all, she was destined to be his future wife. What else could he do? Oh, isn't this the friend Bidalai mentioned during her exam? Son Wukong, right? It seems you two are indeed in the same class. How delightful, fate is truly wondrous. Satan exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter upon seeing Son Wukong. This is quite understandable. After all, what father would wish for his child to encounter friends or acquaintances in a new environment? Greetings, uncle. I am also delighted to meet someone better than Dilly. Son Wukong greeted Satan with utmost politeness, mindful of maintaining decorum in the presence of his future father-in-law, ensuring no unfavorable impressions would linger in his mind. Upon my inquiry, it appears that Satan and Krillin are of the same age, both a year older than Son Wukong. Hence, while I shall refer to Krillin informally, I shall address Satan with the respect befitting an elder. Ha ha ha, still as courteous as ever. After a few months apart, you have become even more endearing. I can hardly resist the urge to take you home with me. I shall entrust you with the care of Dilly at school. Satan affectionately ruffled Son Wukong's hair. Clearly taken with the charming little fellow. Rest assured, leave it all to me. I will look after Dilly diligently. Son Wukong replied with earnestness upon hearing Satan's words. Since you have expressed such confidence, I shall comply with your wishes, having garnered the consent of my father-in-law, Son Wukong mused internally. Dad, I do not require anyone's assistance. Dilly exclaimed loudly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each returned to their homes. School life remained refreshingly pleasant, and time flew by swiftly. A year later, Son Wukong found himself welcoming his very first summer vacation in this world. At Son Wukong's school, each semester comprised 4 examinations, 2 monthly tests, 1 midterm, and 1 final exam. For each examination, if he secured the top rank in his class or grade, his system would reward him with a certain number of points. Monthly test, class first, 800 points, grade first, 1,000 points. Midterm exam, class first, 1,500 points, grade first, 2,000 points. Final exam, class first, 2,000 points, grade first, 3,000 points. In the entrance examination, Son Wukong achieved the highest score in the city, earning him 3,000 points. Over the course of 2 semesters and 8 examinations, he meticulously managed his points and purchased 3 beans at 5,000 points each, which were the lowest priced celestial beans. Currently, Son Wukong's remaining points stand at. On this day, Gohan was training alongside Piccolo, engaged in a spirited aerial skirmish. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, causing all 3 of them to halt involuntarily. It was Vegeta. He had finally ascended to Super Saiyan. This development certainly bolstered their chances. Even if they vanquished the malevolent androids, they now had a formidable opponent. Goku, observing the direction from which the energy surged, expressed his delight at Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Piccolo, standing nearby, voiced his reservations, indicating that Vegeta was indeed a threat and not an easy companion. Shall we pay a visit to Mr. Vegeta? His transformation is certainly a cause for celebration, Gohan suggested to the two. He was taken aback that Vegeta had achieved Super Saiyan status at this time, as the original storyline did not specify a time frame for this event. Trunks would not be born for another year and a half, implying that Bulma had yet to conceive. Gohan pondered whether Vegeta and Bulma were together at this moment. Nevertheless, he reasoned that a brief visit to confirm would be worthwhile. Gohan, you make a valid point. I recall your mother mentioning that one should bring gifts when visiting others. Should we prepare something? Goku inquired, pondering the idea of gift-giving, a concept he had never been taught. Never mind. Vegeta is not one to care for such things. We can simply go as we are, Gohan replied, dismissing Goku's inclination to present gifts. All right, Piccolo, will you join us? Goku turned to Piccolo. I'll pass. You two can go alone. Piccolo declined the invitation. Gohan, let's use instant transmission to get there, Goku suggested, and upon seeing Piccolo's refusal to join, he vanished before the two. Uncle Piccolo, I'm going now, Gohan announced. Go ahead, Piccolo replied. Gohan placed his fingers to his forehead, locating Vegeta's energy signature, and with a swift motion, he instantaneously transported himself there. Upon his arrival, he found that his father had already taken off as a Super Saiyan, with Vegeta hastily following suit. Rewind a few seconds. At that moment, Goku had just appeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly turned, and upon recognizing Goku, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. I too have become a Super Saiyan. As the Prince of the Saiyans, my power must surpass yours. Let us engage in battle. Vegeta, still in his Super Saiyan form, clenched his fist at Goku. I just got here. Are we fighting already? Goku responded, astonished by Vegeta's eagerness. Spare me the small talk. Will you fight or not? Vegeta remained undeterred. Of course I will. Goku's demeanor sharpened as he spoke. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan himself. Let us find an open space. We can start our battle where we first fought, Goku declared, taking off into the sky. Ha ha ha, just as I hoped. Vegeta laughed heartily as he followed. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you both leaving? Gohan exclaimed, baffled at their sudden departure. What are you two making such a racket for? Bulma's voice echoed as she approached. Having noticed the commotion in the backyard. Oh, Gohan? What are you doing here? Where is that Vegeta guy? Bulma asked, surprised to see Gohan, but noticing the absence of others. I came with my dad, but I think they went off to spar, Gohan speculated to Bulma. I can never understand what those battle maniacs are thinking. Since you're here, would you like something to drink or eat? I'll go fetch something, Bulma offered. No. I'm fine for now. By the way, where's Uncle Yamcha? I haven't seen him around, Gohan inquired, curious about the status of Bulma's relationship with Yamcha. Don't even mention that guy. He is always gallivanting around, so I kicked him out of my house. Gohan, you must promise me not to follow in his footsteps. Bulma vented, clearly frustrated with Yamcha's behavior. Chapter 104, Playing Matchmaker, 300x Gravity Room haha. Let's not dwell on him. By the way, does Mr. Vegeta live here with you? Gohan quickly shifted the topic, noticing Bulma's irritation. Yes, he has been staying with me. It's just an extra room and a few more meals to prepare. Nothing too burdensome for my household, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Bulma's family was the wealthiest in the world, and their capsule corporation was worth billions, making it effortless to accommodate Vegeta. Are you really letting him stay here without any responsibilities? Gohan asked, puzzled. I suppose so. I've been housing a freeloader all this time, Bulma exclaimed, smacking her forehead in realization. Really? This is the most intelligent person on Earth, and it took this long to figure it out? Gohan thought, both astonished and bemused. Bulma sometimes struggles to connect the dots. In the original story, she created drones capable of transmitting images using rudimentary tools on Master Roshi's island during Goku's battle with the Red Ribbon Army, yet she can't fathom how to notify others. You could have him assist you with tasks, like moving heavy equipment, Gohan suggested. But would he help? What if he acts up? Bulma hesitated. Rest assured, he is the prince of the Saiyans and possesses an immense sense of pride. After staying with you for so long, he won't cause any trouble, Gohan reassured her. You have a point, but I don't really need his help. The workers we hire can handle regular tasks, and we have the right tools for anything more complicated. Bulma lamented. Have you not spoken to him at all? Gohan pressed. He was eager to facilitate a connection between Bulma and Vegeta, especially with Yamcha out of the picture. Honestly, our conversations amounted to him demanding meals from me. I never thought much of it before, but now it really annoys me. Bulma clenched her fists. Have you considered being with Mr. Vegeta? Gohan asked directly. Huh, you mean me and Vegeta? Bulma incredulously pointed at her own nose and said, yes. Is there a problem? Isn't he still just a person? What is wrong with being with him? Son Gohan replied matter-of-factly. While this statement held some truth, Bulma pondered. But with someone like Vegeta, how could he possibly care about such things? His mind is consumed with thoughts of battle and conflict. That may not be the case. Son Gohan countered. He is one of the last pure-blooded Saiyans, and on top of that, he possesses royal blood. Surely he harbors a desire to continue his lineage. Bulma found his reasoning somewhat intriguing. Really? That does seem to carry some weight. Wait a minute, Son Gohan suddenly realized. Are you saying you don't dislike Mr. Vegeta? In fact, you find him somewhat interesting? Bulma's curiosity piqued as she responded. Well, there is a bit of truth in that. After all, my relationship with Yamcha has stagnated for quite some time. When I first met you, I was genuinely shocked to discover that your father had a son, and one who was younger than me. Recalling those astonishing experiences, Bulma smiled. Enough of this talk. I'm still a child, and there is no need to concern myself with such matters. By the way, I've noticed that peculiar object in the yard that resembles the spaceship my father and I used on Namek. What is that? Son Gohan pointed towards the large machine in the garden. Ha ha ha, you're right. Why am I discussing such things with a child like you? As for that object, it is a gravity chamber that Vegeta requested my father to build. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Indeed, I was right. That is Vegeta's gravity chamber. Son Gohan thought to himself. Is Mr. Vegeta training in there every day? He inquired. Yes, indeed. It is far superior to your father's chamber. Your father's can only achieve a maximum of 100 times gravity, whereas this one can reach up to 300 times. I have no idea how Vegeta manages to withstand it. Bulma explained as she led Son Gohan to the side of the gravity chamber. Can I try it out? Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. By the way, why do I feel like you have become even more adorable since I last saw you a year ago? Bulma remarked, gazing at Son Gohan's face. Having not closely observed him before, Bulma was taken aback by his expectant gaze, which made him appear exceedingly charming. Really? Perhaps it's just that I'm getting older. Son Gohan replied, feeling somewhat flustered. You truly are becoming more delightful. I never expected Goku's child to be so handsome, Bulma said, playfully pinching Son Gohan's cheeks without a hint of restraint, a testament to the familiarity between their families. All right, Bulma auntie. Didn't you say I could go in and take a look? Let me in, please. Son Gohan hastily extricated himself from Bulma's playful grip, eager to divert her attention. Che. Is it just a little face touching? You Saiyans are all such battle maniacs. Wait a moment, I'll grab something from my room, Bulma said, rolling her eyes as she turned to head inside. A short while later, Bulma returned, now wearing a bracelet on her wrist. Is this what you were going to get? What is it? Son Gohan asked, perplexed. Do not underestimate this bracelet. It can neutralize the gravity from the chamber. I am just an ordinary person and cannot withstand such immense gravity, Bulma explained as she walked directly toward the gravity chamber, prompting Son Gohan to hurriedly follow. I can't believe you invented something like this. Can it be used on other planets? Son Gohan asked, admiring the bracelet on Bulma's wrist. Unfortunately, it cannot. This bracelet is designed solely to counteract the specific gravitational force emitted by the chamber. It cannot function under other circumstances, Bulma replied, glancing back at Son Gohan. Oh, I see, he nodded in understanding. Are you wanting a device that can lessen gravity? I could make one for you. I have some free time, Bulma offered. Thinking Son Gohan wanted such a machine. No, not at all. I was merely curious and asked out of spontaneity. I have no real use for it. Son Gohan quickly declined. Initially, Son Gohan believed the device could adjust gravity like the chamber, but he soon realized it could only reduce gravity and only within the chamber. He had hoped for a portable gravity chamber instead. Reflecting on it, he recalled that even during the Buu saga, Vegeta still utilized a large gravity chamber instead of a compact device like a bracelet. It seemed he had overthought it. Suddenly, Son Gohan felt a weight descend upon him. Although it did not impede his movements, the sensation was quite peculiar and somewhat disconcerting. Alright, are you feeling alright? I just activated 10 times the gravity. Since you can already transform into a Super Saiyan, I thought I'd give you the full experience, Bulma said after fiddling with the machine. At that moment, the lights on Bulma's bracelet flickered, clearly indicating its effectiveness in preventing her from sustaining harm under 10 times gravity. Without the device, Bulma might have faced catastrophic consequences, even splattering Son Gohan with her blood, albeit an exaggerated notion. Oh, okay, let me acclimate, Son Gohan said, moving his arms and legs as if dancing awkwardly. Entering the gravity chamber not only allows for physical training, but also helps one adapt to varying gravitational environments. Perhaps one day, I might find myself in a place with either too little or too much gravity. That gravity-reducing device might prove quite useful, and I wouldn't need to trouble Aunt Bulma. I could simply wish for a device that adjusts gravity from Shinron, Son Gohan mused internally. Come here quickly. I'll teach you how to operate this gravity chamber, Bulma said, pulling Son Gohan toward a control panel. Look, just press this to control the power. It's the red button. Bulma pointed to the largest button on the control panel. Notice this scale, which ranges from 1 to 300. You can adjust the gravity in 2 ways, either by turning the knob or inputting your desired number on the display, Bulma explained, indicating both the knob and the screen. Oh, alright. Let me give it a try, Son Gohan replied. Good. Set the gravity to whatever level you desire, Bulma encouraged. Bulma, with a gesture, vacated her position, signaling for Gohan to adjust the settings himself. Having previously activated the gravity chamber, Gohan needed only to modify the gravitational multiplier directly. Initially, he set the gravity to 50 times that of Earth's, but after a moment's contemplation, he decisively increased it to 100 times. The instant he pressed the button, he felt a pronounced weight pulling him down before he gradually straightened up. To his astonishment, the intensity of 100 times Earth's gravity was indeed formidable. Though his body could withstand it, he had never undergone such gravity training before, and adapting swiftly to this sudden increase in gravitational force proved to be quite a challenge. Gohan pondered internally. Hey, Gohan, what were you thinking, jumping straight to 100 times gravity? Couldn't you have taken it up gradually? Bulma exclaimed, initially taken aback by Gohan's boldness. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, she sighed with relief but still admonished him. It's all right, Aunt Bulma. I can transform into a Super Saiyan. A mere 100 times gravity won't affect me. You needn't worry, Gohan replied quickly. Very well, do as you wish. I'll prepare some snacks for you. Since you're here, I must entertain you. Remember to come out when I call, Bulma said before exiting the gravity chamber, leaving Gohan alone. Now, let me truly explore this unique environment, so different from Earth's gravity. I must conduct some thorough experiments, Gohan mused to himself, his excitement palpable. It is not difficult to comprehend, just as everyone yearns to experience the weightlessness of outer space. The hypergravity environment evokes even greater curiosity and longing for those like Sun Wukong, who aspire to cultivate their skills. What shall I experiment with? Sun Wukong pondered, scratching his head. How could I forget this? He exclaimed, slapping his forehead. As he spoke, he retrieved a bag of salt, specifically designed for humorous critiques, from the system space, an item he had won 2 years prior in the first lottery of Chapter 2. I distinctly recall that its description claimed the packaging was remarkably sturdy, making it resistant to damage, he muttered to himself, holding the bag of salt before him. Sun Wukong raised his hand and abruptly released it. The bag plummeted towards the ground with astonishing speed, propelled by the 100-fold gravitational environment, which exerted an acceleration 100 times that of Earth. With a resounding thud, the bag of salt struck the ground, and to Sun Wukong's astonishment, it remained completely unscathed, showing no signs of rupture. Haha, this is truly resilient. I never expected it to withstand such a fall. How delightful. He laughed heartily as he picked up the bag and returned it to the system space. Now, let me test the limits with a gravity of 300 times, he declared, rubbing his hands together. Approaching the control panel, Son Wukong nervously adjusted the display to reflect 300 times gravity and gently pressed the button. Suddenly, with a loud crash, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Huh, he bellowed, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form and gradually rising to his feet before reverting to his normal state. Phew, this 300 times gravity is beyond my current capabilities. I must take gradual steps to acclimatize, Son Wukong gasped, striving to straighten his posture as he caught his breath. Delicately, he extended his hand towards the control panel, resetting the gravity to 100 times. Ah, this is much more manageable, he mused. Indeed, I should engage in hypergravity training. In a few days, I plan to venture into a movie world and wish for a gravity adjustment device using the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong thought with great satisfaction. Since I am currently adapting to 100 times gravity, I shall indulge in a tenfold lottery draw. Ever since the system patch was implemented, the utility of system points has expanded beyond merely acquiring Saibamen, and I now have an additional 1900 points as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances, he contemplated. Without hesitation, Son Wukong accessed the lottery interface and initiated a tenfold draw. Upon confirming the draw, a familiar pot appeared, reminiscent of his previous experience on Namek. Ignoring it for the moment, he shifted his gaze to the 10 items displayed above. The first item was a dinosaur-themed pajama set. This pajama, sourced from an unknown technological realm, could adjust its size according to the wearer, boasted automatic cleaning capabilities, and promised to enhance the wearer's recovery speed significantly while slightly improving healing from injuries. Interesting. It's the first item I've encountered that aids in both mental and physical recovery. It seems to be quite useful, Son Wukong remarked, nodding appreciatively as he moved to the next item. The second item was a luminous redstone, adorned with a dragon-like emblem. Dubbed the Fire Shadow Stone, it hailed from the world of armored warriors, capable of fusing with its summoner to conjure the Flame Dragon armor, transforming them into the Flame Dragon Knight. Representing the element of fire, it possessed the most energy and the slowest consumption rate among the 5-element armors, accompanied by 3 weapons, the Flame Blade, Flame Dart, and Flame Bow. Notably, the system had been modified so that the Fire Shadow Stone could only be summoned by the host or those granted permission. The Flame Dragon armor is quite impressive. While it may not substantially enhance my strength, it could perhaps be given to Biddy to form a duo, Son Wukong mused, although he shuddered at the thought of the peculiar helmet and movements associated with it. The third item resembled a badge. The Peace Star, originating from the world of ironclad Xiaobao, could bestow a magical power upon an object and fulfill a single wish. After being wished upon, the Peace Star would transform into a fragment of the 13 Zodiac Balls. The Peace Star, like the Dragon Balls, it too can grant wishes. This is precisely what I need, Son Wukong exclaimed joyously upon discovering this treasure. The fourth item was a frying pan, originating from the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. This was a weapon exclusive to Red Wolf, crafted to withstand wear and tear, eliminating any concerns of rust. What? A mere frying pan? Son Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Well, it's only natural that some useless junk might manifest. I must console myself in light of this outcome. The fifth item was a pen adorned with a nut-like design. This automatic pencil, from the world of Doraemon, contained a storage device that theoretically encompassed all recorded knowledge up to the 22nd century. Simply holding it would prompt it to automatically answer questions. Notably, the system had been upgraded to allow the pencil to record knowledge from the host's mind, regardless of the differences between worlds. I had hoped I could forego exchanging for knowledge in the future. It seems I underestimated the system's capabilities. This will certainly ease my workload during assignments and exams, Son Wukong thought with satisfaction. The sixth item was a plastic toy resembling a mouth, known as the mouth of all things from the world of magical Io. Placing it on an object would enable that object to speak, though the authenticity of its words remained uncertain and required personal judgment. The system had optimized this item so that its utterances would be entirely truthful. This could prove useful at some point. I'll set it aside for now, Son Wukong mused, redirecting his attention to the next item. The seventh item was a wrench. This wrench, from the world of 7 Days to Die, could be used to disassemble vehicles, control panels, and machines in order to procure necessary parts and materials, applicable to any machinery. Haha, this is quite an intriguing item. I wonder if it could be used to dismantle a purely artificial being like Android 16? Son Gohan chuckled to himself as he pondered. The eighth item was rather peculiar, resembling a weapon. The walking stick, originating from the world of Don't Starve, could enhance ground speed by 25 and also serve as a weapon without being damaged by the recoil of his own attacks. This was indeed a marvelous item. Wielding it would allow for a significant speed boost on the ground, making it a legendary tool in any era. Son Gohan felt quite pleased with this acquisition. The ninth item was a vial of an unknown liquid. The hand sanitizer, hailing from the Resident Evil universe, could heal any external wounds with just a splash. Was this the hand sanitizer of a war god? Minor injuries could be easily mended, and since his self-recovery was rather slow and relying on senza beans was too extravagant, this was quite a boon, Son Gohan mused. The final item was a name tag from the world of Minecraft, which could forcibly rename a person or animal without others noticing. Oh, this is quite an amusing item. I could change someone's name to Dog Egg. Hiki. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Quickly, lend me your wisdom. I need suggestions for the next lottery draw. I truly cannot think of what to write. Chapter 107. Wishing on the Peace Star. Preparing for the movie world. Now that I have completed the lottery, it's time to tally my gains. Son Gohan rubbed his hands together with excitement. First, let me examine my Flame Dragon armor. This is my favorite set from the entire Armor Warrior series, he declared, striking a pose he deemed quite heroic. Flame Dragon armor, unite. Son Gohan shouted dramatically, though he understood that such theatrics had little effect. He simply felt it added a formal touch. He still had to secretly channel the energy of the Naruto stone from his system space. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in fiery red armor, with a blue visor gleaming brightly. However, his stature appeared slightly diminished, making him look rather comical rather than imposing. It seems this Flame Dragon armor offers minimal enhancement, perhaps due to my lack of the light and shadow bloodline. Nevertheless, it does a fine job of obscuring my form. And most importantly, it is undeniably stylish, Son Gohan remarked, striking various poses in delight. It appeared that this Flame Dragon armor could elevate an ordinary person's combat prowess to approximately 30 to 50, making it more than sufficient to deal with common thugs or mediocre martial artists. In the future, I could certainly obtain another set for Biddy, ensuring her safety. He thought to himself, I must clarify that the modest enhancement provided by the Flame Dragon armor is intentional, so as not to disrupt the inherent combat system of Dragon Ball. Just imagine, during a fight, one could easily don a suit of armor. Such a scene would be utterly incongruous. Alright, let us adjust the gravity to 100 times. After all, the training time is limited. I can always wish for a gravity device from the dragon later. Having had enough fun, Son Gohan stored the Flame Dragon armor away without regard for the dirt on the floor, plopping down onto the ground. Next, I will proceed to the crucial part of my plan, he said, retrieving the Peace Star from the system space. The Peace Star, upon being held, transformed from a badge into a glass orb. It appeared this was the wishing state of the Peace Star. Son Gohan held the Peace Star up to his eyes, examining it closely, and found it bore no striking differences from an ordinary glass sphere. Peace Star, grant me an outfit that can conceal my identity and alter my aura. Son Gohan wished, considering his upcoming journey into the Dragon Ball movie world. He certainly could not afford to be recognized. The Flame Dragon armor was far too conspicuous, and wearing it in his daily life would be quite impractical. Originally, he had intended to wish for such an outfit from the Dragon Balls, but since he had drawn the Peace Star with a similar function, he could utilize it directly. In the moment following his wish, the Peace Star in his hand shattered into a pile of glass shards, and a small box materialized before him. Son Gohan stepped closer and opened the box, revealing only a garment and a note. He picked up the garment, examining it closely. It was a light yellow tunic, complete with an accompanying hat, quite loose and thin, merely sufficient to cover the upper body, which left Son Gohan puzzled. Is this simple item truly capable of concealing my identity? This note must serve as the instruction manual. Let me see what it reveals about this outfit, Son Gohan declared, picking up the note and reading aloud. This item requires only normal wear. It will automatically obscure the wearer's form. Others will perceive the wearer as someone else, and their aura will also change, preventing others from confirming the wearer's identity. Quite impressive. Wearing this attire won't hinder my activities, he concluded, nodding in satisfaction after finishing the note. Gohan, come and have some snacks. Don't linger in that gravity chamber. Bulma's voice called from a distance, urging Son Gohan to hurry outside. Oh, I'm coming, he replied hastily, quickly stowing the garment, box, note, and shards into his wristwatch before moving to the control panel to restore the gravity chamber to its normal level. As the gravity chamber returned to its standard setting, Son Gohan stumbled slightly, nearly falling face first to the ground. He quickly used his ki to fly up, narrowly avoiding a mishap. That startled me. It seems the sudden change in gravity has a significant impact on me. I must intensify my gravity training. Among my known future adversaries is Babidi, who can alter the surrounding gravity. Encountering others with similar abilities could prove quite troublesome, he resolved, reinforcing his determination to engage in gravity training. After exiting, Son Gohan made his way to Bulma. Gohan, you're so slow. It took you ages to get here. This is a small cake my mom made. You must try it, Bulma said, presenting a platter of delightful pastries. They looked utterly delicious. By the way, have my dad and the others not returned yet? Delicious, Son Gohan exclaimed, mouth half full with a cake he had taken a large bite of. They're still not back. Don't worry about them. If it's tasty, eat more, Bulma said with a smile. All right, I won't intrude any longer. It's getting late, and I should head home. Otherwise, my mom will worry, Son Gohan said, glancing at the setting sun. Then do return home early, and please send my regards to your mother. You should also take some of these leftover cakes for her to enjoy, Bulma replied. Bulma handed a plate directly to Gohan, offering him a small cake. Gohan had reason to suspect that Bulma simply wished to avoid holding the plate any longer, hence giving him the entire platter of cakes. All right, I'm off, Gohan said as he accepted the plate, dismissing any further thoughts. He placed his fingers on his forehead, honing in on his mother's energy. Goodbye. Remember to come play again next time. Bulma waved as Gohan vanished from her sight with a whoosh, only to appear behind Chi-Chi the next moment. Chapter 108, The Legacy of the Frying Pan Meow. The cat following Chi-Chi was startled by Gohan's sudden appearance, causing the several plates it was carrying to tumble from its paws. Gohan, holding the platter of small cakes from Bulma, was unable to catch them. Just as both the boy and the cat were in a state of panic, Chi-Chi swiftly turned around. In a flash, she deftly caught the plates with her hands. "Wow. Mom, you're amazing," the cat exclaimed, clapping in admiration. "You truly are incredible. Thanks to you," Gohan echoed the praise. "Of course, I once participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, so such trivial matters are no challenge for me," Chi-Chi said, clearly pleased by their compliments. "By the way, Gohan, where did you get that small cake?" Chi-Chi inquired as she placed the plates on the table and noticed the cake still in Gohan's hands. "This is from Aunt Bulma. She asked me to bring it back, saying it's delicious, and she sends her regards," Gohan replied, placing the plate in front of Chi-Chi and the cat. It's quite tasty," the cat remarked, taking a bite. "It is indeed good, but when did you go to Aunt Bulma's? And where is your father?" Chi-Chi continued, savoring the cake. "I just went with Dad to Aunt Bulma's, but by the time I got there, he had already vanished. He might have gone to fight Mr. Vegeta," Gohan explained after setting down the plate. "How infuriating. Just like before, leaving a child unattended. This time, I must give him a good lesson," Chi-Chi said through gritted teeth, clenching her fists. "Oh, by the way, Mom, I have a gift for you," Gohan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, you have a gift for me, Gohan? That's quite rare," Chi-Chi said, delighted, for as a mother, receiving a gift from her child brought her great joy. "Right? How could I forget this? This item should prove remarkably effective in this situation," Gohan thought to himself. He then retrieved the Red Wolf frying pan from his system space. "Tada! Here it is." Gohan presented the frying pan to Chi-Chi. "A frying pan? We don't need another one at home. Why are you giving me this for lunch?" Chi-Chi asked, puzzled as she examined the frying pan. "Mom, please don't underestimate this frying pan. It's not for cooking, but it serves a greater purpose," Gohan said mysteriously. "But isn't a frying pan meant for cooking?" the cat questioned, equally perplexed. "Oh, then tell me, what is the purpose of this frying pan?" Chi-Chi asked, playing along, eager to discover what Gohan was up to. "This frying pan is specifically designed for striking. It's incredibly sturdy, inflicting great pain while causing minimal harm. It's perfect for hitting my dad," Gohan declared proudly. "Son Goku, you truly are my son. You've made me so proud. Such an extraordinary item exists?" Chi-Chi examined the frying pan closely, finding no visible anomalies. "When Dad returns tonight, you can try it out," Gohan suggested. "That sounds reasonable. I shall try it later," Chi-Chi agreed, putting the frying pan away, preparing for when Goku returned. "Your father is quite unfortunate," the cat commented, having never encountered such a troublesome child. Chi-Chi paid no mind to the frying pan's origin, assuming it was a gift from Bulma. Gohan had no intention of explaining its source either, as Chi-Chi did not inquire further. "Since you're back, Gohan, help me wash the vegetables. I'll prepare a feast tonight, leaving your father with nothing," Chi-Chi instructed. "All right, Mom," Gohan replied, assisting her with the vegetables. Although Chi-Chi said so, she ended up cooking a lavish array of dishes, clearly not intending to deprive Goku of dinner. As night fell, Gohan and Chi-Chi could no longer wait for Goku, so they began their meal. Just as they were enjoying the food, Goku suddenly appeared before them. His clothes were tattered, and his face, arms, and exposed skin were bruised and battered, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Haha, I'm back." The battle with Vegeta was exhilarating. But since he just became a Super Saiyan and isn't familiar with the form yet, I had the upper hand, Goku boasted to Gohan, clearly elated by his victory over Vegeta. "Wow, what a sumptuous dinner. Just when I'm famished," Goku exclaimed, eyeing the plethora of food on the table. "Dad, perhaps you should clean yourself up first," Gohan quietly suggested, noticing Chi-Chi's forehead vein bulging and her fists cracking ominously, clearly indicating her rising fury. "Son Goku," Chi-Chi shouted in fury, brandishing the frying pan Gohan had given her, the source of which Gohan could not discern, having no idea where Chi-Chi had obtained it. Perhaps this was the enchanting nature of the anime world, Gohan mused, choosing not to dwell on it. With a resounding thud, Chi-Chi brought the frying pan crashing down onto Goku's head. "Ah, that hurts," Goku cried out, clutching his head in agony. "What a remarkable effect this frying pan has," Gohan thought, astonished as he observed his father, now on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. "What a splendid item," Chi-Chi exclaimed, her initial surprise giving way to unrestrained joy. "That's what you get for not earning a living." Bang. "Ah," Goku winced, for leading Gohan astray. Bang. "Ah," Goku cried again, for returning in such a disheveled state so late. Bang. "Ah," Goku yelped. The scene was unbearably tragic. "Chi-Chi, what on earth is this frying pan? Why does it hurt so much?" Son Wukong covered his head and inquired of Chi-Chi. "This is a treasure gifted to me by Gohan." Chi-Chi gazed at the frying pan, recognizing its extraordinary value. Chapter 109, the movie edition, The Legend of Shenlong. 3 days had passed since Gohan presented Chi-Chi with the frying pan, and throughout this time, Chi-Chi's spirits remained high. However, Son Wukong had endured great tribulations during these days. now refraining from provoking Chi-Chi for fear that the frying pan would once again descend upon his head. In his own words, it truly hurts. Dad, I trained by myself today. Please let Uncle Piccolo know. Gohan called out from the entrance, fully dressed. Oh, all right. I'll inform Piccolo. You can go. Son Wukong's voice echoed from inside, his trust in Gohan's safety evident. Make sure not to return too late. Chi-Chi added promptly. Do you want me to take a bento with me, Meow? Meow Meow poked her head out and asked Gohan. No, it's fine. I can manage on my own. Gohan replied before swiftly darting out the door. The reason for Gohan's eagerness today was that he intended to venture into a movie world. After careful consideration, he decided to start with the very first movie world. After all, Gohan was merely seeking to make a wish with the Dragon Balls for a gravity adjustment device. And he was keen to see how many Saibamen's Master Karen had. If circumstances permitted, he wouldn't mind acquiring a few extra. Shortly after Gohan left, he soared to a secluded and tranquil location before landing. System, please elaborate on the requirements or precautions for traversing the movie world, Gohan urged impatiently. I know you are eager, but hold on for a moment while I explain the details about crossing into the movie world, the system replied languidly. Stop wasting time and just tell me. Your usefulness is quite limited. Gohan retorted, showing no leniency towards the system. Why the rush? I'm already explaining. First, your location after crossing into the movie world will be at the primary setting of the plot. You won't find yourself in a situation where the main events occur on Namek, yet you end up on Earth, the system remarked calmly. That sounds reasonable and quite user-friendly. Gohan nodded in satisfaction. The second point is, regardless of when you enter the movie world or how many days you spend there, upon returning to the main world, you will always return at 5 p.m. that day. If you miss the time, you will return at 5 p.m. the following day, the system elucidated. Ah, that feature is rather convenient. I underestimated the timing of my departure today. I should have consulted you beforehand, Gohan admitted, displaying a look of chagrin. Most importantly, no matter how long you stay in the movie world, your body will not be affected by the passage of time, the system continued to remind him. So you mean to say that even if I spent 20 years in the movie world, I would still be 7 years old? Gohan asked in disbelief. Indeed. You will be unaffected by the time of that realm. The temporal flow of alternate worlds will leave no mark on your body. This is also my merit. Isn't it impressive? The system boasted. Well, it has some utility, but how long do you think I can stay in the movie world? Even if I explore all the movie worlds, a year seems unlikely. It might not even be a few months, Gohan remarked, acknowledging the system's point while critiquing its self-satisfaction. The system was left speechless by Gohan's retort. All right, enough of this pointless banter. Just open the portal to the movie world for me, Gohan interjected. Having achieved his goal of frustrating the system. Fine, let's not dwell on that. Which movie timeline would you like to remember? The system asked, shifting gears. Let us start with the world of Dragon Ball, the legend of Shenlong. After all, it is the initial plot on the timeline of the main world. Making it easier to seek the Dragon Balls and increasing the chances of acquiring more Saibamen, Gohan suggested. All right, wait a moment while I open a portal for you. Just step through when it appears, the system instructed, explaining the next steps. Is it really that simple? Gohan questioned. Incredulous that such a peculiar undertaking as crossing into another world could be so straightforward. What did you expect? I handle the creation of the portal. You merely need to step through. Why complicate things? The system replied indignantly, feeling wronged by Gohan's comments. Enough with the theatrics. Just open the door, Gohan urged impatiently. The system complied, opening a shimmering portal before Gohan. Curious, Gohan took a glance at the portal, unable to discern much, and without further thought, stepped directly through. Upon entering the portal, Gohan initially experienced a wave of dizziness, followed by the solid sensation of his feet touching the ground. Congratulations. You have now traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, the legend of Shenlong. You may proceed as you wish, the system informed him. Gohan, upon hearing this, curiously surveyed his surroundings, soon confirming that he had indeed arrived at the Capsule Corporation Mountain. Just as I suspected, my arrival here is at Capsule Corporation Mountain, Gohan mused. Though it was decades earlier, the mountain had always been sparsely populated. Over the years, only Son Wukong's family resided there, so the landscape had not changed much. Otherwise, Gohan would not have recognized it immediately. Chapter 110, the movie edition, The Legend of Shenlong 2. All right, I don't need to don my concealment cloak just yet. They want to recognize me now. I'll search for my youthful father, Gohan contemplated. This is a perfect opportunity to test my walking staff. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, retrieving it from the system's space. It looks identical to the one in the game. Let us see how it performs. Gohan observed the staff closely before taking off at a brisk pace. Wow, this is incredible. I'm moving so quickly without even accelerating much. Son Wukong's excitement was palpable as he spoke. In a small village at that moment, a throng of individuals operated various machines, demolishing the structures within the village. Whether it was tidy homes or beautiful gardens, they were ruthlessly destroyed by bulldozers and cranes. The villagers, herded together by armed soldiers, watched in anger as their homes were violently dismantled. Many cast furious glances at the soldiers, but upon seeing their weapons, they could only lower their gazes, suppressing their outrage. Among the villagers, a little girl with fiery orange hair stood defiantly, aiming a slingshot at a bulldozer driver. "Baki!" A woman behind her exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. However, it was too late. Before the woman could reach her, Baki had already launched a stone that struck the driver. "Ouch! What the hell, you little brat!" The fierce-looking driver yelled, turning his glare towards the girl. Don't. The girl struggled in the woman's embrace, still eager to retaliate. One of the soldiers rushed over, swinging his rifle but towards Baki. The girl instinctively shielded her head, just as a strong man from the crowd surged forward, catching the weapon's blow. "She's just a child. Please show mercy," the burly man said, addressing the soldier with a calm demeanor. "Shut your mouth." The soldier barked, attempting to reclaim his weapon. But no amount of force could budge the man's grip. Frustrated, the soldier aimed to strike the man with a punch, yet before he could land the blow, the strong man effortlessly swatted him to the ground. Other soldiers quickly converged, pointing their weapons at the formidable figure. What is going on? At that moment, a leader approached. Having heard the commotion, "Lord Bongo, this man is causing trouble," the soldiers explained, bowing in respect. "Seems quite confident in his abilities," Bongo remarked, his imposing stature dwarfing even the strong man, who was already formidable in his own right. "Even with the king's permission, one cannot recklessly destroy another's garden," the strong man argued passionately. Bongo, however, remained unfazed, merely clenching his fist tightly, and with a sharp crack, crushed the stone in his hand to reveal a large ruby. "Do you not find this ruby more beautiful than flowers?" he challenged, displaying it to the strong man. "It is greedy individuals like you that have thrown our nation into chaos. Leave us at once," the strong man retorted, stepping back slightly, his voice rising in defiance. "Indeed. Leave now," echoed the other villagers, their voices rising in a cacophony of dissent. "As long as you can defeat me, we shall depart," Bongo taunted the crowd, tossing the ruby to the strong man. As the man focused on it, Bongo swiftly snatched it back, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The strong man staggered back, nearly falling, were it not for two soldiers who caught him. However, their intent was not out of kindness but to facilitate Bongo's next assault. Bongo landed another punch to the strong man's gut, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bongo struck again, this time to the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The other villagers, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene and were promptly herded together by the soldiers. "Father, husband." The little girl and the woman rushed over, struggling to help the strong man, who was revealed to be their husband and father. "Humph, I will spare you this time," Bongo scoffed, dismissing the villagers with a laugh as he toyed with the ruby. Afterward, he climbed into a vehicle with a driver and a woman who appeared to be another subordinate. "Drive," the woman commanded as Bongo settled in. How could this happen? Puzzled villagers questioned, unable to comprehend why the king had suddenly turned against their village. "They have misled King Jelmes," a plump elder lamented. "This is unforgivable. I shall not let them get away with it." Baki, in her fury, cared for her father, yet as a powerless child, what could she truly accomplish? After Bongo's departure, they headed straight to a magnificent castle, undoubtedly the residence of King Jelmes. Inside the castle, a lavish feast lay overturned, accompanied by a deep, guttural roar. "I demand better food," King Jelmes bellowed from the dining table. "Have you grown tired of it?" a robot beneath the table inquired. At that moment, the king revealed himself. A massive beast with sharp teeth, dripping with an unknown green liquid. "Enough, it's more than enough," he groaned, covering his face with one hand. "What is the matter?" "I can only eat food that surpasses what I've tasted before," he lamented. Just then, the castle doors creaked open, and Bongo, along with the woman, entered. "What are the remaining Dragon Balls?" King Jelmes inquired upon their arrival. "Your Highness, please cheer up. We have located the Dragon Balls," the woman replied, her head bowed. "Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, Jelmes slowly sat up. "Somewhere in this world, there must exist exquisite delicacies unknown to me, the flavors of the world's top chefs. If I wish to savor even more delectable food, my only recourse is to wish upon the dragon." King Jelmes articulated his reason for seeking the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the female leader below inquired, "Whatever you desire, I can provide." Before she could finish her sentence, King Jelmes interjected, "If this continues, I shall starve. I am willing to pay any price to rid myself of this hunger." As he spoke, Jelmes clenched his fists. "Hurry and find the remaining Dragon Balls," he urged. And with a painful roar, he overturned all the food on the table. Meanwhile, we return to Son Gohan. How foolish of me to remember now that, even after traveling back in time, my father is still older than I am, Son Gohan mused as he walked. Indeed, Son Goku is currently 12 years old, while Son Gohan is merely 7. At this moment, the scene atop the Bowsy Mountain is one of tranquility. "Ah, I sense my father's presence," Son Gohan exclaimed suddenly, darting off in that direction. Just then, he looked up to see an aircraft flying toward the location he was heading to. On board were 2 individuals, seemingly those who sought the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan thought to himself, perhaps I should allow them to collect the Dragon Balls first, and then I can reclaim them later. Otherwise, gathering them one by one would be too cumbersome. He paid no heed to their quest for the Dragon Balls, knowing that one was still in Master Roshi's possession, and they would never be able to seize it from him. Characters from the movie are generally stronger than those in the main world. With this in mind, Son Gohan decided to disregard them and continue his search for Son Goku. Upon arriving, he found Son Goku in a standoff with Bulma, who was aiming a gun at him. This was the moment where Aunt Bulma first encountered his father. Son Gohan observed the overturned motorcycle and Bulma firing her gun incessantly at Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku was being pushed back by Bulma's bullets. Yet it was evident to any observer that despite being hit multiple times, he was largely unharmed. Ouch! What is happening? Is this some sort of sorcery? Son Goku shouted, clutching his head. Why aren't you dead? Bulma exclaimed in horror, bewildered that this child was still alive despite being shot so many times. Fool! Who would perish from such a trivial matter? My body is tougher than steel, Son Goku boasted, striking his chest. You vile creature, I shall eliminate you, he declared, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang. At this moment, Son Gohan, witnessing Son Goku's intent to continue the fray, retracted his walking staff and appeared before them, determined to stop the chaos. Wait, is there a misunderstanding here? Son Gohan intervened, addressing Son Goku. Isn't it unreasonable? I think so too, but after much contemplation, I believe it is best to meet from the start, he added. Who are you? Are you also in league with that monster? Son Goku asked, still on guard. No, I'm not a monster. I am a human, Bulma interjected, disregarding Son Gohan's sudden appearance. You claim to be human? Is that true? Son Goku asked, regarding Bulma with skepticism. Isn't it obvious? Bulma retorted, exasperated. I don't know him, Son Gohan thought, covering his face in embarrassment. And you? Son Goku turned to Son Gohan. Of course, I am human as well, Son Gohan replied, feeling somewhat helpless, as after all, he was indeed his father. See? We are just like you, Bulma asserted to Son Goku. Son Goku scrutinized them for a moment. You truly are human, and you appear quite robust, he remarked to Son Gohan. But why do you seem different from me? You look rather weak, Son Goku observed, still wary of Bulma. There's nothing I can do about it. I am, after all, a woman, Bulma responded, noticing that Son Goku had quieted down. A woman? Are you truly a woman? Son Goku asked, astonished, as he examined Bulma. Country bumpkin, have you never seen a woman before? Bulma replied, incredulous. Son Gohan quickly explained, you are right. Aside from my grandfather, this is my first time seeing someone else, and I find your aura quite comforting. Son Goku remarked to Son Gohan. What is happening? Is this some peculiar bond between father and son? Son Gohan pondered, unable to make sense of it, ultimately deciding to dismiss the thought. As long as his identity remained concealed. You both look quite strange. You don't have tails, Son Goku noted. I do have a tail. But it was removed when I was 5, Son Gohan replied. Huh? How peculiar. Why would you remove your tail? Son Goku asked, puzzled. Are all boys supposed to have tails? I have never seen a boy without clothes. Why have I never heard anyone mention this? Bulma wondered, glancing at Son Goku's tail and feeling her mind nearly overheat from the conversation. Chapter 112, Movie Edition, The Legend of the Dragon. It's Grandpa. Son Goku suddenly exclaimed upon spotting Bulma's fallen 2-star ball and hurriedly ran to pick it up. That is my Dragon Ball. Bulma rushed over, exclaiming. This is my grandfather's heirloom. You dare steal my possession. Son Goku protested, clutching the Dragon Ball. Wait, take a closer look. I see stars inside that ball. Aren't the stars different? Son Gohan interjected. Wait, from what you just said, it seems you have that Dragon Ball. Bulma realized. Indeed. The one from my grandfather has 4 stars, while this one only has 2, Son Goku noted, examining the 2-star ball. By the way, what are your names? I'm Son Goku, he asked. Wait, oh no, I forgot to think of a name. Son Gohan suddenly realized that he had yet to choose an appropriate name for himself in the movie, which he would need later. I am Bulma, she stammered. Ha. Bulma, what a peculiar name. Son Wukong chuckled. How vexing. Bulma thought to herself. I am called Noera Shinnosuke, but you may refer to me as Shinnosuke. In a moment of inspiration, Son Gohan exclaimed, Wow, I didn't notice before, but you are quite adorable, little one. How old are you this year? Where are your parents? Bulma, captivated by the irresistibly charming Son Gohan, immediately reached out to pinch his cheeks, exclaiming, How precious. Initially, Bulma's attention had been solely fixated on Son Wukong, her apprehension lingering that he might erupt into violence once more. After ensuring her own safety, she finally directed her gaze towards the unexpectedly appeared child, Son Gohan. The moment she looked, Bulma was instantly overwhelmed by Gohan's cuteness, nearly choking on her own breath. What is happening? Why does Bulma from every universe seem to revel in tormenting my appearance? It seems that no matter which movie world I visit in the future, I must wear my cloak that conceals my form. Gohan pondered, swiftly escaping from Bulma's terrifying grip. I am 7 years old. My parents and I were originally on this Bowsy Mountain, but now, they are no longer in this world. Gohan said, feigning immense sorrow. I am speaking nothing but the truth. My parents are indeed on Bowsy Mountain, albeit not in this world, so I have said nothing wrong. Gohan silently praised his own cleverness. All right, little one, don't be sad. I'll treat you to a meal shortly, Son Wukong said. Noticing Gohan's despondent demeanor and feeling an irresistible urge to console him. Thank you, Brother Wukong, Gohan replied. The abrupt change in address felt peculiar. He was so accustomed to calling him father that now addressing him as brother was a strange adjustment. I apologize. I didn't mean to bring this up. Truly, I am very sorry. Please, follow me, and I will take you into the city. I will help you contact your relatives, and if necessary, you can stay with me. Bulma hurriedly offered upon hearing Gohan's words. This poor child must have come up the mountain with his parents, only to encounter some wild beast like a tiger or bear. And now he must have suffered a tragic fate. Bringing such an adorable little brother home would be wonderful. I have always desired a sweet and obedient brother, Bulma thought, already imagining the scenario of raising Gohan. Really? Thank you so much, Sister Bulma, Gohan said, putting on a pitiful expression. This is just too cute. Bulma was momentarily rendered speechless by Gohan's charm. At just 16 years old, she found herself utterly defenseless against such adorableness. Of course, no problem. Just follow me. Oh, we need to hurry, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, recalling something important, and beckoned Gohan and Wukong to follow her as she dashed away. Wukong, hearing Bulma, hoisted the large fish he had caught and followed suit, with Gohan hurriedly trailing behind. We need to move faster, Bulma urged, glancing back at Gohan to ensure he could keep up. Once reassured of his pace, she addressed both of them. Why? Wukong asked, puzzled. I'll explain later. For now, your grandfather is in danger, Bulma replied, focused solely on the urgency of the situation, not wanting to let her desired Dragon Balls fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing of his grandfather's peril, Wukong's anxiety surged, and he quickened his pace, darting ahead. Wait for me, Bulma cried. But she could not match Wukong's speed and fell behind. How are you holding up, little one? Can you keep up? Bulma called back to Gohan. No problem. I can still follow, Gohan replied. Before long, the trio arrived at the small house where Wukong had initially resided. It appeared they had not yet departed. Regardless, it would be beneficial to have them assist in collecting the Dragon Balls, especially since he currently lacked a Dragon Ball radar. Once the situation was settled, he could request one from this world's Bulma for use in other movie realms. As Gohan approached the door, he noticed that the two individuals there to retrieve the Dragon Balls had yet to leave. Gohan felt exasperated. Their previous idle chatter had squandered so much time, and he had not anticipated their continued presence. What's the situation? Has anything been stolen? Bulma asked as she entered the house, surveying the interior. This is how the place used to be, so simple and tidy, Gohan commented, recalling that by the time he was born, the original small house on Bowsy Mountain had already been renovated, with an additional new house built nearby. While Gohan remained curious about the small house, Wukong stood beside a small cabinet, staring incredulously at the items displayed upon it. What happened to Grandpa? Wukong asked, bewildered. Bulma rushed over to investigate upon seeing his reaction. You idiot! Do you think you can buy the Dragon Balls with this? Bulma exclaimed angrily, picking up an item from the cabinet. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a shimmering gold coin. Just then, the sound of a plane's engine roared to life. The group hurried outside, only to be astonished by the sight of an aircraft taking off. It must be those guys, Bulma said furiously. Is that a big bird? Wukong asked, intrigued, as he had never seen such a species of bird before. That's not a big bird. That's a plane, Bulma explained, exasperated. A plane? What is a plane? Wukong inquired, clearly unaware of what a plane was. A plane is something that allows people to fly, Gohan clarified. Well, there are things that can make you fly? Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Come on, let's chase after them, Bulma proposed. Chase them? We can't fly. Do we have a plane? Wukong replied, perplexed. Wait a moment, Gohan began, but was cut off by Bulma. Of course we have a plane. Let me see. Here it is. Number 5, Bulma said, retrieving a small box from her waist pouch. Inside the box were capsules numbered from 1 to 17, each containing a capsule-like object. The 9th number was empty, obviously representing the initial motorcycle. Hey, you two, stand back, Bulma instructed Gohan and Wukong. She took out the 5th capsule, pressed the button on top, and threw it forward with force. With a loud bang, a plane materialized before the astonished trio. Quick, get on, Bulma urged, climbing aboard. Wow, you must be a monster. This is clearly magic, Wukong exclaimed, flabbergasted. This is not magic. It's a universal capsule, allowing you to store items in capsule form and release them whenever needed. It's incredibly convenient. Son Gohan explained to Son Goku, Saiyan is correct. The universal capsule is common knowledge in the city. Bulma, while adjusting the airplane's controls, added, Goku, we should hurry. With that, Son Gohan pulled Son Goku onto the aircraft. Indeed, if we don't hurry, your grandfather will be taken away, Bulma chimed in. Although the space inside the aircraft was somewhat limited, both Son Goku and Son Gohan were still quite small, allowing the three to fit snugly together. Due to being a purebred Saiyan, Son Goku's growth during childhood was quite slow, as this warrior race experienced rapid growth in their youth. With a startled exclamation from Son Goku, the airplane swiftly took off, pursuing the initial aircraft. Do we need to hand this Dragon Ball over to King Jelmes? Bongo inquired, glancing at the recently acquired 4-star ball. In any case, rubies are of greater value, Pasta remarked as he struggled to maneuver past Bongo's substantial frame. Clearly, the two preferred tangible items like rubies over the intangible concept of wishing upon the dragon. By the way, where exactly has King Jelmes hidden the Dragon Balls? Pasta wondered aloud after stowing the box containing the Dragon Balls. Let's gather the Dragon Balls first and then hope for the best. Just then, Pasta noticed Bulma and the others catching up. Stop. Return the Dragon Balls to us. Bulma shouted, gesturing with her thumb downwards. Return my grandfather. Son Goku added, brandishing a gold coin. What are they saying? Should we respond, Pasta? Bongo remarked nonchalantly as the distance between the two aircraft, along with the glass barriers, rendered their words inaudible. You're right. I even paid them kindly, yet they are so greedy, Pasta replied, moving to the back seat and donning his goggles. He opened the rear glass panel and pulled out a machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down towards Bulma and her companions. Son Gohan, however, remained unperturbed. Confident that even standing still, he could withstand a tank shell, and felt assured that the two of them would be fine in a dire situation. What's happening? Son Goku exclaimed anxiously, confused about the source of the assault. Well, if they want to play it this way, Bulma said, clearly irritated. She expertly maneuvered the aircraft beneath Bongo's, pressed a button, and unleashed a barrage of bullets from her plane. After hitting their aircraft, Bulma burst into triumphant laughter. Are you alright? Pasta asked Bongo, who replied, the Dragon Ball radar on the plane has been destroyed. This radar was affixed to the aircraft, and from the beginning, Son Gohan had never intended to use it. Bulma's radar was far more precise. Not bad at all, Pasta casually remarked, evidently dismissive of Bulma's capabilities. Alright. Time for a decisive strike. Bulma found a suitable position, preparing for her final assault. Just then, Pasta secured his safety harness, hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, and stood atop the aircraft. Don't get too cocky, Pasta shouted as he aimed at Bulma's aircraft. Following the alert from the instruments, Pasta decisively squeezed the trigger, sending the rocket hurtling forth. However, the rocket's speed was not particularly swift, allowing Bulma to evade it easily. Unbeknownst to her, this was no ordinary projectile but a homing missile. Now's our chance. Bulma, seeing Pasta's attack fail, hastily pressed another button to continue her offensive. As she continued to fire bullets, the missile Pasta had launched veered back and struck Bulma's aircraft. With a resounding bang, Bulma's plane unexpectedly plummeted. Daegu exclaimed, greed can be quite perilous. Pasta, seemingly unfazed, pulled a bouquet of red flowers from somewhere, inhaled their fragrance, and tossed them to the ground before departing the scene. Chapter 114, The Legend of the Dragon, Part 6 Help. Oh, what? Bulma plummeted rapidly, momentarily stunned and ready to cry for help. What on earth is happening? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Son Gohan was holding both of them by the collars, preventing them from falling. The sight of Son Gohan hovering in midair astonished both of them. Saiyan, what's going on? Can you fly? Son Goku asked excitedly. Why? Can humans fly? In that brief moment, Bulma's worldview shattered once more. First, she questioned whether all boys had tails, and now she was left uncertain about the possibility of human flight. It was undeniable that Bulma appeared quite peculiar in the presence of Goku and his son. Yes, I can fly. I learned from my uncle, who is an incredibly skilled martial artist, Son Gohan casually replied. Could you teach me? Son Goku asked eagerly. Can martial arts really allow someone to fly? Perhaps I should hire a master to teach me as well, Bulma pondered thoughtfully. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to teach you right now. I will be leaving shortly and want to be with you. Also, Bulma, the martial arts you learned for money from those instructors are subpar. You will never acquire the ability to fly freely from them, Son Gohan informed them. Oh, I see. Well, that's all right, Son Goku said, unconcerned about Son Gohan's refusal to teach him to fly, as he naturally possessed a carefree disposition. Why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? Bulma queried, perplexed. You never asked, Son Gohan replied with conviction. Well, Bulma was left speechless. Soon, Son Gohan set both of them down, as the sun dipped towards the horizon. Bulma produced another universal capsule, tossing it out, and with a resounding bang, a small car materialized before them. Thank you so much, Saiyan. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. Bulma expressed her gratitude as the three climbed into the vehicle. Not at all. When faced with such situations, I would naturally come to your aid, Son Gohan said, scratching his head nonchalantly. I can't believe you're so young yet possess such remarkable skills, Bulma remarked with a smile, clearly in high spirits. I'm so hungry. At that moment, Sun Wukong, lacking energy, spoke up. Here, I have some food, Son Gohan said as he pulled out a generous amount of food from his watch and handed it to the seated Sun Wukong. Wow, so much food. Thank you so much, Saiyan. Upon seeing the food, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight, completely unconcerned about the origin of such an abundance. Son Gohan had been secretly pilfering the food that Chi-Chi had prepared for Sun Wukong for quite some time, stashing it away in his watch for emergencies. This had left Sun Wukong baffled for a long while, as he was unaware of why his food kept disappearing inexplicably. Here, Bulma, you should have something to eat too. Son Gohan offered Bulma, who was in the driver's seat, a larger sandwich. After all, the food was meant for Sun Wukong, and every item had been specially enlarged for him. Thank you. I was just getting a bit hungry. Bulma didn't hesitate to accept the sandwich from Son Gohan's hand. Wow, this is delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite, Sun Wukong exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with food in a frenzy. The food prepared for Son Wukong was crafted to suit his tastes, and this version of Son Wukong certainly relished it. At that moment, a little girl named Bachi was sprinting through the forest, glancing back occasionally as if fleeing from pursuers. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a gigantic creature with sharp teeth and two pointed horns appeared before Bachi, startling her greatly. Haha. The monstrous figure laughed boisterously at Bachi's terrified cries. Marry me, the creature declared to the young girl. One must say, Oolong was truly perverse. Bachi was merely 5 or 6 years old, yet this creature harbored such thoughts towards her. Was it because he believed he could not overpower an older girl? Nevertheless, could he truly lay a hand on someone so young? You scoundrel. In her panic, Bachi pulled out her slingshot and hurled a stone at the giant monster. With such a massive frame, the creature was an easy target. Even someone with poor eyesight could hit it. Ah, that hurts. The giant cried, clutching the spot where he was struck, tears streaming down his face. Help, someone save me. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Bachi turned to flee. How dare you ignore my words? I shall devour you, the creature threatened. At that moment, a light shone down as Bulma's small car approached, and both the giant and the little girl gazed in its direction. Ah, a monster. Bulma screamed upon seeing the terrifying figure. This must be Oolong. His transformation ability is quite amusing. It's a pity I can't learn it. Only creatures like him can. Son Gohan lamented, gazing at Oolong outside the window. Although it served little practical purpose, it was indeed entertaining. Marry me, Oolong said, glancing at Bulma, who seemed frightened. Before turning back to Bachi. Case solved. Oolong is a pervert. After seeing Bulma, he could have easily shifted his focus to her. Why then? Does he fixate on this young girl? Chapter 115. The Legend of the Dragon. What is marriage? Son Wukong asked, shielding Bachi behind him. Although he did not understand the concept of marriage, he sensed that the giant was bullying someone innocent. Who are you? Oolong, noticing someone trying to intervene, looked closer and saw it was merely a child, thus losing his fear. I am Son Wukong. My deceased grandfather taught me never to bully the weak, he declared, standing protectively in front of Bachi. You fool, Saiyan. We should run, Bulma exclaimed, terrified by Son Wukong's reckless bravery as she clung tightly to the car window. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, Son Gohan reassured Bulma. If circumstances allowed, he would have seized the Dragon Ball radar and sought the Dragon Balls himself, but for now, he had no choice but to accompany Bulma and Son Wukong on their quest. In this world, the strongest beings were merely gods, if he wished. No one on this earth could stop him. Yet, he refrained from doing so, for both Son Wukong and Bulma were dear to him. Although they did not know Son Gohan in this realm, he could not bring himself to harm them. Such was the fundamental principle of humanity. Don't make me laugh, you little runt. If you dare resist me, you'll regret it. Oolong attempted to frighten Son Wukong away, eager to avoid any disruption to his plans. I am incredibly powerful, Oolong boasted, pounding his chest loudly, trying to showcase his might. So, what will it be? Hurry up and run, Oolong continued, yet he remained motionless. In truth, he likely couldn't even defeat the little girl named Bachi, let alone contend with Son Wukong. Facing two opponents was beyond his capability. Don't be so presumptuous. As Oolong realized Son Wukong was unfazed, he grew increasingly anxious. His transformation had a limited duration, and he could not afford to waste time. With a loud bang, Oolong transformed once more, to the astonishment of the onlookers, changing from a crimson demon into a giant clad in armor, wielding a soup bowl and chopsticks. How about now? Are you scared? He taunted. If you don't flee soon, I'll toss you into this bowl of hot soup. He laughed, clinking the chopsticks against the bowl. However, just as Oolong reveled in his own triumph, his thumb accidentally slipped into the steaming soup bowl, revealing its scalding temperature. Ah, hot, hot, Oolong yelped, dropping the items in his hands and writhing in pain. Ha ha ha, who would have thought I'd witness such amusing events in my lifetime? Truly, this journey is worthwhile. Son Gohan chuckled heartily at Oolong's predicament. What's wrong, Saiyan? Aren't you afraid? He's enormous. Bulma looked at Son Gohan in confusion, unable to comprehend why a 7-year-old boy seemed unperturbed by the scene. Don't you find it interesting? Besides, look how long he has been speaking without taking any action. He might just be a master of transformation without the strength to match his size, Son Gohan pointed out to Bulma. Oh, indeed. I have just recalled that I had previously heard of certain individuals who possess the extraordinary ability to transform. Until now, I had never encountered such phenomena. It is astonishing to discover that it is indeed true, Bulma exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon her. After all, Bulma hails from a prestigious family, one of the wealthiest in the nation, and she is capable of grasping matters that many ordinary people have never even heard of. With this thought, Bulma felt her fear dissipate, and she turned her attention to the ensuing actions of Goku and Oolong alongside Gohan. You scoundrel! How could you treat me this way? Oolong protested, clutching his hand as he addressed Goku. But I haven't done anything, Goku replied, bewildered by Oolong's unexpected accusation. Could it be that you are actually quite weak? Goku inquired innocently, sensing no aura of strength emanating from Oolong. Stop talking nonsense. I am unparalleled in my prowess, Oolong retorted, his face drenched in sweat, clearly anxious. Is that so? Goku replied, his expression one of confusion. Then how about you prove it? Oolong countered. I am indeed formidable, for my grandfather taught me martial arts. Goku declared, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang. Huh, you seem rather confident, Oolong remarked, eyeing Goku's diminutive stature with skepticism. If that is the case, can you fell this tree? Oolong took a few steps forward and slapped a massive tree that 3 people could scarcely encircle, intending to challenge Goku. This little tree? That would be a trivial task. Goku responded nonchalantly, having snapped countless trees much larger than this one in the past. Haha. Lying is the first step towards becoming a thief. Before Oolong could finish his sentence, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending the mighty tree crashing to the ground. As the tree fell, Oolong remained frozen in laughter, his hand resting against the trunk, only to soon find beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Ha ha ha. Transformation. Oolong chuckled nervously, and with a sudden pop, he transformed into a bat, eager to flee in light of Goku's overwhelming strength. Haha, retreat. But before Oolong could finish his thought, Gohan swiftly seized his wings. I had anticipated your escape. You are now caught. Gohan remarked, observing Oolong's futile struggles. Hey, little Gohan, when did you arrive? Goku expressed his surprise at Gohan's sudden appearance, having been unaware of his presence until now. Wow, little Gohan, you are incredible for capturing him. Bulma exclaimed as she exited the vehicle upon witnessing Gohan's successful apprehension of Oolong. Let me go. Let me go. Oolong continued to squirm in Gohan's grasp. This allows us to disregard Yamcha entirely, making things simpler, Gohan mused, feeling that his time in this world was becoming tiresome. Hoping to locate the Dragon Balls and depart swiftly. Thank you for your assistance, a girl named Panchi approached, expressing her gratitude to Gohan and Goku. With a sudden pop, Oolong transformed back into his original pig form, causing Gohan to release him in surprise and Oolong to tumble to the ground. Oh, he transformed again. Goku and the others stared at Oolong in astonishment. That is not true. I am merely an adorable little pig, Oolong declared, rising and brushing off the dirt. What is the meaning of this? Bulma inquired, eyeing Oolong. I apologize. I simply found her quite charming, and could not help myself, Oolong confessed, realizing that escape was futile and choosing to admit his fault. You should hurry and apologize. Gohan pointed towards the little girl. Sorry. Oolong approached Panchi and bowed in apology without hesitation. A division line separates the narrative. Within the forest, a camper stood still, housing Gohan and the others. Speaking of which, I did not expect you to be such a presumptuous little creature, a mere pig behaving so shamelessly. Bulma scolded Oolong while sipping her coffee from a chair. Is it wrong for a pig to be lecherous? Oolong retorted nonchalantly, reclining with his feet on the table, unabashedly asserting that his preferences were a personal matter, unrelated to others. And you, what are you doing out in the woods at this hour? Bulma turned to reprimand Panchi, concerned for the safety of such a young girl alone in the forest. Meanwhile, Goku was busily devouring a large piece of meat. Although he had already eaten what Gohan had provided, he seized the opportunity to indulge further. Can I have a piece too? Gohan asked, observing Goku relish his meal. You want to eat too? Here. Goku offered another piece of meat to Gohan without a hint of regret. Oh, thank you. Gohan accepted the generous offering, diving into the meat with gusto. I apologize. I am seeking Master Rashi, hoping to reach the southern island, Panchi confessed, her gaze downcast, gripping her clothes tightly. Master Rashi? Bulma reacted with surprise upon hearing the name. I have heard of him. He is said to be an exceptional martial artist, known as the Turtle Hermit. The most formidable in the world, Oolong interjected. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. Few can compare to him on this planet, Gohan added. Is that so? I would like to meet him, Goku chimed in, speaking with his mouth full. Heading south, are we? Although our directions align, Bulma hesitated. Please, take me along, Panchi pleaded, rushing to Bulma's side and clinging to her leg as she sensed Bulma's reluctance to include her. What do you intend to do upon finding this turtle hermit? Bulma questioned, puzzled as to why a little girl would seek the world's greatest martial artist. I wish for him to save our country, Panchi replied, her face filled with sorrow. Your country? Bulma echoed, bewildered. Yes, the people are suffering greatly due to the search for rubies, Panchi lamented. Rubies? Bulma gasped, taken aback by the revelation. Indeed. Panchi nodded earnestly. Yes, I could also bring back many rubies. This object has become exceedingly valuable when the time comes. I shall tell my mother that it was unearthed from the mountains. In that moment, our family shall ascend to the ranks of the affluent, shall we not? Son Gohan suddenly recalled that this cinematic realm is replete with rubies, and he could gather them all within his watch. The mere thought of this filled him with immense excitement. Son Gohan's family was not particularly wealthy. The majority of the ingredients they consumed during meals were sourced from the Baozi Mountain by his own kin, with no stable income. It was utterly impossible for them to indulge in extravagant purchases of provisions. As for the ramifications of Son Gohan taking the rubies and whether it would affect that nation, such considerations were far from his mind. After all, the fate of others in this world was of no concern to him, in Son Gohan's perspective. As long as he did not harm those he cherished, all was well. What are rubies? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. They are the most precious gemstones in existence. Bulma clarified. What is a gemstone? Sun Wukong asked again. How bothersome. They are stones as beautiful as the Dragon Balls, Bulma replied, slightly exasperated. Although she understood that Son Wukong had emerged from the mountains and possessed limited knowledge, she was still surprised that he did not even know what a gemstone was. Bulma glanced at Son Wukong, sensing he was about to ask yet another question, and preemptively remarked, "Did I not say you were rather annoying?" "But I have not said anything at all," Son Wukong responded, perplexed, as he merely opened his mouth without uttering a word. At that moment, Bocce picked up a drink from the table and gulped it down. "What next?" Bulma continued to inquire. "I would like to ask for his assistance in defeating the villain tormenting everyone," Bocce replied. "Ever since the discovery of the ruby, King Gelmes has gradually transformed into a monstrous being, consuming only gourmet food, and has commanded his soldiers to excavate even more rubies to satisfy his cravings," Bocce lamented. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "A monster?" Bulma exclaimed, astonished to learn that the king of their nation had become a creature of such horror. "Indeed. The mountains and lakes have been ravaged, leaving behind a landscape of pits and destruction, while our fields and homes lie in ruins," Bocce elaborated. As she spoke, memories of the anguished villagers and collapsed houses flooded her mind, along with the image of the heavily armed, arrogant soldiers. Despite the discontent, the people were powerless to resist the formidable army of King Gelmes, leading to the devastation of flowers, mountains, and skies. It was rumored that they were now in search of the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. Bocce's final statement left Bulma utterly astonished. "The Dragon Balls?" she gasped. "Were they the ones who took my grandfather?" Son Goku, too, expressed his concern, for the 4-star ball was of immense value to him. No wonder the reactions of the Dragon Balls had been concentrated in the eastern direction. At that moment, Bulma finally understood who was competing with her for the Dragon Balls. "Thus, I must implore Master Roshi for help," Bocce declared resolutely. Meanwhile, within the castle of King Gelmes, the king's throat convulsed, and 5 Dragon Balls were expelled from his mouth. "Just 2 more, and I shall savor the finest delicacies this world has to offer," King Gelmes exclaimed with great excitement. After an indeterminate passage of time, Gohan and his companions approached the sea, drawing closer to Master Roshi's abode. "Look, over there." They spotted a small island from a distance, upon which sat a quaint wooden cottage. Bocce expressed her joy upon seeing it. Soon, they boarded a boat and arrived at the island. "What a vast ocean!" Goku exclaimed in amazement. "You don't even know what the ocean is?" Oolong retorted, bemused. At that moment, Master Roshi, noticing visitors to his island, emerged from his cottage wearing his slippers. "Master Roshi, is that you?" Bocce asked uncertainly upon seeing the elderly man. "Indeed. What brings you here?" Master Roshi inquired amiably. "It's Master Roshi," Oolong exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, kid, come here for a moment." Master Roshi suddenly directed his gaze towards Gohan, approaching him before Gohan could respond. "You are quite remarkable, a prodigy in martial arts with exceptional strength," Master Roshi observed keenly. Gohan felt it was no surprise that Master Roshi could discern his uniqueness, considering his reputation as a martial arts deity was well earned. "Yes, Master Roshi, I have trained in martial arts with my master," Gohan replied. "Haha. It seems your master is no ordinary individual either. There's a particular aura about you that feels familiar," Master Roshi noted, his keen eyes piercing through the sunglasses he wore, making Gohan feel slightly anxious. "Oh no, all my training was taught to me by Uncle Piccolo. And since Master Roshi has fought against Piccolo before, what if he recognizes me?" Gohan fretted internally. "Never mind, I shall give you something. See if you can ride it." Master Roshi said to Gohan. "Come forth, Kintown," he called, raising his staff skyward. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing appeared, leaving everyone feeling quite awkward. "Nothing is coming?" Bulma questioned, looking quizzically at Master Roshi. "Oh, right. It's on the other side," Master Roshi suddenly recalled, turning around. Everyone then noticed a yellow cloud forming before Master Roshi. "What is this?" Goku asked in confusion. "This is Kintown. Once you sit upon it, you can soar freely through the skies," Master Roshi explained. "So, with this, I too could fly like Shinchan?" Goku exclaimed in disbelief. "Impressive, isn't it? However, Kintown can only be ridden by those with a pure heart, which means only children can use it. Watch, I shall demonstrate," Master Roshi proclaimed, leaping high and attempting to land on Kintown, only to comically miss and crash to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," Master Roshi cried out in pain. Bulma and Oolong could not contain their laughter at the sight. "Are you all right?" the sea turtle asked, rushing to inquire. "How peculiar," Master Roshi muttered to himself, perplexed. "Goku, why don't you give it a try?" Gohan suggested. "But didn't the old man say for you to try?" Goku questioned, puzzled. "It's fine. You can go first. Besides, I can fly on my own, so I don't really need it," Gohan insisted, waving his hand dismissively. "All right. I'll give it a shot," Goku said, approaching Kintown and preparing to jump on it. This time, Son Wukong did not plummet through the clouds like Master Roshi. Instead, he stood steadily atop the Nimbus cloud. "Haha, I'm on it," exclaimed Son Wukong, brimming with excitement. Then, under the astonished gazes of those around him, he soared away on the Nimbus cloud to frolic in the distance. Witnessing this, Son Gohan eagerly followed suit. At this moment, the turtle sage gazed at Son Gohan soaring through the air, his expression growing increasingly grave. He hoped fervently that his fears were unfounded. Otherwise, the world would truly be in peril. The turtle sage murmured, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Eh? What did you just say? Bulma inquired, having missed the turtle sage's previous utterance due to its faintness. Oh, I merely remarked that the child riding the flying Nimbus possesses remarkable driving skills. He seems to be a good kid, the turtle sage replied. Before long, Son Gohan and Son Wukong returned, both riding the Nimbus together. Son Gohan had not forgotten the turtle sage's suggestion to try riding the Nimbus. It was understandable. If Son Gohan couldn't ride it, he would be deemed a bad person, prompting the turtle sage to intervene. Conversely, if he could ride it, all would be well. Good, good, good. You are both splendid children, the turtle sage exclaimed thrice upon seeing them return on the Nimbus. Young man, tell me, do you know what the Demon Clan is? The turtle sage inquired of Son Gohan. The Demon Clan? What is that? The others, hearing the turtle sage's question, were equally perplexed, unsure why he suddenly broached such an ominous topic. I've heard of it, but rest assured, I am neither a member of the Demon Clan nor an envoy sent by them, Son Gohan responded, understanding the turtle sage's implication. After all, the emergence of the Demon Clan would indeed spell catastrophe for the world. Well then, since you can ride the Nimbus, that indicates you are no bad child. I shall not inquire further, the turtle sage said, returning to his usual amiable demeanor. Finally passing the test, Son Gohan thought to himself. I truly had no confidence in being able to withstand the turtle sage's evil containment wave. Turtle sage, might I have the orb you wear around your neck? Son Gohan asked, pointing at the Dragon Ball. Oh, you mean this orb? Of course, it's no trouble at all. Is it not beautiful? I found it over 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea, the turtle sage said, handing the Dragon Ball to Son Gohan. Son Gohan accepted it in disbelief, never imagining he would acquire a Dragon Ball so easily. However, upon reflection, he understood why. The turtle sage, unaware of the system's influence, had deemed him a good child simply because he could ride the Nimbus. Furthermore, initially concerned that the Demon Clan had resurfaced, the turtle sage's spirits lifted upon realizing there were no signs of their return, making him more amenable to granting requests. Lastly, the Dragon Ball served no practical purpose for the turtle sage, merely decorative, so he willingly bestowed it upon Son Gohan. Wow, a Dragon Ball. I never expected to find one here with you, Bulma exclaimed enthusiastically. All right, I've secured the Dragon Ball, the rarest of treasures in this world. The remaining Dragon Balls are with King Jerem's, so there is no need for further concern, Son Gohan contemplated. Then, Master Roshi, could you assist me in saving my kingdom? Bachi implored, his face alight with hope. Alas, I have distanced myself from worldly affairs. Look, you already have splendid companions. Although there may be times of solitude, people help one another. It is through unity with your friends that true wishes are fulfilled, regardless of the era, the turtle sage imparted, offering profound wisdom to Bachi. Indeed. Bachi, you need not worry. We will assist you. After all, our ultimate destination aligns, Bulma assured him. I shall aid you as well, Son Wukong added. Son Gohan remained silent. His initial involvement with them stemmed from the turtle sage's elusive Dragon Balls, and now that he had obtained one, he refrained from seizing the others. Out of respect for Son Wukong and Bulma, the fate of that kingdom was of no concern to him. They didn't even inhabit the same world. Of course, no one paid much heed to Son Gohan's silence. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child, and no one expected much from him. Eventually, the group departed from Turtle Island aboard an aircraft. Their accelerated journey meant they would not encounter King Jerem's and his entourage. I'm sorry, but we were unable to locate the last 2 Dragon Balls. They were claimed by others before we arrived, Bongo reported to King Jerem's. What? Others acquired them? King Jerem's was taken aback by the news. Indeed, but according to the Dragon Ball radar, they are moving towards us, Pasta noted. Is that so? Then my wish shall finally be realized. King Jerem's felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leave it to me, Pasta declared. Time passed swiftly, and Bulma's group neared King Jerem's castle, landing the aircraft in a clearing. All right, little one, wait here for a moment while we go defeat the villains. I shall return to fetch you once the matter is resolved, Bulma said, tossing out a capsule that unfolded into a small round house with a pop. To be safe, Bulma entrusted the Dragon Ball to Son Gohan, instructing him to remain there. As long as they held the Dragon Ball, King Jerem's would have no chance to summon the Eternal Dragon.